Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They still need one more stop. Here's DeRozan. He's got 40. Here comes the double team. He dribbles away from it. He hits baseline. Oh, he stepped through the double team and scored with 1.9. Kings lead by 1. Dallas needs a miracle. Dinwiddie throws it up. And the Kings win the game, or is there a foul?
That was the call, and that is the way we open the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I actually did not know which clip to start with this morning, whether it should have been Mavs or Lakers. I got a Tolo tweet me last night and said, well, we're all Jazz fans, right? I wrote back, are we? And the number of torn Maverick fans that responded, because in order to root for Luka, you have to root for Mike Bassak's loved purple and gold. I didn't know which way to start this morning with Luka's debut.
It was very strange seeing him. I think the reality is everyone turned the Mavs game off with about 6 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And that should tell you who to start with.
Well, things timed out perfectly. Luka and LeBron checked out. I switched back to the Mavs. Fortunately, well, not fortunately for them, but they went to overtime, and you were able to go ahead and watch the conclusion where Klay Thompson looks like he has the game winner, DeMar DeRozan, the hero of the night, and then you can go ahead and switch back to LeBron and Luka checking back in.
Yeah, I think when they checked out and I jumped over to the game, I think it was like Dinwiddie was putting up a shot with like 2 minutes left or something in overtime. And so it was like you were able to kind of ping pong back and forth and get a look at it. But I'll tell you, if there was any moment where Luka was in the game for the Lakers, I was watching that. Like I was flipped over to that, and I was interested to see what was going on in that debut. And it was just as painful to watch as you would expect.
Hopefully you were able to see the worst box out in the history of box outs on that free throw attempt missed by Sabonis, where Malik Monk gets the rebound. That was one of the most egregious lack of efforts I've ever seen from Edwards there. That was terrible. But I mean, look, if you had any sense of the big story, you checked out of the Mavericks game the moment you knew Luka came in.
Well, the Mavericks remain a big story for all the wrong reasons. They lose another big. So the deepest team in the league at the center position now has none of them. Lively gone. The curse of the Lucchino. Some of the Tolos are calling it. Lively gone. We know AD is gone. And then Daniel Gafford suffers a right knee sprain last night. And that's just the headlines they created on the floor.
That's just the ones they're allowing you to report about, right? That's by the way it is over there.
I was going to say, these centers for the Mavericks, like they're getting tossed out of the game like, they were holding up signs or something.
So now let's take it to the stands. Props to all the Mavs reporters. Tim McMahon may not give those props. I'm going to. But you had a lot of different Mavs reporters eyeing the Jumbotron over these last two games. By the way, Patrick Dumont and Nico Harrison felt it was safe enough to return. Nico
nice,
down on the floor, Patrick Dumont in his usual courtside seat. So they were back at the arena in attendance. Well, Mavs reporters over the last 2 games have been watching the Jumbotron, and what they noticed was the Mavericks have not been showing fans up there. You know, you get kiss cams, and you get sing-alongs, and you get crowd reaction, and Ali D is in the stands playing little games with everyone, and so is our boy Chris Arnold. Well, up until last night, they had not gone to the Jumbotron with fan reaction. They're scared of what someone is going to do or say. Well, they finally went to it, and one of the fans appeared to be mouthing "Fire Nico." Later on, those same 2 fans were holding up "Fire Nico" signs. Security found them and escorted them out of the arena, and now we have Maverick fans even more furious, if you can imagine that, ticked off for soft rules and regulations at the AAC.
It's stunning. I texted it last night to you guys. It's stunning to me how quickly they're becoming the Dan Snyder Commanders. Like in 10 days, they went from
it's amazing.
One of the greatest organizations in Dallas. Oh, they're so positive. They had that ranking of best front offices ESPN did, and we're like, oh, are the Mavericks high enough on that? And now you sit here and you go like, this has quickly become just an authoritarian nut job like type of operation in terms of just the way they treat their own fans. It's bizarre.
They're gutless. It's gutless. They knew they screwed up the trade, and it's obvious they know they screwed up the trade, because if they didn't, they would have acted completely different in this entire aftermath. They'd have had a press conference for Anthony Davis, like right away, right? They didn't. They didn't have one for him. Oh, they were on the road. Oh, what, the media doesn't travel? Okay, that tells you where you are.
Yeah.
In town, if the media doesn't travel with you. All right, if the media's all back here, great. Just have one here at the American Airlines Center. Nico didn't show up for the press conference. He wasn't at the podium. All the crap that they've been doing with keeping people out. Censorship. It's, if you were... If you make the trade, stand by it and, own it.
Let me play devil's advocate. Let me be FA.
I don't know why you would want to give those idiots any benefit of the doubt.
The fan code of conduct. When can they enforce it? Should they really allow 20,000 people, if they wanted to walk in with "Fire Nico" signs, to wear shirts saying that and hold up signs saying that?
Yes.
Let's have a real discussion.
Yeah, no, they really should. They really should. Now, they should not allow any kind of physical violence threats or racial threat, none of that. But if you want to be able to voice your opinion and say, yes, absolutely.
If it doesn't say
I can't walk into a restaurant, it's still their place, and hold up a sign saying this steak will give you E. coli.
But that's also not done. People don't go to...
And people don't go to the home arenas boycotting and speaking out and insulting the host.
We've seen paper bags overheads though and stuff. When
paper bags. That's as far as it gets. If you're holding up signs in Dan Snyder's regime or other people, New York Knicks, Dan Snyder, I'm just saying.
But you don't want to copy the Knicks.
I know, but how far can you let it go?
I think holding up something that says "Fire Nico," I think it's ridiculous to throw them out. Because to me, it's like if there's no profanity or anything else, it's ridiculous, and it just makes you look bad. And again, the only
makes them look bad.
Like you say, the only people who do this it's like the Dolans and the Snyders, and it's like it's these
insecure,
really aggressive, authoritarian, anti-fan owners, and that's what this team has become. Boy, there were a couple different videos from stands yesterday where you could hear Dumont just walking in front of it and getting booed. And just, he was one of the most anonymous in terms of the way he looked, one of the most anonymous owners in sports. People see him now and they are targeting him.
So if we go to a game at AT&T and there's a whole row holding up "Sell the Team Jerry," you think they're going to be allowed to hold up those signs the entire game? I don't believe so.
I think so.
Okay.
I think they would. I think the Cowboys would allow it. I think the Yankees would allow it. The Lakers would allow it. They're secure organizations.
The code of conduct was cited by the Mavericks organization. Quote, "In the first incident, the guest brought in a sign that broke the following rule. Clothing, garments, or signs displaying explicit language, profanity, or derogatory characterization towards any person." Mavs Vice President of Corporate Communications, Aaron Feingold, said that in a statement. So that's what they got the fans for, derogatory characterization towards any person.
Now, code of conduct, is Jason Kidd not coming to the podium considered a coaching code of conduct issue?
Yeah, the first time that anybody says in the history of Jason Kidd's time that he refused to do a press conference yesterday after the game.
Is that a code of conduct?
That's a bad
coach?
look. And by the way, I don't think code of conduct. I don't think derogatory, because out of the things you just read, the only thing you could lean on there is derogatory. I don't think fire Nico is derogatory. And if they're going to start like widening the net of what that term means, again, you've got problems.
Why would Jason Kidd skip the presser?
He's probably mad at his boss.
Don't know. Nobody was sure. That players did post game stuff. Kid didn't.
My assumption is that he didn't want to be asked questions about other people, because he is the face of the organization from a speaking perspective. Like, he has to speak every game, and he's probably, my guess, he's upset. He's upset with either A, the trade, or B, that he's having to answer questions for their actions or inactions.
Really bad look by Jason.
Yeah.
Although it's probably going to come across, maybe it's a good look, because it's going to come across that Jason is mad over the state of things and over Luka. But you can easily deflect or not answer what happened in the stands. Guys, I was focused on the game. I don't know what was happening in the stands.
Yeah, it'll be received one of two ways. Jason's mad, and he doesn't want to talk about it either, and good for you, Jason. Or it'll be viewed as you're a mouthpiece for the organization, and you're running from the criticism.
In the second incident, the fan wore a t-shirt that also broke the rule and was also intoxicated, disruptive, and uncooperative. Other fans told ESPN one of the ejected fans wore a t-shirt that depicted a woman's face with a clown nose. So that's the Roger Goodell red barstool clown nose for Miriam Adelson. That fan will join us this morning at 7:20 during the expressway. I went to it and I said, we're following each other. I said, this you? He's like, yeah, I'm not totally down for coming on the radio. I'm scared of being on the air. I said, well, the other guy is a total moron that I know through Twitter, so you're coming on.
You said you don't have to be scared anymore. You're safe here. Nobody's going to hurt you. They start just listening. Well, he was drunk. Belligerent, like, okay, all right. This is your, and maybe he'll tell us he was super drunk. I don't know, but regardless, it does feel like they are so quick to slander their own fan base right now, and that's such an awful look for any organization.
Disconnected, out of town.
Soviets, man. It's Pravda.
My boy texted me and said they're the Moscow Mavs.
Yep,
it's exactly what it is.
That's what it is, dude. It's a bad look. They've made every wrong PR move.
I just don't think you can allow 1,000 people to walk in with Fire Nico shirts.
But even with as angry as people were, they didn't even get that many. Like, does it start a trend?
But then if you allow 5, then you have to allow 500.
Yeah, I mean the only way this gets worse now is like, all right, well, you're breaking the code of conduct, Dirk, on Twitter and by talking crap about us. So Dirk, you're banned from the game. Like, they're so thin-skinned, and like that's the thing. I think it probably ends with those who do it. I don't think it's enough like, oh, they're allowed to do that, let me do it now. I don't think it encourages a ton of people to come in there do it if they're already avoiding putting them on camera and doing other things.
Yeah, and it's also like it's a short term. Like they're not going to be wearing Fire Nico shirts for 2 years. Their actions, they will be remembered longer than the Fire Nico shirts will be remembered if they wore them.
Meanwhile, in Los Angeles.
And the other guard wears number 77. 6'7", 7th campaign from Slovenia, Luka Doncic.
Lawrence Tanner, the famous PA voice of the Lakers, with the introduction. I was hoping for more fireworks. They didn't need more fireworks because they were taking on the sorry, pitiful Utah Jazz. But Luka Doncic scores 14 points in 24 minutes in the debut.
It was weird. It was like they didn't run the offense through him. Obviously, he just got there. He probably had one practice session with them. So they did not. I mean, he was the third one to touch the ball on a lot of these possessions.
Yeah, I didn't need to see Austin Reeves YOLO ball, just like tossing up jumpers every time. They're like, all right, Austin, come on, give up the ball. This one game, you can give up the ball.
Luka did not shoot it that well, 5 of 14. How did everyone think he looked in terms of the physique?
Obese, just disgustingly.
Disgustingly
like I felt like vomiting watching him.
I don't know. Yeah, I thought he was like a professional wrestler.
He looked like Luka. He looked like Luka's looked for 5-6 years.
Luka, thoughts on his first game as a Laker?
Being special, the way they received me, everybody, it was amazing to see. I was a little nervous before. I remember when was the last time I was nervous before the game. So, but once I stepped on the court, it was fun, and just being out there again felt amazing.
I thought that watching him play would be the worst moment. After that, ho-hum performance, it was the build-up and everything beforehand. It was the jersey, they call them, not a jersey, not a shirt. Every single seat in the arena had a yellow 77 for a fan to take home. Luka then donates $500,000 to the wildfire causes, signing it "Your New Neighbor." I don't know whether it was fake or whether it was AI. The Hollywood sign turned the L's into the double sevens. That was much more. Dirk flying there for the support. This is like we're in a movie. It feels like a movie with how rapidly this thing has turned.
I don't speak German, but I believe that was "F you, Nico" in German. That's what that was. That was to me the most stunning of all. Your number one fan supporter
figure.
This is Michael Irvin going to see the debut of Dak Prescott after he got traded to the Giants instead of watching the Cowboy game. That's what that is. It's crazy to think that Dirk took that step and he said, "This is what I'm doing," and that told you all you needed to know about that trade.
Did you see the Jordan post too? Like he's got the angry Luka face and shares it and goes, "Good luck, y'all," and says it's just business until it isn't. It's like, this is what you've done. You've done a unanimously stupid thing, and we have to live with it.
The Dallas Cowboys continue to add to their coaching staff, and Jason Whitten explains why he's not on it. We take you inside the Star in the home of America's team next.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek!
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
DFW.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning and shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph, James Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. And Bob, the Cowboys continue to add to their staff. I did not want this guy. I don't think any of us wanted this guy as the offensive coordinator. Well, now we have another offensive assistant.
Ken Dorsey, the former Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator who got run out of town for how poorly things had gone with the Bills offense. But he is being added to the Cowboys coaching staff in a way that I don't mind. It's that he's not going to be the offensive coordinator. He's not even going to be the quarterback's coach. They have a yet to be determined job for him here in Dallas. But I'm all for an up and coming head coach who was once like the apple of everybody's eye and just, oh my gosh, this is the next guy. Bring them in for a assistant role that's a little bit lower and let them do the coaching rehab bit. That usually plays out pretty successfully for most places. So Ken Dorsey's being added to the staff in some sort of capacity, yet to be determined, but it sounds like he will be here as some sort of offensive assistant.
You know, the coaching rehab bit usually involves a coach that was generally pretty good at one point and then fell off.
Which is what Ken Dorsey was.
Where in Buffalo?
Ken Dorsey was considered one of the better quarterbacks coaches in the NFL. Like he was considered one. Like once he became an offensive coordinator and play caller, he had issues. But that's what I'm saying. If you bring him back on a lower role, just like we see Dan Quinn had issues as a head coach. All right, we'll bring him back to what his comfort zone was. You're not asking him to do the job that he was poor at. You're asking him to do something that's a little bit lower, rebuild his image. I would guess my anticipation is Ken Dorsey is going to do the role that Brian Schottenheimer first did when he got here, where it's going to be the across the hall stuff. He's helping the defensive coordinator with game plans.
Meanwhile, WFAA caught up with Jason Whitten and asked him, how close did it actually get to you being on the Cowboys staff?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think, it's not, time's not now. I think I just enjoying what I'm doing right now and coaching my kids, and, I think just continue to do a good job and work at it, and, there'll be opportunities there for me. So when those times present themselves and when I'm ready, I think it'll be a good opportunity for me to get back in it. And it's a desire of mine one day, but right now I'm really happy with what I'm doing.
So that is a goal, and with the Cowboys?
Oh, I mean, you'd love to do it with the Cowboys, but, you got to, sometimes it doesn't always work that way. You got to be able to go other places. And so I've enjoyed this of being able to coach my kids and this unique time with our family. And certainly I've had amazing coaches in my life. And so, I think if you continue to do a good job, those opportunities will present yourself. I think the best coaches I was around, that was the way it worked for them. And don't try to just kind of plot it perfectly, but, to do a good job. And when the timing's right, I think it'll be a good opportunity for me to go. But right now I'm really enjoying what I'm doing with my kids.
Is that Shabuzi in the background,
That's
Bobby?
Exactly what I was jamming out to.
Bobby's jamming out to that. My apologies. That was not WFA. That sounded like Ducey. So Fox 4 with Whitten.
Yeah. And look, I mean, Jason will be in the coaching ranks here. But his kids are still in school. That's at the end of the day. I think he wants to be around his kids.
You sure here? I thought you were reacting to that clip with him saying, "Yeah, you'd like it to be here, but."
Oh no, I was reacting to something else. That was completely something else that made me roll my eyes. It had nothing to do with Jason.
You look like you're ready to snap.
I'm ready to snap. I'm ready to snap on the Mavericks. I'm ready to snap on some of the Mav fans who are simping. If you're not angry, I don't want to hear from you right
There's
now.
not many of them.
The time.
There's not many.
There's a couple. Hey, you know what? It's going to be great. Way to go, guys. You showed a good effort yesterday. Not the time. It's not the time. It will be the time. It is not the time. It is not the time for puppy dogs and ice cream and for, it's not your fault, AD. We're going to love you. Not the time.
I'll tell you, I can't stand right now the Laker fan going in people's mentions on Twitter going like, y'all are just talking down to AD. He's such a good player. It's like, dude, shut up.
Yeah,
you're the guy. You're the guy in the fantasy football trade who offers the crappy deal and then goes, it's really a bad trade for me. You should just accept it. Like
Yeah.
you should honestly just take it.
So that's Jason Whitten explaining, not now, but maybe for moving forward.
Yeah, I talked to a couple people who their thought process is that Schottenheimer getting hired here is why he's not on staff, and that it's not because of a bad thing, but it's because of he actually is friendly with Schottenheimer and he doesn't want to be distracting to him.
Over the shoulder guy?
Which just sounded like he didn't mind with McCarthy, but it sounds like with Schottenheimer, that would be something that he doesn't want that aspect existing for Brian while he's trying to become a head coach.
Meanwhile, the man who threw a lot of passes to number 82 was brought up by Des Bryant with Maggie and Perloff. Des Bryant saying, this is your boy, Bobby, so keep that in mind before you react. Des said the Cowboys missed an opportunity to get number 9.
When I listen to Romo, that was Romo in practice. That was him in the film room. He was a smart guy, very, very intelligent when it came to the game of football. I know you guys can see that when he, broadcasting the games. He calling out the plays. He's calling the protection. He know where the ball is going. That's a gift. I need to see him coaching. He should be the coach of the Dallas Cowboys, if anybody, at least the offensive coordinator.
Tony Romo should be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
Yep. At least the offensive coordinator. One of them. He's a smart guy.
So here's the thing, is that I think that when he says Tony was doing those same things, did he stop watching Romo like in 2018 on the broadcast? Because Romo doesn't do those things anymore at all.
No.
Because when he says Romo does those same things in the film room, well, everything we've heard is that he's not in the film room for CBS. So I don't know how accurate that is. Look, this is, I get it. Like, Dez always thought that Romo was a really intelligent football mind and that he learned a lot from him. So I understand that fondness that he feels. It does sound a little bit like well, why don't we just make Romo the head coach, Jason Witten the offensive coordinator, Sean Lee the defensive coordinator? Yeah. Oh, we could bring in, Brandon Carr to coach the cornerbacks. Yeah. So it's like, all right, slow down a little bit.
I mean, it'd be more popular than the Luka trade, I'm sure, but
everything's more popular.
Everything's
than the
more
Luka
popular than that. This is the pipe dream. No, Romo's not going to be the head coach. Not going to be the OC. You're not going to leave a cush job making $17-18 million a year to grind it out every day.
And let's be honest. Romo, when you talk about leading the locker room as a head coach, Romo didn't do that when he was here as the quarterback. Uh-huh. It was not a strong suit of his.
I've seen a couple of Cowboy fans, get upset. It's going to tie into the Mavs here in just a second. Why are you giving this Micah trade stuff the time of day? Why are you covering it? Why are you talking about it?
Because it's out there.
Do you know what just happened with the basketball team? Do you have any idea what the F just took place with the biggest star in town? They dealt him. They traded him. Mike Florio thinks that Jerry Jones looked at that coverage and said, that could be a good thing. All the noise, them taking over the headlines. There's no such thing as bad publicity. They just dealt the biggest star in town at the AAC. And we have had these conversations for a while now when it comes to number 11. Would it be the smartest team thing to do to pay this many guys and create that type of top-end roster in terms of the salary, causing yourself a lack of depth? And the NFL Network reported the Dallas Cowboys put it out there. The Dallas Cowboys leaked it that they were having trade Micah discussions. Don't ever get involved in sports radio. Like you got to. Those of you four Mickey Spagnolas out there that are upset and ticked off about those types of conversations, just don't come anywhere around a microphone, even if it's a podcast.
If you would have asked me on January 1st, which is more likely, the Rangers trade Wyatt Langford, the Mavericks trade Luka, the Stars trade Miro, or the Cowboys trade Micah, I would have said the most likely of those is the Cowboys trade Micah. That is 100% the one that would have been at the top.
That would have been the only one that got remote. That would have gotten like 80% of the vote.
And one of them happened, and it wasn't Micah.
No.
So it is worth at least mentioning, because the Cowboys think it's worth mentioning internally of should we look at it.
The Mavericks they did a favor to every clickbaiter out there, because now there's no such thing as a stupid scenario or idea.
There's no such thing as something that's too crazy. There's no such thing as something that's too brash.
Yeah.
There's no such thing of any of it. It is like quite simply, like everything is now on the table.
By the way, friend of the show in D.C., Grant Paulson, reported the Saints' job was Kingsbury's if he wanted it, not Kellen's. It was Kingsbury's if he wanted it, but he declined. Quote, I was told by a rival team official the Saints' job was Cliff's. Was made clear to him that was the case. He preferred calling plays in D.C. and staying with Daniels over taking the gig.
So that's interesting. I mean, it would be his second job. You generally don't get a third. So he has to be, I think, much more judicious with which one he chooses. Kellen, just take your job. Take the job, make your generational wealth or whatever the hell you're going to call it. Cliff's already gotten paid the big bucks.
I do wonder if
you're a Kingsbury fan. Mm-hmm. You had the choice of Kingsbury or Kellen.
As a play designer and a play caller,
as a head coach.
No, I'm saying as a play designer and a play caller, I think Cliff's stronger. I think as a head coach, I probably want Kellen. Because you're banking on, did Cliff learn enough from his last step? We've seen objectively there were things Cliff did wrong as a head coach. That the question is, did he learn about that? And we don't know about those aspects of it. So Kellen, I would just say, I think Kellen has a better understanding of some of those things that Cliff fell short on. But I would hire both of them. I'd be interested in hiring both of them if I was a team.
An NBA enforcer tells all of us to get over the Luka trade, and why was Mark Cuban cussing at Mavs fans last night while others were getting ejected? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Steve.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Looking for it, they couldn't get it to him, and now they do. 8 seconds to go, Mr. Fourth Quarter. DeMar DeRozan on the fadeaway. It's tied. You already know.
DeMar DeRozan getting the Mavs not once but twice, end of regulation, end of overtime, and the Kings go into the AAC and beat the Mavs on Kings TV. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Be careful driving out there. I barely made it in with all the backups on 30. I'm seeing crap on 635 as well, and there was a lot of crap last night inside that arena as Nico Harrison and Patrick Dumont decided to show back up into their regular seats and show fans out of their regular seats. One of them will join us at 7:20. One of the fans voicing Fire Nico on the Jumbotron. Two of them were holding up Fire Nico signs, and they got ejected and kicked out from the stadium. Why was Mark Cuban cursing at fans? I don't understand. Mark sees the light, and he's escaped this and looked like a good guy. And you have people there protesting, getting upset, and Mark is turning around yelling, shut that blank up and sit the blank down. I don't understand that. You're in the clear. You're in the clear. You didn't want to issue any type of statement, right, Mr. Big Dog? Mr. I have to comment on every single thing in life, and I'm not going to say anything except MFFL until you do a conference event with Bill Gates, and then you want to curse at Mavs fans? I'm not understanding that move from Mark.
I don't get it unless, at the end of the day, he's maybe trying to move past it all and be like, look, it is what it is. We can't do anything about it. Let's just watch the game. That's the only thing I could think of, because other than that, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense because, like you said, he is in the clear.
Yeah.
He's looked at as this never would have happened under Mark's watch. And also, don't forget the other aspect is he's still a part owner, which means he would be feeling the effects of anger, and he just even more so wants to move on.
Yeah, he's still a big fan. Obviously, he's always been a fan of the team. And I think one of the things I believe it was McMahon I saw this morning, something that had been tied to, I guess some of this was occurring during free throws, like during Mavs free throws and stuff like that. And so if he feels like you're screwing up us shooting free throws, you need to sit down. I could see him snapping in that moment.
That makes sense. What does not make sense is Brian Windhorst, who we're all big fans of, doing the Hoops Collective podcast with Tim McMahon, Mavs Insider, and Tim Bontemps.
Yeah, and so yesterday I'd seen some reaction to this, and I know you listened to it, Sean, and were kind of jarred by the reaction that was
messed
going
up
on.
my nap. I was tired from staying up for the Super Bowl. I was trying to lay down, and Windhorst was increasing my blood pressure, and I didn't understand why.
Yeah, so this is Tim McMahon yesterday was starting to set up the Patrick Dumont comments to Brad Townsend and say, Patrick Dumont decided that he was going to finally speak, and he's maybe made things a little worse, and yada, yada, yada. And so he's leaning into that or setting that up, leading it. And in the middle of that, Brian Windhorst decides to just, hey, before we get any further, let me give a quick defense of Patrick Dumont.
Well, let me just say real quick before you read these quotes, you've been around Patrick more than I have. I've spent time with him on a couple of occasions. You spend 10 minutes with Patrick Dumont, you get, a very pleasant, thoughtful, mild-mannered guy. So I just wanted to set that before these quotes because I've never heard anything like this out of him. Go ahead.
Is this a situation where you are just very annoyed that you have to work?
You're beating him over the head because a player got hurt. Okay,
Ryan, they traded. Hold on. They traded for a player in Anthony Davis.
But they could have traded for a player who'd never been hurt in his life, and he could have had his groin injury. That happens.
No, Brian. I understand you're extraordinarily.
Here's what I think is going on. The world has decided that the Mavericks are stupid, and now that Anthony Davis gets hurt, they're just hopping on top of him, beating him all in the head that they're stupid.
Brian,
he got hurt. It happens. It happens.
The Dallas Mavericks made one of the most staggering trades in the history of the NBA, and their justification for making the trade was that it made them better today, and that they were going to be a team that had a better chance of winning today, right now. Trading for Anthony Davis, who was hurt at the time and who has a history of being hurt. And in the first game he played, he had an unbelievable half and now could miss a month. That's what happened.
It's he's right. Windhorst is right when he says it happens. Yes, it happens all the time to Anthony Davis. That's the point. That's what people are upset about.
That's the point, man. And I love Brian Windhorst. He had to be sleep deprived. He'll get moody and grouchy sometimes on that show. I think they're doing it after the last late game. So you're staying up all night on the East Coast. Like staying up for that game. For me, I was getting grouchy and ticked off. And I'm like, are they going to keep the college basketball game on, the Luka game? And then once I realized, no, they were going to move the college game, it still took until 9:40. It wasn't a 9:30 tip. How are you doing this on the East Coast? A 10:40 tip-off to watch the Lakers.
Well, Windhorst, does he live in Nebraska? I think he lives in Nebraska of all places. I think it's probably Mountain Time?
Seems about right.
But
the point is, this went on for at least 10 minutes, and he refused to give in. And he's treating Anthony Davis just like a normal, regular, healthy player. If you said Anthony Davis, all right, if Mavs fans were told Anthony Davis is a guaranteed lock to play every game over the next 3 years, yes, people are still furious and ticked off and probably protesting. They're not as mad. We were ticked off and mad and frustrated and flabbergasted because we knew this was going to happen. Stop acting like Anthony Davis. His nickname is Street Clothes, man. You don't know this? You're not embedded with Cleveland, LeBron, or the Miami Heat anymore. What are you doing? And who gives a rip if Patrick Dumont kissed your ass for 10 minutes because you're a big-time NBA reporter? Who cares?
He sounded terrible in that. Like, Dumont sounded so out of touch, angry
aggressive
in that clip, like preaching, lecturing. Like, bro, no. Like, yeah, just because you have a rich mother-in-law, like, you don't get to lecture us on what work ethic is all about. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, and it's weird. Who was it? Whose name did you bring up last week when we were talking about AC Green? Like the way Brian Windhorst
about virginity.
Brian Windhorst is talking right there. Like, I mean, this could have happened to AC Green.
Yeah,
like anybody could have had that. No, you traded for the most fragile player, like considered up there with Kawhi Leonard as one of the most fragile players in the NBA.
Yeah.
You traded for him while he was hurt, and then he gets hurt again. That's not a could have happened to anybody kind of injury.
It should not need explaining to someone as smart and bright as Brian Windhorst. But everyone is losing their minds clearly, including Udonis Haslem. I was sitting there. We didn't find better audio of this, Pepe. I recorded this off my phone. It's not the best quality. Udonis Haslem, Miami Heat enemy, has had enough of DFW on ESPN.
I mean, I got a message for the Dallas Mavericks fans. Get over it. Get over it. I've had the opportunity to play against this franchise twice in the finals. One time they beat us, and the second time they did. You got a good franchise over there. Be happy, because there's some franchises ain't been to the finals in 20 years. Get over it. Now, what I will say is, I'm more concerned about what happens with P.J. Washington. The easiest thing to do when you have a new guy come in is play defense. Yeah. With AD going out and PJ going out, that really hurts their defense. Offensively, you're going to have to put the ball in Kyrie's hands. I understand he's a little banged up right now, but you got a good franchise, Dallas. Be happy that you've been to the finals the last couple of years, and you had the opportunity to watch that.
So Udonis telling us to get over it. Number one, that was previous ownership. We don't really know about this ownership. So the teams that you faced were under Mark Cuban, not under Patrick Dumont and Nico Harrison. Number two, Udonis actually has been the biggest proponent of this deal from the jump. You know why? Because he was Mr. Culture. And he was Mr. Culture because he was an all-time role player. And he stole checks at the end of his Heat career, just like Juwan Howard did. I don't know what the Heat love handing out.
They have guys on the bench that don't really play anymore.
Yeah.
That are just like, they're leaders.
Yeah.
And that's
PJ Tucker, Udonis Haslem.
They love Social Security there in Miami. They call Florida Heaven's Waiting Room for a reason. They just enforce it with their basketball payroll.
Pat, obviously values that. I'm sure it has value to it.
Well, it didn't with Jimmy Butler.
Well, no.
Although, Udonis left, but Udonis Haslem got destroyed on all my social medias for telling us to get over it.
And he's told Mavericks fans, he's been one of the guys who's told...
After Anthony got hurt, he told him to get over it.
This is the same guy who's told Mavericks fans to get over it for 20 years. He's done it in interviews before where he's like, yeah, you guys really got to whine about all the... You got to stop whining about all those free throws that Dwayne Wade took in the 06 finals. Get over it. You lost. And it's like, okay, yeah, you've been telling Mavericks fans to get over it for 20 years. You need to... just sit this one out. Okay, imagine if in the middle of your Heat run after year one, they're like, we're going to trade LeBron James for Coutinho Mobley. I know Anthony Davis is not Coutinho Mobley. I know, but you know what? I was throwing out the first name that popped in my head.
Where did he play at?
He was, he played for the Rockets, but I can't remember where he played. I don't remember.
He was Rhode Island.
Who he played for. In another story dripping in irony, the Mavs do have an all-star. Because Kyrie replaced Anthony Davis on the All-Star team. Remember that stat? No team has ever won an NBA championship without an All-Star. So this will be Kyrie's first All-Star appearance as a Mav.
We got two All-Stars now, baby. You got Anthony Davis, who counts as one, and now we got the replacement guy. Now it sounds like we're on our way to a title.
Now you got it. Now you clear path to victory.
Speaking of trades, the Laker trade got rescinded. For their big man. Mark Williams, it's Mark Williams, right?
Yep.
Mark Williams comes on over. The Lakers are like, you're not healthy enough. He failed the physical. Charlotte's press release for this, I had to watch it twice because I didn't believe it was an actual press release. And then they showed Connect on the bench last night, and you're just picturing yourself living in that world and universe of awkwardness, right? Because you're going back to the team that wanted to get rid of you, and now you're like, hey, guys, like, what's been going on? How you doing? Here's the Hornets' reaction to the rescinded trade, which they're trying to get the NBA to reverse.
They are. That's why this thing is, they're saying it's not over yet. There was people speculating whether Connect was actually going to be on the bench last night about that.
We are excited to welcome Mark back to our Hornets organization. After the other team aggressively, it was them. After the other team aggressively pursued Mark, we made the difficult decision to move him. We are thrilled to see him rejoin our roster as a dynamic presence at the starting center position. But now, more importantly, Luka does not have his big man to throw the alley-oops to. And Dave McMenamin, like the Todd Archer for the Lakers, he reported, my gosh, LeBron, you had to insert yourself. LeBron's camp took notice of how quickly the Lakers acquiesced to Luka's roster preference. Meanwhile, LeBron for years has been wanting them to trade picks and bring in help for a win now roster. So the suggestion of a tinge of jealousy that the Lakers rolled out the purple carpet immediately for Luka.
Did you notice?
I responded real quick with, so I guess the AD trade doesn't count.
No,
I guess going to get Anthony Davis for LeBron and giving up everything. You didn't have a stash of picks to sit on and get rid of and trade. He got you Anthony Davis. Y'all got a title.
And I was wondering how they were going to do the lineups yesterday because LeBron usually is the last one to be announced. And they did Luka last. And I was like, I wonder, like, did LeBron say, hey, let him go last tonight? Or how did that work?
They made the right call, though. You have to introduce Luka last.
I agree, but like that's if LeBron
is LeBron jealous over that?
Yeah,
he has to be.
LeBron, he may have said like just go ahead and do it.
He may have no heart. I mean, just in general, I don't think he has any hard feelings towards Luka. I think he wants to play with Luka. He's talked about it for years. I think he's just like, well, y'all could have done that for me the last couple years. Y'all could have let me do everything I wanted. You could have let Rich Paul have an office here or something.
Are you willing to give the Chiefs some Taylor Swift excuses? Where do we stand with the GOAT debate? And would you be interested in this big-time wide receiver who apparently is available, and he's on a team that has haunted your Cowboys? Around the rest of the NFL, then one of the Mavs fans who was thrown out last night, along with a college baseball ticket giveaway, next on 105.3 The Fan.
How about some commercial-free?
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have a college baseball ticket giveaway coming up during the 720 Expressway. And one of the Mavs fans who was kicked out of the arena will join us as well. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt. We got Pepe in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we have some Super Bowl leftovers after we update you on the Dallas Cowboys coaching staff. They add Ken Dorsey as an offensive assistant and a new quarterbacks coach as well, Bob.
Yeah, and this is a guy who had been on staff with them last year as an assistant role, but he's being elevated quarterbacks coach. It's Steve Shimko, who was the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Boston College in 2023. Well. Last year, he'd been kind of just an offensive analyst or quality control guy, but somebody who has experience with Brian Schottenheimer, not just last year. He had also been with him in Seattle for 2 years. And so he's somebody who a lot of people think is really bright. He's really young. He's 35 years old. And so this will be a guy that's a carryover from last year's staff, but is being given a much larger role.
Chop, we have some Kansas City excuses out there.
Man, do we ever. So, Travis Kelce, excuse number 1. Patrick Mahomes, excuse number 2. Let's start with Kelce. So, obviously, he is Taylor's boyfriend. Okay, that's how he is known in the mainstream. And those close to him said it shook him when he saw that she was booed in the Jumbotron. And that perhaps that threw him off his game. He said he, quote, felt helpless. That he was really kind of taken aback by the nasty people who booed Taylor Swift at the game.
Is Louisiana totally right?
No,
they've had Democratic governors.
I mean, yeah. There's definitely some Democrat flavor to it.
Yeah. I was just trying to judge the cheers for President Trump and the booing of Taylor.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many people from.
You know what? It was probably just the Eagle fans. That's what it was.
But she's a Pennsylvania girl. Like she grew up a Philly fan.
Yeah,
like I wouldn't think they'd be.
Yes,
they
super
would.
Hard
after.
Yes,
They're
she's
animals.
a Chiefs mascot, and we all think it was 70% Eagle fans.
Yeah.
So that's the reason.
That plays into it. I also don't know. I don't know how much
shook.
Like, does the
Travis
host...
Kelce softer than I thought. If that shook him up for the game.
I also don't think the host city is where you get a lot of your fans. I think people just come from everywhere for the Super Bowl. You may get some sponsors, but the people, I think most people fly in for the Super Bowl.
I think it's also possible everybody hates her, just like I do. And we should at least explore the possibility that she's massively irritating.
All right, so that's excuse number 1. Excuse number 2.
You would know.
Is number 15, Patrick Mahomes. They are speculating that early in the first quarter, first drive, he threw an incomplete pass, he was tackled, and he hit his head on the turf. And he was concussed. Or maybe not concussed enough to be under the tent, but at least a little bit woozy.
Look, I don't buy into either one. If I had to pick one, I would pick that because Pat's face, I said it yesterday, Pat Mahomes doesn't usually have that face on the sideline.
No.
He was glazed over. He was dazed. And he never made any plays. That was very un-Mahomes-like. And he was just off with some of these passes.
Yeah, I mean, up until the last Xavier Worthy touchdown, that was the first throw of the night where you're like, oh, there's Pat. Like, oh, that was a Patrick Mahomes throw. I also would like to entertain this theory because I think absolutely the Chiefs were reckless, put somebody out there, broke NFL policy, and need to have draft picks taken away now. So I agree with both of these. I think this is those are both really good thoughts.
If I'm believing one, it's absolutely the Mahomes one. That's absolutely. I get it. Yeah,
I don't think he was concussed. I think he was absolutely rattled by how physical the Eagles were with him.
Right, and that plays into it. Kelce, sure. I mean, I'm sure it was he hated to see her booed.
Yeah,
but I mean, I don't know that he's thinking about that when he's running routes.
Palestinian update. Our Palestinian insider. I should have. I told Pepe to get Kendrick music. I should have had him randomly pick a Palestinian song and see what he came up with.
Gosh, he's just gonna I don't even want to know.
Go ahead, finish it.
No, I'm not gonna finish that.
What was that? All praise to Allah.
All right, so the Super Bowl halftime dancer. Yes, so we do have confirmation. This was somebody in the show.
Okay, he did not storm the field.
No, this is
not a
somebody,
random fan.
No, this is somebody in the show, which it seemed like he was. He was dressed just like all the dancers were, like in this all black attire and stuff like that. But yeah, the cast member who displayed the Palestinian flag, this is according to the AP, with the word Gaza in protest during Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show will not face charges, New Orleans police said. The banner combined the black stripes of the flag, honored by the Sudanese and Palestinian peoples, and also had the word Sudan on it. The cast member was one of dozens of dancers clad in black sweats, held it high while standing on the roof of the car. The cast member had hidden the flag, and no one involved with the production was aware of the individual's intent. But now they're saying, nope, he is not going to be prosecuted for this.
For what?
Yeah, that's the thing. What would you be prosecuted
Because he
for?
didn't storm the field. It was more just like you can't storm, you can't prosecute him for just breaking a flag out. It's more like, okay, well, you're not going to get hired anymore.
Yeah.
It would be what it's like. All right, the NFL's not going to let you be at events or anything else.
Yeah.
But it does bring up the idea of somebody.
Turn it up.
Are we sure this is Palestinian music?
That's what it says. Traditional music of Palestine.
Okay. Luka was warming up to this yesterday at the Laker game.
He was. Hey,
Serbian.
They played the Slovenian music for him.
I gotta
They
be
said
honest.
Serbian on Twitter, and I was like, he's not from Serbia.
Right.
This is not Joker.
When I heard it, though, I was like, is that warm up music? Like that doesn't sound like something like, oh yeah, I'm getting in my zone.
Yeah,
Listen to
it's
this.
pretty awful music.
But no, it did bring up an obscure rule that I thought about the other day. Looking at this news story, did you know that in Major League Baseball, if you were able to evade security running onto the field, you run on the field and you're able to evade security for 15 minutes, the umpires will call a forfeit for the home team.
What?
It's one of these obscure Major League Baseball rules. Somebody, it went viral the other day. Somebody dug it out of the rule book and was like, did you guys know if you can just avoid being caught for 15 minutes, they will say that the home team forfeits the game and the game's over if they can't get the game going after 15 minutes because somebody's running around. And it makes me think, when we go to Oxnard, we should step in.
We don't have that cardio.
Storm the field.
You know how much cardio that would take?
Multiple of us. We do like a disco demolition.
Yeah.
They can't catch all of us.
No, they can't. 100 professional athletes couldn't possibly wrangle up the three of us.
We did not three, the whole station.
Oh,
Everybody
the
charges
11
the
of
bill.
us.
We take care of what Major League Baseball refuses to take care of and give the Dodgers their loss, or we just go to the Angels game. Angels don't have nearly the athleticism that the Dodgers do. We go to the Angels game and help the Rangers in the AL West standings.
So Shohei, or give me someone else they've signed, the 48 people this offseason.
I mean, I don't think Freddie could catch up to
Shohei's pitching a perfect game, and we run out on the field and mess up Bobby. You hate Shohei, and we destroy his perfect game and give the opposing team the win.
Just 11 little Jim Joyces running around the field ruining perfect games.
So if the fan was not storming the field and he was actually in the show, why did he get tackled or taken off? And go ahead.
I think in general it's just because he ran off of his post and just started engaging in a protest.
So you think that they thought he was storming and not necessarily because it was the flag?
No, I think it was just like, hey,
because how is the flag different from a fired Nico?
Because they're
sign in the stands.
I think they're saying it's a political message within the show. Like we're supposed to have, especially the NFL with their big this is the show and it's just designed for this. If you're distracting from their presentation, they're like, no, get the hell out. You're no matter what it was. He could have been running around with a Lucky Charms logo or something. They would have been like, you're off the field.
So is that different from holding up wearing Fire Nico shirts? You're distracting from their show?
Yeah, no, I think it is.
It's anti-message?
One somebody paid to be in there where they let you carry sign. They let you carry this. In this instance, it would have been any sign would have gotten the guy pulled off the field. They're not going to throw you out of the arena for any sign that you bring into a Mavericks game. They're going to be very specific about well, that's critical of us. We don't like it.
Okay. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. There are reports that Deebo Samuel could be available. Does this make sense for San Fran? And who else does it make sense for around the league?
Let's get all the California hurt guys here in Dallas. Let's trade for all of them.
Man,
he has stay healthy.
Banged up,
What
hasn't
a
he?
quick decline for Deebo.
Yeah.
It feels like yesterday we had the contract drama. He won it out. They paid him. And then, bam, he's not their number one.
That was part of what their contract drama stemmed from, was the idea of you have used me as a running back and intend on using me as a hybrid running. I'm gonna get my body beat up.
Yeah.
And I need to get my money now. Like I'm not gonna stand by and just let this out. This one's interesting because he's apparently the one that asked for it. That the report is like he went into Kyle Shanahan's office for exit interviews and said, I'd like it if you guys traded me. Now the agent for Deebo Samuel is Tory Dandy. That's CD's agent. That's somebody that the Cowboys have experience with and have dealt with just fine. So, I mean, if there's an issue of, all right, well, if we acquire him, can we rework a deal? Can we work with the agent? They do have experience dealing with him, and that right there would give them an advantage. I just don't know how much San Francisco would be willing to say, let's give you a weapon. Let's give a weapon to Dallas and trade that with them.
Not that we would know how to use him.
What's his value? Well, Brian Schottenheimer now, okay?
Sure.
At most a third.
That was the exact number. I was thinking third rounder right off the top of my head.
Two other Super Bowl things I forgot: Philly burn and anthem controversy.
Okay, so the anthem controversy is the wagers, right? People put the wagers on the national anthem. How long is it going to be?
I got some tweets about this. I did not respond to
about the anthem.
Yeah.
So FanDuel had it at 120.5, 120 seconds, 120 and a half seconds, meaning the over bettors were winners. DraftKings had it at 119.5, and Bovada had it at 121 seconds. And so it depends on where you placed your bet, whether or not you got paid out on whether you took the over or the under. And my whole thing is like, why the hell is there not can we just get a committee that just says this is what the anthem took? They've got a stopwatch because there was a flyover and there was a little bit of discussion as to when it exactly ended. Does it end when the piano stops, when the music stops, or when his singing stops? And then also with the flyover, when did the singing actually stop? There's a little bit of a controversy. I would never bet on the anthem anyway.
Why? And we had that inside track that one year.
Well, you got to have the inside track because of this. I mean, because it depends on who's keeping the time. It's just
and how someone changes it.
Right, and how they change it too. Yeah,
because I think there was like a 3-verse repeat or something, and the home of the, and the home of the, and the home of. That's I got some tweets about that. Which anthem are we talking about? I got some tweets about that. Take it away, Bobby.
How long was the anthem exactly?
Well, it depends. I mean,
generally, what have people said?
Let's just say 120.
Okay,
so 2 minutes.
So to me, I mean, I would think it's just as soon as the last note has been hit.
Sung.
How's there controversy over it?
I don't think it's piano. Like, I don't think it's like dun 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 dun. Oh, like I don't think you start the piano. I think you start with just them singing. Like as soon as the singing starts and the singing ends, the last note.
To me, it's the singing. I would go first note to last note, but because of the flyover. They couldn't hear, they say, when that last note finished.
And how much damage did they do in Filthy?
In terms of, that was not me, I don't think.
Burning.
Oh, yeah.
Celebrating.
So over in Philadelphia, and we knew after they won the NFC Championship game, you had people end up in the ICU from hanging onto the light post and collapsing onto the ground.
That person died.
Did he die? That guy did? I know one of them ended up in the ICU.
There was a kid who went to Temple who climbed up, fell, and died.
Well, they still were going nuts in the streets of Philadelphia. In fact, the final count, according to the police in Philadelphia, 47 arrests. There was one assault of a police officer, and people also were burning Kermit the Frog in effigy.
What?
That's got to be related to it's Mahomes' voice, right?
Yeah.
It's just, he sounds like Kermit, so we're burning Kermit the Frog. But yeah.
Are you just realizing that? Have you not heard the Kermit?
No, I've heard that
stuff?
he's the Kermit Mahomes stuff. I'm just saying that the fact that they're burning Kermit specifically, which, I mean, you won. Why do you need to burn Kermit the Frog? You already beat him the hell up in the game. I don't think you need to do that.
Him.
But lots of sparklers, lots of fireworks. I did not see any viral videos like the Dodgers where we saw half a dozen people blow their hands off.
Dude,
I don't know what it is with Los Angeles where they didn't know how to set those off. But 47 arrests in total in Philadelphia.
The Mavericks continue to make all the wrong types of headlines. One of the fans that was thrown out of the arena last night will join us next, and a college baseball ticket giveaway along with Ask Reddit. That's a lot because we have the commercial-free Expressway next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to QC, Kinetics going to get you healthy, and we're going to keep it.
Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
teammates right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And saying outside the stadium, but not inside. A fan voiced it on the Jumbotron after the Mavericks finally decided to show fan reaction last night during their loss to the Kings, and then the Fire Nico signs were held up and 2 fans were ejected from the AAC while Mark Cuban was cursing. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, this is the commercial-free Expressway on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. One of those fans is set to join us here momentarily. We will also ask Reddit. Speaking of Mavs fans, I thought this was very well done. Bobby, you are the judger of instrumentals and music after blowing up in a good way that country artist locally.
Oh, yeah, Mitchell Ferguson, who continues to just grow and grow and grow.
Well, here is a Mavs fan through song compiling and collecting all the frustration of DFW.
Thousands of hours of status quo gone in a blink.
Hood Schifino, Max Christie.
Dollar signs cover one's eyes and obscure what they think. Backstabbing all that devotion on some random Saturday.
The feds, they don't care. Now we've invested 7 years.
None of this matters, we'll all be in Vegas soon anyway. Loyalty never fades away, so they once said. A vigil there built for a man who isn't even dead. Stab me and leave me to bleed in the mud. Think far less painful than what we've become.
We're supposed to have a statue. We're supposed to have a statue.
You know,
Man.
That was good. I liked it.
It's
Very
good, but here's how devastating the straight is. That wasn't even like a cover. That wasn't even like a parody song. There wasn't even a joke. It was just like, this is the tragedy I feel in my soul.
He can
And I
write his
wanna
own
write it.
lyrics?
It's just like, yeah, like my own music, my own lyrics. This is just a tragedy song.
All right, if you're watching the viral video that has taken over the sports world, an individual, I believe he is wearing the blue shirt, escorted out of the AAC with someone else, and he's joining us right now live on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. It's Kid Muse on Twitter. That's the handle, KIDD, Jason Kidd Muse, here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, man. Thank you for joining us. What happened last night?
Yeah, so we got in pretty early. We started up some Luka chants, and that's really kind of how it was. Threw in a little Fire Nico chants here and there, but didn't really get anyone else involved.
Now, was that other guy your friend? Is that your boy?
Yeah, so I was the guy in the white shirt. My shirt had Miriam Adelson's face on it with the clown nose.
Now, did you walk in wearing that, or you had to have something over it?
So I had it covered up when I walked in, but shortly after I walked in, we were there 2 hours before tip-off, and I opened the jacket up, and I was just walking around with it. They didn't say anything. I don't think really any of them knew whose face it was. So when I saw Tim's report on like the non-disclosed face, they didn't even mention that when they were throwing us out. Like I didn't even think they knew.
Yeah.
But it was shortly after, because we were one section over from the two guys that held up the Fire Nico sign, and I would say that was probably about middle of the fourth quarter. And at that point, we just kind of decided that we were ready to make it heard. And we kind of got basically our whole section chanting Fire Nico. I'd say 3-4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. And that's when Mark Cuban turned around and about 7 times was yelling, "Sit the F down and shut the F up."
Why do you think Cuban was doing that? Because we know Cuban was not on board with this. He made a little joke with Bill Gates making fun of it. Cuban was like in the clear. Why would he were free throws being shot? Did he think that you guys were hurting the Mavs team or a possession on the floor? Because that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so, I mean, we definitely were trying to go around free throws. They made a conscious effort to have music going just about every chance they could to kind of keep people from getting loud and noticeable. So we were definitely taking our chances. But, I mean, people chant stuff at players all the time during free throws, so I don't see how that would be much different. But, yeah, Tim's report said something about us talking to Mark Cuban. We only made one chant towards Mark Cuban, and that was in the first quarter, and that was, why Mark Cuban, why? And that was the only time. He didn't even acknowledge it.
Mr. Muse, Mr. Kid Muse here, joining us on 105 to the Fan. How was the crowd full? Was it a sold out place?
Ooh, no, it was really empty. I mean, by the time halftime came, maybe I'd say half the fans were there, maybe 60%. The 300s were almost bare. It was a rough one.
How many people did you actually see security come up and talk to or throw out? Like were you noticing, like, we heard Tim McMahon this morning, he was talking about, man, they were all over it. Did you notice security just floating around the sections consistently having to talk to people?
Yes, there was heightened security and extra security measures. My buddy who I was with is actually a season ticket holder and has been for years.
Wow.
So, I mean, they're pretty used to him over there, and kind of acting, being a loud fan. Yeah, no, heightened security, his rep said that they had, like, facial recognition stuff and all sorts of stuff to track people, like wearing shirts or doing this. So,
what did they say to you? What did security say to you when they came up to walk you out?
So first they tried to, like, one person said stop, and basically we were surrounded by a group pretty quickly, and they tried to get us to leave. We asked what rules we broke, and we were told we would be told the rules we broke when we left the arena area. And we were just kind of not really combative at all. We just kind of sat there and we're like, what did we do? We haven't done anything wrong. We're just cheering, making noise. Like, we're not breaking, we're not cussing, we're not saying anything vulgar. Yeah, and they ended up moving everyone out of the way because I broke my leg about 20 years ago, and they wanted me to climb over the people, and I told them I wasn't doing that.
Serving? Did you break it serving? Did they throw out a vet? Did they disrespect the military too?
No vet, unfortunately.
Right. Oh, okay, well, maybe.
Yep. After on the way up, like all the people around us are cheering as they're throwing us out, keeping the Fire Nico chants going. Yeah, it was quite the spectacle. They pushed us up and out of the stairs. Like, in the video Grant posts, you can, like, see them push me in the back. And I, like, stop and I turn around. I'm, like, pulling down the side of my shorts to show them my scar because they don't believe me.
Did you...
Like, your leg's fine.
You mentioned you mentioned your buddy's got season tickets. Did they say anything or communicate anything to him about, like, hey, your season tickets are in jeopardy?
They haven't yet. So this is the same person that was doing the Fire Kid chants and Fire Mark Cuban last year. So they've had their quarrels with him for quite some time. He doesn't, said he gets loud, but he doesn't, it's kind of on the borderline of what they consider not okay fan conduct.
Is he going to renew his season tickets?
I don't know yet. He's had them for a while. He said he sells about half of them, so I don't know. I think he's on the fence.
Where do you think this? What's next? Where does this go from here?
I don't know. I think it just keeps continuing. I think they're just hoping to shut everyone down. Maybe I don't know. The way the email he got from his season ticket rep was that there was just heightened security for the next couple games. But I would assume if it keeps going, it'll just stay like this. I don't think they have any problem with kicking fans out.
One of the fans ejected Kid Muse on Twitter, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you see Nico and Dumont in their usual spots? And what was security presence or fan treatment towards them that you could pick up?
So I did not see Nico or Finley in their usual seats. They didn't show up at all. I don't know if they were somewhere different, but Dumont walked in, I'd say, towards the end of the first quarter, early second, and the entire crowd erupted in boos.
Wow.
The entire crowd.
Yikes.
They knew what they were doing. They were ready for him. And he took his normal seat courtside and just kind of acted like nothing was happening.
What has been the strategy with the Jumbotron over the past 2 games? What has been different about their in-game Jumbotron presentation?
They're moving quickly. They're definitely picking people that they don't think are gonna do something stupid.
Right.
I would say that guy that held up the sign was one of the few people that kind of looked that younger 20s, 30s age. It's mostly kids and women that they've been putting on the Jumbotron.
Do you find, have you found just like in general, there's any sort of optimism with the fan base when you've been going to the games, or is it all just there's anger and it's almost blood sport that people are showing up for this right now? It's just like, no, I want to be heard. I'm not really here to take in the game. I'm here to make sure that they hear me.
Yeah, I think everyone's there to watch it burn. I mean, that's be part of the fire.
Hey, brother, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Keep fighting the fight, and we'll be following you on social media. Thank you. By the way, what happened with your phone when this happened overnight and this morning? What's your phone look like?
Oh, it's been blowing up.
Yes.
It's been blowing up.
Thank you, boss. We appreciate you. Have a good one.
Thanks for having me on Tolo, baby.
There he is. Bam. When it started detonating on social media, I looked for the follow you, follow me, and bam, there you go. So Kid Muse on social getting escorted out of the arena.
It's they have done everything wrong.
Yeah.
They have made.
It's like they could write a handbook.
You know what?
PR for dummies.
They're gonna do. There should be like a documentary, like a PR documentary on how not to handle things.
Yes.
Yeah, like just in general. I mean, there will be, you would think, some sort of ESPN 30 for 30 documentary on this trade in general, and a big part of that story is going to have to be what happened here in Dallas afterwards, of how just people were like, "Are you kidding me?" And the way that it's been received, everybody universally thinks they're screwing this up. Like as bad as the trade was, this has lived on longer and more intense because of like what you were talking about yesterday, Sean. They're like blowing on the ember every chance they get, every single time. And it's like, what do you do? Yeah, the little fire poker. Yeah, exactly.
The air
accordion looking thing.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Just keeping the flame going and intensifying it. Like, what if we put a little gasoline on this? What would the fire do? That every single time they take it at every opportunity. And I think the fact that Kid doesn't talk, the fact that Dirk is present in Los Angeles for Luka's game instead of one when there's a Mavs home game going on, the fact that Nico's not sitting in a seat, it's just over and over again. Like, you guys understand exactly what this is and how you screwed this up. Yeah.
Cuban cursing at the fans. These are Mavs diehards. I find it hard to believe that he sounded very conscious of free throws. You know, like the very, very in-touch fans know the moments to go ahead and cheer. You're not going to go ahead and start your chant while your team has the football and while your team is at the free throw line. But, man, Dirk going to L.A. to check out Luka, scoring 14 in 24 minutes in the blowout win over the Jazz. And Kid Muse just tweeted out his Adelson shirt with the red nose. It's funny.
Not only just Dirk going to that game, by the way, sitting with Luka's family, like he's an extra family member there. And Sandler pointed this out last night. It's not just he went to the game. He made sure to tweet about how he was going to the game. It's like, man, Dirk's pretty aware of optics and always has been. That seems like an indictment of your friend. You have potentially pissed off your two biggest legends in the history of this franchise, which is just
in Dirk
ridiculous. And Luka, like just in general, the way that I think Luka's number 2.
Oh, yeah.
And so to me, just in general, like
I was like, you definitely ticked him off.
Yeah,
there's no question
you
there.
ticked off Dirk, you disrespected Luka, and just pissed off the fan base over it. It's just an awful look.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. One of two giveaways. We'll have one in the 9 o'clock hour in case you don't win these right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the College Baseball Showcase at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Friday, February 21st through the 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, hit us up. And just a little way of saying thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. It is Tuesday. We're commercial free. It's Expressway, and it's Brian Broaddus' favorite segment of the show.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It's time for Ask Reddit here on 105 The Fan, just as it is every Tuesday. This is where we go grab the most viral questions off of the over 50 million member Ask Reddit forum, and we kick them around with you guys on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the fan cam over on the Twitch or the YouTube, and we'll answer some of these here in the studio. RJ Choppy.
Bobby Belt.
Are you currently not speaking to any family members or friends, and why?
Yeah, his dad.
Yeah, I'm not talking about my dad. Currently not. Yeah, I wasn't speaking to him before he died because he didn't speak back. He couldn't. No.
None? Who was the last person that you just had a dispute with that you're like, I'm not, we're on the outs, we're not talking right now? Zach?
You usually have something going on with a sister.
Well, that's their decision, not mine. They, when I was going through the divorce, they didn't want to be part of my drama. Which, you know what? I have a big problem with that. If you're not here for the bad, then don't be here for the good. Your mental health is not my problem. Okay? It's all about me, and it should be all about me. So no. Even Zach. No. We had a moment. I was waiting. I was just waiting to talk to him face to face.
Sean.
No one currently.
No, nobody on the outs right now. I have not talked to my sister, my oldest sister, in 10 years probably.
Why?
Because she's a psycho. Genuinely. She's,
by the way, exes don't count in this, right? That's obvious.
No, family members or friends. Yeah,
by blood
that you're not talking to right now. I haven't talked to
or friends.
Or friends, yeah.
I'll keep it to family. We don't have enough time left in this segment for former friends.
I'm not. I haven't talked to my sister since. we've had my grandmother's funeral since then. We all sat in the funeral. Nobody said anything to her.
What was the crux?
She has basically just gone completely off the reservation, insane with the way that she brings up her kids, the way that she's handled everything, and the way that she has told so many wild stories about our upbringing, like the way that we grew up, to people in her social circle of like, oh, this happened, or oh, we had this or that with my parents and blah blah, and she'll like include us in these stories like, yeah, my brother was there, and it's like, that never happened. That didn't happen. I don't know where this is coming from. She's just gone completely wacko. She is now
how are you guys growing up?
She and I always butted heads, but she was really close to my sister. They don't talk anymore. Like nobody in my family talks to her. No siblings, nobody. Just completely isolated from her now at this point.
You got 8 others to talk to.
Exactly. So it's not a problem. Peyton, any family members or friends that you're not talking to right now, and why?
Nothing on like a bad term. There's friends that like, if I don't hang out with them, I'm not talking to them. Like we're not like in a close relationship. So like there's people like that where like it's like if I don't see you, I'm not going to reach out and talk to you. But it's nothing negative.
Yeah. What about you? You said the guy you consider your best friend you haven't talked to in like a decade because just you don't talk to friends once you're not around them or something.
We'll hit each other up every now and then, like about gambling or something, or maybe there's an Eddie Money song comes on and it brings back a memory. Yeah, because we went and saw Eddie Money on his bachelor party in Vegas, just like as a joke.
Mine will soon to be Bassick.
my mom, she's also dead, Chop. My mom, she had the most devastating story she used to tell in her life was how my dad had hooked her up to get backstage passes to meet Eddie Money. And she shows up, and she had left her driver's license back in Abilene, which was an hour-and-a-half drive back there, and so they wouldn't let her in because she couldn't prove she was 21. So she was devastated by that. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. This is perfect for Peyton. Peyton, what did you only find out about women once you got a girlfriend?
Literally everything. everything about a girl. No, it's the freaking camera angles on a picture.
Oh.
I mean, my goodness, dude, I've never felt so insulted in my life. It's like, I think, it's just straight up shot of you, with the nice background. And she goes, redo it. It's not the right angle. And I'm like, dude, it's like, this is a 60-second process and we're taking 10 to 15 minutes on the pictures. Ridiculous.
The overhead down.
Yeah. Yep.
Hold the camera up and hold it down. For some reason, they really like that
Head
angle.
up.
That's a fantastic answer right there.
Yeah, it's the amount of hair in the shower. Oh my gosh. The amount of hair that just when they're scrubbing, they go, nope, and then they just stick it onto the side of the thing, or like you go, why is the drain draining slowly all of a sudden? And then you roto-rooter that. It's like, oh, there's a rat tail in here from all the hair that they like sheds from their head while they're showering. That I had no idea how much hair was going to end up in my shower before I was with a woman.
I found out why the divorce rate is so high. That's what I found out from the very start, from the time whatever my first girlfriend was, 16, 17, however old it was.
Can I ask you something?
Rest in peace, by the way. She passed away. Yeah, she passed away.
Well, you guys have dead parents and dead girlfriends.
Yeah, because I have old Sniffer that that's probably why she's gone. I don't actually know why she died. I'm curious because you grew up good Catholic boy, everything else. Did you, when you just say that, like you found out why the divorce rate was so high, were you, when you were growing up, did you ever think to yourself, like, I'm never going to be one of those guys that gets divorced?
Sure.
Did you?
Yeah, nobody grows up and says, like, man, I can't wait to get divorced.
No, but I think a lot of people do get married and go, like they understand, like, oh,
This
yeah,
could
I
happen.
know how it happens. But, like, you hadn't thought of that as, like, a thing ever at any point?
Not really.
Sean?
No, I don't think so.
Let's hit up the text real quick first. What was the question to reset it, Bobby?
What did you only find out about women when you got a girlfriend?
So we had a really good one here from Atolo 214. Something I learned when I got a girlfriend was they don't shower their hair every day. They don't wash it every day. I had no idea. It's like once a week, once every 10 days.
It's a great one.
Some people are saying the angles as well and the variety of products they use. So many products they use.
Yeah.
It's not just one or two things. It's all over the place.
And then having to do makeup for every event. Like if we go to the grocery store, like we really are blessed as dudes that we don't, many of us, don't have to wear makeup. You know what I mean? Like, did God put women on the planet and be like, my intent is for you to put all this product on your face? Guys, you get a total break here, and you don't have to shave every single day, but for running to the store, they cannot be seen in case there's this DFW paparazzi out there that catches the higher angle of them on their phone.
Yeah, like we are just, we do have a lot of privilege. We're so naturally attractive. We don't have to
Maybe you do.
We don't have to do the angles. We don't have to do the makeup. They've got to do all those things.
I also think one of the top answers is that they're rarely ever going to be on time. Amanda has become fantastic at this. I think I set the tone early. You know, my strategy in relationships set the tone early. And I had a couple early freakouts and meltdowns over us being late. And she does it with 2 kids to a T. I mean, we get on time everywhere. Our life is
I'm the late one.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, I show up late. Sean complains about every time how I'm never on time when we're going out somewhere.
In terms of getting out of the house, because I don't start getting ready until she's already ready.
Well, that used to be an argument too. And she's like, you're not dressed. And I'm like, because it's going to take, I'm not going to sit around in my just iron shirt.
Right. It takes
and
5
my
minutes.
uncomfortable shoes for 30 minutes on the couch.
Yeah.
You're never going to walk out the door before me. Don't worry about when I start getting ready. You're never going to walk out. You're never going to beat me.
What more of these? Because I am always floored at this now that you've mentioned this. The amount that they will communicate with each other of like, are we dressing up tonight?
Oh.
Are we doing that? Like they will coordinate
like a Reddit page.
Yeah, they got to know like who's going to be the best dressed looking person tonight, so we all know what we got to dress up to every single time they go out. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, what is the word you can never spell correctly?
Eagles. No, there's a couple times I will actually Google myself before I send a tweet. Individual words are escaping me right now. I'll think of one here in a
Maintenance
second.
is the one that gets me every time.
MAINT, and then I don't know what to do. Is it E?
ENENCE, I think.
It's it's MAINT. I had to Google this just had to pull it up to make sure I said it right. MAINTENANCE. Maintenance.
Maintenance. Yeah.
And that's the one that every time I get that one, I'm just like, McConaughey. When I send my email and I'm typing Matthew McConaughey.
Well, that's fine.
That's
I know,
just,
but
But for me, it's like
It's
All right, how do I
accept or accept? It's like
affect and affect.
Affect. It's not necessarily how to spell the word. It's which word to use.
How to use it.
I just use impact on effect.
Yeah, you just start looking for synonyms.
I just use impact.
Who do you think would win the show spelling bee? Are you good?
I'm generally pretty good at spelling.
Choppy, probably.
I've got a weird memory it's like I can almost, if I could see it, I almost remember it.
Except for your prep.
Well, that I black out. What I do is I black out when I'm doing it, and I don't remember.
Peyton, what word can you just never spell correctly?
It's necessarily. Like, is it like the 2 S's, 2 C's, and then what do you do when it gets to ARLY? Like, is there an I in there? Is it
NECESSARILY?
No, isn't it 2 C's?
NECCE?
No. It's 1 C. Damn it.
And is it 1 L?
It's
NECESSARILY.
Sincerely is another one. It's got the E. The E go before or after the L. I think it's
SINCERELY.
I don't know if it's LEY. I don't remember.
SINCERELY. You think it's SINCERLY?
No, it might be LEY.
All I'm learning is
I can't remember.
We've already established in recent weeks we shouldn't do math on the show. We shouldn't do math or spell.
It is ELY.
I'm crushing it. I'm the Indian.
940. 940 says February. 936 says restaurant. There's a lot of people saying restaurant right now.
RESTAURANT.
Yeah, there's a lot of restaurant. What was it you said?
RESTAURANT.
Yeah, well, I mean, you wouldn't know that one. Let's see. Rhythm. What? 2 and 4. Rhythm.
RHYTHM.
Look at you. So you would win it. A lot of people saying inconvenience.
Ooh, INCONVENIENCE.
You got it. Look at that. Well, I'll get last one. Personnel.
PERSONNEL.
Got it. All right. Sean wins this.
There you go.
Look at that. Some stereotypes. Yeah. All right. Next question here on 105 through the fan. We're doing Ask Reddit. RJ Choppy, you're going to have some thoughts on this, I think. The U.S. has decided to stop producing pennies.
Oh.
What do you think?
It's a wonderful idea. Nickels and dimes are next. And then Saudi Sesame Street. We're getting rid of that too, folks. Okay?
Saudi Sesame
We're going to get rid of all the unused spending. Okay. That's a fantastic idea. I hate pennies. I don't like the way they taste. I don't like the fact that don't little kids smell like them when they go sweat outside? They smell like pennies, a bag of pennies. I'm all for this.
Trump is doing a lot of little things that I like. I don't know how much they're really going to matter. Like getting rid of the paper straws. I mean, you and I air high five that.
Air five.
I remember being in the California Cowboy beach house. Or I don't know, maybe it was the house. I don't know, it was the beach house that year. And those paper straws.
Those paper straws, man.
Yeah.
Dude, they're the
I think
worst.
Roy was the one defending them out there.
Of course he was. Down with the sea turtles.
The only time I ever mess with change is that cruddy cup holder when I'm going through the drive-thru and trying to pay exact change to get rid of it at that moment and give it.
What about just, though, the idea of not the change you get, but just knowing you're going to be when you're rounding up? Like, aren't you like if you're so? I don't know how this works. They got rid of them in Canada. Can you use if you use a card? Can you pay exact change, or are they going to just start rounding up prices? Period, because there are no pennies left. Because the idea is they're going to round up or round down to the nearest 5.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, they round up to from $8.99 to $9. I mean,
yeah, but what if it's
it could be $8.97 or whatever. Like I said, over time it starts rounding.
Yeah,
up
over
and down.
time it starts rounding. Yeah.
So is that what they're going to do? Round up?
That's what they've done in Canada. They round, but I don't know if you pay with a card, if you can still pay the exact amount, or if it's you're only paying cash that it rounds up.
And did you say that it costs more to make?
Yeah, pennies actually cost more to make than they're worth, and so that's one of the people just view them as.
Choppy wanted to get rid of the nickels as well.
Get rid of the nickels. Why stop at pennies? But there's still pennies in circulation. They're not making new ones.
So you can still use them, because I think the idea is they're when they stop circulating them, they're going to just start rounding. That's what Canada did.
Like, can you not use a $2 bill in a store?
Yeah, but that's different. It didn't change the way that they priced things because the $2 bill stopped being produced. They're going to the idea is that they will change the pricing on this one. So, all right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean Sharif, are you a registered organ donor?
Yes.
Why?
What does it matter when I'm dead?
It says why or why not. It just says, are you a registered organ donor? Why
what does it matter if I'm dead? And if I can help somebody out while I'm not here anymore, why would I not do that?
I'm not. And you know why?
You're
because
selfish.
of Lucius. because Lucius has convinced me that if there's a dicey call there on the operating table, then they go, we could use these organs. Do we really want to push to save this guy here on the operating? Lucius has convinced me of this conspiracy.
I don't doubt it. I am not either.
You're not. Oh, it's not surprising.
Now listen.
for you.
First of all, these eyes are mine. They're nobody else's. Second, nobody
Are
wants
those organs.
Nobody wants my liver.
Yeah,
all
that's
right,
true.
that thing is useless.
Yeah.
My heart. I've already been seeing cardiologists. I got palpitations left and right. Nobody wants that either. My spleen is enlarged. What else? You got kidneys. I mean, I don't know about that. The amount of alcohol I've drank in my life. I don't know. My kidneys are going to be. I've abused over-the-counter medicine. I mean, nobody wants any of my organs anyway.
What about can they transfer calves? Somebody might want those.
You know what? You got to work for those.
They look good.
Yeah, you got to work for those.
They look good up that Super Bowl escalator. Pepe?
So I did not know this until last night when I looked. I am one. I have the little heart in the donor thing. I have no idea why I did it. Maybe I thought it was bad juju if you said no to it, or maybe I was just going through the paperwork and check marking every box that I could see. But I am an organ donor.
Good for you, Pepe.
You remember the movie Superbad where they're talking about the organ donor thing and Bill Hader says, he goes, my wife convinced me to do that. He's like, but isn't that just like a woman? They want your heart on earth, and then when you're dead, they want to rip it out of you. That is the thing. I don't think Kristen's one. She may be, but I think.
But why? What is the real reason?
I'm dead
not
serious.
To be?
I'm not one because Lucius
I know
has
that, but
convinced me.
what are other people's reasons? What is a common reason for no?
Well, I would imagine there are religious reasons for some.
Oh.
In general, I would think that there are just some religious reasons where it's like, well, no, you're not supposed to harvest organs. You're supposed to. That is your body, and
probably is something.
Jehovah's Witnesses, I don't think would be organ donors because they won't do blood transfusions even. So, I think
more.
do we have
That's
to?
it?
Okay, one more time. All right, we'll hit one more here. Peyton Russell, what's something your dad said to you that you'll never forget?
Well, it was when I was young and I was asking, okay, now how do I make more money? I was always interested on the job process, and he was like, well, rich people don't just have one source of income. So there you go. So I was like, okay, maybe I don't just need one job. I need to, invest in a way. I need to make multiple sources of income to become rich.
That's why RJ's been looking at acquiring businesses
That's
lately.
right.
Well,
a boring business.
What were you looking up the other day?
Let's see, laundromats, ATMs, pool company, pool cleaner companies.
Those sound like
what was that?
Pool cleaner companies.
Those sound like money laundering schemes. We're
yeah,
way at the
absolutely.
top. Yeah,
for sure.
Adulthood's coming fast. You better be ready for it. That was my dad telling me to shape up. But when he said that, I was like, oh, I hadn't really thought about it. Yeah, that is kind of coming right around the corner. I better fix this quick.
My dad and my grandfather both sat me down and said, never tell your wife how much you won or lost gambling. The answer is always $50.
You might need to apply that right now. What if the Cowboys miss the playoffs again? What if Josh Allen never reaches the Super Bowl? What if Kelce never plays another down? And what about Taylor Swift? RJ Choppy's Around the NFL What Ifs next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
But first, I want to talk to you guys about my trusted friends over at
Margaritas have lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen.
Her name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on a Tolo Tuesday. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy Bobby Belt. We got Pay firing up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, where the action never stops. We have another college baseball ticket giveaway in the final hour of the program, and we'll get back to Luka's Laker debut at 8:20 this morning. Meanwhile, RJ Choppy with some around the NFL with what ifs.
All right, let's do it. What if Patrick Mahomes never wins another Super Bowl? He will finish where amongst the QBs?
Ooh, that's a good one.
So he would be 3 Super Bowl wins and 2 losses.
Well, he can't beat Tom. He's eliminated from 1, in my opinion.
He's eliminated. How does
and
he?
now it just depends on how you have everybody else slotted.
Well, like how does he play? Like, is he the guy he's been the last 2 years? 27 touchdowns, 14 picks, 26 touchdowns, 11 picks. Like, is he that guy the rest of his career?
Let's just say he's that guy.
Then he doesn't pass Peyton to me.
Okay.
Ooh.
What about Joe?
Whoa. So 3-2, and you're still giving it to Pat? Why?
No, I'm saying he doesn't pass Peyton. Like Pat would be below him.
I know. Why?
Because
Pat would have 3, Peyton would have 2.
Because I don't just count it based on like how many Super Bowls did you win. There reaches a point where you win so many where it matters. But to me, like if he wins the 3, never wins another again, and he plays like he has the last 2 years, the rest of his career, like that's not enough to pass Peyton. Peyton was putting up 50 touchdown seasons at 38. Like to me, that's a different level of player.
And who's your 3 all time?
Montana, Peyton, Brady. Although I do think that Jim Kelly's a low-key top 5 guy.
Wait, hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Montana's your overall 1?
No, those are just Brady, Manning, Montana. I was just going 3-2-1 there.
And then did you say Jim Kelly?
I said I think Jim Kelly's a sneaky top 5 guy.
Wow, that is a hot take.
No sneaky top 5 for me. I'm not saying he is, but it's just like
Steve Young.
Steve Young.
I knew you were going to say it.
It was such a late start.
It was his peak was so awesome though.
How do you answer it? Because you got your battle of the Titans up there. Your two loves.
I don't think you can get past Tom, obviously.
Yeah.
Look, Peyton's overall scope of his career, I mean, he's had so many MVPs and so many first-team All-Pros. It's tough. Now, that said, the thing that Pat has over Tom is Tom never dominated the conference the way Pat has. Pat's got 5 Super Bowls in 6 years. The most Tom ever went to, I think, was 4 and 5. Semantics, but
Tom went to, what did he go to, though? Like 8 straight conference championship games or something?
Yeah. And so is Pat. I mean, Pat's been to one every year.
And
He's
Tom,
been in the league.
Yeah, he won that division every year for 20 years.
The other issue is Tom, if you go look at it, Tom had such a much better era of quarterbacks. He had Hall of Famers in his time. Peyton, Ben, Breeze, Rodgers, Favre at the end. And then he had fringe Hall of Famers like Rivers and Ryan and Rome. Like there was a million really, really good to great quarterbacks. And Pat's got Josh and Lamar.
Those are
the only ones that are going to go to the Hall.
He had Tom. You got to count Tom. He had Rodgers in there. I mean, we got to count the past 5 years.
At the very end, right? At the very end. Like, Tom had those guys in their primes.
I still think the most insane stat about Brady was the one we were looking up during the I was looking up during the commercial break and talked with you guys about a couple weeks ago. That Brady won more games between the regular season and playoffs, won more games in his career than the Cardinals have won in Sean's lifetime.
That's insane.
The entire time Sean's been on the earth, Brady won more games than the Cardinals, which is nuts.
Then who's been on earth?
You.
Oh.
Your entire lifetime.
I was like, Shams?
No, your entire lifetime on this earth, Tom Brady has won more games than the Cardinals have.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, next one. What if Mike Tomlin never wins another playoff game? Is he still a Hall of Famer?
Ooh.
Yeah. He's a Hall of Famer. His legacy definitely takes a hit. But, yeah, he's a Hall of Famer to me. Like, I think his just steady standard of we're competitive every year, and the fact that he's won a Super Bowl, been back to another, I think.
How many more years? Give me the amount of years he coaches.
5?
I'll lean yes. Depends on the quarterback that he gets. If he keeps getting the Russells, the Fields, and expired Rodgers, that probably helps him.
He is 8-11 all time in the playoffs.
I'll lean yes. But Tomlin, Peyton, McCarthy, who else is in that kind of mix?
Carroll.
Harbaugh. Ooh, put those in order. Tomlin won. Peyton's one for me.
I think Peyton's one. Man, they all 3 of those guys. All those guys have essentially like a very similar resume, like very similar.
I mean, Harbaugh's got 5 more playoff victories than Tomlin. So because I was thinking John Harbaugh, not Jim. So
yeah, John.
Yeah, so
that feels like my all-time favorite quarterback discussion of rank Ryan, Eli, Romo, Rivers, Ben, and then do it with those coaches.
Oh man,
probably don't have time for it today, but just think about it. But I'll lean Tomlin Hall of Fame.
I'll lean too. I'll lean as well. What if Travis Kelce never plays another down of football? Will he be the best tight end ever?
He's got to pass George Kittle.
You see, Gruden didn't even put him in his top 5 all time.
Yeah. Who did he name? Do you remember? Gonzalez, Gronk,
Gonzalez,
Ozzie,
Whitten, and I think Ditka.
Yeah, he's the best tight end of all time. If he stops playing today, he's still the best. What he did, not just during the regular season, which was prolific for, I mean, what did he have? He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 straight 1,000-yard seasons.
Be a scout and tell me, pretend I never watched football, even though I watch more football than everyone. Scout and tell me what Kelce did better and different than Gronk. scout the two.
For me, I always felt like Kelce was just a cleaner technician. Gronk was just a physical specimen.
Power.
And he's somebody who Gronk was always, it was really surprising how light he was with his hands, because when you watch him move and you see how big he is, you'd expect him to kind of be like all thumbs with his hands, the way that he catches the football. But he had very like soft hands and could like, it was actually the more rugged play style to me, felt like Kelce. But no, I think that Kelce's bigger thing is just cleaner technician, big time, big game performer, and somebody who athletically was just different at the position. I mean, Gronk was obviously big, fast, everything like that, but Kelce was wide receiver-like at times with his athleticism. So to me, I think, easily Kelce's number one because of what he did throughout the playoffs and regular season. He was consistently just dominant.
I'll say Kelce stays one.
I'll say he stays one. The interesting discussion is going to be like, can you even call him a tight end? Right? Like that.
Yeah, he plays in line. He does play in line.
All right, next one. What if Taylor Swift is never shown on an NFL Jumbotron again? Was she good or bad for the National Football League?
Good. I'll be sad if she's never shown again. I look forward to those Taylor shots and how far away is Brittany Mahomes? How far to the right is Brittany in the box?
All the way to Trump's side of the box.
Yeah, that was my joke. Thank you, though. I look forward. It adds to the show. It adds to the show.
It's a
I don't
show.
have this Taylor Swift hatred. I wasn't sad she got booed in New Orleans. I thought it was funny. People had this meme, whatever this is, of looking over the side shoulder, like the animal or puppet, whatever that is, and it's Taylor like slowly going, I'm getting booed.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be really sad, but I would miss the shot. I'd miss the zoom in.
I wouldn't miss it, but she's objectively been good for the NFL. Like she has. Now, it got over the top when like you had people writing columns. This is not her fault, though. This is the problem of media who do this. When you had, I can't remember the outlet that was writing columns earlier this year of like describing every NFL quarterback as a Taylor Swift song. Like when you're doing that, it's like, all right, shut up.
She's been
you're
good.
Stupid, but she's been good for
I won't miss her, but she's absolutely, like, objectively been very good for the NFL.
I also think she's run her course with the NFL. Like I think as a big time draw for the NFL, I think now it's like, all right, oversaturation, we got it. It's enough now.
When's she gonna do a halftime?
When's she going to do her bangs differently? That's what Amanda wants to know.
What ifs on 105 to the Fan? What if Josh Allen never reaches the Super Bowl? Is he going to Canton?
Yes, but you asked if he was the next Marino.
Yeah, to me that's exactly what he is. If he doesn't reach the Super Bowl, now obviously Marino made the Super Bowl once, but if you look at their careers and the way that he's played and his performance level, they have this note, Buffalo PR did. Josh Allen had the most wins, total touchdowns, and total yards of any player all time in their first 7 seasons at the end of this season.
Wow.
Which is an insane stat to throw out there. But then when you look at that and go, he can't beat Mahomes. Like, he can't beat Mahomes in Arrowhead. Couldn't beat him in Buffalo either. But that whole fact of just like so prolific, just so naturally gifted of you go like, oh, that's the prototype you'd build and can't get it done. That to me sounds exactly like Marino.
He's going to have to win, I think, one more MVP. I don't think you can put a single MVP quarterback in who never went to a Super Bowl. I don't know. That, like, it's one of those things he might eventually get in, but it may take like 15 years, like with Fouts.
I was going to say Fouts never won an MVP.
But how long did it take him? Like 20 years to get in?
I don't think he was that long. Was he? And look, he was a 6-time Pro Bowler, Dan Fouts was, 2-time All-Pro. And he got it. Now, he was part of an offense that revolutionized the NFL. But yeah, when did he get into the Hall of Fame? I got to look that up.
There's no other quarterbacks that I can find that won it once that didn't go. Gannon went, McNair went, and you guys are talking about Fouts.
Fouts' first year of eligibility, he went in.
He went in the first year of eligibility?
1993, yeah.
Air Coryell, man. There's a reason it's still around.
There you go.
In the Cowboys
All right,
offense.
I think he needs one more. I don't know. What if San Fran misses the playoffs again this year? Is Kyle Shanahan's job safe?
By the way, really quickly, the only other one who went in without going to a Super Bowl in the Super Bowl era was Warren Moon. That was it. So it's Warren Moon and Dan Fouts. Josh Allen would have to be as good as them.
Yeah, I saw Warren Moon walking in New Orleans, and I was like,
you didn't even believe it was him at first.
That guy's a unit.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, you talk about teaching your kids to throw with mechanics, not relationships, mechanics. Man, he could cut through any breeze,
Yeah.
just like Josh Allen.
Yeah, that's true.
Would Shanahan be in trouble if they missed the playoffs and Purdy was healthy?
Yeah, I think so. Because I mean, there was already a little bit of rumblings this year of like, has he worn thin with people? And so, because he can be a
Surly.
little prickly, and that's all well and good when you're winning. As soon as you're not, people start getting tired of it.
I'll lean towards yes.
I'll lean towards yes as well.
Although I don't think John Lynch can fire him. Michael Lombardi always said Kyle is basically John's boss.
Oh, I think it'd be a tandem. I think it'd be Lynch and Shanahan are out.
What if the Cowboys miss the playoffs again this year? Will they find Dak's replacement?
If they do, I mean, you're sitting for 2 years to figure it out. Because I mean, it's like Florio said. Florio was talking to with the way that contract's structured. You're in it for 3 more years. Like you're
3.
Yeah, you can't get out of it. You can't get rid of it because there's all these triggers of like the next year's like salary gets fully guaranteed a year in advance, and
Right.
like it's really difficult.
So my answer is no.
My answer's no.
You
as
could
well.
you could Chad Pennington, Aaron Rodgers, and make him sit for 2 years, whoever it is.
877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean. He's RJ. And that is Bobby Roberto Belt with PayPay firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How did Luka's Laker debut go? And did you find yourself actually rooting for the purple and gold? Next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maiden?
Sweetheart?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
He has not played since Christmas. For three! Luka, welcome to the Lakers!
Well, the crowd got what they wanted to see early, I guess.
Who stayed up for it? Were you more invested in the Laker game than the Maverick game? And how are you feeling during it? Luka with his Laker debut, Lakers TV with the audio. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. While Luka scores 14 in 24 minutes, the Mavericks are throwing fans out and watching another center go down. 4 centers out. 4. Daniel Gafford with the right knee. How serious? How serious do y'all think that is? It's dangerous to speculate, but he did not come back.
Very serious because of everything the Mavericks have done recently. Like, I just look at it and I go, like, certainly that must knock him out for 3 months.
And even if it wasn't serious, with the amount of injuries they've had, there's no way they could have put him back in the game. Even if he was like, nope, just kind of like, just kind of twisted it a little bit. Nope, couldn't have put him back in. Not worth it.
Luka gets introed last, and Choppy brought up the question, LeBron cool with that? Luka, how did that decision get made for the LA intros?
When did you know that was going to happen? What was your reaction to it? And what did you think about the fact that LeBron sort of gave you that honor?
Yeah, he texted me in the morning. He said, whatever you want. And I said, it's, for him to text me that is just amazing. So shows what kind of person he is. And, you know, he let me have my moment. So I really appreciate it.
Dirk in attendance. Dirk went to Los Angeles to support Luka in the first game.
I don't speak. That's German for F you, Nico.
Wow. I mean,
that's just all you need to know. That is as loud of a statement. That's a louder statement than any sign, any protest, any casket that shows up at the outside. That's louder than anything. The face of the organization in its history.
The statue with which people were placing their protests under said, I'm going to go hang out with Luka rather than at a Dallas Mavericks home game.
And the loyalty lives forever. The 21 letters that could not boomerang you harder in the face if you are the Mavs front office. Dirk tweeted, I will always be a Mav for life, but had to come support my guy 77 in the first game of his new chapter, sitting right next to Luka's pops. And speaking of LeBron, this was the audio that Bobby grabbed of what LeBron told Luka in the Lakers pregame huddle.
Dominate. 1, 2, 3, dominate.
Be your bleeping self. Don't fit in. Fit the bleep out. Which I'm not always a fan of, like LeBron's LeBronisms. I kind of like that one. Don't worry about fitting in. Fit out. Like, just go out there, play your game. He did look a little out of place. Like, yeah, I think he does feel like he needs to. Luka probably needs to have the ball. Like to really like feel like he's in there.
Absolutely.
Him kind of just standing off by the wing, waiting, that doesn't work very well with him.
No, it's not his game. I mean, he's got to have the ball in his hands, and that's part of the problem that him and LeBron fitting in and figuring out what they are. I mean, they're both ball dominant players, but you also can't have a guy running the point who doesn't really know the plays.
I also think and I understand it's an awful Jazz team and everything else. I think just watching the way the ball moves with them a little bit and watching the way that Luka and LeBron kind of like lob to the big men and the way that they can get the ball to each other, it does make me go, I don't know about this slam dunk argument so many people said of like, well, they got a better shot. Dallas has a better shot than the Lakers do to win the rest of the way. It's like, that offense looks like it'll get...
Well, not now. The Mavs are missing the playoffs.
Yeah, at this point, with their injuries.
The Mavericks are missing the playoffs with AD out for a month.
Yeah,
they're not making it.
But even with them healthy, I look at that and go like, that Lakers offense looks like it's going to be able to score a lot.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to defend anything. They're in trouble. They cannot win the championship, in my opinion. I mean, even I was watching Luka defensively last night, and there were a lot of blow-bys. Like, And you think he's out there going to try his absolute hardest in game one.
Do you think Nico watched last night? Like when they were done, do you think he went and turned on the TV and watched?
Great question. He had to.
Yeah, you got just a sick fascination at least.
Maybe that's where Kid was. What a weak move.
Everything they've done since this
Jason
happened.
Kidd did not speak in the press conference in case you did not know. What?
Yeah.
Bro, you already went to the hard part. You already commented twice.
And every media member, Tim Cato, Brad Townsend, wannabe media, according to Tim, Grant Afseth, they all were saying this is the first time they could remember Kid after game not speaking for any reason.
How about a coach?
Yeah.
How many times has a coach ever just not spoken?
Like that's finable, isn't it?
Yes.
Wouldn't you think like he's going to get fined for this?
Yeah, like the only thing I could think of, because this doesn't make any sense, the only thing I could think of is he is sick and tired of having to answer for his boss.
You just have to say, you have to draw the line and say, guys, with all due respect, this would be the first smart thing they did PR-wise. I addressed the trade. We got to move forward. I'm not going to answer any more questions about the trade. That's it. And you draw the line.
And if that's the case, if that's why he's not at the, how long does he go on? Does he just not speak after games moving forward? Or is he going to go like, oh, let me give it 2 or 3 games to blow over? Is it going to be just after home? Like, I don't understand. Is it just after home games where he feels like he has to answer for crowd antics? And he's like, well, I'm not going to go up there and talk after home game. It's bad.
What amount of Tolos? I know what you're going to say. I was rooting for Luka, but not the Lakers. But inevitably, it's the same thing.
That's weird, man.
When they meet, when they play their next regular season game, what is this city rooting for? 877-881-1053. What did you find yourself? Was it a nasty feeling? Was it easier than you thought? Were you definitely rooting on? And Tolo Josh Grantham sent this to me, and it's a hypothetical, but, placate me for a second. These two meet in a playoff series. What is DFW rooting for?
There's a lot. Now, listen, there are
Give me
Mav
that
fans,
imaginary poll result.
Yeah, there are Mav fans who are ride or die with the team, no matter who they have, and they have moved on from Luka already. We also live in a sports world where you're not a fan of teams anymore. You're a fan of players.
Yeah.
That's who I am. Like, I'm a fan of players in sports for the most part. And, I rooted in the NFL. I rooted for Peyton Manning. And when he was at the Colts, I was a Colts fan. Then he moved to Denver. I became a Bronco. That's who I rooted for. And I think there's a lot of, especially kids are like that. I think it's going to be far more. It won't be 50-50. It'll be more Mavs than not. But it is going to be far closer to 50% than you could have possibly envisioned. And it was disgusting seeing him in that uniform last night.
Overwhelming on the fan text. They're rooting against the Mavericks when they play. I hope the Lakers beat them by 50.
I think in a regular season game, it'll be way higher than if it was a playoff series. Now, I'll give you both instances. Like, for that one game, you're rooting for Luka to go crazy, but a series?
I don't know what the over-under on point total is going to be for when the Mavs play the Lakers the second to last game.
Last night, it was 26.5.
I am hammering the over.
214.
What would the over-under have to be to scare you off it?
45.
Come on.
214 will support the Mavs, but when Luka comes, it's the Luka train. I will be at any Mavericks Lakers game in a Lakers Luka jersey. I'm going to cheer for Luka to score 101 and beat the Mavericks by 50 every time. 903 Lake Show, baby. Like, this is I think I've seen 2 on here where they say they were rooting for the Mavericks.
I turned the Mavs game off last night, went right to the Laker game. Now, when it worked out, because Luka gets taken out, and it's basically the beginning of overtime. But come on, we're in a tough spot right now. Like, they have made us draw a line in the sand.
214. I want to see the AAC in all yellow when the Lakers come to town.
What a move that the Lakers did by giving all those jerseys out. What a move.
The tribute video is going to be so awkward when he comes back and they throw that on the Jumbotron.
And then Luka donated $500K to the wildfires. Signed it, your new neighbor.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna rebuild basketball courts, parks. I'm gonna help restore this community. Love your new neighbor, Luka.
He's already dropping his 70 on them.
He is killing them.
He is.
He's killing them. He's gonna kill them on the basketball court, and he's already killed them in the court of public opinion, in PR, everything. He has just made it. All right, step back. Just don't do anything stupid, and they will continue to lose this. And that's I don't know that he has taken the high road at every single turn, and they've looked petty with every single statement.
Yes, everyone. Speaking of Mavs versus Lakers, Charles Barkley, this was before AD went down for about a month. That's what the reports say. And Charles said, no, Mavs are better.
The Mavs going to have a chance to win a championship this year. The Lakers don't have a chance to win a championship this year. The Mavs do. OKC is the team to beat. I don't think the Lakers are better than the Mavs. I'm not sure they're better than Memphis. I'm not sure they're better than the Rockets. But this trade, in my opinion, we're all just conjecture.
So even after adding Luka, you don't think they're better than those teams?
I do not.
You still think they're 5 right now? They're gonna stay 5, or they're gonna
stay 5.
All right.
Because number one, they're not gonna be good defensively, and it's gonna be a really hard adjustment for Luka Doncic, in my opinion.
So that's what Charles thought before the AD injury, championship possibility, and here he is talking about the big Luka adjustment in LA.
I've said I think they're gonna have a hard time playing together because both of them are really ball dominant. LeBron can kind of get away with that. Luka's never played without the ball. He's going to have the ball probably less than he's ever had in his life. Like I say, LeBron is so great. He can make the adjustments. But Luka's going, number one, we've said he's going to have to learn to play faster because they're not going to play like LeBron, and those guys are not going to do like he did against the Mavericks. He gets the ball 100% of the time. You know, he's going to have to learn to play the wing some. But listen, you just can't put great players together and think it's going to work.
So, remember when Kidd got here in the middle of, was it 08? There was a big, and this is one of the smartest basketball players ever. There was an adjustment. Like, there was a big adjustment because he was commanding the offense.
And run Carlisle's plays.
Right. So he was commanding the offense. It was a big adjustment that year. It may not work this year for the Lakers as well as it will in future years. But also, the defense doesn't matter in the regular season as much. Like, playoffs, that's when they might struggle. Regular season, I mean, they're going to be putting up 130 a night.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid point overall. What Barkley was just talking about, them playing together as two really ball dominant players, Luka and LeBron. That's going to be tough.
Is Luka off ball? Luka moving without the ball? That doesn't happen. That didn't happen here.
I mean, think about how long it took.
Catch and shoot.
Yeah, think about how long it took before it was like, oh, this worked. All right, Kyrie. We finally found the pairing that worked with Luka because they tried with Dennis Smith, they tried with Porzingis, they tried with Christian Wood, they tried all these different factors, and that was the only one that worked.
And now they don't have Luka's big with the Mark Williams trade rescinded. Speaking of trading big dogs, the Cowboys have talked about dealing Micah. Bobby Belt put together some possible Micah trades. Would you sign off on any of these? And below the belt on the home of the Cowboys next.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
If the unthinkable happens
Again.
and you trade away a young superstar, how do you make sure you get fair value in return? It's a question the Mavericks should have asked themselves. So we're going to ask it now so that the Dallas Cowboys don't have to worry about it.
Start by asking more than one team.
Well, that's what we're going to do here. I have 4 trade options for you guys here that we're going to run through. And the greater the return, the more painful it's probably going to be to deal him. So we'll go through each of these teams. I have 4 options here. We're going to start at the very top, and you guys are going to pick which one you want in return for Micah Parsons if they're just determined we should trade him, move on because we don't want to pay him. Again, nobody's saying this is what reports are or that they're going to trade him. This is just under the circumstance of them kicking around internally, which Ian Rappaport reported, that they asked themselves, what could we get? These are suggestions on what they could get and if you would take it. And the final option will be if you don't want any of these 4, you just say, I'd rather just pay Micah. All right, so first trade here, you trade Micah Parsons to the Chicago Bears for their first-round pick, which is 10th overall, their 5th-round pick, and next year's first.
So 2 1s and a 5.
Mm-hmm.
Next year first.
Yep. Next trade. You send Micah Parsons to the Cincinnati Bengals for Trey Hendrickson, their first-round pick, which is 17th overall, and a 3rd-rounder next year.
Do we know how old Hendrickson is?
30.
Thank you for that. Okay.
1 more year left on his deal.
1 year left.
You trade Micah Parsons to the Cleveland Browns for a 1st and a 3rd this year. That first-round pick is number 2 overall. Slam dunk, you know you're getting a top 5 pick by trading Micah. And you know you're getting a top of the 3rd-round pick. So, essentially a back end of the 2nd. And then finally...
No Myles Garrett.
No Myles Garrett. Finally, you trade Micah Parsons to the Philadelphia Eagles for their first-round pick, which is 32, their 2nd-round pick, and then next year's first-round pick. So the highest draft capital haul is to trade him to the Eagles. You can get player and some picks from the Bengals. You can get the just standard, all right, high pick. I'm getting the most capital from the Bears. And then for the Browns, you get the most valuable draft pick possible.
No.
I'm out. I don't want the Cincy one.
Okay, Cincinnati one you're crossing out then?
Because he's 30?
Yeah. He's a player.
You know that for the next 3 years, he'll probably be better than somebody you can draft in the first round, though.
If you're trading Micah,
and you're still getting a first and a third,
it's probably a long-term play, right? The Cleveland one is interesting because I don't have any use for the second overall pick.
You want to trade it,
but I want to trade it.
You could get if Tennessee takes Cam Ward like they think, you can take the best non-quarterback in the
get
draft.
Travis Hunter or the next Micah in Carter.
Which, honestly, I don't want the top non-quarterback. It's an expensive risk.
Okay.
Right? I would rather trade down, get a couple of ones. You know what I mean? You get more
Hold
for
the
that.
Raiders hostage for Shador?
Sure. So then you would trade down, you get 6, and you probably get next year's 1, and then you still have Cleveland's 2, which is a late first, essentially.
Cleveland's 3rd.
I'm sorry, Cleveland's 3rd, which is basically a late 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
That one's interesting.
And then the
Eagles.
Eagles.
You can trade down a couple times, maybe.
Then the Eagles, you get 2 1s, number 32 this year, next year's 1, which should be a low pick, and then a second rounder.
So you say you're wiping off the Bengals trade immediately as not an
Not
option
wiping
for
it
you.
off, just on initial. It's like, you're trying to get cheaper.
Yeah. I'd probably cross out the Bengals one as well.
So we'll say Bengals trade is not happening. So that one's out. So then you're left with the Bears, Browns, Eagles, or just re-sign him.
The Bears one is the one I'm thinking about because I'm trying to assume that they're going to be bad again. All right, even though there's reports that Caleb's quarterback coach didn't even, Caleb had to bring in outside film reviewers because they weren't studying the offense enough. So 10 next year, top 10, two top 15 picks.
Yeah, I think
I'll be conservative.
Top 15 is probably fair for next year.
2 top 15 picks and then a 5th. So basically 2 top 15 picks versus Cleveland, which I'm going to try to turn into 2 top 15 picks and a 3rd.
And you do with the Bears get that top end of the 5th rounder, so that 4th you traded for Mingo, you mitigate that a little bit.
Is there an easy winner for you here, Bobby?
I like the idea of getting the number 2 overall pick in the top of the 3rd.
I kind of do too, but only again. That's for me.
It just opens up options.
Yeah.
Even if you want to trade it, it opens up options.
One of the quarterbacks is going to be there. You can absolutely hold somebody. Teams trade more value. The trade value chart doesn't exist. It's the who's on the board value chart that exists.
I asked Hagee. I went down and got a drink during the break, and I was riding back up in the elevator with Hagee, and he said, don't you have a segment coming up? I was like, yep, we're about to trade Micah. And he said, what are some of the offers? And so I threw some out. He was like, he's like, give me a first, second, and another first. The Eagles can have him.
But then you have to look at him in the green.
Yep. So the biggest trade return gets you directly across from him twice a year.
Oh.
Or do you just say, I'm not willing to do any of this, I'm just re-signing him because I can't stomach doing any of this?
I don't have a problem trading.
Choppy would be able to stomach it. You'd be able to stomach this much easier than Luka?
Yes.
With Micah in Eagle Green?
Yeah.
Going back home, Pennsylvania?
That'd be tough. But yes, I'd be able to stomach it better.
Why?
Well, because Luka is more impactful in a game than any non-quarterback in the NFL.
And a bigger star, although Micah seems to love Dallas
He does.
as much, if not more, than Luka did, which is very high.
I would really try to trade him to anywhere but Philly. I would take less than trade him to Philly. But, the impact of a defensive end is just not what it is for an NBA player.
So, are you taking any of these deals, or are you re-signing him, Chop?
I would take the Chicago deal. I'd take the Cleveland deal.
Sean?
I don't want to trade him, but
what's he want? Does he want to break the bank? Does he want Bosa? Does he want to beat Bosa?
Let's say you sign him to the CD Lamb deal. You're getting the CD Lamb deal if he stays.
We got to have a discussion over how stupid of a team-building move would it be. That's the only discussion that should be taking place in Frisco. How much does this handcuff us? What is our depth? Grade our depth of what it would turn into if we did this. I need the history of the other teams in the league who have allocated this much money to their top 5 players. What happened to those teams? Has it ever been done to this degree? The easy answer may be no, because I would need the cap charges at the time because, now we're paying 60 versus 5 years ago.
I mean, historically, if you have more than 50% of your salary cap or 60% off of 10 players or less, your average record, this was before they moved to 17 games, was 5-11. And the Cowboys would have more than half on 3 guys.
Can I follow up with, if they're having this discussion, should they have never just re-signed Lamb and Dak?
I'm sure. I think they have this discussion everywhere.
No, but if they did it, if they actually did it, should they have not done the other dominoes, including Diggs?
No, I think there might be some Diggs regret to some extent. I do think that if they were to move on from Micah, that's probably independent of some of the money's part of it, but I think it's also part of just, hey, let's we're already making sure our culture's a certain way. Maybe we don't want to rebuild it totally in the shape of what Micah views it, and that we need something to be a little more. Hey, we want something a little more all in, not necessarily my stat line was empty today, so I'm skipping out on the locker, like he did after the Giants game. So I think I think it would be layered. I think there would be layered reasons for doing it, and it wouldn't just be as simple as saying it's because of what you paid Dak and CD.
I was also told that Zimmer acquiesced to Micah, and there was even a lion package, which gave him, it was basically a 10-man defense, and Micah had free reign during that package.
It's a great band, Free Reign.
It will not be that way with Eberflus. That's what I was told.
And Eberflus, we talked about it a couple weeks ago. The highest sack total in the history of Eberflus's defense is pro or college as a defensive coordinator. It's Justin Houston getting 11 with the Colts. It is a get up the field, 3 technique, pass rushing type of defense that is not going to allow Micah to do some of the things that he's done previously.
Jerry's not going to do it. This will be my final take. Jerry's not going to do it, but Myles Garrett plus picks is also a real conversation being had over there. That's all I can tell you for now. That's all I can tell you for now.
What of these trades makes them better right now, and which one makes them better into the future?
Well, Hendrickson
makes. Well, it doesn't make him better right now because Mike is a better player.
Because the Browns one, if you get the number 2 overall pick in the top of the 3rd, that's 2 really big depth pieces right away.
It is. Yeah.
I don't know that I'd be furious with any of them. Except I wouldn't be furious. If you gave me the Chicago or the Cleveland one or the Philadelphia one, I could get behind it.
I would rather re-sign Micah, I think, on these. The only way it changes, if the Bears change that 5th to a 3rd, and it was the 10th, the 3rd round pick, and next year's one, then at that point I'm like, well, that's too much they're giving me. I can't say no.
Remember the Titans?
Exactly what it is. So I would ultimately sign off on Micah re-signing with these deals, but I think these are realistic deals you could get offered from these teams. Like I think they would absolutely offer these up to you, and that's what it is. Some of the feedback on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text. 469. Dick LeBeau ran a 10-man defense for years. Let Troy Polamalu do whatever he wanted on the field.
Yep.
903. Can we trade Micah and Dak? Dak being traded is it's the same question as letting Dak walk. When you were letting Dak walk and they're talking about you accelerate all the cap charges immediately,
it's not happening.
Same thing if you trade him there.
Tolo Matt Thomas on Twitter. If you were to trade him, the Browns deal is the one you would want to take. You can turn that number 2 pick into more.
906. Why would Cleveland do it? They could just draft the next Micah at number 2. In theory, you know who Micah is.
Right.
You're projecting Carter. Looks like most of the fan text here would say they'd take the Cleveland deal, though.
Good exercise, Roberto.
Thank
It'll
you.
be up at 105throughthefan.com here on Sean and RJ. It is DFW Sports Station. The Dallas Mavericks are making a 30 for 30. And unfortunately, it's not a good one. What else happened with censorship, fan ejections at the AAC last night, and a college baseball ticket giveaway to hook you up with next.
that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's how your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They still need one more stop. Here's DeRozan. He's got 40. Here comes the double team. He dribbles away from it. He heads baseline. Oh, he stepped through the double team and scored with 1.9. Kings lead by 1. Dallas needs a miracle. Dinwiddie throws it up. And the Kings win the game, or is there a foul?
It was triple heartbreak last night. Good morning, Metroplex. Tolo Tuesday, 9 o'clock hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Follow Well and Harp with the call on Mavs TV. Sean, RJ, Bobby, we got Pepe and Carter in the back. It was heartbreak throughout the day with all the Luka buildup. Los Angeles just rolling out the purple carpet, the Hollywood sign, the 2 L's, 7-7. The jerseys, as they call them, on every single Laker seat. LeBron warming up in the Luka shirt, playing the Slovenian music. It's so similar to Shaq going to LA after Orlando, and the Lakers are like, we can't believe this. Like, yeah, we'll treat you really, really well. We'll treat you like a top tier athlete, not just NBA player, athlete in the world. And that's what they were doing in Los Angeles. So you got that, the heartbreak right there with DeMar DeRozan ripping the Mavericks' guts out after Klay Thompson looked like he hit the game winner. And then the final heartbreak, Lakers not only winning, but seeing Luka in the flesh. And not the fat, obese flesh, in the flesh wearing the Lakers gold. Bobby said it earlier in the show. This is a 30 for 30. And the Dallas Mavericks front office, they're the stars right now. Because what they're doing is a masterclass in awful public relations. Terrible. Last night, they're still the number one story in DFW. It's not Lakers' debut. It's not because Gafford went down with a knee injury. It's because what the Mavericks did with their fan interaction. Nico and Patrick Dumont back in the building, and they had been keeping fans off the Jumbotron over the past game and a half. Finally, last night, all the Mavs reporters noticed the Jumbotron getting a Mav fan on there, and he mouthed, "Fire Nico." Well, that same fan, along with others, then held up Fire Nico's signs. We had a Tolo on at 7:20 who wore an Miriam Adelson clown shirt. It's a red Rudolph nose on the end of her face. He got escorted out, and the Dallas Mavericks cited the NBA Code of Conduct for the ejections. In the first incident, the guest brought in a sign that broke the following rules: clothing, garments, or signs displaying explicit language, profanity, or derogatory, and this is what they got dinged for and ejected, derogatory characterization towards any person. That was the justification for the first ejection. The second one, where Mark Cuban is also cursing and dropping F-bombs on fans.
Oh, so he's got to be thrown out of the arena, right?
That's what people say. Using the F word, shut the F up, and sit the F down. The second one was because fans were apparently unruly and intoxicated as well. So that's everything that happened. The Mavericks front office and team personnel stealing the Luka-Lakers spotlight for all the wrong reasons.
we were there was a break up here earlier today. They had Windhorst and McMahon on like at 6:30 this morning on ESPN, and the anchor just asks McMahon. He goes, what's going on in Dallas now? And McMahon just goes and like hangs his head because it's like they have become such in the span of less than 2 weeks. They have become one of the more seemingly toxic anti-fan sports organizations in the United States.
Remember the Red Zone? Was it the Red Zoner who insulted the fans? I'll move this team out of here. I'm trying to remember past statements where ownership has gone right at the fan base. This
is beyond that. Like, they have done a very difficult thing here. They have, what percentage of Mavs fans are like either A, completely checked out of the team?
Bassick said he didn't watch any basketball last night, although that's all he's talking about in the break room. He said he turned on the Mavs for a minute.
All right, so A, checked out, or B, actively rooting against them.
What percentage, if you combine them? It seems like it's 70%, and that may be a little low.
Yeah, I think 70, 75.
The amount of fans that are angry that are not even watching, I would love to be able to still get the ratings.
Yeah.
What's the, did you ever, when you were in Maryland, like, were the Angelos, would they attack fans like this? Snyder was always considered toxic, but I don't remember him ever just trashing. Tepper has done some stuff like this. Tepper threw a drink on a fan.
Yeah. What about Dolan? Has
Dolan's banned people. Dolan's done. But I mean, again, like, the names we're invoking here.
And he went at Team Legends.
Yeah.
Charles Oakley's, not going back there. They've had to do some work in order to repair the relationships with players that played at the Garden. And there's Dirk in L.A. last night, not at the AAC, in Los Angeles.
Yep. This is.
I understand. By the way, I'll be the bad guy. I understand them not allowing you to wear Fire Nico stuff, because then what if 1,000 people are wearing the shirts? What if 1,000 people are holding up the signs?
It's a short-term PR hit. Take the PR hit.
That's the conversation that needed to be had before the Mavs had their home game. What do we do with anti-propaganda and signs? Is escorting them out going to be worth the headlines? And the answer is no. It depends on the number too, right? If it's an entire section upstairs, do we just not show it? Can we get away with not publicizing it, or it not getting publicized enough to where it'll eventually go away? But if we walk these 4 fans out, what's going to happen? And just walking out 5 or less has blown up in their face. Was it worth it to do it?
They could have had 20,000 people in there.
Because I guarantee you, at AT&T, I know you guys disagree with me. I strongly believe if people were holding up fire or sell the team, if Zach Wilczek was there with his sell the team signs, that sign would get taken away and confiscated, in my opinion.
Here's the thing.
I don't think that flies in any arena.
If they had 20,000 fans chanting Fire Nico, all right, that is far less attention than the escorting 5 fans. When you escort fans out, you're making it seem like you are...
Someone said the Moscow Mavs, my boy Jay.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is. But if you give them no attention at all and you let them do their chance, it goes away.
Yes.
It vanishes.
And that was
a short-term PR hit.
And that was my wife's point with the security thing. Are we dismissing death threats? No. Are we dismissing racial attacks? No. But should you recognize it? When you recognize it, you give power to the 3 nut jobs or however many there were. When you recognize it, you give off the, I no one's going to care listening with me saying this. We may have to get the name of the Mavs PR people. Like we have to get to the bottom of this. Who's responsible? Maybe it's just ownership. Maybe it doesn't matter. I need to know who's the Rich Dalrymple, who's the Tag Carper, who's the John Blake over there. Like they need a questioning, or they may need to behind the scenes have their stories told. It may just come because we've heard a lot of sensitive Nico stories before this. This may just be out of their hands. It may be Dumont, it may be Nico, and that's it. But what they're doing, if I'm another organization, has you blackballed and boycotted from the world of public relations with how they misjudge every step of the way. Was publicizing the security thing the smartest thing to do with the impression it gave off to the fans? It makes you look oversensitive because, a lot of athletes through the history of time get hate mail and nasty, vile messages. And they're misreading everything. The question is, do they care? Patrick Dumont's tone and aggression in that Dallas Morning News interview has given off the feeling they don't care.
No.
Like, screw you guys. It's my team, and we're going to show you how to actually win big.
Or they are that tone deaf. Like, they don't understand every time they do it. It's like, because they've never been faced with having to do it. You know what it does make me wonder?
What's casino PR?
Right.
If we catch you cheating, do we carry the guy into the back room?
Use the ball peen hammer
with the ball. Is that the PR you have to worry about? I don't know, but they may have the same cluelessness over sports PR.
It does make me wonder. I was thinking about this last night. Could you imagine if they would have at any point, because they have not had to yet, could you imagine if Dumont and Nico, given how they've handled this, would have had to have deal with any of the Kyrie headlines over the year? If they had to deal with a Kyrie massive controversy right now, I am terrified to think about how they would deal with that.
Why would Kyrie Irving and everyone else not get the hell out of here?
He might.
Normally, I dismiss that type of talk, and I'm like, it's the contracts, it's the money, whoever offers the most. You telling me someone tweeted the final nail, right? Kyrie opts out and joins the Lakers next year. That's the final. That's the final nail to the Mavs fans' heart. And I tweeted flying home from New Orleans. So what does MFFL stand for now? Of course, we know Mavs fan for life. And the Tolos were so creative. Jacob and others. Mavs fans for Luka. My franchise fumbled Luka. My faith forever lost. Money first, fans last. These are all really, really good. Is it an acronym? ACRONYM. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if acronym is the proper term to use. I just know how to spell it. But and you have a few. You do have a handful, and I think it's fair to bring up the other side. Is it fair if you're labeled a sellout for bailing on your team over this?
That doesn't exist anymore.
For life is your team moniker.
I think most fans who are abandoning ship right now who have had that would say, this isn't my Mavs. This isn't them. This is out-of-towners came in, bought them up, didn't give a damn about the city, didn't give a damn about the fans, and just abandoned us. So
that was Cuban's slogan.
That was. It was his slogan, and you know what? We are in a different world anyway. We are not in a we root for teams world. I mean, that's just not. I mean,
there are for still, younger kids.
There are still fans out there that do ride or die, but there's a lot of fans, and it's growing where you're fans of players.
And there's
players move too much.
There's a lot of people who took wedding vows who said, for better or for worse, for richer or poor, whatever else, and then they go, well, circumstances kind of change, and this turned out to be a massively toxic relationship that I couldn't just say, oh yeah, I'm committing to this. I was kind of abandoned by them, so I'm in return walking away from it.
We have Big Ralph's funeral this week. My dad's funeral this week, and one of the sports things he kind of not imposed, but
imparted
on me never waste your time on a bad sports team. Okay? This is a guy who rooted for the Bulls, then he went right into like the Spurs. He said, I don't have time to root for a bad team. So, you know what? If the Mavs are going to show you this loyalty, then you show them the same. You show them the same loyalty. And you tell them to go kick rocks. And you go find somebody else to root for.
I was just looking when we were talking about the Angelos family. I was trying to see if what had ever interacted with them. There was a story from 2006 about 2,000 fans wearing "Free the Birds for Pete's sake" on their shirts, and 2,000 fans at 508 Peter Angelos, at 508, 5 for Brooks Robinson, 8 for Cal Ripken. 2,000 fans wearing these shirts just walked out of the stadium in the middle of the game, in the middle of an afternoon game. That's the kind of extent that I think we're getting to now, that you're going to start seeing people with these organized, let's all walk out of. But I don't see that's the thing. Even the Angelos family allowed 2,000 people to walk in with those shirts. I don't think the Mavericks do.
AD getting hurt, I don't want to say final death blow. I don't want to over exaggerate, but AD staying healthy gave them a little chance at salvation.
Absolutely.
For the time being.
Absolutely.
But him being gone and this long, that's one of their worst nightmares that could have ever happened. And then Gafford goes down last night. Windhorst and it was McMahon and Bontemps with Windhorst. They were saying if the Mavs missed the playoffs, it'll be catastrophic. You agree?
Oh, it'll be pretty bad. Well, because the Lakers are going to make it. And it would be pretty bad. It would be really, really bad.
The only way this gets worse is, if they miss and then the Lakers win. Like if the Lakers win the title this year.
Oh
my gosh.
Win the title this year. There's no coming back from that.
Because this has gone wrong at every turn, we are setting up for Mavericks are going to miss the playoffs. Lakers are going to win the title. When the Mavericks and Lakers play, Luka is going to put up 70, 20, and 20. And you're going to have just these absurd numbers along the way where it's blown up at every turn. It keeps getting worse.
And the big fear I have is going back. When I was growing up, the Mavericks and the Timberwolves were mutual laughing stocks. It was Orioles and Nats when I got older. Like a city of pathetic jokes. And the way you can always sign someone, you can always draft someone. But the feeling you're giving off would not make me want to come here as a player and would make me want to get the hell out of Dodge right now. Why did Jason Kidd, he doesn't even want to do his own post-game press conference. Their Mavs reporters saying it's never happened. It's never happened on either side with the teams and games they've covered. Why did Jason Kidd, he needs to say there was a health issue. That's the only thing that makes any sense. He had to get to a family member. And you would think that would have come out by now.
Jason Gallagher, who is the old producer for JJ Redick's Old Man and the Three, he's a Mavericks fan, and he has been melting down on Twitter about this. I like it because it's similar, but he said this was his most recent tweet last night, and it was about all the security threats. He said, "Remember the night we found out about the trade? We were insistent that there was something more to it. With each passing day, it becomes abundantly clear there was nothing more to it. They're just bad at this." And that's what it feels like. Every single day goes, you didn't know what you were doing.
They just needed AD to stay healthy. They needed AD to stay healthy, and we all knew that was not going to happen. Why didn't Jason Whitten happen? Number 82 explains why he's not joining this Cowboys coaching staff and is Bobby's worst football nightmare about to come true. Next, along with a college baseball ticket giveaway on 105.3 The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Precursor?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Done it today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
By the way, Jake Rietma texted and said Lions fans wore Fire Matt Millen shirts to games for years, and they wore Sell the Team shirts. No one ever got kicked out for that. So, Dallas Mavericks front office, if you are listening, there you go. After some fan ejections last night for Fire Nico on the Jumbotron, and then the signs.
And Matt Millen was pretty historically sensitive too. Like he wasn't just some thick skin like, whatever comes with it. Like he was a sensitive guy.
I want to give a media reminder, and I had to have a big lecture to Zach Wilczuk when we were in New Orleans.
Again.
This should make everyone thankful for the Dallas Cowboys. I just want to point that out. I've said that even when we had our fight with Jerry. Yeah. I've said that for 15 years because I worked in D.C. under Snyder. I worked with the Kansas City Chiefs for 1 year and heard way more from them in a year than 15 years here. So I just want to point this out. I know you listening, you're not in the media, so you probably may not care. Just a media reminder to everyone. Look how the Mavericks are reacting in a freaking week compared to the Cowboys, and we're the Cowboys station. I just want to give props. Rare props to the Joneses, but I think they need to be given.
Cuban was much less, especially beginning of his tenure. He was a lot like Jerry in that just whatever.
Well, he was getting love.
Yeah,
he was
early
Mr.
on.
Revolutionary.
He was like the number one pro fan owner in sports when he first started.
And like crazy love. But even when you said something bad, he was never like super sensy. Got a little bit at the end. But I mean, he also was getting more criticism anyway. But the Cowboys have always been the all pub is good pub.
You know, and you say rare props for the Joneses, you'll be able to give that to them in person here in 2 weeks when we're hanging out at the Scouting Combine.
I can't wait.
Live coverage.
Cannot wait for that. Bobby, they're adding to the offensive staff?
They are. They have added not added. They've got Steve Shimko, who is there was an offensive analyst last year, had been the offensive coordinator at Boston College previously, worked with Brian Schottenheimer as an assistant in Seattle a little bit. He's been elevated to quarterbacks coach. And then they are adding to the staff from the outside. It doesn't look like it's totally finalized yet, but it's on the way. Ken Dorsey will be added to the staff. Yes, that Ken Dorsey who famously broke iPads in the press box or up in the coach's box whenever things didn't go right with the Bills. But he will not be added as an offensive coordinator, or it doesn't even sound like as a position coach. He's going to be here as some sort of offensive assistant. My guess is the role that Ben McAdoo and Brian Schottenheimer had previously, where they worked with the defensive coordinator to say, hey, if I was the offensive coordinator, here's how I would attack your defense this week. And it's something that they found is a really effective tool for helping stretch both sides of the coaching staff.
Jason Whitten will not be on this staff, and Mike Ducey asked him why.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think, it's not, time's not now. I think I just enjoying what I'm doing right now and coaching my kids. And, I think just continue to do a good job and work at it, and there'll be opportunities there for me. So when those times present themselves and when I'm ready, I think it'll be a good opportunity for me to get back in it. And it's a desire of mine one day, but right now I'm really happy with what I'm doing.
So that is a goal, and with the Cowboys?
Oh, I mean, you'd love to do it with the Cowboys, but you got to. Sometimes it doesn't always work it that way. You got to be able to go other places, and so I've enjoyed this of being able to coach my kids and this unique time with our family, and certainly I've had amazing coaches in my life, and so I think if you continue to do a good job, those opportunities will present yourself. I think the best coaches I was around, that was the way it worked for them, and don't try to just kind of plot it perfectly, but if you do a good job, then when the timing's right, I think it'll be a good opportunity for me to go. But right now I'm really enjoying what I'm doing with my kids.
The last line, with my kids. It was
not the Shabuzi line?
No. I think it was at the end of the day, he was never, it would take a lot for him to leave coaching his boys in high school.
I think if Mike McCarthy was the head coach here, Jason Whitten would be on staff. I think that's part of the reason why Mike McCarthy's not the coach here. But I also think I think that he's got a good relationship with Brian Schottenheimer. He doesn't necessarily want Schottenheimer feeling like he's looking over his shoulder.
I am personally hoping for one more staff addition. This would be karma. This would be a dream come true for me personally. Dan Orlovsky on ESPN hinting that he may be leaving the microphone.
You guys know this is the end of the season for me, certainly for RC as well. I'm taking a break, won't be on TV for a long time, but just want to say thank you to guys, Stephen A. Miles, Shannon, for a great season. Love being with you guys. I love y'all. Never know what the future holds, but I'm taking a break. I'm sure RC is as well. So just want to say thank you. Appreciate you guys so much.
Appreciate you.
All right, we love you,
Appreciate y'all.
You have no idea what the future holds. I could be. Is that a contract negotiation ploy?
Are there any ties? Is this contract up?
Oh, the boys from
I assume that's what that's related to.
Choppy.
Sounds it.
What would happen?
If he was here?
What would happen to Bobby's world if Dan Orlovsky was hired on staff?
Ooh.
Oh my God, I would be in heaven. I would be in heaven.
We might hear from the Cowboys a little more after that.
I would be in heaven too. But also, what is his relationship with Kellen? Would they have a Lions connection? Were they together?
They were together very briefly with the Lions.
He said multiple times he's close with Kellen. That made it tough for him to criticize him. But I don't think there's a Schottenheimer tie, unfortunately.
No, I could see the Saints.
You know what though?
His 3-year deal expires this summer. Maybe that's why. That's probably why he did all that.
Schottenheimer has been hiring people who he doesn't have relationships with.
Yep.
So maybe he
And
looked
young.
on TV and he thought, you know what? I need different ideas. Like, we have so many good ideas on the staff. Let's bring in some bad ideas, and then we can balance it with his outside the box moronic thinking. We could do that.
By the way, on Super Bowl Sunday, did you get the hint that Jimmy was retiring?
The Jimmy AI thing was weird.
I didn't watch any of it.
It was weird.
He started crying, and they were like, he's like, I don't know, like this. I'm a day at a time, man. Like, it was kind of like, all right, I could see this being the end.
I didn't turn anything on until Gaga on Bourbon Street.
I
was outside with my uni.
The weird little like AI, like here he is on the fields of Miami, like walking and talking as head coach of the Hurricanes. Like, this is
It's like, why now? Why a Jimmy tribute now?
The AI stuff is getting weird. The way they're using something. I remember it was just 2 years ago. People were freaking out that a letter Anthony Bourdain had written, they used AI to have his voice read it for a documentary, and people thought that just was way too far. Now we're doing all sorts of weird stuff.
Let's open up the keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
He is back, baby! Oh, all these kids! Now, it's not as boisterous as that anymore, but Dick Vitale made his return over the weekend. Duke, Clemson. Now, again, we've talked about this before. I haven't seen Dick in about 2 years. Okay, it's been about 2 years since he was on a microphone, on a game. He has been dealing with a vocal cord cancer. It went on way, way longer than he expected, and he's back. He made his return, and he kind of, you could tell how choked up he was when he returned to the mic that nobody was able to see, by the way, thanks to ESPN wanting to show the end of a Laker game that didn't feature Luka or LeBron, so you missed the beginning of Dick Vitale, Duke and Clemson.
Great being here, Dave. I didn't want to cry. I can't believe I'm sitting here. It's just really a big thrill for me. I want to thank all you people. Sent me so many great messages. ESPN, Jimmy Pitaro, all my buddies at ESPN. I want to thank certainly my family and all the fans. You've been unbelievable. On October 12th, Obi, I'll be honest with you, when they walked in and told me I had cancer, they thought it was mild lung cancer, and it was really going to be a serious surgery and all. I never dreamt at 82 that I'll ever be on courtside again, but to be here today, I'm sorry. I hope I don't cause a problem out there, but I feel so emotional.
Don't apologize for anything.
Well, and the game is the big thing. So let's get this game going. Talk some basketball, really.
Wow, that's awesome.
It was great. Now I think they had a third voice with him. Like his voice doesn't carry the way it did it used to. It's totally normal. And I don't know how many games he's going to do the rest of the way. I suspect they're going to have a third voice with him just to give him a break. It's a lot of talking, and the way Dick does his games, it's a lot.
He's way up there in terms of the list of, like, if you're just talking about sports figures, public sports figures, he's got to be near the top in terms of approval rating. But of just I don't know anybody who dislikes him.
And also people who just like love their sport.
Mm-hmm.
They seem like they would die for their sport. Madden, Vitale, Hubie, who's also in the news. He said his goodbye.
Yes.
Hubie Brown.
Bill Walton was that way.
Bill Walton.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Just like they're obsessed with it.
They're obsessed and they're ambassadors to the sport.
Yes.
Like Dick Vitale has been
sorry, go ahead.
As important as any analyst is to their sport.
And I grew up in some anti-Vitale country a little bit.
Sure.
Like Maryland was little brother in the ACC and going to Cole Fieldhouse and the great Gary Williams. It was always you're a Duke Carolina lover. You're a Carolina lover, which he seemed to be.
Yeah.
But that went away.
If you weren't a Carolina or Duke fan, you hated Dick. You did. Like you just didn't like him. And
I don't know about hate. Yeah, but yeah.
You know what I mean? You got sick of him.
Yeah. Like, I grew up thinking, oh, my God, John Madden just loves the NFC. Madden Summerall, not realizing the freaking TV rights and, like, the NFC was winning the Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And I'm like, they don't love the Buffalo Bills as much as they should.
Right.
Like Bobby with Jim Kelly as a top 5 quarterback.
You just don't pay attention to it, right? It's just,
It's like Aikman and them get, right?
Yeah.
Romo is always going to do Brady, Allen, Mahomes. And Aikman is going to do all the Cowboy game, AFC, NFC deals.
Yeah, I mean, but you still loved him. Whether you were sick of Dick or not, you still loved Dick. And that's... Stop it.
No, don't stop it to me.
Yeah.
What are you smiling for?
So here's the thing. He's so, his impact is, it's obviously Duke, Carolina, all that stuff. But he was the voice of the NCAA basketball games that I would play when I was younger, like the video games. He was on the call for the first St. Vincent St. Mary's LeBron game that ESPN threw up. So, he's there's so many different points where he's been along the way of just an impact voice.
He and Madden are the biggest rock star broadcasters, I believe, of our careers, lifetimes.
Yeah.
I think they're the biggest superstars.
Yep.
Vital, Madden.
Did he ever have a video game?
Vital, Madden, Walton.
But Walton not a... Yeah, I mean, Walton up there, but I would still have those two as bigger broadcasting rock stars.
I can't think of anybody else that's even in the vicinity.
There's no baseball announcer, hockey. Herbie with college football is
not on that
massive,
level.
but he's not on that level. Yeah, it's Vital. I mean, he's special.
Oh, that whole
crowd! Great to have him back.
That crowd, before the game, you could tell they were it was a
Clemson,
genuine,
right?
it was a genuine outpouring of. Everybody was happy he was back. These college students still know who Dick Vitale is. It's not like a generational gap thing. People still know Dick Vitale.
As big and older now as Corso is, it's not even even the same stratosphere.
No. Lee did a great job with the show, and he brought. Now they do game day for college basketball, but obviously he's not on it. But it has nothing compared to Vitale.
Was the K&C Masterpiece rooting for the purple and gold last night? Let's crosstalk with the fellows on Sean and RJ now.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the College Baseball Showcase at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Friday, February 21st through the 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
He has not played since Christmas. For three! Luka, welcome to the Lakers!
Well, the crowd got what they wanted to see early, I guess.
Lakers radio with the call.
You found the one three-pointer he made out of 7 attempts last night.
Oh! Is it Kevin Hagelin or Kevin Harrison here?
It could still be a dumb trade, and you could say he didn't play well last night. You're allowed to do both things.
Did you hear? I couldn't find the clip, but I heard it live, and I saw people tweeting about it. They were referring to him at the start of that broadcast as Rico Harris. Nico Harrison. They called him Rico Harris twice.
Really?
Yeah, they said Mavericks GM Rico Harris.
Yeah, he didn't play great. They were playing Utah. They destroyed them.
At least he finished.
14 in 24. Is that a shot at Daniel Gafford?
I think it's Anthony Davis, right? But yes, what the hell?
All right, Mavs, you have to answer it.
Okay.
You have to pick one.
Okay.
Mavs, Lakers. Mavs aren't going to make the playoffs, but they somehow meet in a series. Who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting 1,000,000% for the Mavericks. I'm a Mavericks fan, not a Luka fan.
Okay. Corey?
Root for the laundry, baby. So, yeah, I'm rooting for the Mavericks in that one. Luka is gone. It's unfortunate that we pushed him out, but
I agree. I want to make that clear. I still think this trade was mind-bogglingly dumb.
Yeah.
But I cheered for the Mavericks before Luka got here. I'm going to keep cheering for the Mavericks.
Yeah, we grew up in a top 5 market with all 4 sports teams.
Yeah, Sean.
And when are you leaving again?
End of February.
Oh, I was hoping it was after this.
I hope so too, but my contract goes
What
to
the hell?
Walk out then. You make enough money, just walk out.
What the hell?
Corey, what's coming up?
We do dive into baseball season immediately. Like we're moving on. We're moving forward right now, guys.
I do like people that think I got fired, but yet I'm here today.
That would make no sense.
It would make a lot of sense if you got fired.
I know. No,
it just never
but
happened.
Why would we leave him on the air?
I told you,
for
Mike
3
gave us
more
the greatest
weeks?
job security that anyone could ever do. Because the Mike did this and Mike did that. I just have that in the lawsuit. I have that in the lawsuit. Oh, okay. My last name's Sharif. You didn't apply the same stuff to me? What the hell? So Mike was the best job security any of us could have asked for.
What are you
so
gonna do
thank you
now?
for that.
Who's it going to be now?
Yeah.
Me.
Well, they're not firing you. I can still say you kept Mike employed, so you can't get rid of me for that.
Oh, I like that.
You know what I
That's
mean?
good use of that one.
Yeah, I've been
How
thinking
often do
about
you
it.
think about preemptive lawsuits?
Whenever my contract's up. Hey, we have our big town hall meeting today. Let's change the subject.
All right, so Sean.
Yeah, thank you.
I have no clue who your favorite basketball player was as a kid. I know you were a Lakers fan as a kid. Was it Kobe?
What?
MJ.
Well, I had to root for someone before Kobe.
Okay. Who would have been like the person that would have broke your heart? He wasn't on your team. And I'm saying your team was the Lakers. I'm not saying it is now. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Alex English.
Ooh.
My favorite player of all time that I could probably think of was Sean Taylor.
Okay, so for football.
Yeah.
Sean Taylor, I know he had a shorter career, obviously. Sean Taylor, you hate the Giants the most? It's a little bit weird because he's not like the franchise.
Let me do Magic to Boston.
Yeah. Like, you just can't. I'm throwing up just thinking about it. And I know he played last night, but I didn't watch a second of it because I can't look at Luka. And I'm going to have to for the next 10 years look at it. Luka in a Lakers jersey. It just
Would it be like Nolan on the
me.
Yankees?
Well, no. Nolan's different because he came here at the end of his career. For me, obviously, Dirk's my favorite player in all sports of all time, and that will never change. I will say Troy Aikman is very high on the list. If they would have traded Troy Aikman to Philadelphia in 1993, because they're like, well, Jimmy Johnson's gone, and we just want to start over, and now we've just traded him to Philadelphia. I would have been like, I cannot see Troy in a Philadelphia Eagles uniform. I can't do it.
Choppy brought up the one on that first Monday that it would have been for me as a kid, which is if at 26 years old in 1998 you traded Pudge Rodriguez to the Yankees, I would have just been, I would have never forgiven the Rangers for that.
What would you name your dog?
Oh, it's a good one.
Posada.
Pudge is still on there. Pudge is on. Yeah, Pudge is.
Posada.
Pudge is.
Or Bill Hasselman if it was 1998.
Pudge crosses barriers.
And we need to get your adopted dog a new home.
That's right. Chops, the adopted dog.
Yeah, Majors also needs a new home as well.
Where can they go and do that?
Yep.
The Majors, what?
Oh, my God.
It's the Dallas Animal Shelter.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said.
And that's why Majors
Chops
doesn't have a home yet, Corey.
No one knows where to find him.
That's where I got my dog.
No one knows where to pick the dog
That's
up.
where we got Pudge at the Dallas Animal Shelter, so you can pick up the dog
Yep.
at various locations around town. We got the, it was off of, was it off Inwood, I think?
Kevin,
It's in Dallas.
It is in Dallas, yes.
What gets confiscated at a WWE event, sign-wise or shirt-wise? Is it zip zero nothing?
You can say any. I went to the TNA thing. You can say
did you?
anything, and I mean anything at a wrestling event.
So what they used to do back in the day is they would ask you to take, like if you had other wrestling promotions shirt on, they would ask you to take that shirt off and they would give you a new shirt.
Oh, they give you one.
Yeah, but they did confiscate signs all over.
What if the Mavs took off the Fire Nico shirts and handed the yellow Luka shirt yesterday?
Oh my gosh.
Can anyone defend policy-wise the AAC escorting those fans out or making them change?
No.
Look, and this is, we're going to talk about this later in the show as well, but you're not giving anybody any time to be upset. Like, if this happened in 2 months, I'd be like, okay, I guess I kind of get it. But you're not giving anybody any time to get upset.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But where do you draw the line on the amount, right? Like, can you have 5,000 people wearing Fire Nico shirts?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you understand if they were like, no?
You gotta let us vent.
In the
Take
first homestand, it's been 2 games at home. It's been 2 games. But then again,
let them get back out on the road and move on. Let them get to the All-Star break. Move on. Yeah, they definitely needed Anthony Davis to stay healthy.
Bam.
He stayed healthy through that whole game.
Yes.
Comes back for another one. People are like, you know what? 50 and 27 and 14 is pretty good.
Just an unforeseen twist, really.
And by the way, a lot of people were expecting that AD medical update yesterday. It never came. Dalton Trigg speculating. I have a feeling the AD news is bad, and the Mavs are just holding it out as long as they can because they realize it's just going to add to it's been a disastrous 2 weeks. I hope that feeling is wrong. But normal medical proceedings, we should have gotten
Especially
more of it.
when Kidd didn't do an interview after the game. Because somebody would have asked him about that.
February 15th at 10:30 at night. If the Mavericks follow their MO, that's when we get the news. Though this Saturday night at 10:30,
or the Cowboys MO too.
Yeah, well, that's true. Well, on one story, yes.
I think the kid leaving was his choice.
Not doing the presser?
Yeah, or do you think that was PR? Because I think PR's mismanaged this a lot.
That's a good question.
Or did PR say, "Hey, we don't even talk about what
I'd
happened"?
say being
tonight in the
part of
arena.
organizations, this was Jason Kidd. This was not.
Why would he skip?
Because he's like, I don't want to.
He's answered it.
I don't want to deal with this crap tonight.
He's done.
He just said, I just want to deal with it. I don't care. And honestly, in a way, I do like Jason Kidd as a coach. I've questioned him, but I will say I do like him as a coach. I don't need this crap. I have $200 million. You're not making me do this.
I'll pay the $10,000 fine.
I don't want to do it. Yeah, I don't want to do it.
Do you think Jason Kidd was against the trade?
Yes.
I would lean.
Because then he has zero ground to stand on by not wanting to go in front of a microphone.
I think he's afraid he's going to be like, I didn't make the
I just think with
trade.
the loss, with now, I guess Daniel Gafford being out for a long time, with Anthony Davis possibly missing the rest of the season, with Derek Lively being out the rest of the year, I think he's just like, I'm up to it right now, and I know if I go out there and do a press conference, I'm going to snap at somebody. It's better for me not to do it. And probably Mavs PR was like, crap, man, this is not going to look good, but we're not going to make you do it if you don't want to.
You said yes pretty quickly. I'm torn. I don't know. Why do you believe Jason was definitely against it?
Because I agree with Mike, and I think the specific line that's in his brain is, I didn't make this trade. And you can't say that for so many different reasons because it would just add to your PR crisis.
Maybe last night was a sign of saying that, right? His way of, but would you think that Jason was about the little things of, I'm tired of the complaining. I'm tired. He mentioned the conditioning,
he definitely
the
said
little
that
things
stuff to Nico.
Defensively,
he definitely complained about those things to Nico. That's why Nico is saying we're on the same page about this because
so
he's
you believe
told me all
Jason
these
was
complaints.
fine with the deal?
I don't think so. I don't think that part, but I think he's complained to him about it all. And Nico is like, well, I know he doesn't like this. I'm going to get a piece that I think can help him out. And every time that Jason Kidd would be asked about something, he just go, yeah, whatever Luka said. That dude right there, he's the guy.
It is a little like maybe if you complained about a spouse or a significant other to a friend, like, man, it's just like she's doing this or that, and then they go I'll tell him you want to break up then.
Yeah.
So I didn't say do that. I'm venting a little bit. Chill out a little.
If I had a chance to interview Nico, I know everybody wants to know more about why you want to make the trade. But what I really want to know right now is, were you really not prepared for all of this backlash? Did you really think this was strictly a basketball move? And everyone would be like, oh, I really wish we had Luka. That's too bad. How could you not have seen all this stuff? I'm not saying it's right. If there really were, I don't want Tim McMahon to yell at me. If there really were death threats, that's way too far.
It's very odd because Nico he was here during the Dirk years. He wasn't here with the team, but I mean, he was here a lot in DFW for a long time.
Maybe they looked at the Cowboy fans. I'm being half serious, and they were like, they're not going to do anything.
They don't care.
They're not going to, seriously, Wolchuk tweeted it out. He goes, what the Mavs fans did Saturday with the protests is 200 times more than what any of us say we're going to do to the Cowboys. And maybe, if Micah gets traded,
they mean it. Because they meant it.
Mavs Twitter don't play.
Don't mean it.
Mavs Twitter don't play.
The Cowboy fans, just because you're a fan you live in the same team and you may be a fan of all the teams, it's different. Cowboy fans just want to win. They don't care. The other fans of sports, at least in my opinion, they want to like the team they're rooting for. And they want to like the players on the team they're rooting for. I think NFL fans, it's a different mindset. It's just win at all costs, get the title. I want to be able to like the players on the other team.
If this is this is a 10. It's really a 77. But this is a 10 on the anger rage scale. Micah gets dealt tomorrow.
I don't think it's anywhere near
my
this.
son.
How far low?
My son.
How much lower is it?
I can't remember what night it was. He teared up a few days ago looking at Luka highlights, going, "This was my favorite player." I don't know if Micah has that in this community yet. That a 16-year-old,
he did in the beginning.
Yeah, that a 16-year-old would tear up, going, he's now on, he's like, this is just like the Texas basketball team now. This isn't the Dallas Mavericks. So that's tough for a 16-year-old to be this. He has no connection to Dirk, right? That was as he was 8 years old or whatever, Dirk's retiring. So he's like, this was my favorite player ever in all sports.
I dead serious still get sad when I think about them trading Juan Gonzalez. When I think about Juan Gonzalez getting traded when I was 10, that makes me upset still.
Yeah.
All right, we're out of here. We're back tomorrow with the Hump Day edition. The K&C Masterpiece is next on the...
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the more famouser Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. It feels like people are down because of the happenings in the sports world.
Oh, I thought it was the rain and the coldness outside. I thought that's why people were down.
I could see that.
I just got up to turn off ESPN and turn on MLB Network. It's just what I like doing here. So in my periphery, I have MLB Network on. And as I came to sit back down, I have on YouTube Twitch right now on my computer. And I see behind me, I'm going to move just a little bit. There's a fat head or whatever you want to call it of Dirk Nowitzki, the new Lakers fan, Dirk Nowitzki. Like, this is so, and I get it. He's supporting Luka. He's not a Lakers fan, but it's just sad. It's probably, besides your team losing a championship, this has to be the saddest time in DFW sports history.
Losing a generational player.
Yeah. In like
football
a
team looking
young
like
generational
your football
player.
team looking like it doesn't have, it has 2-3 years before it's really going to be able to be good again.
Yeah.
Your basketball team maybe having
Is this
2 to
what it
3
costs
years
for the Rangers to win a World Series? Is everything?
That's
has
right.
to just
You saw
go?
the Thanos meme, right? And they had, and it was like, what did it cost? Everything. And it was a picture of Luka on there. That's kind of what it feels like, just a little bit.
Somebody said y'all are severely underestimating the impact of trading Micah would have, especially in combination with the Luka trade. You cannot have 2 generational talents leave DFW and be well.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a second then. We'll pivot. Let's talk about that just for just a second. I am just going off of the reaction that we get on social media, having conversations with people out in the world, and then Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, the Twitch, the YouTube. I'm going off of that because Bobby used the analogy that I thought was really apt is if you're like married and you're complaining about your spouse and then like your friend goes over and goes, hey, we want to get a divorce. Like, that's what it felt like with Luka's. People would complain about Luka and they'd be like, oh, I really wish he was in better shape, but damn, is he good.
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't get I'll just speak for me. Y'all can, obviously, you have your own experiences. I hear people say that with Micah, but you don't necessarily get as many of the buts. And so, like, you don't hear people every time go, but man, he's a hell of a player. You get like, I don't know if he's a stat chaser, or I really wish he would stop doing his podcast. That's not me talking. That is what I hear. And I don't always hear the other side of it. People would be upset, but I don't think there would be anywhere near as upset just because of the nature of the impact one basketball player can make versus one football player that's not the quarterback.
I think more than anything else, Kevin, on your team, you just want players that the other team has nightmares about the night before playing them.
Sure.
That's what Luka was. Micah is that for a lot of offensive linemen. I understand what you're saying there.
I agree with that.
And if you surround him with more players like that, then that's a beast of a defense, right? Like you say Corey Seager, we have him in the lineup, but we also paired him with Adolis Garcia in his best season. You have this Wyatt, the more you add around it, the more you're like, oh, wow. Or take the other side, Wyatt Langford. But he's also surrounded by Corey Seager, Marcus Simeon, all these other names that it props him up to a higher place, but it makes the opponent fear you. And that's all we're asking for.
And so think about the differences between those two trades. All right, so you traded Luka. I know you got Anthony Davis, but then unfortunately he immediately got hurt.
For next year.
And that really sucks. But you also didn't get any financial or otherwise flexibility to add to your team.
Absolutely agree.
I'm not saying you get another Micah by any stretch of the imagination, but if you go off of the deals that Bobby was offering earlier, okay, deal one, you lose Micah, but you get the number 2 pick in the draft, and you free up $24 million more on your salary cap. Now, does that mean you go after Travis Hunter? Do you really want to be bold? And you're like, the hell with it. Let's just draft a quarterback now. That would not be my pick. Or you trade back and get more picks. Or the Philly deal that he talked about, pick at the end of the first round, pick at the end of the second round, first round pick next year, and $24 million free in salary cap space. At least then I can see a path to, you just picked up a lot of assets to potentially build up your team.
You can sell that to a fan base.
I think so.
And you can.
I could be wrong.
And the other thing I think you can sell to a fan base from that respect, because you weren't going to sell Anthony Davis to Mavs fans.
Sure.
Everybody already had their preconceived notion of what he is.
Because
he is a guy who's often injured, as Mike told me this morning, forced his way out of another place already.
Sure.
Like we already have an idea of what Anthony Davis is. So you can't sell him to me and make me go, okay, that's good enough to replace Luka, because the comparison isn't there. With Micah and the vision of all these picks that we're going to go do things with, that's a vision that I think you can sell for sure.
And the best chance you had of sell, I agree with you.
Everybody else already has their idea of what Micah is around here.
Yeah.
So it makes it a little bit easier to be like, I did kind of feel like I was lacking a little bit here, and we need more of this anyway.
And whatever chance you did have to sell Anthony Davis went out the window at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah.
Because if he would,
that's unfortunate.
I'm not saying this would have worked.
It's predictable.
But if he, and just think about that narrative. Anthony Davis has played way more games than Luka the last 2 years. He's played more games than Luka has the last 3 years. He has been a healthier player than Luka, but it is hard to shed that label. And when you just get here and immediately get hurt, then it feels like that's a lost cause forever. Somebody brought up this point, and this is what I agree with. I don't think people are going to bail on the Cowboys if they trade Luka. Like, I think people are going to be, if they trade Micah. Definitely not if they trade Luka. If they trade Micah, I think people will be mad. They'll complain and be like, oh, Jerry's the worst.
Yes.
But, they say that all the time about all kinds of other things, and I don't think they're going to go anywhere. I think with the Mavericks, it's taken, 10 days to palpably see that, people might be going somewhere, or the Mavericks might be kicking them out. Either way, people might be ready to just move on and be like, I'll do something else.
That's me. I didn't watch. I watched 1 minute of the third quarter. I was flipping channels and I watched 1 minute of the third quarter.
You didn't like it.
It's horrible basketball, and it's a close game. I think it was pretty much a tie game.
Yes.
But I was just like, I can't do this. This doesn't feel, and I didn't even know that they were kicking people out throughout the game until, hearing that this morning, that they're now kicking fans out for just saying, hey, I don't like what happened. I'm not cussing. I just don't like what happened. They're like, well, you can't be here. You have to wear pro Mav shirts, say pro Mav things, and just be pro Mavs at all time.
Okay. And I'm with you, Mike. And I want to make that very clear. Here's the other thing that I'm kind of weird about. I like a lot of what Patrick Dumont said the other day when he was saying, and basically I'm going to summarize it and say, he was saying, I want excellence in this organization. And if that's not what you're coming in every day with, then you don't belong here. That was what he said there.
Sure.
We've asked that from Jerry Jones, to demand that of his players. We've asked that of the Rangers, and then they went out and they got the best team that you could buy to go get a World Series that year. We ask that out of our players every year. What I don't get about that, though, because listen, man, you want your best players to lead the way. You want everybody to follow that, and your best, and everybody to walk into the organization and go, I know what's expected of me, and it's no less than being my best today. Hey, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, those guys were in the locker room. They were in there working out before anybody else. But what I don't understand is how you say that after going to the NBA Finals
Sure.
And then moving on from a player. Did the culture wasn't there? The culture was that destroyed from that? And now because you're demanding excellence, you're expecting everybody just to jump on the wagon with you and say, we're following you with this because you said that message. And not even taking into consideration the emotional attachment that we had to the player. And that's where people are frustrated. Micah, on the other hand, I don't know how attached people are. I'm seeing some people that are like, nope, can't do that. Some people that are like, absolutely. So it's a different place.
Look, and the other thing is, I can't rule out the kind of exponential factor of I'm still mad about Luka. So now if you threw in Micah, I'll get even more mad.
What about Y. Langford?
Yeah, well,
you traded him right now.
That would be actually really confusing, and we would trade him for Martin Perez or something like that. But like, I can't.
Number 2 starter for the White Sox.
That's right. I can't.
They're in big trouble.
I can't rule out that people who maybe didn't care as much will care more. But I really don't think it's going to happen. Like, I know we're having this conversation, and I really like this conversation. I don't think it's going to happen just because I know what Steven said. I've just never seen this from Jerry. He's like, I'm going to trade my star player or a star player because he likes the stars. That's just as much, if not more, than he likes winning, in my opinion.
He loves those. He loves that.
I guess you could look at it this way. I mean, Nico has made a lot of trades. I remember when Reggie said the Mavericks have traded Porzingis for Dinwiddie.
And you go, no, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Like that. So he makes very risky trades. He's not afraid to lose the trade in public that might win the trade overall. And I guess that's what he's hoping in this trade too, is he lost this trade in the public tremendously bad.
Yes.
He's hoping, I guess, in the next 2 years he wins the trade. Jerry has never, and I mean never, traded a star player off of his team that was still a star player.
Yeah.
Herschel was Jimmy Johnson. Jerry was dealing with business things then. But, okay, let's just give Jerry all the credit for that. So we go back to 1989. Best case scenario, Amari Cooper for a 5th-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, those are his 2 trades. In his life, literally in his life, he has never traded a star player, unless you want to include Herschel Walker in 89, which obviously yes, but
which I don't.
I don't think he did that.
Yeah.
And then you could look at Amari Cooper a few years ago as his only, and he traded it for a 5th-round pick, and he said that was only for financial reasons. We were actually trying to just get rid of his contract, and we were going to take anything, and they kind of took anything for him. So it would be the first time in his life without Jimmy Johnson he actually traded a good player still in his prime on his team.
And again, Cowboys fans, Kevin, where are the Cowboys right now? Well, like, where are they? Do you see them winning
team
this
in the
year?
NFL?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know.
Average to below average.
Yeah.
And like Cowboys fans are looking at it going, yeah, if that's going to help grow something better, then I'll accept that because we're going nowhere right now. I mean, absolutely. Like, you're stuck.
Yeah.
You have a quarterback that a lot of people don't have faith in, and he's been injured a couple seasons that have really put the team in peril. And so you're in a weird situation there. But again, the Mavs were just in the finals, and that's that difference is we were going to get back there with that guy.
Right.
With Micah, I haven't seen us get there yet. So I can't say that he's the pin for it all.
Yeah. And you're still kind of waiting to see him have more of an impact in the postseason as well.
And again, I do agree that build a better roster around it and he can thrive, but in the postseason, that's another factor for sure.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, let's shift our focus.
That wasn't the segment that we were supposed to do.
It really wasn't. Let's shift our focus to hopefully something that will cheer people up. Football season is over, so let's get to Rangers spring training storylines and the promotional calendar. Will cheer you up with stuff next right here on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the 1-2 pitch. He's lifted high into the air, deep right field. Adele going back. He looks up and it's gone. Opposite field home run. Straightaway right field for Udonis Garcia. His 17th home run of the season. He puts Texas into the lead 5-4.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Football season is over. We'll still be talking plenty of football, but wanted to focus on some baseball things. And more specifically, do we need to jump right to the promotional calendar so people are less frustrated with things?
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that.
All right.
Last year it was a ring thing.
Yes.
And those rings were awesome last
They
year.
really were.
Hot commodities.
They were hot on our Thanksgiving show,
Peace-a-thon,
too.
yeah, they were. Yeah, they were. So the Rangers released nearly 100 promotional giveaways. Now,
Dang.
in the text of the email they sent out, it says nearly 100 can't-miss promotional giveaways. That feels like too high of a rate.
They only have 81 home games.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't connect with every single giveaway. It's not going to be a home run.
Yeah,
all
what,
right?
what is
Sounds like you have to get a season ticket.
Who's ever had a 100% hit rate?
Mavericks when they make trades. I'm just kidding.
John Wilkes Booth.
Oh my goodness. Actually,
I bet he shot his gun
I'm not
more than
offended by
once.
that. That was almost 200 years ago.
I bet he missed a few times. Not in that situation, but
So, didn't expect that.
I didn't either.
So, this year's lineup includes 8 different bobbleheads.
Okay.
The Wyatt Langford cycle bobblehead. Now, I'm assuming that's from baseball terminology, not him on a bicycle. The Bruce Bochy World Series parade bobblehead.
That's awesome.
Now, the company or the Rangers have to call it the Bruce Bochy Toyota World Series parade bobblehead. I do not. So I can just call it the Bruce Bochy World Series parade bobblehead. And you have an opportunity. You can get by the way, that's May 12th for Wyatt Langford bobblehead if you want to go ahead and plan ahead. There's a Peagle bobblehead on April 4th. The Josh Young World Series ring, because I know, like you said, that was super popular. They've still got some lingering parts of that.
Wow.
April 29th, the Josh Young World Series replica ring.
I like that. That's exciting. I do want to ask y'all, have we fully embraced the Peagle? Like
No.
I don't think so.
Alec is in there. He's doing the Peagle. I don't know. He look like angels in the outfield.
And I'm not saying I don't like it, but I don't feel like all Rangers fans like identify with that.
We only really get to wear it on home Friday games, right?
Right.
So that's for one thing. And I do wonder if we're like, no, we're the Peagle, or because Rangers captain, like I don't know. There's no real true like physical identity that I think we all rally behind.
I don't mind the TX on the hat for that night. If you really wanted to make the Peagle a bigger deal, you'd need to change that hat from TX to the Peagle.
Oh, that makes sense.
Like,
Because then
I
everybody
get
has it, represents
it's on it's on like the patch, like on your arm, but that doesn't really.
Or like it's on hoodies and stuff, but it's
but
the
to
hat's
your
a different
point,
thing,
like
man.
if you really wanted to make a Peagle a major part of Rangers baseball, I think you'd have to make it a game day hat.
Now's the time. If you're going to do something like that, throw it out there, man.
I mean, that's true.
Rangers, all they can do right now is win. Like they're with the fans. That's it.
So the pickleball paddle, July 18th. If you're interested.
That's so smart.
And then August 23rd. I feel like this is going to be a noteworthy one for people. The Adrian Beltre statue replica giveaway.
Is the 23rd or the 22nd his statue? I believe his statue is getting debuted.
The day before,
Okay, because the 22nd is the Elvis induction and the statue. Is it the same day?
Perhaps that is the case. I'll have to go double check
I should probably
on that.
know more about
You
that.
probably should.
I have
as
a big
your
meeting tomorrow at 1:15, which I will probably have more of that stuff.
Okay, so you will learn all the things tomorrow and hopefully bring us back the information. All right, Corey, do you want to know about any of the theme nights? Do you want to know about any more
Theme
of the
nights?
giveaways?
Is there a theme night we've never had before that we're probably going to have this year?
Luka theme night where they wear purple and gold for a game.
Look, I can't rule out that will get added to the schedule. Not that I'm aware of. Now, Corey, I think this is what you've been waiting for.
All right.
It's finally going to happen. People have been clamoring for it for years. Some people have been really upset. September 7th, Pokemon Go night will happen. People have been talking about this for years. There has been complaints, so there will be that.
I'm dead serious about this. And Mike, you've never played Pokemon Go.
No.
The experience of walking to a park and seeing about 100 other people standing around at the park trying to catch the same thing with you is kind of wild.
How do you catch it?
On your
Chase it
phone.
down?
You throw this little ball at it and it catches it in the. So it's on your phone. It's all right there. But the experience of doing that's pretty.
A tree while you're looking.
It happens all the time.
I have no doubt that has happened.
Fall over. It happens. But whenever I've been at games, we've been able to do like special things because there are some locations that you can spin there. And I think this is really smart. If they reach out to Pokemon Go and say, "Hey, we want a special Rangers version tonight," that would be awesome.
What if it's I have no clue about Pokemon. I know Pikachu. And the dragon thing.
See,
yes,
Charizard.
Pikachu with a Peagle hat on.
Yeah, but what if it's just a Peagle? Can they make a Peagle?
That would be amazing.
Peagle-Chew?
Like, I don't know, like
Peagle-Chew.
So it's like you
make it happen.
You can only get it if you go to the Ranger game that night. So they have some sort of Peagle Pokemon.
And it would draw. I think it's going to draw some Rangers fans that are also Pokemon Go fans, but it'll draw Pokemon Go only fans.
Yeah. From the phrasing, that's the second time. Man, this segment's really been dicey for you the last couple days. From the 425, is there a WWE night where the whole crowd can yeet all game?
Oh my God, that's all they do now.
I know.
Raw. The first 10 to 15 minutes is just yeeting every episode.
And then the bell rings. So July 2nd, they will have All Elite Wrestling Night. So if you want to yeet at that as like a form of protest, or I don't know, but that will be leading into All In.
Do you think like Bobby Lashley will throw out the first pitch?
Yeah, and it'll smoke a hole through the catcher's hand because that dude is freaking ginormous. Now, Whataburger theme night, April 29th. If you're a friend of RJ Choppy's, April 30th, Glizzy night. So I'm sure.
What do you hold on? What do you mean?
So that's a corn dog or is that a hot dog?
I think it's just a hot dog, right?
Yeah, it's just a hot dog.
I am an old person. I do not know.
Does it have to be mayo on the glizzy? Is that how it works?
I don't think so.
I have no
clue. I remember somebody saying that once.
Stranger Things night is August 24th. And if you want to plan out people who you want to eliminate from your life, Margaritaville night is September 20th.
What do you mean eliminate?
If you just want
Jimmy Buffett's dead, right?
If you just want to communicate with people and know to move on with your life, then
you hate Jimmy Buffett or you hate parrot heads?
I mean, it's just such a beating.
You hate that song?
Yeah, that song is so stupid.
Do you hate all of Jimmy Buffett songs?
Does he have other songs?
Oh, yeah.
What? Like what?
Margaritaville.
That was the song we were just talking about.
Cheeseburger in Paradise.
Cheeseburger in Paradise.
Is that not the same song?
Nope.
No, that's not the
Totally
same
different.
song.
I like mine with lettuce and tomato. Heinz 57, French fries. Something? I don't know.
All right, so clearly he has a
I haven't
vast
listened to Jimmy
catalog.
Buffett in a long time. He has plenty of good songs.
Yeah, come
Okay, but when I asked you what they were, Bobby, he's
It'll
looking
be
it up
all
now.
right.
Yeah.
But wait, see, because Corey could tell you a second one. Mike, you're like, he got lots of good songs. Like what?
My brain works so slow on so many things, and music is definitely one of them.
Okay.
But he just named 3 very popular songs.
Captain and the Kid.
I don't know.
That's not. Yeah, that's not as
And
popular.
what was the Monday one? Isn't that
Why
a
don't
Cure
we get
song?
drunk? What's
No.
that? Huh? What? Come Monday?
Yeah.
Come Monday,
it'll be all right. Come Monday, I'll be holding you tight. I can hold lonely days in a brown LA haze. And I just want you back in my life. Yep, something like
Or
that.
something like that. See?
Is Margaritaville the one where him and his wife are actively trying to cheat on each other?
No, that's Pina Coladas. No, hold on, that's a different one.
If you like pina
Yeah.
coladas.
Yeah, that's that one.
Is that not
Caught
him?
in the rain.
No, that's
Okay.
somebody else.
Okay. You can see how I might get confused,
If
right?
you, yeah, who was that? That was Escape was the name of that song by Rupert Holmes.
Yeah, old Rupert.
Okay.
No, I can't see how you get Margaritaville compared with Pina Coladaville.
No? Don't see any?
No, they're two different drinks.
Okay.
Very different. One's coconut, one's lime. You put the lime in the coconut, then you drink the bowl up.
From the
Not
That's not Jimmy Buffett.
Jimmy
he has
Buffett.
he has better songs than that.
Yeah, see? But you're like, man, you know what song I really like? Not a Jimmy Buffett song. That's what you continue to say. From the 561, Kevin, normally I'm on your side. I don't get that text a lot. But I will not stand for any Jimmy Buffett slander.
What's your problem?
Son of a
He's
sailor.
Like yeah.
Yeah, man. He had a whole
Son
bill.
of a son, son of a gun.
See,
son
but
of
I
a
feel
son
like
of
I
a
could just
sailor.
make up song names and you'd be like, that's a great one too.
No, I told you I didn't know that one song he
Yeah.
said. He's like, he is.
You don't know it now.
The which song?
Come Monday, Cheeseburger in Paradise.
I know that song.
Because he told you again.
I know. He
Steal the
named
peanut
a
butter?
song that I didn't know. Jimmy Buffett is just here to make you happy. He's not here anymore, but he was just singing happy things. I want a cheeseburger in paradise. That sounds fun.
Yes.
I want to drink a margarita on the beach. That sounds cool.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah,
Is that,
that's not him, but he added to that song.
A lot of people sent that in. But
he added to that song.
But doesn't it all sound like this is one big song? This sounds like, what was it?
Just to relax and have a good time. He's letting you take a load off, and you refuse to do it. That's pretty much what Jimmy Buffett's like.
5 o'clock
theme.
somewhere was Jimmy Buffett. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. Him and Alan
he's
Jackson.
just like, hey, I just want to take a load off.
Yeah.
You want to take a load off with me? He's saying, most people are saying, yeah, this is relaxing. I feel relaxed now. And you're like, no, I refuse to relax, and I refuse to take a load off. I hate this guy.
He did that song "Toes in the Water, Ass in the Sand" with that other dude.
That's the one that he had.
But you're telling me toes in the water, ass in the sand, cheeseburger in paradise, Margaritaville, and it's 5 o'clock somewhere are not all just lyrics of the exact same song.
No!
These are all different songs.
There's lots of ways to talk about being happy on a beach.
Yeah.
I bet there's a lot of depth.
You
to
like
all
things
those
that just
songs.
stress you the F out. Find all the people that stress you the F out.
I did. We're moving on March 1st.
Those are your favorite groups. Yeah, I would be your favorite group of singing because you're like, you stress me the F out. I love it.
Kevin's on a beach. He's sitting there in his chair, and he's got Rage Against the Machine on.
He's got pants on.
That's probably true.
Yeah, and he's like, I hate the beach.
Yeah.
I don't love the beach.
I don't even want to get in the water right now because it's daytime.
Yeah.
This is oddly freeing because every single person in our company right now is in a meeting. And so, like, nobody can come in here and be upset about it. Stop any
I feel
of
great
this.
about the last 11 days here. There's no repercussions for my actions.
We have to deal with the repercussion. You get to leave.
Well, honestly, hasn't that been your whole career with me?
Man, no.
To deal with my
Freaking
repercussions?
kidding. There is no doubt about that. As much as I'm going to miss Mike, I am not going to miss the post-Mike incident meetings that I have to be a part of. That I'm like, ugh, why am I here?
You made me say it.
He's an adult of his own volition.
From the 817, this segment is elite.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm
and
in.
you're not going to get this anymore. Who's going to upset you and question you as much as I do?
Hey, for the record, well, you might kind of have a point. I didn't mean to be hating on a dead guy. I was telling you those are people you can get out of your life that are going specifically for that night. So it was more
I don't know, man.
Shot at
I
those
feel like
people.
after the show, you need to put on Spotify or whatever you do in your car. You just need to put on some Jimmy Buffett.
Reach out
and
to Jack
relax.
FM and ask them to just roll that for you. Just say, hey, roll me some
Man,
Jimmy Buffett for the
I
next
could
hour.
definitely see Jack FM like, this next hour is the buffet hour. And like, Lord knows I support that. And you're like, it's Buffett hour. And they'll be playing all these songs just for me. And I'll be convinced it's just one giant song.
Turn it up.
Covered in oil.
Yeah.
This is Margaritaville, right?
Yeah.
See, you don't know because they all sound the same, I'll bet.
He moved.
How we got here? I haven't a clue. Yeah, I don't even know the words. Come on, what are we doing?
Wasted away again in Margaritaville.
What do you need with your margarita?
Yep. Searching for my lost shaker of salt. Where's the salt? Where's
Salt,
the
salt.
Can't see
salt.
Some people claim that there's a woman to blame.
PJ Washington.
But I
Dun, 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 dun.
It's my own damn fault. And that's
It's not
Patrick
the,
Dumont
it's not
singing.
the woman's fault.
Yeah, he's singing. It's his fault.
That's old PD.
I second this segment as elite. Y'all need to hit a happy hour. Man.
Huh?
With some karaoke.
Oh.
Hey, take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Let it out.
Uh-huh.
Take a load off.
How you feel?
Who's Fraba?
From the 682, no. I do not like the way you phrase that either. Cholos everywhere singing in unison.
Were we gonna do baseball here? What happened?
Hey, we were, and then the Parrot Heads hijacked this segment.
What day am I going to be a Parrot Head at a Ranger game?
September 20th.
September 20th. Come take a load off with the Rangers.
I want to see you in the broadcast booth. with like that stupid hat on and like a parrot on your shoulder.
I will. You just gave me an idea. Just remind me on September 20th. I need to go to Party City and go parrot headed up.
The segment's so good, I want to trade it for a lesser segment and a
Amazon my
half-eaten
parrot stuff.
What the hell did you just say?
Amazon my parrot stuff because there's no more Party City. They went under.
Yeah, they went out of business.
So because Amazon killed them. So now I have to go to the Amazon to find a parrot. I don't even know if do parrots live in the Amazon?
You're just going to go on Amazon.com and just find a parrot? Hold on.
I'm sure you can.
But those songs aren't about like where the parrots live, right?
I'm going to be on the field with Jared Sandler sipping on a margarita dressed as a parrot head for that September 20th game. Mark it down.
You can't get a live parrot on
Patrick's
Amazon.
probably listening right now.
It feels like you drank multiple margaritas before you came into the show.
Maybe I did.
I found a parrot head.
What's wrong with
cost
that?
a lot more at breakfast. I had breakfast with a friend.
Politics, I guess.
No, it's not politics. It's the bird flu.
We are out of eggs right now, and I'm like, oh no, it's only Tuesday.
There's so many things you do with eggs.
Everything.
Make a cookie without an egg.
For the 945, wait, did the fan change formats? That is a legitimate question. Coming up next, probably some BS Jimmy Buffett reference, but also baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The Rangers lineup, according to Kennedy Landry.
Kennedy Landry. She's fantastic.
Sorry, she's great. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation full report on Luka's first game in L.A. right out of the gates at 2. Nation 2-7, the fan.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. You know, the dreaded February freeze is coming, and with it, the coldest temps of the year. Don't get caught with a dangerous heater breakdown. Call the on-time experts right now and schedule a winter tune-up, a total disassembly and cleaning of your system, and a stay-warm guarantee.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back on. Let's talk about the Rangers, and let's talk about their projected lineup. Every team's projected lineup now for 2025 opening day. If this was my show, we would just go over all 30 teams for 4 hours today.
Oh my gosh.
Aren't you glad I'm leaving? Now, let's talk about the Rangers lineup, because I found this interesting as I'm scrolling down. Should have had this ready. As I looked at the White Sox, I knew 3 players in their lineup. I need to study them a lot more.
Hey, Mike, why didn't you have it ready? Do you think it's because we were jamming to some music in the break?
We were doing the Why Don't We Get Drunk and Screw song from Jimmy Buffett. It's a good song. It's a relaxing
and we
song.
sang
It's
it?
like all of his songs are pretty surface level, though, right?
Yeah, and guess what? Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody needed to have, I
don't know, some deep
Jacques
experience.
Cousteau write a song for you as you're diving deep, right? You're talking about a deep
into your
dive,
emotions,
right? Jacques Cousteau, he would go deep.
I get
diving.
it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so lineup. This is from MLB.com. Simeon, Seager, Langford. 1, 2, 3. Garcia, Peterson, Young. 4, 5, 6. Berger, Heim, Carter, 7, 8, 9. That is a heck of a lineup. Now, there's obviously, if you look at last year's numbers, it's not a heck of a lineup, right? So there's a lot of like, hey, I think this is going to be a very good lineup. Everybody thought the Rangers were going to have a great lineup last year, and they didn't. Here is my issue, which I don't know how to solve. All right, I'm going to give you a situation in a game for the Texas Rangers with this lineup, and I do think this lineup is pretty spot on. I do think this is what their lineup is going to look like against a right-handed starting pitcher. It's the 7th inning. The Rangers are down by 1, or it's a tie game, so you need to score late to try to win this game. Coming up to bat, Seager, Langford, Garcia, and hopefully Jock Peterson in the 7th inning. There's a tough lefty on the mound. Well, you're going to keep Seager in. Yes, his numbers are worse against lefties. Most lefties' numbers are worse, but his numbers are still solid against lefties. It's just spectacular against righties, solid against lefties. All right, you face him. Let's just say he doesn't get on. Langford gets on. He's gotten a double. Garcia gets out, and now there's 2 outs, runner on second base, and the lefty's in. Jock Peterson's up. What do you do, Bruce Bochy? Here's my options. I let Jock, who had, I believe, 32 at-bats last year against lefties. It might have been less than that, or plate appearances.
Yeah.
So the Diamondbacks, he had his best year in the Diamondbacks, and they pretty much never hit him against lefties. I'm going to assume this. If you hit against lefties, it was like the 5th or 6th inning, and they're like, so what? He's probably going to be an automatic out here, but there's more game to play. I want him coming up later, and I don't believe they have a lefty to put in later in the game. Or we're up. We're okay. I'm going to keep him in the lineup the rest of the game.
32 at a 219 average.
Yeah.
749 OPS.
So your option is to keep him in, which the Diamondbacks tried to not have him hit against lefties, and he had a great year last year. So your option is I bring in, with this lineup, I bring in Leody Taveras, who bats way better against righties than lefties. He's a switch hitter, so he'd be batting righty, but that doesn't sound like a good option for me. My other option is to bring in left-handed hitting Josh Smith. That's my best guy off the bench, but he is a left-handed hitter. And if you were to ask Josh Smith, like they did at FanFest, he'd say, look, I love that my numbers were great against lefties, but I'd always rather bat against a righty than a lefty. Now, there's different situations. Like I would probably rather hit off of me than Jacob deGrom. So I will pick the lefty over Jacob deGrom. But in general, he would rather hit against a righty. Ezekiel Duran, I think he's going to make the team. So that would be your righty option off the bench, but I'm just saying right now, as of today, the last year and a half has not been great at bats from Ezekiel Duran, as he was great in the first half of 2023. Since then, he has struggled. So that's my other option, or I bring in Higgy, my catcher, off the bench.
Yeah.
Those are my options. Now, the problem is those aren't my favorite options.
Yeah.
What if I have the same situation with Evan Carter in the ninth inning, and let's just say I'm tied. Let's just say there's a runner on second base or third base, trying to get it where you wouldn't just intentionally walk him or something like that. So I'm trying to put a situation in there. Evan Carter's batting against Hader against the Astros, and the winning run's on third base. Who do I hit for Evan Carter?
Evan Carter.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's where I'm like, I need to trust him.
Let's just say would you have used Josh Smith for Jock Peterson? Out of the options I gave you off the bench,
I think so.
Who would you have used for Jock Peterson?
I guess Josh Smith,
right.
But I'm also like, we'll just swing Jock Peterson. I got to live with that at the moment.
Let's just say I use Josh Smith just to eliminate a guy off the bench. Do I use Ezekiel Duran to win the game?
You know, it's kind of funny. I almost forget sometimes that he's on this team.
I do like Josh Smith's speed on the bases, too, in place of Jock Peterson in that situation, if I get him on base.
So you might have to pinch run for Jock Peterson, too.
Yeah, so Josh Smith.
This is where I'm going with this. It says here, the Rangers' outfield spots are up for grabs, specifically center field between Leody Taveras and Carter. And I totally get that. I think they want Carter to win that job.
Yes.
As long as he's healthy, Carter wins that job. But I'm looking at Leody, and I think Leody is a major league player, without a doubt, right? He was a starting center fielder on a world championship team. I just am struggling when I look at this to make sense of Jock Peterson and Evan Carter in my everyday lineup, and when they bring in lefty pitchers to make the game tough on those two guys, who do I bring in to replace them?
And I don't have
Leody doesn't make sense to replace him. He's a switch hitter, but he's not. I don't have his.
And I don't have a good answer.
I should have had his stats pulled up, but his stats from the left side are way better than when he bats righty. So I'm still struggling with how Leody makes a lot of sense with these two guys. If I have those three guys on the team, it doesn't make sense for Leody to be the replacement for him. It makes sense to have a righty who can hit against lefties to be the replacement for those two guys.
Yeah, and that is how they built it this offseason. Like, as they were looking at it, they were like, we can afford this and this. I do wonder, Mike, as you're saying this right now, I don't know how many times you're going to run into this in the regular season. It might be 30. It might be 30 times in the regular season. But people are going to try and force it in the postseason. Like, they're going to try and force you into a situation like that. I can only trust that Chris Young's going to look at it the way you're looking at it and go, one of these pieces I got to move so I can get a right-handed bat that I can use.
Yeah, and maybe that'll happen during the season.
Yeah.
And I get Langford and Garcia batting third and fourth. I guess Peterson batting fifth. This does make sense from Kennedy. Why do I keep saying it wrong?
Kennedy Landry.
Landry is, if I put Peterson batting fourth and Garcia fifth, which I understand that, I get Seager and Peterson closer to each other. And then it goes, if I look at it as a lineup progresses, I could have Carter righty, Seager righty, Peterson. Maybe that's not the best in the middle of a game if a lefty comes in for like a two inning relief appearance. So this way, I do have Semien in between Carter and Seager, but that's only one person. So I keep two righties in between Seager and Peterson. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to keep in that lefty. If it's a leadoff, if Seager's leading off the inning, and this is his first inning, he has to face three hitters. Remember that rule. But if he faced, I don't know, let's just say Carter to lead off the inning, and the inning gets a little bit long, I guess I can bring in a righty to face, let's say, Langford or Garcia. But if they extend the inning, and now I got Peterson hitting against a righty.
Do you think they'll switch it up that differently during the season based on the starter?
I do think this lineup could. Well, Peterson, I don't think is going to start against lefties, and I don't think Evan Carter is going to start a lot against lefties.
Interesting.
But that being said, here's your hope as a manager. This is my lineup, and I never change it all year.
Yes.
Because that means everybody's doing their job. I remember when I first came onto the Fan and the Rangers were struggling the first game. It might have been Matt Moore who pitched for Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And maybe, I can't remember, but maybe Michael Young had a tough 2 games. And it's like, well, why don't we just drop him in the lineup to 7th or 8th? And I'm like, dude, this was the best lineup in baseball for 162 games. You don't look at one playoff game and then tell your guys, all right, we're changing up the whole lineup. Like if you're an average offense and you make the playoffs, that's okay. You've probably fiddle-farted around with the lineup for a while during the season. So the guys are used to, I'm sometimes the 2-hole hitter, I'm sometimes a 7-hole hitter. That's how this season has gone for us to get to this point. But if you were Ron Washington in 2011, you're like, this lineup has carried me to the playoffs in this exact order. We don't mess around with it. So the hope is you never have to mess around with your lineup. But if you do, if all of a sudden Carter gets hot and you're like, hey, let's play off this thing. Let's move him up to 4th right now. He deserves it. Or Simeon needs a day off. Maybe Langford leads off.
Yeah.
And so if you start doing different things like that, it's easier to adjust the lineup or change the lineup as the season progresses. But your hope is that your lineup is so great, you never touch your lineup.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess kind of breaking news. We've known this was going to be the case for at least the last few days. But per Rappaport, the Saints are finalizing a deal to have Kellen Moore become their new head coach. We can talk about that some more on the other side. But also my question, will this put an end to the talk of Mahomes as the GOAT, at least for a while? Next, right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
5 through the fan. I guess we can call this Town Hall K&C Masterpiece. Everybody in the company is involved in a meeting right now. So
what if they turned us on right now?
It'd be better than the Jimmy Buffett conversation.
Okay, first off, that's how much they trust us. They trust us so much that they would schedule a meeting where the entire company, except for us, has to be there. And they're like, guys, we trust that we don't have to worry about the dump button. We don't have to worry about things getting off track. Yeah. We don't have to worry about y'all missing the clock. They trust us, Kevin. This is a big responsibility now.
Okay, so we gave you the news. Kellen Moore is going to be the new head coach of the New Orleans Saints. I feel like we told you that in the last segment. But does that move the needle for you at all? Did you think the Saints were maybe always going to hire a coach that wasn't going to get another opportunity? Because supposedly they, kind of talk with Mike McCarthy. I think there's even buzz about Cliff Kingsbury. They're way over the salary cap.
That's what I think, Corey, is you're hiring somebody for at least 5 years. It's not fair. You have no quarterback. You have no money. You have very little talent on your team. This is 2 years. You have to expect you're going to win 10 games total in the next 2 years. And you have to be okay with that and go, hey, by the time we get to 27, we want to be able to say we have money, we have some talent, we have what you think is your future quarterback, and now you need to show us something in year 3. I feel like you have to just look at the first 2 years and go, we want whatever, the culture, the leadership, the direction, all of those things being put in place. So when we actually have talent, you have to show that you can do this. So I would give the guy, in this case, Kellen Moore, at least 3 years. And I don't even really think 3 years is fair.
This is interesting. All of our great offensive minds for the Cowboys eventually end up being the head coach of the Saints. And that being said, I think he's there for play design, play calling. Like that's really what they saw, and then they saw it against Philadelphia, and they went, "Oh, against the Kansas City Chiefs. They saw that offense and what they were doing, and they said, that's what we need. We need somebody to create the offense that's going to be that good." And yeah, like Mike just said, he has plenty of time to build all of this. The thing about it, though, is when Sean Payton took over, he had a lot of the Parcells ideals instilled, and he utilized The gas tank thing, that was a Parcells thing.
Yeah.
The cheese in the locker room, he used those things, but they as motivators, but nobody knew that Parcells did it because it's a new generation. And Kellen Moore, I'm not sure who he's going to adapt from, like what he's going to draw from. Jason Garrett? McCarthy? Is he going to say, you know what, I'm a Sirianni guy now? I don't know how that's going to work.
So can I throw out a different opinion than what y'all said? What would you think if I told you I believe Kellen Moore is getting hired in the Chris Woodward role? And what we've described on that is, I don't disagree with the fairness of what you said, but what if I told you I think Kellen Moore, short of like some sort of miraculous turnaround, is the head coach that nobody else wanted, and he's being brought in to help get the salary cap back to zero, potentially find a quarterback, and then push the next head coach they actually want on their way?
We don't know if this is true or not, but we hear that he's a horrible interviewer.
Yeah, yes, I have heard that.
So you have to hire him based off of what you've seen teams do, not what he says.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe he has to take this as this is my only chance, because I don't think he feels this way, but I keep failing in the verbal part of this job, as in communicating to a ownership, to a president,
right,
that I can be a great head coach. So to your point, maybe so, and maybe they're hoping that maybe this is the guy. But to your point, if it's not, maybe he gives us play design, but and this is not fair to Kellen Moore at all. He looks like a pushover.
Yeah.
He just looks like
this is his chance to change that narrative.
14-year-old kid. Now he just won the Super Bowl,
and for whatever reason, the players do seem to like him.
Yeah.
Like he connects with the players.
Yeah, so it's not fair. What I just said is probably not right and not fair. But he kind of looks like a pushover, and I don't know if interviews are just like he just doesn't seem to have any control in this room. Or
it seems like Dan Campbell, like you're like that dude right there can lead men. You know, he a big, strong man with a big, strong, beefy voice, all those things, where Kellen Moore doesn't have that. He just often seems aloof. But Kevin, you would almost think the Chris Woodward thing, they just did it with Dennis Allen. But they were...
How long was he there?
But their salary cap was so out of whack.
Steve,
he was there
you're
from
right.
2022, and then Joe Vitt took over at some point last year.
But I think they do think that they had the quarterback for Dennis Allen. Like, clearly...
And Derek Carr?
Incorrect.
Yeah.
But, like,
we could have.
I think they kind of did think, because, I mean, we saw plenty of feedback. Like, oh, they got the guy. And you're like, okay. And so I wonder if they did think that was the case. Now this time they're like, no.
We got to
for sure.
just start all over completely from scratch.
Now, let's go to a quarterback that is obviously still amazing and still better than Josh Allen. Go ahead and give me cut number 7, because I have a question about Patrick Mahomes.
So here's Mahomes. What's he got left? Pressure again. Dak! Ball is out! And the Eagles have it! Milton Williams with a strip sack.
Now, do you think this will put an end to talk of Mahomes as the GOAT, at least for a while? And if so, what does a while look like for you?
For the regular season?
Okay.
If he goes to another Super Bowl and wins next year.
Yeah.
But I do agree with you. This did stop it for now, because now you look, he's 3-2 in the Super Bowl.
And those 2 losses were by a combined 40 points.
Yeah, and so you look at it, I'm looking at card prices. There's been some cards I'm looking at Patrick Mahomes. His cards have been going up during the playoffs because, once again, he dominated the AFC and made it to another AFC championship, and then he beat Josh Allen again, and it was like, this dude is just unbeatable for the most part, but then he lost, and lost badly. His whole team did, but yes, the quarterback, right or wrong, takes all the credit or all the blame for wins and losses. And so I look at it and go, yeah, you're right. This does slow down for sure, that conversation. We all think he has approximately 10 more years in this league. So there's a lot more time for him to fall down the list.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll ever fall out of the top 10 of quarterbacks of all time.
Oh, for
Winning
sure.
3 Super Bowls is pretty dope.
No, I'm just saying for number one.
But for
I
number
agree
one,
with
this,
all of
this
that.
slows it down. He has time to change that. But I'll tell you what, if he goes 15-1 again in the regular season, gets the 1 seed, and gets back to the Super Bowl, you guys will be in San Francisco once again discussing the greatness of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he keeps his face in that world,
Sean won't.
AFC championships, those being in that the entire time. Greatest of all time, Tom Brady has that category, Kevin.
Yeah.
649 touchdowns. At where Mahomes is, he's 30th right now.
Yeah.
And he's got 245. All the passing accolades that come along with it, he still has a lot to stack to get there. Now, can he be the greatest of all time in a shorter period of time and not match those numbers? Absolutely. So, continue to do some of these things in the playoffs and beyond. Because if you're in the AFC Championship every year of your career, I think people are going to go, well, damn,
sure,
that dude just kept doing it.
No, I agree with that. So, okay.
But the all-time numbers kind of still, he's got some work to do.
And so, Mike, you might not agree with me on this. I think legitimately that conversation is over for probably about 3 years in terms of being the number one.
Because he's got another chance to get to another 3-peat.
You're assuming the next 2 years he doesn't win the next 2 championships.
Not necessarily.
So if he won the next 2 Super Bowls, you'd say now we can maybe do this discussion again?
Yes. Because people have won. Tom Brady won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. And so, if he wins the next Super Bowl, I don't think that's going to be a definitive bullet point because to Corey's point, I don't care about this as much, but to Corey's point, all the regular season stuff, Tom Brady played at a really high level for 60 million years. And so, it's going to be really hard to catch any of that. I was just looking at some of the, periphery things when it comes to playoffs and more specifically the Super Bowl, just because I'm fascinated how we judge the greatest football player of all time, because it feels different than every other sport, right? We've talked about this before.
You think he'll ever have another MVP?
I do. Yes, I do.
I'll throw out a stupid hypothetical, which I
Sorry
think
to interrupt that.
isn't going to. What if they trade for Tyreek Hill? And then the Tyreek Hill Patrick Mahomes show starts again.
And
then he throws for 43 touchdowns and crazy ass plays down the field that you've never seen in your life except for Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill stuff.
For sure. Look, we've talked about it. In every other sport, whoever has the most titles is not the best player of all time. But for football, it seems different. But I was kind of thinking about the LeBron versus Jordan argument for Jordan people. And I wonder if Tom Brady people, of which I am not one of those people.
You're a Montana guy.
Yes.
But do you kind of...
Oh, I'm 100% rooting for Patrick Mahomes to overtake Tom Brady on the greatness scale.
So you tip your cap to what Tom Brady accomplished.
Yes, he's a Ranger and a Dallas Texan.
And Tom Brady's an Expo.
It's a good point. But so I was just looking at some of the things that were getting spread around that are factually accurate. Tom Brady was in 10 Super Bowls. He had 6 interceptions.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes has been in 5, and he already has 7 interceptions in those games. And
catchable ball.
That's true. Very catchable ball. Tom Brady, 7-3 in the Super Bowl. Those 3 losses were by combined 15 points. They were all 1-possession games. Patrick Mahomes, 3-2 in the Super Bowl. Those 2 losses have been by a combined 40 points. Before the Eagles quit caring, he was on pace to have the 5th biggest blowout loss in the history of the Super Bowl. So, there are things like that, again, the quarterback takes the credit and takes the blame. I don't think it's all his fault that they lost by that many points, but that's how the further away you get from it is I don't know, he lost by 22 points, he lost by 18 points, because that feels like early on, that was the knock against LeBron. He got to the finals. That's neat, but they got their asses handed to them.
In your opinion, because this is opinions.
For sure.
You can never prove any of these things, just like in Jordan-LeBron conversations. Is Joe Montana still better than Patrick Mahomes?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
I'm not arguing that. It's your opinion, right? Everybody has
for sure. And look, I will readily admit my own bias when I was a little kid, I thought Joe Montana was the best. But one of the things you could just look at is I think in 5 Super Bowls, Mahomes has 10 touchdown passes and 7 interceptions. Joe Montana in 4 had 11 touchdowns and no interceptions and went 4-0. So I think that plays a part in it. I do think Patrick Mahomes will overtake Joe Montana, but not yet.
Terry Bradshaw.
You asked for a while. How long is for a while? Early to start this segment. I feel like he can really respond and be back next year. And that conversation jumps back.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So it really, a while really does depend. I think 1 year he can turn that back into, good God. Again, he's the boogeyman, as we talk about with Brian Flores. He's every time you think you've gotten rid of him. Like a lot of fans probably think, finally, we've shut down Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And then he comes back and you're like, dadgummit, he did it again. He's back again.
Yeah.
And you just don't know when he won't be there. But that obviously has a lot to do with how much they keep that team together and how long Andy Reid decides to coach and, who takes over after that and who he's with.
And for Terry Bradshaw, I think Mahomes is already better than that because he's got better peripheries, like in terms of other Super Bowl numbers and an extra MVP compared to Terry Bradshaw. So I would definitely...
77 yards.
Yeah, I would definitely put Patrick Mahomes by a good margin ahead of Terry Bradshaw because I think you can look at it and people thought Terry Bradshaw was good, but not necessarily the best.
Yeah,
everybody thought Montana was the best. Everybody thinks Patrick Mahomes is the best. Everybody thought Tom Brady was the best, and so I think that's one advantage all of them have by a pretty good amount over Terry Bradshaw. And like I said, with quarterbacks in football, it's weird. Like it matters exactly how many Super Bowls you've won. Whereas in other sports,
And what's crazy too is as long as Mahomes is available, he's keeping other people from getting into this category.
Oh, for sure.
He's keeping like the Caleb Williams, like those guys might have to deal with that. Now, interesting. Do you feel like Jalen Hurts will be back in this situation the way that team's built?
I kind of do. And those two head-to-head wins.
He might be a Terry Bradshaw where you're like, he benefited a lot from that team.
I could totally see that.
You got to give him credit.
And the two Brady head-to-head wins obviously, unfortunately, make a difference. And I don't mean GOAT the way it's been kind of like redefined as like anybody who's awesome is a GOAT. I'm saying like literally number one. I think at worst, Patrick Mahomes will probably be second or third all-time quarterback.
To end his career.
Absolute worst.
Right now, he's fifth.
I could see
that. If not
even
better than that.
I mean, he's ahead of Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers.
And Bradshaw.
And, yes, and Terry Bradshaw.
But not Troy.
Agreed.
And not Roger Staubach.
Hey, we got to go to break. Otherwise, I would definitely answer that question. Coming up next... It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day. Plus, is that really your wife? Next on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fan's K&C Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
If you're looking to buy a brand new...
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
What are you, Simmons sisters?
Asia babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No. Just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Is that really your wife? We'll answer that question here in just
Depending
a
on what
little
you
bit.
say, maybe.
I hope so.
You're going to hear a piece of audio that I need your opinion on because I didn't really think about it like this until Stephen A. Smith said something, I think yesterday on First Take. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. We got the question of the day and more coming up, and we consult the National Day Calendar once again to create the question of the day today. That question is going to be based off of today's national holiday of National Guitar Day. Don't know who says that, who makes these rules. It's above me, above my pay grade. I do not dispute. I just give you this information. So, that being said, what is one talent you wish you had 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Because guitar has always been up there for me. I did play it for a while. I was never like super fluent at it, but I could put together chord progressions and, actually do a little bit. But the thing is, I was never consistent. So it was like once I put the guitar down, it was sat down for about 6 months. And then I forgot everything that I had learned. Yeah. So I was never consistent with it. Really, just any kind of instrument. When it comes to music, I love music. I'm very outspoken about that. That's something that I would still love to explore in the future on my own. But like, it's always been the technical stuff. It's always been like, whether it's vocals, whether it's, making stuff on the computer, making beats and stuff like that. I've always been good at that. But picking up a physical instrument, I'll learn it, I'll play it for a few months, then I set it down and completely forget about it. So if I could actually play a physical instrument, that would be dope.
I've always thought if I could play the piano super well, that would be really neat.
When Rick Carlisle did that at the White House, he just sat down and started playing, and everybody was like, let him play the piano because he's good at it.
Yes.
If I sat down and played the piano, they'd be like, hey, get off that thing, dude. You're just joking around right now.
And I don't know if I would deploy that skill like that in public, but it is cool to know, if you wanted to, you can be like, I can do that.
Yeah.
And you just go up there and oh.
And there are so many times because we do have a piano, the boys play it, and they're pretty good. They're getting better, but they're pretty good at it. Carter doesn't take classes. He just is naturally one of those kind of kids. Avery does take lessons. Every day, though, I walk by the piano. It's in our living room. I walk by it, and I just want to sit down and play something awesome. But I sit down and I play stuff that sounds like a cat walking across the keyboard, and I'm just like, well, that was fine. But I do wish I could do that. I wish I could throw 98.
Yeah.
That's
Don't we all?
98 would have been perfect.
Why not 99?
Is it
I did. You just got to change the numbers.
Is it too late
the velocity off the bat
for you on that front? You can go play the piano and everyone's great, but are you gonna now you can throw 98 and you're like, I'm ready.
If I threw 98 right now, today,
you'd go
I
for
would
it?
be sore for the next month. I would just be like, but I'd have to work for a little bit for it. But that ability, dude, you realize how much money you can make throwing 98 miles an hour? It's awesome.
But I wonder how many guys, I know that is a top 5% speed. How many guys throw 98 and never make it?
Or can't pitch. Yeah, can't pitch. Yeah, that is a tough one.
Maybe they make it, but don't make it. I mean, I can't even remember the dude's name. I remember pitching against, there's this dude in the Minnesota Twins organization, and this is 2006, I believe, or 2005. And he's throwing 96 to 98, maybe even touching 100.
Wow.
Because we always talk about, what you top off at. We kind of don't care. We want to know what you pitch at.
Yeah.
Hitters want to know what you pitch at, not what you top off at. And it's dude, if he can't make that, he's on, I think, Rochester at the time, Red Wings, I believe is their name. It's if he can't make it, I'm never going to make it back to the major leagues.
Right.
And I remember, I can't remember if he got hurt or something, but there are certain guys that, I hear you, but sometimes throwing 98, it definitely gets you in the door, but it doesn't, mean success. I don't know, does Cole Winn throw close to 98?
Yeah, he does throw pretty hard.
You know what? Because he's been in the minor leagues so long, I don't know his velos.
And I'm hoping, I think there's potential with him, but I just, he has to figure out how to pitch.
The other thing about throwing 98, though, is it does feel cool. When you've thrown your hardest, Mike, you know that feeling. You throw your and you see it hum away from you, and you're just like, that felt pretty good. That would feel pretty cool to know it went 98 at somebody.
I will say, I never knew the difference between 84 and 89 out of my hand.
Out of your hand?
I didn't.
Or as it was traveling, you couldn't tell?
No. I tried my best on both of them.
Do other pitchers know that?
Yes. I was so ticked off when I found out that other pitchers can. It's I'm going to uptick this about 3 miles an hour here. And I'm like, I'm trying to throw it 100 every time. And it says somewhere between 84 and 89. I don't know how you guys are doing this. I am trying my best every time, and it is failing to get above 90 miles an hour.
The 682 says they wish they could have kept playing the saxophone. They were good, but didn't think it was cool, so they quit. Saxophone's a fun instrument to play. And it does seem like everybody needs a saxophonist at some point.
I'm fascinated by that, but they didn't think it was cool enough.
That's one of the coolest instruments.
Interesting.
I mean, drums are obviously the coolest.
Right.
Everybody knows that.
What's the least coolest instrument?
The oboe.
Okay.
The piccolo.
The piccolo.
The bass clarinet.
Brian Piccolo.
Yes, Brian Piccolo.
Nobody plays the bass clarinet.
Gail Sayers' friend.
He was. That is a very sad movie. And real life story.
What other instrument stinks?
Back to you, Alec.
I mean, the flute's kind of lame.
Triangle's dope. Like being able to play the triangle, yeah.
Huh.
You just got to be on time.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not on time, you screw the whole thing up.
That is a good point, because if you screw up your timing, everybody knows it.
Yes.
Like, even the people in the crowd are like, nah, that didn't sound right because you had one job. It sounds like one thing. That's wrong.
Yeah, to this day, if you play Sleigh Ride, I can still hit the slapstick at the very last part because everything in that song stops. And if you get that wrong, like you guys just said, everyone's like, oh my God, he really screwed that up. All he had to do was get that last one. And so I can still hit that to this day.
See, from the 832, the French horn is pretty whack. I agree.
Okay. It makes
just
a really cool sound. It sounds like it's a mile away sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's still.
But like, I was going to say something that sounded weird out of context, so I'm not going to say that.
All
The appearance of it can be confusing just because of the sound it does make. How about that? That's the best way I can work around what I really wanted to say.
Do you kind of want Corey to do more instrument recreations of what they sound like?
Corey's like noise impressions, not his voice impressions, his noise impressions are some of my favorite things ever. Like, I have that drop of him just mooing in the middle of a segment. That's one of my favorite things ever.
That was very good at mooing.
Very good move. Very good mooing. Yeah, if you're fancy. The question of the day is, what is a talent that you wish you had, but you sadly do not? From the 214, to dance like Chris Brown. Yeah. Not a great human, but a great dancer, you know? And
I'm terrible at dance.
Yeah, I'm awful at it too.
Is there any part of you that feels like with dancing, like at a faster speed? Because if you slow dance, I don't know how much you can just improvise your slow dance. But do you ever feel like if you're just confident and you go with it, that people will be like, all right.
I feel like
eating.
I feel like I'm a big man and I stand out. And so that's why I feel like I'm getting looked at, because I'm taller than most people.
Well,
and I don't, like, my hips don't do the things that I want them to do, and my feet just kind of shuffle about. So that's always weird to me. Yeah, almost. Well,
we measured you.
It's 6'2" and 3/4.
Oh, is it? Oh, was it 6'3"? And I questioned you, and then I brought in a measuring stick, or a measuring thing.
Measuring stick,
a measuring tape,
tape ruler,
a ruler.
Yeah.
Oh man, what's
tape ruler?
Huh?
What is it called?
Say tapeworm?
Tape measure?
Tape measure.
Huh.
Tape ruler. Sorry, guys.
That's not right. From the 903, I would like to be bilingual. Absolutely agree with that. I was going to hop on Duolingo, but I saw that they just tweeted that their mascot is now dead. I don't know what that means because he's animated. The Duolingo bird.
After they just took a shot at the Mavs?
Yeah, now he's dead. So,
jeez.
Oh my God.
I think those threats were misdirected. Yeah, that's interesting.
Like, how did that meeting start? So somebody walks into the conference room, is like,
furious
all right,
about Luka.
Our logo, our mascot's dead, and people are like, wait, what?
Man.
What is that meeting?
How did he die?
I mean, it got like 7,000 retweets in the first 10 minutes, so it worked. Like, it absolutely worked. Somebody knew what they were doing. They put some thought into that, and I can appreciate some really well thought out social media antics. Speaking of that, I did tweet out a few days ago now that one of our teammates here, Alex Solis, yes, there is another Alec here, if you didn't know.
What?
You can hear him on the nights and weekends. He is also a UNT guy, so go Mean Green there for you, Corey. Me and him have combined forces, even though he stole my name, to start a new podcast called Double Take, and it is out now everywhere. If I think that tweet got 8,000 impressions. We don't have 8,000 followers or downloads yet. That would be cool if we did. So go check that out. We're taping a new episode tonight to talk about the Super Bowl halftime, all that good stuff, and some more. It'll drop tomorrow after the show. So if you want to check that out, would greatly appreciate that. But keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. The talent that you wish you had.
One other thing I'd like to add to the mix, I'd love to be a master of the art of DJ. So that you could just walk up and ricka whenever you want to. And everybody would be like, instead of going, don't touch the records, they're like, no, get over here. You DJ for us, man.
It ruins it.
I used to DJ like
a record.
Yeah.
Remember once upon a time I was a student of Nathan Wood. who used to work here.
That's right.
He used to send me out on assignments to DJ for school dances and stuff. DJing is so fun. It really is. And like I've talked to Lucius for, hours about his stories from when he was actually out there pre-pandemic doing DJ sets and stuff. That is really, really fun.
From the 817 whistling, I got laughed out of a room when people found out I couldn't whistle the other day.
Yeah, that's
fun. You can whistle, right?
I can whistle.
Okay.
I can.
But I could see how it was like,
and then everybody just kind of like, what are you even
Is
doing?
that the
You gotta
wind?
just tighten your lips a little more. You got to learn how to whistle in multiple different ways too.
You are on one this week, Mr. Majors.
I can't whistle when they
the
put
two fingers.
Yeah,
I can't do that one. I did it on accident once in class one time and got in trouble for it.
Mike,
but
can you do that? You can whistle
because that feels very baseball-y.
Yeah, no fingers for me.
I can do the one where you like grab your lip and like that one. That
Oh
one's
my
fun.
God, that was amazing! Can you do that one more time? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah.
I'm amazed.
It can get louder, but
He like grabbed his bottom lip and folded it in, and
yeah. Sorry if you're driving.
that was amazing.
I want to be you when I grow up. I do want to run this though. You guys be the judge. I'm assuming most people by now have seen the halftime show during the Super Bowl with Kendrick Lamar. And a big talking point of that was Serena Williams being involved in the set. She was dancing. She grew up in Compton, so there's some tie-ins there. But the one that everybody's really talking about, the tie-in that makes the most sense, she dated Drake in the past. And obviously Kendrick Lamar has the beef with Drake. That Drake still says is ongoing, even though me personally, I think it's been done for a while. Stephen A. Smith on First Take had an interesting take about Serena Williams being involved there, saying, that's not really your wife.
If I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass. Because clearly you don't belong with me. What you worried about him for and you with me?
I gotta get that lick back.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Stop it.
What?
Stop it, Stephen A.
This is true.
If you with Serena Williams, you're gonna be a kept man anyway.
Well, that's a fair ass point. That
really
second
is.
part. That's a fair ass point. But I did actually agree with Stephen A. Smith because, like, if your wife came home and goes, "Hey, I'm gonna go do this elaborate thing to get back at my ex," wouldn't you be like, "Wait, what? Please don't."
So my thought process on it, to make it as simple as possible, is I think on Kendrick's end and his team, it was like, yeah, this would be hilarious. I think on her, and she was like, one, I'll never get this opportunity again.
Yeah.
And
True.
two, I get to represent my city. He's from there. He grew up there. I'm from there. I grew up there. This is for the culture more than it is to get back up my ex. I think that's what she was thinking. I could be wrong.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm with you in that feeling that she was like, man, when am I ever going to be able to dance at the Super Bowl halftime show again?
That's a great
When
question.
have you done it, Kevin?
Just the one in '89.
What?
That's it.
Are you serious?
We're the K&C Masterpiece. I'm just kidding, Mike. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. That look from Mike.
I wish we would. I don't even know if they had a concert in '89 for halftime, but what if it was?
There's a video of
What if it was
young
Jimmy
Hagee.
Buffett? It was the 1989 halftime.
Kevin just singing his little heart out.
Was like, yep, I was a Jimmy Buffett parrot head.
Parrot head, like he's got wearing one of those little parrot head
$15
hats.
on Amazon, man.
Coming up next.
Why don't we get drunk?
Wait. Gridiron gravy. Blow out aside.
What?
All the people still watch the Super Bowl. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, full report on Luka's first game in L.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Chance to go to Vegas, baby.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's Hurts. Can't find anyone. Now looks and throws on the run. Has a completion. It's Devontae Smith who's inbounds for a first down.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
Now, I didn't understand yesterday.
Well, it was Monday.
Yeah.
Well,
Monday.
Monday.
True.
It'll be all right.
You want me to hold you tight?
No. I didn't understand yesterday why Delatron Johnson was getting terrible restaurant reviews.
It sounds like a transformer.
Don't look it up. Don't look it up, Corey.
Is it a person? Say his name. It sounds like a transformer.
It's a she.
Delatron Johnson.
Sorry.
So
She.
it goes back
Delatron.
to the Super Bowl. All right. So CJ Gardner-Johnson posted a photo of himself right next to Travis Kelce. They're kind of staring each other down. And he put, I think it's Instagram, should have stayed with that thick S. This is, I feel like, in reference to Travis Kelce's old girlfriend versus Taylor Swift.
Kaya Nicole? Kayla.
Now, you must.
Taylor's thickened up a little bit over the last year.
I'm not here to dispute that or confirm it.
As she's stopped caring about some things, but she is definitely not. Well, no, she admitted it. She I stopped caring about these things. But she's not Kayla Nicole.
So here's the weirder part of it. So apparently, Swifties en masse went to review bomb Delatron Johnson's restaurant, which is in Rockledge, Florida. It got a giant swath of negative reviews on Monday, which were like outsized to all the reviews they had ever had. And it was like 1 star, eat takeout, or go somewhere else instead, and on and on and on. And the thought is because CJ Gardner-Johnson slighted Taylor Swift fans took it out on his mom's restaurant, which that's weird.
Remember that happened with Hurtado?
Yes.
With the Astros fans? And I thought that was miserable at that time. And listen, I understand the Swifties know that they have power for that. That's too small and petty, though.
Yes.
Then again, most of Taylor Swift's songs are very small and petty. If we're being really honest,
true.
Like there are a lot of songs where you're just like, man, she's been holding on to that for years.
What does your wife think about what you just said?
That's in the majors.
I bet she would agree. I bet she, because we've talked about it before, where she's been like, man, she held on to that for almost 10 years before she let that song out.
Now, the avalanche of reviews triggered an unusual activity alert on the restaurant's Yelp page. Comments were disabled. And now it looks like Google is going to remove the reviews because they're probably like, I don't know, you had 50 reviews in the history of your restaurant. And then the day after the Super Bowl, you got 65 new reviews.
Where was the restaurant again?
It's in Rockdale, Florida.
Oh, so it wasn't even in like New Orleans where everybody would have been and they left because they went there.
Yes, they most certainly did not all go to that restaurant. They were just bent out of shape about that.
I don't like that kind of call to action and that kind of activity because people, especially in restaurants, like that's all you're relying on.
Yeah, it's not her fault.
That is your livelihood right there. That you are relying on word of mouth, and now a word of mouth is just all these reviews are that bad.
Now, all of the people watched the Super Bowl this year. 126 million across all the platforms. The high was in the second quarter when it hit 135.7 million.
Wow.
But the average is 126 million, including a record streaming total of 14.5 million, including 13.6 of that being from Tubi. And then Tubi made those commercials, and people were like,
freaked out and canceled.
I'm out.
They're like, what are we doing here?
So
I was a streamer.
Yes.
Well,
Did you stream on Tubi then?
Fubo? Does Fubo, that's streaming, right? Or does that not the same streaming numbers?
But that's a good question. I think it still diverts back to,
because it was Fox.
Yeah, I think it diverts back to Fox on that, unless you're doing a separate app that is not linked into.
So like us, they merge their streaming numbers with the terrestrial radio numbers.
And so a lot of people watched it. It's up about 5 million from last year. I know you said the halftime show is up about
3%.
3% from last year. And tell the number for the halftime show.
133.5 million.
And so that is usually the case, and it always fascinates me that the average for the halftime show is usually higher than the game.
Okay.
And especially in this case when like probably a lot of people turned it off in the third or fourth quarter, whereas,
So biggest number, yet still a number lower than the game, which is abnormal.
Yes.
Biggest number for the Apple Music halftime show, but lower than the game, which is not typical. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Lower increase over the game, but still a humongous number because I'm sure a lot of people that's appointment viewing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once you find out who is going to be the halftime show, for a lot of people, that's appointment viewing. All right, let's go back to the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys did hire Steve Shimko as their quarterbacks coach. He was an offensive assistant last year, but replaces Scott Tolzien now. He worked with Brian Schottenheimer for 2 years in Seattle and was previously an OC at Boston College. And then we talked about this yesterday. Ken Dorsey, looks like that's about done. Still haven't heard specifically what that position is going to be. But he'll be on the staff.
It's like an analyst consultant role.
Oh, quality control kind of deal.
You got to. I mean, Jerry loves having more coaches. He's told us that on many times. The more coaching staff I can have, the better it is for our team.
Yeah, which is weird.
More voices in this room.
I don't want to fire any coaches because I don't have to pay them. But let's get more other coaches.
Hire some analysts, guys.
All right, Corey, this story is particularly important to you. T. Higgins has said he wants to stay with the Bengals, but it's not in his control.
It is true.
Joe Burrow even came out and was like, looks like we have the space. I don't know who he was talking about to make that determination, but Joe Burrow's like, looks like we have the space. I sure would like to keep T. Higgins on the team.
Did Chase get a contract, or he's still waiting on his? That's tough. That's very difficult for them to have this conversation where they can do that and juggle it and hope, and especially since it didn't win the Super Bowl. If it had won, maybe it's a different story. I can understand wanting to stay there. You're with Burrow. You're across from Jamar Chase. It's a great combination for you as a receiver. You can stack up numbers, not necessarily be the guy, be paid like the guy, and also have opportunities to go to big games.
And one of the reasons it's going to hurt is, like you brought up, because they haven't signed Chase yet, he's got a club option for next year. So it's the same situation as the deal with Micah. But you can't fudge those numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you gave Jamar Chase a 5-year extension for, $175 million, whatever the number is going to be, then you can shift some of that money around, and all of a sudden you can make our cap hit's only $10 million. It was going to be 21. Here's $11 extra million. That will help us in the T. Higgins chase. But until they do that, you can't change that number. That number is set.
I like how you call it the T. Higgins chase.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase nice work, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
Kevin thinks about his words.
Sometimes, except for a couple of weeks ago. I did not think that part through. Tennessee Titans said they would be open to trading the first overall pick. They were willing to listen to offers. I feel like we hear that most every year just to see if another team will be like, I will give you all of the first round
picks. It would be ridiculous to not listen.
Yeah.
To not just put it out there. Give us a call. We're willing to hear what you want to say.
I think the best thing you do is call one team and negotiate with just one team.
That's right.
Because you know the guy and he kind of helped you in the business.
You had a relationship for him for a while and a different kind of life and a different role.
Be about the Mavs.
As long as from that one team you get a king's ransom.
Yeah,
I think everybody's okay.
I think you just take what they offer.
No, that's not.
And I think that's the best way to do business.
What was I supposed to do?
The only thing I would say don't do it is if you were positive that Shador or Cam was your franchise quarterback, and everybody in your organization's like, oh my God, that's the dude.
Caleb Williams was that guy. Everybody was like, yeah, no, if you're guaranteed to yourself, we were lucky enough. Jacksonville Trevor Lawrence was the guy. Everybody knew it.
Working out.
It has not turned out that way, unfortunately. It could still work out.
Got to sell a whole bunch of cards.
At this point, he should join the wrestling. Think about Trevor Lawrence's hair.
So AEW?
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, just wrestle. July 12th, I'll buy more tickets if Trevor Lawrence is part of the AEW.
Okay.
What's it called?
He's like, I gotta go.
All in.
I gotta go
All
talk.
in.
I gotta go talk to Khan, and they're like, oh yeah,
Why aren't they doing it at the Cowboys, AT&T, if it's called All In?
Probably for that exact
because that was a lie.
We're all in.
No.
It was a lie.
What?
They didn't go all in. They were, unless.
How dare you?
Well,
say
his description of all in was I was all in for signing Dak. That was what we were told later after many, many deliberated days.
All I can say during this segment is go Cowboys.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, could both Jacob deGrom and Udonis bounce back in 2025? Plus those spring training questions we didn't get to because of our weirdo Jimmy Buffett conversation. Next right here on The Fan.
The winter chill is back again. Is your home ready? If you have leaky windows letting the cold in, you can't afford to wait. It's time to call my...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
5-3 the fan. Let's dive into some baseball. Could both Jacob deGrom and Adolis Garcia bounce back in 2025? Now, we can take these individually, or you could just...
1988 Dallas Mavericks bouncing back. 87, they lose to the Sonics in 4 games. Del Ellis destroys us, former Maverick. Then in 88, the Mavericks
Western Conference Final
bounce back, take the Lakers to 7 games. Beat the Rockets, beat the Nuggets. That was when I was a huge Maverick fan. I knew Jim Fulmer was on that team.
And
Jim
Uwe
Palmer?
Blom.
The underwear bottle?
Stunk at basketball, but he had a mullet and he was on the team.
What did you just say?
Wasn't Jim Palmer an underwear model?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also played baseball.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of vintage jockey underwear ads.
So let's start
Kept it tight.
Those
with
are tight.
Adolis Garcia. And this goes back to, I know at FanFest he was joking that he doesn't get a lot of interviews, but one of the things he talked about is he's already been working with the team and hitting coaches to eliminate some movements in his swing. And he said, I had a little bit of extra movement in my swing. And so, Mike, I was hoping we could analyze that for just 1 second. Not specifically about Adolis, but do you think people maybe don't totally understand how this like really minute seeming thing could totally change what you're doing?
Yeah, here's the hope. Obviously, he's an older guy. He's in his early 30s. It's not like he's 26, so sometimes it's tough to make major adjustments. But his major adjustment, what they're hoping is that he can get to 95 at the top of the zone.
Okay.
Look, if a dude throws 95 above the zone, you're dead if you swing at it. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I guess if you're Corey Seager, there are certain guys that can still.
But for the most part,
if you swing at a fastball that's a high velocity fastball and it's above the zone, you're done anyways. So one, there'll be discipline that his hands are always quick, but the hitch made his hands late at times. So now we're hoping we take out the movement. My hands, when they move, it's in a positive way. We're not just moving them to move them. When they move, what I mean is they're moving to hit the ball. Not like hitch, now go. It's like, no, we're going to try to take a hitch out. So when you make the movement, it's positive movement towards the ball, and it's the right timing of movement. So if they do throw a fastball that's in the zone at the top, you can make positive contact with it, or you can foul it off and live for another pitch. So if they throw that ball more in the middle of the zone instead of the top of the zone, we make them pay for that. Does that make sense?
Yes. No, absolutely.
And that's what they're trying. That's what they're trying to get, because he became a guy. Scouting report wise, is why are you throwing him sliders in the zone? It's the only pitch right now it seems like he can hit.
And so he talked about Adolis being the he. Said last offseason, obviously they naturally had a shorter offseason, and he said, I think that hurt me a little bit because I had less time to prepare. And he said, not making the playoffs this year, I've had a lot more time to work on things. I feel prepared. I'm ready to go. And again, we talked about this all the time.
Feels like, in my mind, it felt like he just needed to get his mind right more than anything else.
See, and I do agree with that, but I also understand how maybe Adolis wouldn't come out right now and be like, oh, I'm in trouble, guys. Like, I understand what he's saying.
He's got money ahead of him.
But yeah, but I like the logic behind it. He didn't just say, I'm in the best shape of my life. He said, one of the things that hampered me last offseason, shorter offseason, because we won. Since we didn't make the playoffs, that sucks. But that did give me extra time to work on some of the movements in my swing, which I think I've done a good job of addressing. So I feel like it's solid logic behind it. Now, Whether or not that matters, or to
Well, it
Corey's point,
translates, yeah.
whether or not it was actually mental all along, can't say.
I'm with Corey on this. I think it was more mental than physical. Now, he's always had that hole in his swing.
Sure.
It's just a matter of laying off the one above the zone, because then if you're able to have discipline there, the pitcher now has to think, do I want to go there if he's not swinging at that pitch? And then you maybe adjust and try to go edges instead of top of the zone or above the zone. But I think last year he got off to an MVP start. His month of March/April was amazing. His OPS was above 900. I can't remember where it was at. He got off to a great start, and then he got into a slump, and then he just mentally couldn't get out of it. Then I don't know when this happened, but it happened. And the Rangers were telling us, we were asking, hey, is there something physically wrong with Udonis?
Yes.
And they kept saying, no, September. Well, maybe so. And so this happens.
Do you think they knew and they were hiding it, or do you think that a lot of times players don't say?
Right, but
I don't know.
My answer is yes, I kind of do.
Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, Dave Raymond, right? I'm there.
kinda had an idea.
I'm not there every day last year. I'm there, I'll say, 70 times with the Rangers. People were asking, and the Rangers, whoever you asked, were like, he is physically fine. But then near the end, they're like, well, he has been dealing with, I want to say it was a knee. I can't remember if it was a knee or a hip. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But then it was kind of like, okay, he has been dealing with a little bit of a physical ailment, but I don't know when that started. I don't know when the physical ailment also went along with, to I think Corey's point, the mental part where he had just gone into a dark place where his confidence was not there.
Yeah.
And when you lack confidence, it's going to be very tough to have success. Now, to get out of that lack of confidence, you usually have to not only work hard, but then there has to be positive results that get you to believing again. But the best players, whether it's Corey Seager, like Corey Seager got off to a horrible start. A lot of that was because of a physical injury. He didn't have spring training. He was physically not ready to go for the season, but he kept confidence in himself that I know that I am the best. And when I get physically okay, I will be the best again. And then we saw Corey Seager, I can't remember when it was, let's say mid-May-ish. He took off again, and Corey Seager became a great hitter again. So to me, it will be Udonis, one, mental, but two, I love that he's trying to make this adjustment because there is a major part to pitch him. If you throw the ball 95 or harder and you can hit the top of the zone or go above the zone, one, he can't hit it, two, he'll chase it. That has to, in your scouting report, either it doesn't go away and you just become so gifted at all the other parts of the zone, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's a hole there. If you don't hit that hole, I will make you pay. And that wasn't the case last year, is he wasn't making teams pay with hanging sliders, or they would miss that top part of the zone and throw it in the middle of the zone. He would foul that pitch off. And you're like, oh, that was the pitch that when he's good, when you're saying if he is he going to bounce back? That's the one. If he bounces back, fine. Don't hit the top of the zone. Swing at times above the zone. We can live with it. But when they make a mistake with that slider, when they make a mistake with that fastball in the middle part of the zone, you crush it.
I want him to be back to that place, Kevin, because when you have two hitters that are that clutch, like I know they had Aaron Judge and Stanton, Giancarlo Stanton and Soto, but Judge wasn't clutch when they needed him the most.
Sure.
Those two guys, Seager and Udonis, they are clutch hitters, and you have two of them coming up in your lineup. You feel very good whenever those ninth inning games are coming down to the wire.
I absolutely agree with you on that. Now, the next player is Jacob deGrom, and I want to give credit to Brent McGuire from MLB.com for throwing this idea out there, and I wanted to see what you guys think. Do you think you could see a Chris Sale-like resurgence for Jacob deGrom? Because some of the parallels are astonishing. All right, so Chris Sale going into last season, obviously, it worked out super great. Age 35 season. Jacob deGrom going into this year, age 37 season. Chris Sale had 31 starts over the past 4 seasons and was 6 years removed from his last full effective season. Jacob deGrom, 35 starts over the past 4 seasons and 6 years removed from his last full effective season. So that doesn't have to mean anything. I just found those parallels to be quite astonishing. And clearly, Chris Sale went on to have an unbelievable season, won the Cy Young. Could you see, and I don't necessarily mean like, could you see Jacob deGrom winning the Cy Young? I'm saying,
ask me that question.
Okay, could you see Jacob?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You better say that. No, I'm just kidding, Mike. But
last year, he was not Jacob deGrom. When I watched him pitch his 3 games, and I believe I was on the call for 2 of them, maybe all 3, I was like, this is good. Not Jacob deGrom.
Yeah.
He had a 1.69 ERA last year. So in his 10 1/3 innings pitched, he did not look as good as the New York Mets' Jacob deGrom. He had a 1.69 ERA in 10 2/3 innings. He walked 1, he struck out 14, and he gave up 11 hits. And I was like, it's good. Don't get me wrong. This is well above average of major leaguers. It's well above average. But if you're saying, does that look like Jacob deGrom when you saw him pitch, let's say in 21 or 20 or 19 for the Mets? I'm like, no, it's not that good. So I do think, I don't know how they're going to protect him with how many innings pitched. If he stays healthy, he wins the Cy Young.
Okay. So now that's another interesting part, and maybe we dive into this more and more as we get closer to spring training. So Zips and Fangraphs are not necessarily projecting great seasons for Jacob deGrom. However, MLB.com, they have him projected as a 5.1 WAR for the season, which would be the 3rd best of his career behind the 2 back-to-back seasons he won Cy Young. And they have him making 26 starts, 152, potentially 26 starts and 152 innings pitched.
Yeah. Okay. It stinks. I'm looking at this. It stinks. He's only started 9 games for the Rangers. In his 9 games, he has a 2.41 ERA. I think that's doable. I think that this year a 2.41 ERA is very doable. Now, I'm hoping it's way more than 9 starts, but I think if he can get over 130 innings this year, I don't know if he can. I don't know this. If he can, he wins the Cy Young.
And of all the things, and again, I'm sorry for bringing this up so late in the segment, because this could be another segment for another day. Of all the things that could, just one thing, directly impact your feeling about this Rangers season. If you tell me you get mostly healthy Jacob deGrom, I feel like that's at the top of the list.
I'm going to add another thing, and Adolis Garcia.
I mean,
let's make that one thing.
Okay, that would be nice.
What's your one thing?
We did combine it in this segment, but like, I get it. Josh Young stays healthy. Wyatt Langford takes the next step. Evan Carter stays healthy. But like, if you tell me that Jacob deGrom is going to be mostly healthy for this season,
I'll take it.
Then I'm like, well, here we go.
I saw this, this was a month or so ago. I saw this YouTube people who talk about baseball, all general, not just Texas Rangers. And they said, do you know how many X factors the Rangers have going into this season that if this happens, they have so many ifs this happens, but it's not like if all of these happen.
Yeah.
They're like, if just this and this, out of they're like, they have 6 or 7 X factors, whether it's Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, Marcus Semien bouncing back, Adolis Garcia bouncing back, Josh Young staying healthy, Jacob deGrom staying healthy. Now, the one thing is, like everybody talks about, their bullpen is very scary on a piece of paper and not in a great way right now. We'll see how it goes. But they're like, they have so many things. If just 2 or 3 of these things out of these 7 things happen, they are going to be a great team. So to your point, if Jacob deGrom, this doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But Cody Bradford still does what he did last year when he was healthy. If Evan Carter, stays healthy, if Josh Young stays healthy, if Marcus Semien and Adolis Garcia for some reason had bad years last year, if they get back to what we think they are, like there's so many things here that they have a lot of positives. If they all go bad, then they're once again a 75 to 78 win team.
I just want the opportunity to see Jacob deGrom in playoffs in a Rangers uniform.
If they make the playoffs and he's healthy and Nathan Eovaldi is healthy and you figured out how to get people out in the 8th and 9th inning, you could win the World Series again.
Yeah, I was going to say, of those X factors, you get 5 or 6 of them, you're the favorite to win the AL.
Yeah.
For sure.
And you're just watching guys ticked off throwing their bats because they're like, good God, how do you hit these guys?
If Jacob deGrom's healthy and you're facing the Dodgers in the World Series, well, they can't win if they can't score.
Exactly. Now, I know you guys already know this, but Corey, let's share some more happy news. You know what tomorrow is?
Tomorrow is what would be my grandmother's birthday if she passed away.
Okay.
Aren't all our grandparents dead?
In what universe did you think that was the happy news I was throwing to?
We're celebrating her. Today's my mother-in-law's birthday.
Friday's Valentine's Day.
in the Eagles parade.
Yeah,
So,
all right.
No.
Yeah, you know what? It's in the United States of America.
Stop it.
Yeah, America's 59-0 in Super Bowls.
Yeah, and Philadelphia was our capital for a second.
I mean, that is the kind of idiotic stat that is true, but I still don't like it. The point was, since we were just having a baseball segment, tomorrow, pitchers and catchers report for the Rangers.
That's cool, man. That's really awesome.
I wonder if they still have to do the Rangers run. I bet they don't. That was a bad.
What's the Rangers run?
You start at they'd make a football field, and it was to see if you were in shape for spring training, and if not, you got extra cardio.
Football field like in the outfield?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they marked it. So you'd start at the back of the end zone, and you'd hit the 25, so 35 yards. And then you'd hit the end zone, that's 25. Then you'd hit the 50 back. I say the 75, but, the other 25 back. The end zone, back of the end zone, back of the end zone, if I have it right. And you'd have to do it in under 2 minutes and 55 seconds, or you failed your cardio physical.
And then guess what, Kevin?
Extra.
What? You don't get the...
Bartolo Colon failed it every time. It used to be called the Warrior Run with the Indians. And then we had Fernando Montes. He came over with John Hart as our strength and conditioning coach. So I had done it before with Cleveland, and I believe Bartolo Colon might have finished it in under 6 minutes. And then they're like, you have to do extra cardio, which he was like, yeah, screw you. Watch me pitch.
All right, so the lesson of that story, I'm not really sure what that lesson is.
I know that Patrick Lamont would have traded Bartolo Colon in 1997 on the Cleveland Indians.
There you go. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I don't know, Charlie Huff is what I assume.
Okay, actually, believe it or not, we are going to talk about the Mavs coming up next.
All right.
Why won't the Mavs let fans be upset? Next on The Fan.
From fast breaks to buzzer beaters to block parties, there's nothing as exciting as basketball. With Underdog, you can bring that excitement to wherever you watch. Playing on their app is as easy as choosing higher or lower on player stats like threes made, points, rebounds, and more. Get those picks right, and you could win up to 1,000 times your money. Millions of fans have won over billions on Underdog. Will you be next? Join in the fun by signing up for Underdog today using promo code MASTERPIECE, and you'll get a free pick as part of your first cash entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama and Nebraska, 19 plus in Colorado for some games, 21 plus in Arizona and Massachusetts, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call 24/7-HOPE-LINE at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE NY.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
With DFWsecurity.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Looking for it, they couldn't get it to him, and now they do. 8 seconds to go, Mr. Fourth Quarter. DeMar DeRozan on the fadeaway. It's tied. You already know.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where you already know DeMar DeRozan. So,
oh man,
the Mavericks lose last night. We didn't really get an opportunity to talk about that a whole lot, and I want to do that a little bit here, but I also want to just ask the question, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Why won't the Mavs let the fans be upset?
Because, Kevin, as Patrick Dumont said, you don't know how I felt when we lost the finals, and I was standing there with confetti falling on my head in Boston. I was pretty unhappy. I'll never forget that.
Yeah, great. I've been a Mavericks fan longer than you have.
In the first half year of owning the Mavericks, he was in the finals and didn't have to
devastating
like build it from the bottom up. But Kevin, and listen, you know I'm saying this in jest, but that's him saying, I wasn't satisfied then and I'm not satisfied now, and I'm trying to figure out a way to be satisfied.
So we're going to elaborate on that, but yesterday was another sad day for the Mavericks. So they lose the game to the Kings in overtime, in part because DeMar split a double team and, people are just hanging out, doing whatever.
And guess what they were doing, Mike? They were marking Kyrie, and they were saying, we're going to attack him.
Yes.
Offensively. And then on the other side, Kyrie was trying to go back, but you could see he was exhausted.
Oh, I agree. And so they lost the game. Daniel Gafford is hurt as well. I know right now it's still listed as day-to-day. I've not seen a definitive update today. And so all of that, to start with, is disappointing. And then Dirk Nowitzki goes to Los Angeles to be there for the debut of Luka, and then go to cut number 3. LeBron's like, why don't you go ahead and come out last? And so this is Luka's pregame intro for the Lakers.
And the other guard wears number 77. 6'7". 7th campaign from Slovenia, Luka Doncic.
He said Slovenia wrong.
The people are going crazy. That's clearly far inferior to Sean Heath, but the people are going crazy.
I don't know if I've ever
It
seen
completely and totally disgusts me.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I get what Dirk did, and good for Dirk. Like, Dirk is sticking up for the human being. And the organization, like, I don't know. I've heard things about, like, after Dirk's retirement, maybe Dirk hasn't been as pleased at times, but that's not for me to discuss and for me to honestly know all the facts there. But good for Dirk. It just hurts because Dirk is kind of saying in this, I know Dirk is not a controversial person. He's an awesome human being. He's kind of saying, I choose Dirk over the Mavs right now. I choose Luka. I choose Luka over the Mavs right now.
Well, that relationship's going to last a lot longer. And
when he was a rookie, it was Dirk's last year that he thought there was a little bit of a passing of a torch. He had no clue how it was going to turn out, and
it was turning out great. It was on its way to being something fantastic. And Dirk said that relationship's going to last me longer than probably this relationship with this franchise that obviously doesn't care about me because they didn't even mention me and working hard. They mentioned Shaq. But they don't care about him in the same way.
And this is the first game. These have been the first games since '98 where no Dirk or Luka on the roster. Now, I know, obviously, they didn't always play those.
They're played for 27 years.
27 years. You had Dirk, and then you had Luka. So the fans have been understandably upset. There was the protest the day after, where they put up kind of like a shrine to Luka. The coffin came out. Mavericks tore all that stuff down. They put barricades up on Saturday. There was another protest. People were obviously upset yesterday, and we'll get to that in just a second. And I just wanted to throw this out there, probably because it's not going to help, but this was Luka talking about seeing kind of all of that reaction.
I saw, obviously I saw the fans, obviously I really appreciate it. I've been there almost 7 years, and it was amazing to experience those fans and the love for me. I will always appreciate that, but now I think we should focus on the next step, and the way Lakers fans received me here was amazing.
And that's logical, but he did make sure to start off with, he said it was almost 7 years, and it meant a lot to me, and it was really cool to see the fans, and it's really cool to see their feedback now, and it's just like, well, that's the guy that we couldn't trust with our franchise.
Yeah, that's that. Now, the question you've asked, though, is why won't they let them be happy? And by happiness, you mean...
let them be mad.
Mad. Yeah, by that, you mean let them express themselves.
Yes.
And let them get that out of their system and feel heard. Like, that's more than anything, the Mavs fans kind of want to feel heard, just like Cowboys fans this year. It felt like every time as a Cowboys fan you complained about something, they were snapping back at you and telling you why you were wrong about it. And that was a very frustrating feeling all along. And they're telling you, by not telling you, we had problems with Luka for whatever reason, and that problems we couldn't overcome, and we think we're going to be a better organization because of it. But they won't tell you, what the real, nobody's telling you the real reasons. They're just letting you speculate on a lot of it. You probably never will get that real reason. And then B, They're telling you have to leave the arena whenever you express yourself on the Jumbotron, where a lot of people get to do whatever they want there.
No cussing, no showing body parts.
Yeah.
Just
fire Nico is what he said.
When I was a kid and I went to a game where Quinn Buckner was the coach, it was the worst time as a Mavs fan. I wore a bag over my head, and I was 7th row behind the basket. Those tickets probably cost at that time like $40 face value, and it probably cost $10 on the open market to go. Like it was, you could go to Maverick games for pretty much free. Nobody wanted to go to Mavs games. The Mavericks didn't kick out me and my dad and my grandma and grandpa. My grandma and grandpa and dad weren't too pleased that I wore a bag over my head, but they let me do it, with the eyes cut out. And I think it said like fire Quinn Buckner. I can't remember as a kid. I mean, what I exactly wrote, but obviously Patrick Dumont would fire me. He didn't really make any money. Am I correct? He's just born into billions of dollars. Am I correct about that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm going to assume he is. I'm going to give that assumption, and I don't know. I'm going to assume he is a child born into. Look, it's very tough. I'm not like it's in a way awesome that you're a billionaire at birth,
right?
But I'm sure it's very tough because what he's dealing with is, where has he ever had to deal with any pushback in his life if he was born into a billionaire life? And now the family's worth $33 billion approximately, according to when you look on a website. I don't know how perfect that is, but around $33 billion.
Sure.
So has he ever had anybody, if he's a child of being a billionaire, has he had anybody in his life ever, as a mob, as a crowd, go, "You're wrong. You hurt us"?
Yeah.
Well, you're fired. Get out of my casino.
Yeah.
You're like, this is probably the first time in his life he's ever had anybody push back on him, and he doesn't get it or understand it.
The casino analogy is very apropos here. In that, in the casino, you the rules have to be followed, or you're gone.
Yeah.
And he is kind of treating it as like, I want y'all to move on. Just move on, or else.
Yeah, if you don't want to, if you don't like my casino, I can just kick you out.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
And that's what Dolan did up in New York, and he lost fans.
He doesn't. I don't think he understands sports fans at all, to be honest.
Now, wannabe journalist who I actually think does a really, really good job covering the team, Grant Afseth, last night posted a video of just kind of the arena. And he said, you can almost just look at a fan section, and if you wait long enough, a fan gets removed. And there are videos on top of videos of like security guards and even the actual police at the arena showing up to escort some people out who either said fire Nico, like the one that people have really caught is somebody was on the board and they were doing this and that, and then they said fire Nico, and they went and found that person and kicked them out. There are people who have to have the shirt on. There's people with the Adelson face that's got a clown nose on it, and they're like, you're out. And I realize, I heard Sean and RJ this morning, what the Mavericks are falling back on is the rules of conduct in an NBA arena. That is also up to your discretion to a certain point. You do not have to kick any of these people out. I just can't believe so quickly they're so cowardly about this that they won't let people voice their opinions. If in 2 months people are still like, fire Nico, I'd be like, okay, man, like,
you still get to stay in the. Now, if you say effing fire Nico, that's that you can't do that. Now, I would give a warning. If I was saying, if I'm an usher, I'd say, hey, if you cuss again outwardly where everybody can hear you, you're gone. But if you want to start a chant saying fire Nico or sell the team, hey, I was at the last Oakland A's game. They chanted sell the team with 40,000+ people doing it multiple times. They didn't kick everybody out of the stadium. I've been in Philadelphia. I've been with Gavin Dawson. I'll give you this example. Army-Navy game. We walk over, Philadelphia's playing Portland, and Portland was Gavin Dawson's like childhood team, an adult team. I don't know where his stance is on the Trailblazers now. There were fans that were cussing at Turner. Why am I for the kid from Ohio State, the number 2 overall pick? They're cussing at his family in the stands.
Was it Evan Turner?
Evan Turner. None of the ushers kicked any of. I couldn't believe it. But this is just the environment of Texas or our metroplexes. You can actually swear and cuss at the player's family in the stands. I do not think this is right. But in Philadelphia, you do not get kicked out for that. You can swear and cuss at your own teammate, the guys you're rooting for, their family in the stands, and they're like, hey, that's just you should.
It's part of being a fan.
It's part of it.
And the thing I can't get over, it's been 2 games, 2 home games, and 10 days.
They thought it would be done on Saturday.
That is so asinine.
We got it done on Saturday at our home game. Everybody let it out there. Nobody's going to come in the next day and do it again.
That is so asinine. It's still the first homestand you've had after it. It's been 2 home games in 10 days, and you thought everyone was going to be, whatever. And I know this goes back to the idea that, maybe this front office.
Like, if Dumont walked out and said, all right, I'll make you a deal. How long do you need?
3 weeks.
How many home games?
6.
6 home games?
You can say sell the team or fire me or fire Nico forever.
Yes.
As long as you pay the money, as long as you don't cuss, as long as you don't make threats of hurting somebody.
And I agree with all
fine.
of that. And so what's going to happen?
Can you imagine being one of the season ticket salespeople right now?
Oh, that would a terrible job.
That conversation has got to be insane. Trying to sell it to people. For one, and then all the calls from season ticket holders that they've got to be taking right now that are just.
And you're like, I didn't trade him.
Shouldn't Mark Cuban got thrown out last night?
Yeah, he was saying the F word, right?
Why didn't Mark Cuban get thrown out of the game? Why didn't the usher go, hey, you can't yell the F word at people and then go, but you guys can't wear a T-shirt that just says Nico.
Exactly.
What is it? It's a Nike logo with Nico. What does it say? I can't remember underneath. I've seen a fan, but they cannot come into the game. There's no cuss words on it. There's nothing bad. That's part of it.
Yeah.
That's just part of being an owner. It's part of being a general manager. When things go bad or you make a decision that your fan base doesn't deal with, you're going to take heat unless you show that this actually worked. Because to me, Corey, there's no end to this. Unless that this team goes deep into the playoffs here pretty quickly and then Luka fails as a Laker, this is horrible.
If they go deep into the playoffs and beat the Lakers in a playoff game, in our playoff series.
Yeah, I'd say
in our game, and then they get swept, the gentleman's sweep. If they beat them in that, I think people will be like, dang, maybe they were right about something. Or I feel like the majority are going to say, we would have gone further with Luka.
It would help out a lot.
I could see that.
It would help out a lot. But this is a franchise-changing move.
Yes.
It could destroy I do think this is going to destroy the franchise. Not this year, not next year. I think if Derek Lively's healthy, and I don't know. I know that they're going to try to trade for Kevin Durant most likely. But if Anthony Davis plays 65 to 75 games next year and you win 50-plus games, people will go, hey, it wasn't that bad. Now, it could get bad over time, but this is, to me, I don't know if you're a Mavs fan how you can go now. Why? Like, I would say this next game, they play Golden State next, right?
That is correct.
What's the point? The Dumonts don't want you there unless you bow down to them.
Yeah.
Don't go. And they don't want you there. Don't go.
And I think that is a real possibility with the Mavs. With the Cowboys, and we talked about this a little bit in crosstalk, I just don't believe the, ambivalence is there for Cowboys fans. Like, you don't get that mad if you just don't care at all. And I think that's why there's fewer people at training camp, and I get that. But, Cowboys fans are still Cowboy fanning, and they're still watching, and they're still buying stuff, and they're still going to the games and all of that. Maybe
stadium's still a party.
Yeah, maybe some haven't. I'm not saying every single human, but for the most part, the Cowboys block is strong, and they stayed there. For the Mavericks, though, I do not believe that's the case. So either you've run some people away because they're like, you got rid of my guy for not equivalent value, or you're going to the game and voicing your opinion, and they're like, you need to get the hell out of here. And that's going to run away fan base people too.
How far do you let the fans go, though?
You don't let them cuss out loud. You don't let them threaten hurt physically people. Or hurt.
Or interact with other people. You can't get in other people's space.
Yeah. Everything else is good to go. Everything else is good to go. Now, it doesn't matter. I'm not the owner of the team. The owner can say, hey, we're going to COVID this place. Nobody goes to the games anymore unless you bow down to me and Nico and you say that we're the greatest people in the world. if that's the case and you do believe that, go to the game. That's who they want at the game. They do not want anybody to have an opinion about basketball at the game.
When he walks down on the court like he did last night and goes to his seat, he will be booed.
Yeah.
Patrick Dumont will be like, that's just, fans are going to see him and they're going to want to boo him, and he needs to be able to accept that. He needs to pick up the phone and call Jerry.
He just doesn't
and
know.
say, how do I handle this? And Jerry's going to go, you just let him.
He doesn't know the history of
This
the
is
Mavs.
the best part.
I don't think he knows much of the history of basketball. This was all bought for casinos. This was not bought
It was
to
a
run a
business
basketball
decision.
team.
And it always felt like Mark Cuban was running it with this loyalty and this, attribution to the fans because he was a fan first.
And I think what makes this all the worse is they know there's nothing they can do because Anthony Davis got hurt straight away.
Yep.
Like, I'm not saying this would change it, but at least if you got back-to-back 35 and 15 games, like, I know people are still going to get mad. We can be like, hey, there's Anthony Davis. But instead, the person you traded for straight away got hurt. I know there's conspiracy theories that the Mavericks found out he needs surgery and they just don't want to announce that. I don't know the answer to that one way or another. But there's nothing you can do. And I think that's made them more aggressive about like, well, now I can't prove it to you on the court, so I'm going to prove it to you by kicking you out. Yeah. Good job.
And that's, again, if I was PR, if I was in that group, I would be like, Warren, that's the wrong approach.
Yes.
Pushing back at them is going to make them push back more in a bad way.
Or just give up.
Yeah. And look, like you said, go ahead.
I was just going to say, by the way, just as an aside to this, if you're a big fan of irony, Kyrie Irving did make the All-Star team as a replacement of Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Back to you.
I would say that I'm reiterating what you said. If Anthony Davis would have came here and did what he did for those 3 quarters and not got hurt and played a 4th quarter and they win that game, which they ended up winning anyways, and they would have, let's say, he would have had another, let's say, 25, 15, and 5 game last night, and they beat Sacramento and they beat Golden State, and he has another great game, and you go into the All-Star break with like a lot of momentum, and Anthony Davis is looking really good, and Max Christie is a contributing player. I'm not saying the heat would go away, but quite a bit of it would. But now you're dealing with Anthony Davis ain't playing for a while.
Yep.
You're probably gonna rack up a lot of losses. You're probably gonna lose by 20 or more points against Golden State, to be honest.
Bigs.
Yeah, like you're done. But you're just gonna have to live with it. You made this trade. You're going to have to live with it. You're going to have to live with all the heat. I can't believe you're that stupid not to know you weren't going to get a lot of heat for this. Like, are you really that dumb?
Yeah.
It's okay to say, I know that this is going to be really bad for me in the short term. I'm hoping it's going to be better for me in the next, let's say, 2 months to 2 years. But you got to be a moron if you think that this wasn't going to go over bad, that you were trading Luka.
I'm with you. How you could have not been prepared for this, it boggles the mind.
Unless you don't understand the Mavericks at all. Like, I bet Patrick Dumont has no clue who Mark Aguirre, Rolando Blackman, and Derek Harper. Like, he probably knows a little bit of those guys because Derek's around the team. I don't know if Roe's around much anymore. But, like, he probably has no clue who Roy Tarpley is. He probably has no clue how we fell in love with Dirk Nowitzki. Like somebody said, out of all the players he named, if you own the Mavericks, you name Dirk Nowitzki.
You're right. I will also say he did say the players I grew up on, and I don't know that he grew up on Dirk. Does that make sense? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. But I agree.
Dirk and Kobe are contemporaries.
Yeah, I understand, but he may have not have grown up watching him, whereas he was on the West Coast watching Shaq.
Then that's fine. Then I don't want to hear about how his heart was broken.
Now. You own this team now, so you need to know how much we love Dirk.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, if you love what they did and you just want to cheer on his ownership, and look, I do like Nico, man, he's made some great trades. This one I can't understand.
Really has.
How the hell does fat James Harden get more after he's proven less and older than Luka Doncic? How does that happen? How does James Harden get traded every other trade deadline and always get more than Luka Doncic at 25 got? Explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know unless there's this giant network of all the NBA people and they all think, no, that's about right, which would be pretty shocking.
Every owner, every president, and every general manager, take out Kendrick Perkins and Charles Barkley, because they don't have anything to do with it. They do have their own opinion and they're former players, but all of them are like, crap, why could... Do you know all 28 other teams besides the Mavs and the Lakers would have beat that trade?
There's one GM who was asked, what would you have given up for Luka? And he said everything. So, like, that should just give you an example of that probably means more than a player, 2 players and a first. All right, Mike likes it time.
Jeez, it's almost over. This one's cut short, but that's okay. So here's my first question. Alec, I want to ask you, you've been quiet for a while. So as I'm leaving the station at the end of February, I was just wondering this. Do you think I should go into the Radio Hall of Fame?
I could have Ed Tootal answer that if you want. I know you asked for me, but
what is
like
Ed Tootal?
Radio Hall of Fame?
Yeah, the Radio Hall.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks, Ed. I mean, what do I have to do? I stuck around for a while. I'm leaving. People make the Radio Hall of Fame. Why not me?
People think that's a great point.
I'll send that case to the voters right now.
Is there a former Major League Baseball player in Texas who has made the Hall of Fame in radio?
Dude, this is a long list.
Not that I'm aware of offhand, but
who's better than me? Radio people who do this. Who's ever been better than me as a former major leaguer who has been doing sports talk radio in the state of Texas?
I mean, if there's nobody in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I'm the best. I am the greatest. Right?
So that, I guess so.
I just
so
want
that
to make my
puts
case.
you
Today, I am famous. There has never been a former Major League Baseball player to do sports talk radio.
Bob Uecker.
In the state of Texas.
All right.
Yeah, Euchre's way better.
Yeah, Euchre's in the Radio Hall. He's in the National Radio Hall of Fame.
Let's start with Texas. We'll move on to
Texas,
National.
the Texas Radio Hall of Fame? All right, guys.
Okay. All right.
Just wanted to throw it out there as, Texas radio. I don't know if you're listening or not, but you should have. I was really good at this. Might want to put me in the Hall of Fame. All right.
Okay.
Next one.
Okay. I'm sorry. I did not realize you had more questions.
Yeah,
Go on.
Do you ever think there'll be a 105.3 The Fan Hall of Fame like there is like for the Texas Rangers or like Duncanville High School?
I do not.
Well, if there is, do you think I should be the first one in? There seems to be only one answer Ed can give.
I mean, he wasn't ready for that. Don't you think like the people who are here at like Gavin Dawson, who was here like pretty early on?
You can't do it when you're active.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Phrasing.
Who was the other G in the G bag?
Greg
Henson?
Well, he started the Muppet Babies.
That is Jim Henson, and he did a lot more than just the Muppet Babies.
What else?
The Muppets, Labyrinth.
Nobody's heard of that.
Nobody's heard of Labyrinth?
Yes, Fraggle Rock.
Yes, Fraggle Rock. Yeah. You've heard of it.
Robert Belt from the morning show just texted and said T.O. had to wait a few times for the Hall of Fame. So
yeah, I don't mind waiting a few times.
So is Mike the T.O. of the station?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Get your popcorn ready.
That's true.
That's
there
my
frequently I have no idea what you're going to say or what you're going to do.
Thank you so much. So what did I do while the Mavericks were on television last night?
Okay. What did you do?
I watched Raw.
Oh, I have actually not even seen Raw.
So they started off, you won't believe this, they started off the first 15 minutes of the show by yeeting. It never was going to end. It never was going to end. I was like, I'm going to watch this guy yeet for 3 straight hours. I guess it's only 2 hours, right?
It's like 2.5 usually.
2.5, yeah. Well, my wife got tired of me watching wrestling, so she made me change it. So we watched the show John Adams on Max.
Oh, from like 10 years ago? Yeah. That's a good show.
It's not bad. It's kind of slow, but
that's fair.
All right. So that's if you're wondering if you're not watching the Mavs, Mike, what are you doing? I watched some Raw on Netflix until my wife said that's enough.
By the way, Ron Shepard, a former baseball player, is in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Never heard of him.
I don't know who that is either.
Sorry. It took me a minute to find that.
Yeah.
I'll just point this
Okay,
out.
I'll put you behind Bob Uecker, but ahead of
Bob Uecker,
Ron Shepard.
He's better, without a doubt. I'm just saying, I've heard of the Ron that used to work on, was it
KVIL?
Yeah. Ron Springs. Ron.
That was he played for the Cowboys, didn't he?
I think that was his dad, right? I don't know.
It's not Ron Springs.
Ron McDonald.
Sean Springs' dad, Ron. Sean Springs played for the Seahawks.
Ron on KVIL? He was
Ron Chapman.
Ron Chapman, yeah, old Chappie.
Riverboat Ron Chapman.
I did want to let you keep guessing, but I just was really concerned about where.
And then I also watched this guy. It's called Give Me the Answer on YouTube. This guy, Cliff. I forget his last name's like Kneckle or something. But if you type in Give Me the Answer on YouTube, he goes around college campuses. And obviously he is a Christian, and he gives great answers. So as college kids have questions or are questioning Christianity, he does a really good job. The one that I watched last night during the Maverick game was, are tattoos a sin? The answer is no, and he gives a good answer why tattoos are not a sin. So if somebody were to ask
Alec,
a college kid would say, hey, like, I think this is really, in Leviticus, there's this thing about tattoos, and he explains why back then you have to read in context the Bible. You can't just read one sentence and say, see what this one sentence said? It's like, whoa. Where is this? It's the Gospels, or it's going in order here.
Yep.
You have to read the whole story. You take one sentence out of anything. You take one sentence out of Dupree or whatever the owner of DuPont, whatever the owner of the Mavs is. You're going to be a little bit confused on it. So anyways, Give Me the Answer on YouTube. I really enjoy those. I've watched them for years now, but that is a good place to kind of look and see kind of discussions that are happening, debates that are happening on college campuses.
All right. I like it. Man, was not expecting that Mike likes it, but it was fascinating indeed.
I'm for God.
What did you say?
I'm for God.
Oh my gosh. For a second, I thought you said something different. Coming up next.
I'm excited to hear what I said in the break.
It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Does anybody love this guy, you, as much as they love this guy? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got the C block in just 1 second. A couple of quick notes for you. Former Stars forward Louis Eriksson is retiring from hockey. And then I know this is of a lot of interest to people. The Jerry Jones sexual assault lawsuit has been pushed back again. You remember it was originally set for March 18th of 2024. Then it got moved. March 3rd of 2025. So it was coming up. And now, per the Dallas Morning News, it'll likely be rescheduled for later this year. So that continues to get pushed back and pushed back. That lawsuit was initially filed in 2020. Now, look, I'm not privy to all the specifics of the case. Maybe there's very particular reasons, but it also kind of feels like if you have lots of money, you can push and push and push, and you're like, that's fine. I pay lawyers, whatever.
Yep. I mean, that's the system is set up that way.
Yeah.
And the ability to beat the system means having money.
And Jones said if he was deposed, he would testify that this is categorically false. Let's do it then.
It seems like the right thing to do.
Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. I'm thinking about creating an intro and song for this segment now. And I think should it start with Are You Embarrassed and then go into some music? Like, is that the way to do it?
Yes.
Are you embarrassed? And then so that's how we're gonna figure something
And then
out.
a whole bunch of movies and TV shows of people yelling your C Block.
A lot of Pinky and the Brain stuff.
Yeah. It's Dexter's Lab.
Are you embarrassed? There you go. And then Pinky and the Brain, we're gonna take the world over today. Kevin, does anybody love you the way that Jason Kelce loves Travis? Jason Kelce posted a very long post on Twitter, X, and he talked about how weird it was for him rooting for his friends who he played with, people in the organization for Philadelphia, but at the same time knowing that his brother was in this game and he's rooting for him too. That game was odd for me to watch, if I'm being completely honest. I knew it was going to be mixed emotions before, during, and after, and now I know what my parents had to deal with 2 years ago. As for my brother, there isn't a person I love or care about more. It's been a tough process to process these
In your
feelings.
face, spouse.
Of course, I feel for him, and I'm always rooting for him, but he does not need, nor does he want my pity. I love that line from him.
I agree.
Like, you're not sitting there going, hey, man, it's okay. No, shut up. You know better. You know how hard I worked, and you know me.
Yeah.
And you know that's not what satisfies. I want to go out there right now and play again so I can prove that I'm this good at still. He has amassed greatness few on this planet could ever dream of, as has his team, and they should feel pride in their accomplishments this season and in the past. I thought that was very well written. And again, who loves you as much as he loves his brother? Who do you think loves you that much out there in the world?
Jesus.
All right, that's a good option right there.
That is a good answer.
Mhm.
See, I
Whether
feel
you love him or not, he loves you.
Every answer after this.
I feel like a
Kevin.
terrible Christian now, because you know who my initial thought was?
Also Jesus.
Bella or Noah. Like that's who I thought, and I was like, oh man, it's not good that Jesus is not my first answer. All right, putting aside, yes, agreed. I think Noah.
I guess you could change it to a living human being right now.
Then I would probably go Noah.
But he's reliant on you, right?
That's
He
true.
has to rely on you, so
I mean,
he has
isn't
to
Jason
love
Kelce kind of relying on Travis for income right now?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I think that he's they got Garage Beer up and running. They got the New Heights podcast
featuring Travis
him and
Kelce,
his brother.
Mm-hmm. I'm just surprised.
So you're saying this is like McAfee and Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I'm just surprised he said he loves his brother more than his wife.
Hey, I think she knows. She gets it.
Who do you love more, your wife or your sister?
Ooh. 6 NFL teams.
I have 2 sisters. I love them, but I love my wife more than my sisters.
I've known my sister longer.
Oh my God.
Yeah, guess what? You're always going to know that person longer than your wife. Unless you married your sister, then I guess they're tied.
What the hell?
Right? I mean, I created a tie. I can create a tie.
He was trying to figure out how do I get this to the point where, or maybe you have a situation like Kevin with
I guess
Brandon
if you have
and Noah.
a younger sister, you could marry your mom.
Like Noah, Brandon could have met his love of his life at 16.
True.
Noah's not there.
Yeah.
So
known
he
that
knows
girl
his
longer.
wife first.
Yeah.
So
Man, that would be weird. I've known my wife longer than my little brother. Like that's weird. But that is the situation we have
possible.
created.
It's still possible.
Yeah,
because
it
Brandon could come back one day in some body that he knew.
Just think in 17 more years, you could have your third child. I guess less than that, 16.
Do you have to wait that long to
Apparently we do.
be able to do the thing?
Every 18 years, we're like, it's time for another kid.
I hope I can make it to your graduation.
With the walker. Oh, man. You know what it was? Is we
That's
got
my
like,
dad.
as a baby gift, it was something like, hey, Noah, Texas A&M, class of 2032, or something. I guess, 2000, and no, it would have been even later than that, 2042. And we were like, what the hell?
That's a long way away.
That is a long way
That feels like a whole lifetime away right now. 2042?
Yes. That's
I
too
thought
long.
2024 was a long way away from
That'll be
2000.
the 10-year anniversary of the Las Vegas Mavericks.
Okay. Have you watched a movie lately? I'm sorry, Corey.
I watched a movie recently.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Have you watched a movie lately where the movie is set in the distant future, but now it's a year that's already passed?
No,
what
I
about
haven't.
Prince's song? We're going to party like it's 1999.
No, I don't want to party like that.
Yeah, that was 26
We were all
years
afraid
ago.
of 2K.
That's true.
We were
Everybody's
really afraid of
prepping.
2K.
Adrian's parents had water bottles for days underneath their stairwell and like ramen noodles and those little canisters that you could light up. And I was like,
Are they done with them
Like
yet?
a propane?
I don't know what they did with them after. I think they just stayed under there.
January 1st, ramen
So
party.
they're still not convinced that we're out of the woods
No, they
on
moved to a
this?
different house now. So
Okay.
Yeah.
They're like, it could still happen, Corey.
We don't know. I mean, I guess always be prepared. That's what we were always
It's true.
told by the
Boy Scouts?
Boy Scouts. Shout out again to HEB for those chips.
Shout out HEB.
Those cheese puff, those
Found
dill
out
cheese
you went to
puffs.
Trinity University with my dad and we're friends with him.
They were so good. They were so good. They were gone by the time I got home yesterday because my entire family ate the entire bag.
That's
So,
annoying, right?
Very annoying. No, what's more annoying?
Why is HEB not everywhere? They could
Should
take over
be.
all grocery
Dude,
stores.
everything
All
I've
grocery
had
stores
for
would
their
be out of
stuff.
Hold on.
business.
Do
Everything
you
I've heard.
think HEB is the cronuts of the donut world? Like, if they just introduced them everywhere, they would take them all down.
Yeah, I will say this. I do think Trader Joe's has a place in grocery stores. Like, they are very good. And I do think that Central Market, because let's say their high-end grocery store
Okay, yeah.
would not be taken over by HEB. Nothing against. If you're listening and you're a sponsor, I'm not trying to take a shot at you, but Kroger, Tom Thumb, Albertsons, those places like that, Minyards, I don't even know if they exist anymore.
Eckerd's.
Yeah, Eckerd's.
That
That wasn't
doesn't
really a
exist,
grocery
does
store.
it?
That was like a
Winn-Dixie.
CVS. Winn-Dixie. Yeah, old
because of
Winn-Dixie.
Winn-Dixie.
You guys are done. HEB is better. But as long as HEB just is plodding along a grocery store every 2 years, you can stay alive.
Yeah. Kevin, eating the whole bag of chips doesn't frustrate me as much as leaving one of something in the box. Like,
You pick it up and it's way too light.
and it's got just one left, and you're
Yeah.
like, why did you leave the one? And they're like, because you told me not to eat the whole thing. And you're like,
oh, that's a jerk
but
move.
this isn't what I meant.
Yeah.
Like, don't eat the whole thing of powdered donuts. By the way, HEB yesterday, I tweeted them. I was like, you guys have outdone yourself with these. And they said, happy snacking. So
Yeah.
they even replied back to me because
Whoa.
HEB is that cool.
See, but you set the bar for responses too high.
Carla Gugino.
No, it was because, was it Chili's?
Yeah, Chili's.
And then they sent you like all this swag and
They
these
did.
gift cards, and sound like HEB, step up your game.
Dude, remember when you did the Dippin' Dots thing?
Yes.
Dippin' Dots is all about you for a while.
I was at a CVS.
I'm sorry, Corey.
And I was leaving. Where were we at? We were at one of my kids' baseball games. I forget what city it was. Maybe close to Frisco. And I was leaving CVS, and they had a ice cream freezer thing, and they had Dippin' Dots there. You could buy like a little thing of Dippin' Dots.
At
And
my
I thought of
CVS.
you.
Yes.
At my CVS, same thing. I think it had all CVS's.
Now they sell Dippin' Dots
And
when you walk
Walgreens.
out. I think you can just grab one for free. Is that how it's like, hey, walk out, have a Dippin' Dot.
See, because you just said they sell Dippin' Dots, so it feels like you understood the concept, and then
Seems
you
like
changed
it seems like a
to
walkout thing.
Okay.
It did. It's kind of
almost
feel
like
Do you
that.
think that firewood and ice and everything is just there for you to take?
They're not.
Dude,
That's what I've been doing my whole
are
life
you
as I walked
serious?
out of my grocery store. I
Just
get a
grab
pumpkin
it.
and a firewood.
So that price tag
Yeah.
that you saw out there, you're like, that's like an advisory.
That's if you want to walk in.
Okay.
If you're walking out, it's
Yeah,
a different price.
That's if you're buying it inside.
Yeah.
If you're
So-
buying it inside, it's going to cost this
Yeah,
much.
just-
Out here,
just
though,
wait.
this is the free
So
stuff.
if you go to the museum with the suggested donation and you're like, but hold on, if I want to pay nothing,
Aren't
I can,
grocery
right?
stores killing it on ice? Like, what does that cost them? It's water. It's free water.
But you don't have enough of it, and that's
know.
why you have to buy it to fill up your cooler.
Oh, guess what? It's summertime, and your ice maker doesn't make enough ice for all the people coming over.
Should have been making it during the winter and storing it in another freezer.
By the way, during this Corey C block here,
Yep.
I had a 3-egg omelet this morning. It was more money than usual because they didn't give the vaccines to the birds this year.
What
do they do that? Is there can you get the bird flu vaccine?
I think they vaccinate birds
for the birds,
chickens.
I don't know.
By the way, I
honestly
learned how they make foie gras recently. That is terrifying.
They stick it down a duck's throat.
It's fact. I think it's a goose. A metal rod goes right down their throat, and they feed them until, like with grain, over and over and over until they get sick, and and then they say, you know what? More. We're gonna put more grain in there, and they're like, hey, I'm good, and they're like, all right, good. Wire your mouth shut now. And then whenever your liver gets to the point where you're going to die, that's whenever we take the liver.
Do you want great tasting food or not?
It's
not
amazing.
for that.
Evidently, it's the greatest thing.
Although
you'll
to
ever
be
have.
fair, don't tell me how all the food's made, because I think it was Jim Gaffigan who had a great bit about how like he wishes that the animals we ate had done something wrong. You're like, oh, this chicken's delicious. I think he stole my car, and like that's how you could have the justice system for that.
I like Tejano Boy here says, I thought birds just got steroid injections. Tejano Boy, I'm almost done with this. I say things that I'm not sure are true or not.
Fact.
And then sometimes they are, like Michelin.
That was shocking.
The last thing I wanted to throw in, because I didn't get to the topic again that I wanted to get to today.
Corey.
But I'm fine with that. This is just a reminder that this show is going to continue to be great, no matter what. The Nick Madrigal, he showed up to Mets camp with his Cubs bag.
Ooh.
And my first thought was, that's not a good look, dude.
Yeah.
You shouldn't show up with your other team's bag. And my thought was, maybe he just doesn't care. Maybe he just does not care. He's like, I don't care. I've been to on every team in Major League Baseball. I'm showing up with whatever bag I have.
Yeah.
But Mike, you told me that is typically the case, that you do show up for day one with your other team's bag. Just
There's nothing I could do. When I got traded to the Mets, I came to spring training with a Cleveland Indians bag.
You wouldn't just have like a nondescript regular bag?
I'm not going to go buy another bag. It's like a good bag. It's a good baseball bag. So you bring the other bag, and then they immediately replace it. They don't throw it away. You just go put it in your car after practice is over. Now you got your New York Mets bag, and you're moving on with life.
When he says it's a good bag, it reminds me of when my grandma would say, "This Country Crock container, it's now empty. Now I can use this for soup." It's a good. Look at this good Tupperware container right here.
By the way,
because they went through the Depression, dude.
Poultry against avian flu is contributing to spread. So I guess they vaccinated them wrong. I got to read more, but it looks like they do.
They vaccinated the birds wrong?
I guess.
Oh man.
So see, I guess I said something right again by accident.
That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Oh, Central Market is owned by HEB. So
Well, they're great.
Yeah.
Look at that. Central Market and HEB. Way to go, guys.
Teaming up.
Keep it up, Mr. Butt.
Will you explain that at least so people don't just think you're saying things?
The H means something, the E means something, and the B means butt. It's his name.
That was his
HEB,
layup last time.
It's not for Hurst Euless Bedford. It's for his name.
Henry, something but.
Edward, I don't know. Butt is his last name. And he's created the greatest grocery stores ever because Central Market is awesome. It just is really expensive.
Howard Edward Butt.
Yeah, like the duck.
From the 321, this show has been great. I'm going to go listen to Jimmy Buffett after the show today. You should listen to G-Bag Nation.
Can you
Make
do
sure
me
you
a
get your
favor?
hour in.
No.
Can you listen to Jimmy Buffett on your way home?
Yeah,
and just relax. Don't fall asleep. You might want to fall asleep, or you might be too relaxed when you get home.
I have a meeting after this.
Just get your hour.
You do? With who?
The church.
Be relaxed there.
Okay.
They want you relaxed.
That's maybe.
Can you add another hour of life by worrying more?
Like the whole church? Like the system, the church?
No, specifically my church.
Oh, okay.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who the hell knows? But hopefully it will be our final helping of Super Bowl stew next on The Fan.
Still?
Commercial free.
Get something else to remember the Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Hurts to throw. Got a lot of time. Over the middle, he goes wide open. It's Dallas Goedert. He's got a connection and a first down into Chiefs territory.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for our final edition, our final helping, if you will, of Super Bowl Stew.
Still should have called it Jambalaya, and next year you should call it Rice-A-Roni?
Because it's the San Francisco treat.
What do you think, Corey? I won't even be here for it. But don't you think when you guys do Super Bowl nuggets, it should be called Rice-A-Roni next year? Or you want to just stew it up in San Francisco?
I'll have to figure out.
San Francisco Super Bowl stew.
I mean,
it sounds good, but they
does.
don't make stew in San Francisco.
Nowhere in San Francisco do they make stew.
They don't call it the San Francisco treat there.
I've never been to San Francisco, so I don't know the answer.
Really?
To that. Yeah, this will be my first time.
Oh, there's a lot of homeless.
I've heard that, but they also they have gold there. So is there a way to
Still.
football nuggets? Seems like the one logical thing to do.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Because you're digging for gold and golden nuggets.
All right, so Jambo.
What if February 28th was my last day and you stayed and you could just do whatever you want? I could just move on and do something.
Would you have fun doing Rangers broadcasts as the analyst?
No, I'm not even going to do that. I'm just going to maybe not have a job for a while. We'll see.
Live
All
in
right.
San Francisco, they have great weather and you don't need a home at times.
Xavier Worthy set the receiver record for rookies with 8 catches, 157 yards. I know a lot of that came after the game was essentially over, but he was also the first player drafted from Texas to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
I know, that was shocking to me.
Because remember, we talked about it with
threw
Alabama
out there,
yesterday, and then the same thing with Texas. And like, of all the schools, I would have thought, well, surely Alabama and Texas have had plenty of people who have scored touchdowns in the Super Bowl, but 'tis not to be.
Those schools sound very overrated. What you're making them sound like is they're overrated in their talent
Well, you know
because
what?
they never score in the Super Bowl.
It's a different sport, but tomorrow we'll ask Jim Schlossnagle if Texas is overrated.
I think they're 18th in the country.
Yeah, well, guess who's number one?
A&M.
That's right.
And we're talking to Slosh tomorrow.
11 o'clock. The team that scores first in the Super Bowl. So there's been 59 Super Bowls. How many times do you think the team that scored first won the game?
59.
That is incorrect. You know Patrick Mahomes has won 3 Super Bowls when he was down like 10-0.
Mike, say 0.
I lost concentration. They are showing the commercial "Chicks Dig the Long Ball" with Greg
What a
Maddux
glorious
and
commercial
Tom
this
Glavine,
was.
and that's one of the greatest commercials ever by Nike. And maybe Nico was a part of it.
Somewhere
I don't know.
between
but it's
0
a
and
great
59,
commercial.
I bet. Am I right?
Chicks Dig the Long Ball. You said 3 by Patrick Mahomes. I heard that. And that's what I
38.
said. 30. There's 38 Super Bowls. Got it. I lost concentration.
He's going to throw them. He's going to yeet those headphones.
No.
He's going
And
to
that's
yeet the hell
not
out of
that's
those
not
headphones.
38 and 21 is the answer. The teams scoring first in the Super Bowl are 38 and 21.
So you want to score first?
Yes.
Sounds like.
How bad is it to be the underdog?
Not on that website you talk about.
That's right. Underdog is the best place to go.
Look what I just
I
did.
feel like it's always bad. I feel like it's a very you've always lost.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead.
Impossible. Because I know the Patriots cheated that one
yeah, all
year,
right.
and
So
they were like
true.
13-point underdogs and won.
7 times the underdog has won.
And this game, weren't they a half-point or 1 point underdog?
1.5 points.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm gonna overrule CBS, who has the bold statement of saying underdogs in the Super Bowl are 33 and 36. Now, Corey, do you have any inherent issue with that record of 33 and 36 in the Super Bowl?
That would be 69.
That is correct.
And there have only been 59 Super Bowls.
Underdogs are 23 and 36 in the Super Bowl. 30, 27, and 2 against the spread. So if you ever consider that for gambling purposes going forward.
Clayton Kershaw is at the Dodgers facility playing catch. He and the Dodgers have agreed to terms on a new contract.
Wow.
That is awesome. I think he needs 30 more Ks for 3,000. It's just he's at the point where you just don't know if he's ever going to pitch again, and I hope he does. And it is great that he's going to be a one-team guy.
Yes, I'm
as much as we wanted him in
definitely with
Texas,
you on
I would have
that.
loved it a few years ago. It didn't happen. Fine, great. He's at 2,968 strikeouts.
Okay, all right. Do you look at that? This is maybe a question for tomorrow as well. Do you look at him and do you look at like Justin Verlander and hope that they can play maybe just long enough to kind of think, hey, is it possible he could get to 300 wins? I know he's still 38 off, so probably not. But do you look at him and you're like, hey, just keep it going, buddy?
For Verlander?
Yeah.
That would be cool because I don't think it'll ever happen again.
Yeah.
So he will be the last person to ever have a chance. Max Scherzer, I don't think he's that close.
No.
And like you said, 212 for Kershaw, so that ain't happening.
The Eagles were the sixth team in Super Bowl history that didn't blitz a single time.
Their pass rush with 4 was amazing.
It really was. What do you think those 6 teams' records are that didn't blitz at all in the Super Bowl?
6-0.
6-0 is correct. 6-0 is correct.
If you
Because you
can get
think
home
like
with
you'd
4.
start bringing more pressure if you fell behind and
I
stuff.
know the Cowboys blitzed one time when it looked like Jim Kelly's leg broke off when Ken Norton Jr. blitzed and got a TD on that one.
If you can get
he
home
didn't
with
get the
4.
TD.
Yeah.
Who was it? Was it Jimmy Jones who caught the ball?
Ooh.
James Washington?
No, it was like a lineman, and then he dove in. I think it
Year
was
was it?
97, 92 Super Bowl. Well, 93 was the year of the Super Bowl. 92
was the season. I don't remember. That's a good question, but if
I
you
think it was Jimmy Jones. That's going to be my guess, but maybe it was Russell Maryland.
If you think football hits now are horrific, go check out even the 90s, some of those hits. And I know it gets worse kind of the further back you get. All right. Cooper DeJean. His birthday was on Sunday. So was Saquon Barkley's. Players who play in the Super Bowl on their birthday
Jimmy Jones
are now 12-4 all time. It was Jimmy Jones.
I used to be a Cowboys fan. I know all the crap.
12-4 on their birthday. That's impressive.
12-4 on their birthday. Now, let's get to ridiculously absurd bets. Somebody bet $2,200 on Harrison Butker because the odds of Harrison Butker making an extra point were minus 2,200. So he bet $2,200 to win $100.
It's a stupid bet.
Agreed.
But it's a shoe-in bet. They're
Yes.
going to score a touchdown, and he's going to
And
kick
they
an extra
scored
point.
3 touchdowns, and not one time
All right.
did they kick the extra point.
Since if I would have bet on this, I was confused on this. 34-0. They score a touchdown. I know the game's over.
Yeah.
I'm doing the math. Why go for 2 there?
That didn't make sense
Like,
either.
I get you're just trying to add as many points as possible, but like you start doing the math, I'm like, well, I score 4 times, I get 4 2-point conversions.
Then you
I've
could
got
kick
to
a field
32.
goal to take the lead as
Okay.
opposed to you have to score 5 touchdowns. That's the best I could come up with,
Yeah,
but I'm with
I get
you.
it. I'm not saying just kick the extra point, but I was
probably do think
and you're probably
that.
trying to get some things going.
Yeah,
You're like,
at that point, you're
hey,
like, we have a chance to score 1 more point. We just got to go for it.
I'm with you on that. All right. So you said that bet was ludicrous because like you're going to win a whole $100.
yeah, that's
All right.
dumb.
Now, let's go the other direction. What do you think were the odds of a final score of 40-22?
Was that scoregami? Was that Super Bowl scoregami?
Probably for a Super Bowl, but not for
sure.
No?
For a Super Bowl, for sure, it's got to be Super Bowl score.
All right. All right.
What kind of odds do you think you could have gotten if you said the final score will be 40-22?
Mike, I'm not good with odds. So
But that's a pretty unusual score.
If you pick that score,
yes. Only that score specifically.
60-1.
No, way higher than that. I was thinking more like
100,000 to 1.
2,500 to 1.
It's 500 to 1.
Okay.
And FanDuel says it took multiple bets on that being the exact score. The highest was $50. So somebody bet $50 on that score and flipped it to $25,000.
That's awesome.
It really
It still
is.
doesn't seem like enough. It's not even a common score.
Oh my God, no.
And to pick that, and do you have to pick the winner?
I think that is also.
Like, come on.
Especially with the combination.
40-22 for an underdog team, barely an underdog.
Yeah.
I get that's what, but what I've heard is there's so much gambling now
Yes.
on sports that they're not giving you the right odds anymore.
I mean, I used to always say that with the Cowboys tax, I think for sure there's a Super Bowl tax where whatever the inherent odds are, you can lower them, I don't know, 10%. Yeah. I don't know what the exact number is, and still get plays on it.
Yeah, I guess I can't remember who said it, but like there's certain bets that should be like 10-1, and they're now making them 6-1, and they know it's the wrong odds, but they're like, people are still going to bet because people are so addicted to betting on sports.
And it feels like whether you call it squares or whatever, it feels like betting on the Super Bowl has become just as much of a part of it as like the commercials, right? Mm-hmm. Like probably someone has got some small wager on the Super Bowl, this or that, and it's just become part of the pastime.
Dude, I've really had a situation, Kevin, where if it would have been a 48.5-yard over field goal, I would have hit. They were at 48. After the 5-yard penalty, they were back to 48. I needed another yard. I needed one more yard. The other one was under 27, and then they got penalty and backed it up beyond 27
that's
and a
right.
half.
Oh, I forgot about that because that was the false start, right?
Yes.
Oh, damn. My friend put $1,000, holy cow, on Jahan Dotson to get 40 yards or more, made bank off that in the first 2 drives.
My kid asked me, he was like, what about, and I said, go look at how many receptions he's had in the last 5 games. And it was like, he'd done nothing. Like, there's no way that he's going to do anything. And then he gets that big.
And your son's 17?
Yeah.
And
17.
And so look at how already they got him.
Yeah. No, he was using my account. We did that together.
I understand.
But he even said, he was like, yeah, they are marketing to me right now.
That's the goal of, I'll say sports in general, but football is the most gambled on sport, I think, in the United States. Is like they're running these commercials and they're working because it's kind of like maybe cigarettes like 70, 80 years ago. Like, we got to addict the teenagers while they're in high school so then they do this the rest of their lives.
Yeah, I mean, that's exact. And make it just like a casino where it's flashy and you got all these things but it's on their phone where they're already stuck to it. And now you just give them a reason to keep coming back to check that out.
That's why the Mavericks are kicking people out. They want the teenagers in there.
I guess that is possible.
Facts are facts, Kevin.
Yeah.
No player in 59 seasons of the Super Bowl has racked up as many receptions as Travis Kelce has in the Super Bowl. He surpassed the previous total held by Jerry Rice, and then the Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce is now the most prolific QB receiver combo in Super Bowl history. Because remember, Joe Montana and Jerry Rice only had 2 Super Bowls together, and so they have the most yards at 389.
It's interesting because Gronk and Brady feel like they had much more too.
Man, that is a good point. That is who I would have thought would have, like, I don't know, 500 yards or something like that. But yeah, so instead it belongs to Mahomes and Kelce and Travis Kelce for the reception record. I imagine those are all really hollow victories.
Oh, for sure. Like, he's just like I said with the message from Jason Kelce, you've done so many great things.
Yeah.
But you still are going to live hurting this loss for a while.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
To forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, bring it down.
lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
He has not played since Christmas. For three! Luka, welcome to the Lakers!
Well, the crowd got what they wanted to see early, I guess.
That's right. We got the 1 3-pointer Luka made out of his 7 attempts. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's okay. You can dislike the trade and still say Luka played bad yesterday. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing all right, all right. Did you guys watch any of the Mavericks, or maybe more importantly, did you stop down for the beginning of the Lakers or watch any of the Lakers with Luka, or you're like, hell no, I don't want to see that?
Mavs.
Yeah, I was into the Mavs.
I watched both.
I got super tired, and after Mavs went to sleep.
Do you think if they would have won, you would have been like more jazzed
Probably.
up?
That was very depressing. Yes. You know, how disorganized their offense was, how they were getting killed on the glass. It was not a fun sports night. And then the injury, of course, was the topper.
Yeah. Well, I still haven't heard anything official day to day on
sprained knee.
Yeah, Daniel Gafford. So, you know, if you like watching,
it's gonna be a while.
Yeah, Kessler Edwards out there and Omax, I guess, having to fill in at your.
I saw that 7-foot white dude one game when I was watching.
The curly hair.
I guess he'll get 40 minutes a night.
Tyler
Kelly.
I don't even. Is he on the team still?
He was there last night.
Yeah.
Now, Zach, you said you watched the Lakers. Did you feel obligated? Did you hate it while you were like what?
I didn't. So I was watching Mavs, and then I was just talking with my wife, like, yeah, Luka's about to start here in 10 minutes. She goes, oh, let's put it on. Let's watch it. I was like, what? No, I don't really want to watch. You should. It's part of the job. So I put the other TV on the Lakers game, and I will say that PA announcer, weak. I mean, nothing on Sean.
It was so weak.
But it was just so weird, like seeing him in the purple and gold and the pregame warm-ups. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, I felt like I was just in a space-time continuum. Like, this just doesn't feel like real life. I'm watching the Mavericks just choke away a game against the Kings where they need a playmaker, somebody that can close it out. And then here's the guy that would have done that they've now shipped away, that's in L.A. playing for the Lakers. And, by the way, our greatest hero, Dirk, is also there cheering on said player in L.A. So here go the Mavs blowing a game. They're probably not going to make the playoffs now with all the damn injuries. And then here's Luka, and there's a 6-game win streak going on with the Lakers, and he's doing it in front of Dirk. Like, it just felt gross, slimy, and the Mavs are kicking people out of the arena. Like, guys, shame on you. Are you kidding me? Did you have no idea that there was going to be a negative reaction? I know you did, because the reports are coming out now that's part of the reason you didn't want to shop Luka around, because you didn't want the fans to find out about it. Guess what? They were going to be ticked about it. So now you can't even mouth fire Nico without getting removed from the arena. Like, quit being soft candy A's.
And it is weird that they have not seemed to give fans a chance to grieve over this.
Yeah, you should. You absolutely should. Yeah.
And I don't know what that timeline looks like.
Without violence. Yeah, sure.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But that timeline is not second home game. Like, it's not, okay, first home game, maybe. Second home game, we're cracking down. Yeah. We're getting security officers. We're getting police officers. We're shipping people out because they accidentally got showed on the Jumbotron and they were like, I'm going to mouth fire Nico. Or they wore a picture of one of the owners with a clown nose on. You're like, you got to get that person out of here. They're too disruptive.
Rather your fan base be passionate and care than not. Like, that's when it's real bad, and you kind of forcing them not to care at the moment.
And it kind of feels like, look, we talked about this. I just fundamentally do not believe that there's going to be any like mass Cowboys exodus of fandom. Like, they'll lose some people, but they can withstand it. For the Mavericks, though, man, if you're crushing people's spirits in like with the trade and outside of the trade, I think that could be hugely detrimental to this fan base.
Yeah, it really feels like this thing is going to spiral out of control, and they're going to have to fire Nico to give them a chance of having a fresh start with a guy that the fans can respect and support. Because I think, the way this story is played out, and then last night made it a lot worse, not even letting them voice their frustration peacefully.
Yeah.
I don't see this ending well for Nico, and I don't think he has a chance in HE double hockey sticks of rebuilding a relationship. And I think as long as he's here, you won't really be able to move on and get a fresh start.
Gavin, I was saying, when we went to the Army-Navy game in Philadelphia, we walked over, Trailblazers were playing the 76ers, and we watched 76ers fans cuss and berate Evan Turner's family, and nobody got kicked out. Now, I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's – but when people think this is how it is, well, if you wear a T-shirt that says Mavs stink or something, you should be kicked out of the building, or Rangers or whatever. 99% of the places around the United States of America that have a professional sports team allow you to say, sell the team, or this guy stinks on your team. As long as you don't swear and cuss out loud, and as long as you don't threaten to hurt somebody or physically hurt somebody, you get to say and do kind of whatever you want. I'm not saying it's completely right, but I remember with you, like, we couldn't believe we were near Evan Turner's family, and 76ers fans are so mad at Evan Turner that they're going after the family members. They're like, deal with it, family. You guys probably shouldn't be at this game. Your kid's not playing well.
Yeah, and I get it. Maybe our decorum is slightly better, but I think in this situation, you need to let them have their moment of, because it can be cathartic. It can be therapeutic for you. I went to the AAC and voiced my frustration. You let somebody have their say. I think, that's powerful. It just looks so weak to silence them and insecure about the whole deal.
It really does. And I can see the alternate point of view is like
Malice at the Palace.
Yeah, well, not that. I was just going to say that people will argue enough will never be enough for people who are upset. But
that was because you got to put it in context.
That was
somebody threw something on the court at the player.
Yeah, and they are. I feel like they might be concerned that might happen. It might grow.
Then don't let anybody go to the game. Just do a COVID game.
Okay.
right? Like if you're afraid of fans now.
No. What they're doing is saying we're not going to let people escalate it that much. If you're wearing this shirt, you're out of here. Think about what's going to happen to you if you throw something or if you attack somebody. Just if you're wearing this shirt, you're out of here.
You know, I'd get on the mic and say, hey, listen, you can say whatever you want. You can wear whatever you want. But if you throw something in the arena, you will never come back in here.
For sure.
You don't live in Houston. Is that the old, who was the coach?
You don't live in Cleveland.
Yeah, the Bengals coach.
Oh, Sam Weiss.
Yeah, we're not Houston. We're not Cleveland.
You don't live in Cleveland.
Let's throw that one out there.
No, I agree. I just, by shutting this down, some people are never going to get over it. And there's a chance that if you let everybody complain as long as they wanted, as loud as they wanted, they still might not ever get over it. But at least there's a shot you can dissipate some of the anger. By immediately shutting people down, that just feels like you're adding more fuel to the fire of what is clearly already a very, very unsteady situation.
It's a tough place to be, I think, if you're in a leadership spot over there and you're trying to guide your franchise through this, because you're probably on your heels.
Yeah.
You know, you might be reacting, you might be emotional yourself and feel like defensive, right? Like a wounded mama bear or something like that.
Yeah.
And you want to lash out and protect you and yours, right? But that's the wrong thing to do right now. I think acceptance and listening would go a long way over there at the AAC right now instead of trying to fight this.
Now, if you want something to cheer you up, April 29th, Josh Young World Series ring giveaway for the Texas Rangers.
Not September 20th.
That is not September 20th, Kevin, and you know it.
Broadus, Wolchuk, and Gavin Dawson. What do you guys think about Jimmy Buffett?
Love Jimmy Buffett.
All right. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't go seeking out Jimmy Buffett.
So I made the mistake earlier in the show of we're going through the... Is
that Margaritaville?
Oh, heck yeah, you know it is.
What other song would it be?
Take a load.
Cheeseburger in Paradise.
On September...
You're right, I'm too wound up. I'm tight over here.
On September 20th...
Take our pants off.
It's Margaritaville night for the Rangers promotion.
Too far.
I made the mistake of just
Is that
having...
a Friday?
Maybe.
I hope we're broadcasting now.
You know what? That would be great.
Look at that. Broadus is already looking. He's like, I'm looking forward to it now.
You can identify that night
Saturday
to know all the people that you want to cut out of your life. And Corey and Mike had 7 minutes of material on Jimmy Buffett that they were just riffing back and forth.
I thought they were ready to cut each other out of their lives.
No, it was unbelievable. I had no idea that was going to happen.
He makes music for you to relax and have something to drink.
Mm-hmm. I know, but every song you listed sounded like it was lyrics in the exact same song.
Relax and have a drink.
That's his theme.
Or a cheeseburger.
That's his theme.
In Paradise.
You want stressful. You want everything to be as stressful in your life as possible. And I don't know why you want to get rid of me.
Doesn't make any
I
sense.
am the most stressful thing in your life.
I didn't get rid of you. See, but if I say you got rid of you, that feels like that's an inflammatory statement. What do you guys got coming up on the program
Doesn't this make
today?
you want to relax right now? I love Jimmy Buffett, so I'm not going to fight it.
It sounds like a corny sitcom on vacation.
Oh, man.
You know,
Yeah.
if I could put it in one sentence. Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. We will have Bobby Carella join us at 4 o'clock talking Mavs.
Still a relaxing sitcom, though, you know?
Who's in the CWA that the Mavs can pick up, Bobby?
Roll home with the Gag Nation. We have been the K&C Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Think come Monday, Kevin.
I will not.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a monstrous, a Toxic Tuesday is the best way to describe that. The relationship between the basketball team and its fans breaching into uncharted territory, really, when it comes to sports toxicity here in DFW. Welcome into the show, though. Look forward to making the most of it, chatting about that and the other days, sports news with you here for the next 5 hours. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. I could use one right now, fully leaded. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
But NA, as always,
Have you been to the refrigerator in there?
No, sir.
Yeah, you go ahead and open up that refrigerator, brother.
Right on.
I brought it all
back
types
for
of
you.
Stellas, dog. Oh, my God.
Crack 'em.
Yeah.
Come on.
Great day for it, man. Toxic Tuesday. Let's get at it.
It is. There's Broadus over there in his Longhorns burnt orange hoodie. He's quite the Longhorn dad.
I'm the Longhorn dad
Proud of
today.
you. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Of course, you have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 7'5" fits you, fixing to go 5. Wolchuk is in the house. Eric Chiafalo is taking some family time, so send him some love on social. Let him know he's missed. And Carter Freeman's coordinating our video. Okay, so, yeah, man. I mean, we have pitchers and catchers reporting tomorrow, so we're excited about that. Rangers Hot Stove with Sands is coming up Thursday night at 7 o'clock right here on your home of the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers. Excited about that. Excited about the Dallas Stars and their Stanley Cup hopes. Maybe they're going to finally, punch this thing through, get the job done, Brian.
You forgot to mention that Brest was playing today.
Brest FC, yes.
They got beat by PSG, though.
Champions
Dawson.
League.
Yeah, Brest was in action today, Lucius.
Big fan of them.
Big fan.
Love the shape of them.
Love the shape.
Yes.
They didn't have good shape today, though.
No.
A little saggy on the back end.
Predictable. Great run, though.
Yeah.
I believe they got out of the group stage.
They did. Absolutely,
in advance. So salute to them, exploiting their talents to the maximum of their ability. But yeah, this is just depressing right now what's happening. And I could have dealt with the loss last night, but to also lose Gafford, and now we're looking at a knee sprain or a hyperextension. Has torn ACL been ruled out? No, it hasn't been ruled out.
No.
Okay.
No, it hasn't.
Okay, so you add on another injury after being up double digits in the fourth quarter. You can't get a stop, you can't get a rebound, and you can't execute offensively. Even at times with Kyrie in the game, like it was looking every bit as bad that you would imagine a lottery team looks at times last night. So, when you can't stop Valanciunas and Sabonis from basically playing volleyball with the rim until it goes in, you got the kind of omen that when it did go to overtime, that chances were not good the Mavs would win. And I was happy that they competed till the end and gave themselves a chance, but ball doesn't go in. And now, the Mavs have lost again. They're sitting 8th in the West, just a half game better than the 9th and 10th place team. I tell you what, looking at Sacramento last night, that's a play-in team right now.
Yeah.
That's way better than what you can do here, especially with P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford, Lively.
That scores.
And
Gafford out.
Yeah.
You're just too banged up.
Yeah.
Like right now, it really is. You're probably not going to make the postseason if things trend in this direction.
That's what it looked like.
I mean, you get up double digits at one point in the fourth quarter. The fact that thing got close, you've got empty possession after empty possession. I understand. Look, Clay hits a gorgeous inbound 3.
Yeah.
But then you got 8 seconds left. You got to play defense. And you're able to get a double team on DeMar DeRozan. He splits the double team, and he is the mid-range king. I mean, that's everything about his game. And now you go ahead and you lose that thing. So, I mean, last night, Clay was pretty darn good. Kyrie was hustling, working his ass off. You had a really good night from Max Christie again.
Yeah.
And it seems like anytime you need a big bucket, Max Christie knows and understands the moment. He also got a couple of blocks in there as well, showcasing the length. Dinwiddie's being asked to do way too much right now. And then when it comes late into the fourth quarter, he's just absolutely exhausted. So it's tough because you're looking around. It's like this is who we've got to work with. And right now, you just don't have enough horses.
No, they don't have enough ball handling, don't have enough playmaking. I mean, I sometimes prefer giving it to Dinwiddie than having the chicken with your head cut off routine happening. That described their offense for a lot of the third and fourth quarter and overtime. I think it's got to be smacking you in the face right now, as good as Kyrie is. And Kyrie was awesome last night. Just having one is not enough to shelter you from the lack of skill set from the surrounding players here now. Jaden Hardy's too young. He'll probably never grow into that kind of a player that could be the steadying hand of a contender. And, again, Kyrie Irving was scintillating at times. The shot that he made that could have won it in regulation was unbelievably vintage, and elite. But it's not enough. And then so you whittle away your ability to play defense and rebound, and it's over. I think their best case scenario now would be to embrace the tank right now. Like, unless Anthony Davis and Gafford are going to be back after the All-Star break, there's no point in trying to fight this thing. Just embrace it and make the most of it and give yourself the best chance to have a top 10 pick that you can.
Well, the latest I saw, Windy earlier on ESPN said that he's hearing that Anthony Davis is going to avoid surgery, but he's going to be out an extended period of time. So I guess that's good, no surgery, but what are we talking? What's an extended period? Is that a month? Is that 6 weeks?
4 to 6.
I mean,
maybe 3 at the least.
It is, and then the Gafford thing, that with Lively also out, that was a guy you just could not afford to lose.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess Washington will help a bit. Do we know more about the ankle?
I haven't heard anything.
Sprained ankle situation. Sprained ankle can be a week. It can be.
I got tired of asking about injuries over there. Those guys they've had enough of me, I think.
Do you guys, I know you guys don't go along with the conspiracy much that they sent Luka to the Lakers to save the TV ratings, but how about a curse of Luka narrative? I mean, the irony is so poetic right now that you traded him because he's hurt, and now all your guys are getting hurt. I mean, 3 of your best players the last 2 games, just boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
A season done.
They've been getting hurt before Luka, right, though?
Not at this rate.
Well, the significant injuries. I mean, if you talk about guys that have missed quite a bit of time, even while Luka was out and stuff.
Kyrie had the back.
It just,
Lively was already hurt.
Dawson, I'm not trying to disagree with you. To me, it seems like a season that has just not gone. As last year went so well with you making it to the conference finals.
Yeah.
It just seems like that everything that was working for you last year is not really.
I don't think a curse is ever real. It's just enough things happen that it adds up. You assign the narrative. Historically, you look at it as, the curse of Bambino or whatever.
This is just a bad. They're having a really, really bad run of injuries, and it's that's something that they're like you said. It's likely they're not going to be able to overcome this. It's just too much. It's
okay.
It's too much to ask these guys to play at the levels they're going to need to play.
I mean, the way that it spilled over last night really makes me know. I mean, Nico underestimated what the reaction was going to be. There's no way you would have done this if you knew all this was going to play out. Then you had the injuries on top of it.
Yeah.
I don't know if, Nico can make it for another season. This is one of the most disliked sports executives.
Mm-hmm.
You don't now you don't have the
Jerry's right up there.
Saturday afternoon, halftime of the game, I thought, wow, the Mavs are going to play so well in such an exciting brand of basketball with defense in transition that Nico's going to come out of this smelling like a rose here. Give it a week with the news cycle. Mavs will be the hottest team in basketball at the All-Star break, and everybody's going to be talking about how he actually pulled it off, and we'll see in the long term, but we're excited about the now. I thought that's where the narrative was going, but now with all of these injuries and what happened last night between the fans and the organization, I think you're going to have to end up firing Nico to create a fresh start.
I wonder whose call it was to have people removed. I wonder if that was ownership. I can't believe the general manager would do that. This has to be ownership, right?
Yeah, it seems like they're pretty much in lockstep with this. I would lean it's probably ownership. I just couldn't, it's just
the general manager would not have have a say.
Yeah.
Hey, we need to remove a fan.
Yeah, I think that if you're Nico, you have to understand that you've made a major move and you've seen the outcry throughout.
Yeah,
I just think that for me, if I made that move, I would sit there and just whatever comes to me, I'll take it. That way. I mean, if you want to, I think the quickest way to maybe move on from all the criticism is to let the people vent. If they want to chant, fire me and this, that, and the other, if ownership wants to make a move and get rid of me, fine. But I'm going to sit there and just kind of let people have their say. Let them, if they want to boo, they want to, whatever.
But instead, they're doubling down and saying,
that's what I'm saying.
These people don't understand how great this trade was.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, the only other thing you could do beyond firing Nico or selling the team would be to give your full explanation of what else you know about the player that made you want to trade him. Because he's 10 pounds overweight. That's a bunch of BS,
you
dude.
Throw him under the bus.
You're going to have to throw Luka under the
bus.
bus. You're going to have to. Otherwise, fire Nico or sell the team. Those are your three options the way I see it. Am I wrong?
No, just come out and say, hey, he was playing 2 weeks after the season. He was hurt already. Then he goes and plays for Slovenia. We can't tell him no. He doesn't listen to anybody. He's a guy that he goes away, comes back 20 pounds overweight. Then he's got to get himself back into shape. We got to send him away from the team because he's constantly overweight. So we got to fake a wrist injury that doesn't exist. And now he's got to go and get back in shape. Just be honest. Don't let us hear about stuff.
I think you just were.
Like, just tell us everything. Go. This is the path that it took for us to say, you know what, Luka, we love you, but it's not good enough. We don't think you're ever going to change, so we need to make a move. It will never make the return okay. The return will never be enough. But maybe that was also part of the stuff where Nico was so personal and angry and fed up with Luka that he's like, dude, you're not worth as much as you think you are. So on principle, even though the Maverick fans, we don't care about your principle, I'm going to take less to try and send a message to Luka. I still think that's stupid. Your job is to try and get the most for your asset. He failed at that. And now it just looks way worse than Anthony Davis is hurt. But the way they acted yesterday, removing fans for mouthing fire Nico, get a backbone.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff that I've said and the stuff that we say about Jerry and the Cowboys, I'll give them a ton of credit. They take it.
Yeah.
The Mavericks, are you that soft and sensitive? You can't understand that your fan base is hurting right now unless they are going ahead and physically harming somebody. That type of stuff, that will cross a line. But just to wear a shirt or to say fire Nico or bring a sign and express your frustration, that is fair game. How many times have we had sporting events where fans are wearing paper bags over their faces? Like, come on, guys. If you tell somebody, don't push a button, what's that person going to want to do? Push the damn button. So you want to say, hey, don't do this. And guess what Maverick fans are going to do? They're going to go that much harder. You got to just let them be hurt right now because we are.
I agree. I tell you, the biggest problem with this whole thing is, to me, not the trade. It's the fact that the Mavericks censored their fan base.
Yeah.
That's the bigger problem to me.
Yeah. We need some damn freedom of speech over there at the AAC.
It's ridiculous.
You ask me. Mark Cuban told two to shut the bleep up and sit the bleep down because they were chanting fire Nico. And, Jason Kidd didn't even talk to the media afterwards.
Yeah.
So I think it's affecting the franchise in a very negative way, and they have to change. Just letting the fans have their say would be a good start.
I totally agree on that. Yeah.
And then you could see where you are from there.
There you go. Yeah.
And then maybe you pick up the phone and you call, I don't know if it's Mark Stein or Tim McMahon or whatever reporter, and you increase the information flow 30 or 40%. I don't want to get into rumor mongering. I don't know what is substantiated and just flat out made up.
I think Zach hit the nail on the head with everything he just said a couple minutes ago.
Crazy, man. It's just weird that we're here right now.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, it's like, damn, Nico, you are a stud. We love you. The Mavericks are in a great place. You were just in the NBA Finals. If healthy, I still believe this team has a chance to win a championship. And now, I don't know where this team is going. I don't know. And if Nico is making these moves, I can understand if you want to try and create a culture. We're trying to set a standard. We can't allow the leader of our franchise to act this way and expect everyone else to fall in line. But then you hear the reports, he might leave in a couple of years. What foundation are you trying to set here? The Maverick stuff is just so bizarre. I can't really relate this to anything else I've ever seen in sports, like how drastically this thing has swung in the other direction.
Well, Luka debuted for the Lakers. He played an okay game. He did not shoot the ball very well at all, but Dirk was there, and he hit a Dirk Nowitzki fadeaway there in the Lakers purple and gold.
So we did hit the under then, right? We were all right about the under?
Yeah.
The less did hit on the points.
There you go.
Luka saying for him to show up, fly all the way from Dallas, it was amazing. So the franchise, in what? Not in flames, but in in chaos, in tragedy, in crisis. That is the right word.
Crisis.
The Mavs franchise in crisis, needing the big German, but he flew to L.A. to support his guy Luka Doncic. And you have to wonder, is that a sign? Is Jason Kidd not talking to the media a sign that he didn't support the trade or he's ticked off? Maybe it's just that he's overwhelmed and needed a night off from answering questions relentlessly about this. But I think that's a sign of the stress getting to you.
Yeah, I asked somebody about last night, and I just kind of I was thinking, coaching meeting, conversations with ownership, what was going on. And they're like, no, but, my guy said, no, when he came in this morning, he was fine. So maybe he just wanted to take a night, not to have to talk about anything. That was a disappointing way to lose that game and very frustrating. I'm sure with all the injuries, it's probably a little bit too much to have to. You might say something you regret.
Unbelievable
at that point. But this morning when he came to work, it sounded like everything was cool with Jason Kidd.
Okay, G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. True or fart next, Wolchuk?
Let's do it. Super Bowl Fallout edition. Let's do some NFL True or Fart. That's next in the nation.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag the Day is coming up in 8 minutes here. We have some Cowboys free agency shopping list coming up for you at 2:40. Right now, it's time for some NFL True or Fart post-Super Bowl edition. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here's the Wooly Bully, Zach.
Thank you very much. Let's do it. Some takeaways from the Super Bowl in an edition of True or Fart. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, I'll ask you guys a question. You tell me, do you agree? True, do you disagree? Fart, 877-881-1053. Play along with us at home. Gavin, Dawson, true or fart? We will never see a three-peat in the National Football League.
That's true. You've seen it once again, how difficult it is to keep going, to stay hungry, to keep a team together that's good enough. So, yeah, I don't think it's any coincidence. It's bizarre that we've had two franchises back-to-back as good as the Patriots and Chiefs have been. But if they can't do it, surely nobody else is, and as long as the salary cap stays the way it is.
Yeah, I totally agree with Dawson. I think that you're looking at how these teams turn over, and it's tough. You have to have great play from your star players. Sometimes they get hurt. Sometimes they don't play well. Sometimes they play great to get you in the Super Bowl. But I think that I don't think you'll ever see a three-peat.
I agree. I think that's true. No team had even made it back to the Super Bowl. The Chiefs doing that was a first. I don't think anyone else is going to be able to do it. All right, Brian, back to you.
Yeah.
The Eagles are about to start a dynasty of their own.
I will say that's fart. And I think that, to me, that the one thing that they will do, though, if they're not in it for a couple of years, that they'll find a way to get back. So I think there'll be I think this division will be really competitive next year with the Commanders and the Eagles. Not so sure about the Cowboys. So yeah, I think that's fart, but they'll always find a way to
be back in the mix.
If they're down for 2 years, they'll find a way to get back in the third.
Yeah, it'll be just short of a dynasty. Proper bird turd dynasty would probably require a Hall of Fame quarterback, which they don't have, but they have a Hall of Fame GM. He put 3 teams in the Super Bowl in the last 7 years, and I won't bet against him. I think it'll go down exactly how Brian's saying. They won't be able to get it done every year or 2 out of 3 or anything, but they're going to keep popping up for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, you do have to appreciate Harry Roseman. 2017, They win it. They essentially just rebuild the entire roster, and boom, here they are again winning another one.
Yeah, he will always kind of figure out ways to, like I said, he's, and I had a tweet this morning, he wakes up every day desperate to make his roster better.
Yep.
And so as long as he has that kind of hunger and passion for it, they'll be tough to beat.
I'm going to say forward on that as well. I really just don't want it to happen. But you look at the NFC, it is kind of scary right now.
And it is already Dynasty Light.
Yeah.
I mean, they just don't have the full scope of it.
Okay, Gavin, Patrick Mahomes will not win another Super Bowl.
Oh, that's football flatulence right there. You know, that we can't overreact to be prisoner of the moment. They had a horrible game. Their offensive line had to get shuffled late. Maybe the Eagles were uniquely equipped to take advantage of them when you look at their strength in the secondary and the defensive line. But it's very difficult to build a team that good. You know, the Eagles had to have an incredible draft to sort of push them over the top, a draft that you can't predict. How many rookies do they have showing up massive?
Yeah.
You know, and that's just not realistic to sustain itself.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting back.
Oh, wow.
I don't. I just don't. And I think that, to me, that, we'll see with the coach, his situation. We'll see with Mahomes. I mean, this year they won a lot of one-score games and stuff like that. We'll see.
Dude's been to 7 AFC title games in a row, Brian.
Absolutely. I totally understand it. I do think that the AFC's catching up with him. I think the AFC's catching up with teams like with Cincinnati, Buffalo. And I know those are teams that Kansas City finds ways to beat, but I think you're starting to see that wear and tear on Kansas City. And so I'm going to say they're not getting back.
I mean, it will be, if you don't have Chris Jones, who's getting older, if Andy Reid decided to retire, if Kelce retires, you start losing a lot of key cogs in this run. I think it's likely that I think Mahomes is too good not to win one more over the course of his career.
Sure.
But hey, the Patriots went 10 years in between dynasties. They won 3 of 4, and they didn't win again until 2014. They went from 04 to 14, losing 2 Super Bowls in between. Maybe you see a gap between Mahomes' next ones. I don't know, but I think he's too good not to win another one, but I do wonder, like, how easy is it going to get back?
So ordinary the other day.
He sure did.
You know, that's got to be.
They got to find a way to retool that line.
Yeah, you got to be concerned about that.
They really do. Okay, how about this one? Brian brought us Nick Sirianni is the best coach in the NFC.
Best coach in the NFC. I'll say that's fart.
It's a fart?
Yeah. I think I'll tell you what, though. I say fart, and then you look at the record, and you look at the way the things that they've been able to do, and a lot of it has the general manager, but you got to give that coach some credit. But there's others I would rather have. You know, me personally.
Like a Man Campbell?
Yeah, I love Dan Campbell.
Like Sean McVay, I would still say, I think this is fart. I think McVay is still the best coach in the conference.
Keep going.
The guy,
San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Probably Seattle.
Mike McDonald.
McDonald, yeah.
I just, like
LaFleur.
I want to
O'Connell.
I want to hate that guy in Philadelphia, sports hate in Philadelphia, but you can't.
Yeah, he just keeps winning. And a lot of the guys we named, he's beaten in the playoffs now.
Sure.
So I agree with you, Gavin. It's a laughable question, but maybe we are a little too hard on Sirianni just because we don't like him.
Oh, no,
yes, that's a different thing.
We don't like Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That means we don't like him because he's out there being Philadelphia.
And he's an obnoxious twerp, right? So we assign that's not a good coaching trait to have with your personality, but it's working for him.
Yeah, he's going to fight fans that are just MFing him.
Him and Howie have done a great job together. They really have.
They have. Okay, last one. Travis Kelce played his final game on Sunday.
I'll say that's true. I think it's obvious. That was a major disappointment. You can just tell it is the energy around him. He is no longer the young, wild Travis Kelce. He's old. He's boring. He's pathetic. He's been domesticated by Taylor Swift, and he's not a football dog anymore. It's time to go, Wolchuk.
I'm going to say that's fart because I don't think he wants it to end like that.
Ooh, I could see that too. I think he just needs to retire.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't surprise me.
He's too proud. It could end even worse.
Well, you're right about that. But last year should have been the year. But I kind of have a feeling he wants to give it one more go at this.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
My man was dressed like an extra on Boogie Nights, too.
Yeah.
Like that. And he didn't bring a change of clothes. He thought he was going to win. So he had to walk out there with that goofy-ass T-shirt on and those pants. Said, I can't wear the top.
Somebody sent me a meme. It said Travis Kelce looked like all the guys in the cast of Hangover combined into one.
Yeah.
Now I can't unsee it.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Yeah. And what's wrong with being domesticated by your old girl?
Nothing, but it's not. You're not going to be the best version of your football self.
You
like
won't
that.
be. That's right.
It's not as fun.
Yeah. Did you see her thighs at the Grammys? I say that respectfully.
Ooh, nice.
I should have said legs. Well, she had them out, bro. She had like super short joints on.
She's so tall and gangly.
I'm sick of people saying I'm not thick enough.
Yeah, wow. Man, come on, man. All right, our winner right here in champ so far comes from Way FM Radio. That's a Christian station in Nashville. We had a Cowboys fan. We're trying to figure out which station he was trying to call. He says fan. Maybe it's this fan. Maybe there's a fan-ish kind of vibe around there in Nashville. I don't know. But he had the wrong number and it was funny.
Yeah, I'm on the radio?
No, I'm recording you, but it's not live on the radio.
Oh, okay. I just want to make a comment about, all of this stuff y'all promoting about Ash and Jenny. I don't want to hear that no more.
Sure. Hey, I really appreciate your passion. I think you have the wrong number.
Hold on, sweetheart. You sound like Will McClay. Correct Will McClay. This is not passion.
No Will
this
McClay.
is testosterone.
I don't think you called the right phone number, is what I was trying to say.
Okay, all right. So whatever phone to call in the fan I can talk to or whatever. See, that's the problem. It's too much passion in Dallas.
No,
y'all need testosterone on that field.
Yeah.
This is you called a Christian music radio station in Nashville, Tennessee. I think you have the wrong number.
Christian Nashville. Oh my God. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
The dismount is so epic.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Yep. Amen, brother. Amen. Tell you. All right.
I just don't know how you get that wrong. Like I'm trying to put that together. My want to be saved as Christian station. That would be saved as fan.
Sweetheart.
Yeah, that was excellent.
Listen here,
sweetheart. Let me mansplain this to you.
Listen, poor, sweet, unsportsmanlike lady.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Sweetheart, baby girl.
Baby girl.
Oh, girl, baby girl. Okay. Now let's see. Bria Bella from the Bella Twins. Remember she confessed to Coach Prime that he was her first crush? She had a big poster of him on the wall and everything.
Yeah.
And Deion, he handled that well. He was kind of gushy a little bit, but he handled that well. Not this time, though.
Oh, no.
Not this time.
No.
Coach Prime out there at Radio Row. Cool, listen to this.
So am I like, today I wanted to rep the Eagles. So like I
see.
You know what
did
I
that.
mean?
You
I go
did
look
that.
at colors and
What's your favorite color?
well lately I've been into dark chocolate. So that's been like my thing, you know.
He's dark chocolate, huh? You're into dark chocolate.
It's been the flavor of my season, let me tell you.
I understand.
More to come.
I thought you were going to say red.
No, I like that dark
I mean,
chocolate.
red is like
She
my
said
favorite,
dark
but I mean,
chocolate.
everything.
Yeah, she said dark
I
chocolate.
like dark chocolate.
Yeah,
Even in my search, you'll
Hold
see
on.
dark chocolate.
That is, I feel like.
Even in my search.
Yeah.
Chocolate.
I love it. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, I love it.
That brother is parched right now. You hear what I'm saying? Get that man something to drink.
Been the flavor of her season.
You a man of God, Prime.
He's on a run.
That's what
Got
it
weak.
Very weak.
Got weak. Oh, dark chocolate, huh? Got dirted. Well, I'll be dirty. I happen to have some dark chocolate on me.
Said it about 6 or 7 times. I mean, she was throwing it out there too, though.
She was throwing it, bro.
You can't even find it in my search.
Yeah, he was doing it. All you see was Deion's teeth. He was smiling from ear to ear. That man was happy. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Oh,
they all can't be as smooth as Chief, you know, as he was.
Yeah, man. So does it bother your swing sometimes? All those boobies? Jeez.
I was down on all fours barking.
Man. All right, this right here reminds me of Corey Majors. This is why I'm playing. Hold on. All right. We got a basketball announcer right here. He kind of overreacts to what would be just a basic jump ball. It's a jump ball, okay? Kid caught the rebound. Another kid put his hands on the ball. You know, they're both kind of tugging back and forth. Elbows are flying a little bit, and he homered it up.
Goes left side. Pull up. 8-footer short.
Rebounded by Smith. Oh, hey. Well, he threw an elbow. He deserves it. He threw an elbow. He deserves it. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Ridiculous.
Scoring majors, bro.
Regrets.
See you later. Go to your car.
Go to your car. He deserves it.
He deserves it. That's Corey Majors, bro.
Are you embarrassed?
He threw an elbow. He deserves it. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Ridiculous.
Can't even believe it.
Is our guy broadcasting from the floor where this guy can hear him?
Can't believe it.
Kid had to go straight to the car, throwing out for throwing a. You got to get used to those jump balls, and if you're in youth basketball too, they happen every 2 minutes, don't they?
They sure do.
Yeah.
I used to hate when they grab the ball. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Oh
Again. Car.
Play defense, dog.
The guy working the arrow is the hardest working dude in the gym.
That position arrow.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what else. So I got one more. We got time for one more.
Yeah.
We got a grandma that slams the door on these guys knocking on the door early in the morning. They're trying to save a soul.
Good morning. How are you doing this morning? Mm-hmm. My name is Oliver. This is my friend Dorian. We're involved in volunteer work this morning. We've been visiting our neighbors and asking them in a question, having brief conversations. We just want to get your opinion on a question, if I may. If there's one thing you would change in the world to make things better, what would you change?
You coming to my door in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Man, at least she let them finish their spiel.
She did?
More than I
Come
do.
to my door in the morning.
He had some bad situational awareness because I heard it with them.
How are you doing this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Yeah, bad situation.
That's the sign.
That is a stop
How
sign.
you doing? Mm-hmm. Oh, girl, baby, girl.
Not an acknowledgement.
Girl, baby.
Is it our Christian radio station in Nashville? Got a call from a fan listener. Coach Prime on Radio Row with the ladies.
Yeah, he was doing the same thing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He was howling.
Smoke coming down his
awful.
ears and everything. Popping his foot on the ground.
Jump ball overreaction. He threw an elbow. He deserves it.
Get him to the car.
Grandma slammed the door. I kind of want to vote for Grandma. I'm going to go with the jump ball overreaction, though, Lucius. How about you?
Back to the Christian station in Nashville. Cowboys fan had the wrong number.
We're tied at 1, Zach.
Jeez, this is a good list. This is hard to. I think I'll go with the champ here.
You have faith in the champ.
Hey.
Brian?
I'm going to go with Dion here.
By a score of 2-1-1, and still our G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the Christian radio station in Nashville. Okay, we have Cowboys free agent shopping list for you coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is pretty hilarious talking about primetime sounding like Eric during that Paige Sporanic interview. It is crazy the kind of stuff you say, in that kind of a broadcast environment.
Oh, yeah.
I think I told one of those fighter gals that if it was up to me, I'd have cloned a whole bunch of her.
Yeah, because of the hair thing.
Yeah.
You did. And
Yeah.
they got up and ran off pretty quick afterwards.
They did. Yes, I noticed how that was a good
I
ender.
thought maybe I smelled or something. I was
Yeah.
like, what? But maybe it was that.
I think it was.
That guy said he wanted to clone me. Did you hear that? We got to get out of here.
He said a whole bunch of times. Salute to our G-Bag of the Day champion and all the challengers.
Chief, I could just sit next to Chief after it happened. You could just sense the energy. I mean,
Totally deflated.
He got that
For the next 48 hours.
He got that message.
Yeah.
And like his broadcasting day just went south.
Yeah.
Like big time south.
Needs to learn how to be a professional. Come on, man.
That's why I had to take these 2 days off, as a matter of fact. Okay, we got a shopping list here. We got a blog in the boys, and Brian Martin put this together. Dallas Cowboys 2025 free agent wish list. I'll give you the player. You guys tell me. We also have a salary projection here from Over the Cap. We start with quarterback. Justin Fields projected 1 year, $11 million. He did go 4-2 as a starter last year. They say he could be an ideal quarterback too in Dallas. Are you interested?
I'd be interested as a backup, absolutely. I mean, I think Justin Fields has shown enough to where he could be an ideal backup in the league. He probably still envisions himself as a borderline starter. Maybe he wants to go somewhere where he'll have a better chance to start. But given Dak's unfortunate injury history as of late, he might have the opportunity. I hope it doesn't happen.
I would like Justin Fields. I think running the ball is particularly with this head coach and offensive coordinator combo right now. That might be interesting using Justin Fields. I just think $11 million is too much of the salary cap to give up for a player.
I don't think they'd want to pay. I mean, Cooper Rush they could probably bring back for what, $4 a year,
probably,
maybe less. I don't know.
Another proven winner in this system. Brian. Justin Fields,
I'd be interested in him, but it's going to probably, that $11 million is probably pretty accurate. I mean, I thought he played well enough, but that, and it looked like there for a while, Pittsburgh made the right decision.
Going to Russ.
And then at the end, it was like, the OC was like, man, I wish I was playing with the other dude.
You need so many other positions. I would be like, holy crap, we just gave the majority of our free agent spending money to a backup quarterback on this team.
Oh no, I'd be
bizarre.
but yeah, it'd be that instead of Trey Lance. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we go to Stephon Diggs, who has kind of fallen off over the last couple of years due to injuries and stuff. He's projected at a 1 year contract for $16 million. 16. Stephon Diggs. I'm doing that, guys. How about you?
I think that there's going to be the link because of his brother here. So do they want to play together? I'm sure they would in a perfect world. The Cowboys are in desperate need of another wide receiver. We were actually talking with Isaiah Standback when we first got into the draft show earlier today. And Isaiah was debating back and forth with Kyle and No C and Joe about, okay, what's a bigger need, running back or wide receiver too? Because he thinks you lose CeeDee Lamb, you're done. You're cooked. So you would at least have another viable option at a price as a wide receiver too, $16 million a year for a dude who could be one of the top wide receivers in football if he's able to get back there. Maybe he's no longer that at this stage of his career, but I'd be very interested.
We're all over it, Brian. Can we get consensus on this?
No, I'm out on this one.
What happened?
I'm out. I just kind of feel like, though, to me, this guy's had his run. He's bounced around.
Past his prime, the injury now.
It's just things start to kind of not work out for him. And I just feel like that I'm interested in the draft. I'm interested with the 12th pick and potentially picking a wide receiver. I think there are a couple other guys that I could get that I feel are better, that are not going to be the issues that you're probably going to have to deal with.
31 years old. This is a 1 year contract for $16 million.
I'm out.
In his prime, he's performing like he's worth double that.
He hadn't played in his prime in a while. So I'm out.
Well, I mean, 2023 caught 107 balls.
Yeah.
last year, and I don't know how many games he played. He caught 47 of them.
I just can't. To me, I just look at that. I don't know if him and his brother being on the same team is necessarily going to be a good thing.
I did wonder about that too. I mean, because
that's a big fear for me. Because his brother has issues enough, with and the coaching changes might have helped him.
It's either going to go one way where it is bad, or a positive to where maybe they can together. They're actually like accountability buddies.
I heard he's a girlfriend stealer too. So
yeah, that's the one guy you don't want to date your daughter.
Yeah. Okay, offensive tackle Alaric Jackson. He's been with the Rams 4 years, $37 million is the projection, or I'm sorry, guaranteed the projection, $58 million total. So around $15 million a year for this dude. They say, hey, you're paying Terrence Steele more than that right now. Post June 1, his ass. Get Steele out of here. Post June 1 designation. You bring in, is it Alaric?
I think it's
Rams
Alaric.
tackle.
Yeah, I think it's Alaric.
And you send Guyton over to right tackle. It sounds good to me. I'm in.
I'm open to improving the offensive line by any means necessary. So hey, if your pro scouts decide this dude's an upgrade, that's not a bad deal.
Yeah, they're talking about him here like it would be an upgrade at your tackle, and getting Guyton over to right tackle, I think, is the right thing to do at this
I don't
point.
know if it's guaranteed that Guyton would be good at right tackle. Does that make sense?
Well, I think a lot of the same issues to your point that he's having on the left side with the penalties, that's going to carry over.
Guy's not a mature player at all. The guy, he's got to learn how to be a pro. I know the right tackle is not the best, but that guy knows how to be a pro.
He's above and beyond.
I think we automatically just assumed that playing Guyton at right tackle is going to solve all his problems.
Well, maybe you want to save the money, leave your tackles as is, and hope it gets better. And I
don't know if that's necessarily true, because I'm talking about
what they usually do.
My guy, Simmons, the Ohio State tackle, he's got the patella tendon. I'm in trouble there. I don't trust any of these tackles. So yeah, I guess I'm going to be looking.
How about the offensive guard at Kansas City, Trey Smith, projected 4 years, $82 million contract, 20.5 per season. Zach Martin's moving on. These young guys are tryhards. You're going to need some power in there, and Trey Smith would be the guy to get the job done if that's why they decided to steer their money instead of a player like Osa. I think they'd be doing the right thing.
You'd be shoring up that side of the line. That's a Pro Bowl player, dude who's been an all-pro type of guy. Absolutely. Now all of a sudden you don't have to worry about guard at all when it comes to the NFL draft.
Okay, let's jump over here to the defensive side of the ball and some really interesting names from in division. It would be kind of cool to make your team better and make the Eagles worse at the same time. Milton Williams projected 3 years, $63 million, probably going to leave the Eagles. Defensive tackle, $21 million per season, and the defensive end, the star of the Super Bowl there, Josh Sweat, he's projected 3 years, $54 million. So $18 million a year. If you only had like 20 to spend on one of these guys, Brian, are you dropping it in one of these guys' accounts?
Yeah, I would rather one of these guys than maybe Oso Digizua, if that's what you want to ask me. So sure, let's go for it. You watch that kid, he plays with a lot of power, plays on the other side of the ball. You can use him on twist stunts, the movement, a lot of things to like about him.
Okay, so, yeah, Osa, Trey Smith, Milton Williams, or Josh Sweat, which one you picking, Wolchuk?
I'd probably go with, the best player of the bunch I think is Trey Smith out of those. But I think from a Cowboys perspective, Milton Williams would be your biggest need there.
Or should they perhaps drop down here to the other Super Bowl contender and one of their big defensive free agents, linebacker Nick Bolton, a player I know Brian loved coming out of the draft?
That'd be ideal. That's the name that, out of all the names you mentioned, I think linebacker is the one you've got to fill in free agency. He is an absolute stud. He's a big-time player. Tackles everything that moves. I love Nick Bolton. You bring him back home. The contract, what are they saying, $15 million a year? I think that's great value.
4 years, $60 million, saying the middle linebacker is one of the most important positions in Matt Eberflus's defensive scheme.
Yeah, you got to go here because this draft right now as we sit does not have a lot of depth to it when it comes to linebackers. So I kind of had the plan that I was going to go get a linebacker in free agency. If I have an opportunity to get this guy, well, I would sure take it.
You're looking at Paulson Adebo, the cornerback from New Orleans, and Trayvon Moehrig as well, the safety of the Raiders. About $15 million a piece per year for those players as well. It's going to be mighty interesting to see how much money the Cowboys want to allocate. If they want to contend, they're going to have to go money and draft picks, maybe a trade as well. So how serious are they?
Well, the trade part of it does that. I don't think that does you any good. And I say it doesn't do you any good. And Zach and I did the draft show this morning because they were asking, we were talking about the potential of trading for a wide receiver. Okay, now what are you willing to give up to get the player you're talking about, or just to make a trade? Say you're trading for a wide receiver. What kind of pick you willing to give up?
I don't want to give up anything higher than my third.
Okay, so see, that leaves you with a 1, a 2, no 3, no 4,
then 3 5s,
and then so you're in a situation right there where it would have to be, if you're giving up a 3, it is going to have to be a guy that you think can plug and play and go right off the jump.
I mean, I guess if Cooper
in,
Kupp can still play and you could get it for a 5 or a 6.
That's a 5. And everybody in the gang of 7 are like, listen, he's a 5, and you got to get the Rams to pay part of the contract.
Yeah.
And if you do that, then you're going to do all right.
NFL News Today coming up next. We'll check where you taking us.
Yeah, the Saints have themselves a new head coach. Could this be the season opener for the Cowboys? And Debo is shooting his shot. That's next in the Nation.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Maybe you've been asking yourself the same question I have since last night. I've hated the Lakers for as long as I can remember. Does that mean I now hate Luka? And I'm not sure how I can answer that right now. I know if the Mavs and Lakers end up in a playoff series and Luka's bitching and whining the whole game like he did in a Mavs uniform, I'll definitely not like him very much at that time. But we're going to have to see. This is a strange, uncharted journey. It feels like we're in a sci-fi movie about sports that broke into an alternate reality. And now we're on this trajectory trying to find the 1.2 gigawatts worth of plutonium or whatever we need to jump back to the right spot. This is bizarre. Anyway, here's Zach Wolchuk in his NFL news today.
Well, congratulations to the Super Bowl, as they had a record audience, as Fox has projected the Super Bowl averaged a record 126 million U.S. viewers. Second straight year the Super Bowl has reached a record audience, and the halftime show specifically drew 133.5 million viewers, which broke the record as the most watched halftime show ever for Kendrick Lamar. So
there's more watching the game. I definitely understand that.
Yep. People tune in for that.
That game will make you go do some chores.
Yeah, I'm sure afterwards everyone's kind of like, I'm good here.
Yeah.
This one's
weird that it broke a record for most average watchers. How? Why?
Just the way the game was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched less of the Super Bowl than I think I have since I got too hammered for Cardinal Steelers back in the day.
You know what? I think it's just like the TVs stay on. Like if you're having a Super Bowl party, maybe you check out, and then now we're hanging around, we're mingling, we're focusing on the food, we're taking some group shots, but the television's just still playing it in the background.
If you went to a Super Bowl party, would you have left at halftime? Like
Yes.
the party?
Well, I would have been having fun, I think, hanging out with the people, assuming you're drinking.
I would have needed to be alone. Honestly, a lot of my friends left at halftime, and I was kind of happy.
Oh, they were over at your house and they left?
Now, it was because of the kid factor.
Oh.
Like me and two of my good buddies came over. They've also got little kids now as well, so that was cool seeing the
Time to
kiddos
get 'em
all
in the
hang out
bath and
together.
all that.
Yeah, and they had to take them home. It's bedtime. But the way this thing was trending, I kind of wanted to be alone, to just suffer quietly by myself.
I don't blame you, man.
It's just bad.
It was depressing.
Now, one thing that
my mother-in-law was rooting for Jalen Hurts.
That's right. She thinks he's a cutie.
And you had money on the game. Did you ever look at her and just say something like, enough?
I never did say something, but I did appreciate that about mid-second quarter, she realized it was over too. So she stopped cheering so much.
She realized.
Yeah.
She kind of
Nothing hurts more than if it's your team that's really your team from birth or blood or whatever, and somebody's rooting loudly against them, or you have big money and somebody's rooting for the other team. It was like, and that wasn't a lot of money, but it was more than I was comfortable losing.
So you didn't want to make an announcement before the game that,
no,
hey, I've got money on Kansas City today, because the missus would have said something?
I would never declare something like that in front of her.
So Did you think about pulling her aside and saying, "Hey, listen, Nana,
No.
I'm in a situation right now at Kansas City. I can't have them lose.
She's a blessing. She can do no wrong in my eyes.
I'm gonna have to kick you out in the streets if Kansas City loses today."
No, not happening.
Well, I do want to tell everyone this Saturday, okay? Help us open up Hurtado Barbecue in Dallas.
There we go.
900 South Harwood Street in Dallas. It's going to be myself, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo. We're going to be hanging out there starting at 11 a.m. And you can check out Love of the Star with the three of us. We're going to do a Love of the Star recording. So hang out with us. Enjoy the deliciousness of Hurtado this Saturday with 105.3 The Fan. 11 a.m. is when we're going to get things kicked off. So
Would you
that's gonna
say
be a blast.
900 South Howard?
900 South Harwood Street.
Harwood. Downtown, right?
Yep. Yeah, it is. It is. Just up the road from where we are.
This
here.
is Saturday?
On Saturday.
Oh, baby, it's right next to City Futsal down there.
Perfect.
We're set.
Come on by. Let's party. It's going to be
Farmers
awesome.
Market.
Tacos, man. Buy some tacos down there.
Yeah, I can't wait, dude. That's
pumped.
amazing. I think I have a new DoorDash favorite loading.
Oh, that's right.
Bottled water.
DoorDash tacos. Let's go.
Come on.
This is
Come
awesome.
on.
All right, so what's the staff going to look like for Kellen Moore with the Saints? Well, I've seen Jeremy Fowler say look for Philadelphia associate head coach / passing game coordinator Kevin Patullo. He's going to receive interest not only from the Saints to maybe become the offensive coordinator there with Kellen Moore, but the Eagles might also look to just promote him. So Sirianni's leaned on Patullo heavily the last 4 seasons in a variety of areas. He's also developed a strong working relationship with Kellen Moore. So they're going to be fighting for Patullo services.
Yeah.
Who do you think wins? I think if I'm him, I'm staying with the Eagles and that talent.
Well, he's not going to call plays in New Orleans, so.
That's true. Kellen's going to want to call the plays. So, boom, that's even more of a get. So I don't know exactly who Kellen's going to end up with. Defensive coordinator-wise, looks like Brandon Staley, former Chargers head coach, Rams DC. He's right now the favorite to become Kellen Moore's defensive coordinator there in New Orleans.
If a coordinator is going to get around $1 million, unless he's like Chip Kelly at like $5 or $6 million, but normal $1 or $2 million, what does a position coach get? How am I talking,
between
tax brackets?
Quarterback coach, receivers coach.
Yeah, you're looking at, depending on like the position you coach, somewhere right around the 500 range. And if you're an assistant to the assistant, you're right in that 2 to 4 range.
Okay. So I might be able to double it or triple it.
Yeah.
Around there I got to go to New Orleans. We're not going to win.
The biggest mistake I ever made.
I don't know who my quarterback is right now.
Biggest mistake I ever made was leaving Green Bay. I mean, seriously, when I look back, there's not a lot of regrets I do have, but every one of those guys in Green Bay ended up as being a general manager somewhere.
Yeah.
And I left too early.
Don't you think the way that you guys crushed that draft though in Philly, you should have gotten a look as a GM.
You know what? The thing about it was that it happened so fast. Like they fired the director of football operations guy in January, and Michael and I did the draft, and by the 1st of May we were done. So nobody ever got it.
You missed like a hiring cycle and all that stuff. It was just terrible timing.
Yeah,
Ouch.
nobody ever got it.
That sucks.
But see, sometimes you need to stay at a place and just try and grow and learn. And I didn't do that. I was too anxious to move on and try and do that.
It was the greatest launch pad in the NFL, and you're like, I'm going to go over here.
Oh no, it was a bad mistake. I've made some mistakes, but that was a really bad one. That was a bad one.
Well, I don't know who the Eagles are going to start off the season with, but we know every year Eagles now as the reigning Super Bowl champs, they're going to get the kickoff
rematch, Kansas City Super Bowl. Don't we play the AFC West this year in our division here?
We do. Although I think that Philadelphia is in Kansas City. So that won't work because they want to give them a home game.
Okay.
So NFL Network put up, here are 3 teams that they think, but I'm going to throw in one that I think. Lions, that'd be a good one.
The Lions have done this the last couple of years, haven't they?
They have. And then the Rams. The Rams opened it up a couple of years ago against the Bills because they won the Super Bowl. So the Rams, who they beat in the divisional round. You could do a Commanders rematch, NFC Championship game, get a division game in there. And then the Broncos. I could see the Broncos maybe getting scheduled. They're an upstart type of team.
I can see the Broncos being part of this. Yeah, absolutely.
But don't you think the Cowboys-Eagles rivalry opening night, kick off the season, do you think that might be too juicy for the NFL to pass up?
Maybe before Dallas is bad.
I think that the Cowboys could end up getting that game. Possibly. Don't know anything, but I wouldn't be surprised. Now, maybe the NFL says, hey, that's a primetime game anyway. We don't need to waste that on a season opener.
If that's the case, we get to go to training camp earlier.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Philadelphia is also having their Super Bowl parade on Valentine's Day on Friday. So the city of brotherly love, where there ain't no love and filthy, they're going to be partying there. They're expecting 1 million people. That's going to be a disgusting day in Philly. I don't know how they're really going to do this, and I wonder how many people get arrested, but 1 million people expected to attend that parade. So please,
that's 2/3 of the city. What did we have out there in Arlington? Was that 500,000?
Yeah, we had oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how they properly counted up.
Were you on a street corner?
I was bouncing around all over the place.
How did you show up?
Well, I got there really early. Started taking shots of vodka with people.
Yeah,
and then that's.
But weren't you responsible for being?
I had to take one of the corners. Yeah, over by where like Globe Life Park, like the old stadium.
Yeah,
I manned that side of it.
Did we even hear from you?
Yeah, a couple times.
Oh wow, sorry about that, bro.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you were doing. At the time.
I don't know what I was doing.
We all kind of lost ours. But getting back over to our station was absolute hell because people think like I'm trying to cut their spot because everyone's lining up to watch. The team come back. I'm like, no. I'm just trying to do a job here. I'm not trying to get in your way. That was brutal to get through. Okay, we've got Jason Whitten who is talking about being on the staff in Dallas. That was like the big rumor that we had heard. Like if Mike McCarthy took the job, part of that was Jason Witten needs to be on your staff. Well, here was Witt talking about why he is not on the Cowboys coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think, it's not, time's not now. I think I'm just enjoying what I'm doing right now and coaching my kids. And, I think just continue to do a good job and work at it. And, there'll be opportunities there for me. So, when those times present themselves and when I'm ready, I think it'll be a good opportunity for me to get back in it. And it's a desire of mine one day, but right now I'm really happy with what I'm doing.
So that is a goal, and with the Cowboys?
Oh, I mean, you'd love to do it with the Cowboys, but, you got to, sometimes it doesn't always work it that way. You got to be able to go other places. And so I've enjoyed this of being able to coach my kids and this unique time with our family. And certainly I've had amazing coaches in my life. And so, I think if you continue to do a good job, those opportunities will present yourself. I think the best coaches I was around, that was the way it worked for them. And don't try to just kind of plot it perfectly, but, you do a good job, then when the timing's right, I think it'll be a good opportunity for me to go. But right now I'm really enjoying what I'm doing with my kids.
I think as soon as the kids graduate, that might be the time. That's kind of what I got from that.
But also, he was saying the opportunity's not presenting itself, didn't he? Yeah. So I don't know how much the Cowboys want to make room for him and how much he's wanting to stay and coach the one kid that's still in high school. Did the one kid graduate, and then one's like 16 years old?
I knew he had two in high school. Maybe one did graduate.
Yeah, so I could definitely see wanting to stay and see that through and maybe even do the Dion route and go coach them in college before I'm ready for the NFL. So maybe he's thinking of that long term, but this is what I'm saying about Jason Witten. He's not a great communicator. That was not a good answer. That was him fumbling around and confusing me more.
And now I don't know where the hell he's going to go.
Yeah,
he's keeping his options open. Does he want to go to Tennessee?
Clear. Nothing's more
I don't
clear.
know. Craziness.
It sounds like maybe he didn't get the job because they don't want him, or maybe he wants to keep coaching his kids.
Well, I mentioned the Broncos as a possible opener for the Eagles to kick off the season. Here was Deebo Samuel, who yesterday we had the news. The team has given him permission and his agent to seek a trade. This was Deebo on Bleacher Report during Super Bowl week discussing where he might play next season.
Who's a team, in your opinion, that people should kind of be like, ooh, they might be something special?
I could say Denver. Bo Nix is playing really, really good ball right now. Your defense is outrageous. You got P2 out there who's, I would say, the best at the position right now. Probably been for the past 2 years. You got the other guy on the other side. I just think you need a couple more pieces, and then it'll be what it need to be, and you just have to get past Pat Mahomes every year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just got to get past Pat Mahomes every year. There's also Josh Allen. There's Lamar Jackson. There's Joe Burrow. The list of quarterbacks and teams that you're going to have to fight through is pretty long.
Sure.
In the AFC. But how about Bo Nix and Denver? I mean, I thought it was crazy when they took him last year. I got egg all over my face. I am eating that crow.
Welcome
all of a
to my
sudden,
world.
Bo Nix and the Broncos, desirable place for Deebo as a receiver.
Welcome to my world. I was
Didn't see it.
Yeah, him and Drake May. Another one I really wasn't.
Oh, you didn't like Drake?
I wasn't too high on Drake May last year.
Because you liked Josh Allen, and I could see some Drake May characteristics there. Just the mobility, the strength, the body armor, like a tough dude.
I wish I would have seen it, but I didn't.
Yeah, well, it happened, dude. The quarterback is the most difficult evaluation. There's no question.
I don't know what to make it.
Nailed Jalen.
Debo's production just going into the side of a mountain this year.
I wouldn't want him. I think he's on the downward trend for sure.
It was only his sixth NFL season. The guy's 29 years old, but his yards per attempt on the ground plummeted as well, suggesting you're not going to get an efficient runner.
Yeah, I think I'd go Diggs over Debo. Both having.
I mean, he's paid like a superstar, and his career high is 77 catches, and that was 4 years ago.
Thank you to the text 559. One of Witten's kids is a junior. The other one just graduated. So you're looking at like at least 2 more years coaching high school. You did have the Niners owner, Jed York, just said that they do plan on having Brock Purdy there long term. I know we want Brock to be here for a long time. We'll do everything we can to make that work. I'm looking forward to a long-term partnership. So no disrespect to you, Brock Purdy, but this is probably the beginning of the end of that San Francisco run. They pay their quarterback now. Are they going to be able to go filthy-like and continue to build around him? I don't know, but I think that they've tried to maximize the window of him on the cheap. Now he's not going to be cheap. What goes on from here? I think that that San Francisco boogeyman you might not have to deal with moving forward.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. So much stuff fell off. McCaffrey wasn't the same. Debo's not the same. About to pay Purdy. They had incredible defensive line play, the great linebacker play, and everything's just gotten long in the tooth.
And Greenlaw's a free agent. Can they keep him if they pay Purdy? I don't know.
So there might be another opportunity here before too long in this conference if the Cowboys can get a good draft and free agent class put together. But I think internal improvement from BB and Guyton have to be two of the most important things that can transpire between now and Oxnard, California.
Are you quitting on Guyton, Brian?
Am I?
Yeah. Have you lost belief in him?
No, but I tell you what, if he doesn't improve like work ethic, maturity, and all that stuff like that, he's
not helping himself.
Not helping himself.
How much could just putting on some good weight help him?
How about just getting into the weight room to put on good weight, and all that stuff? Yeah, I'm just saying though, to me, there has to be a certain level of being a pro. And going out there. And these offensive linemen, really, the older they get, the better they get.
Yeah.
But, Dallas
still looks like he's got a teenager's body.
Yeah. I mean, he's a long guy.
Remember how lean Tank was?
Yeah. He's in a situation right now with the length he does have to put on bulk.
Yeah.
Because when your muscles are that long, it's hard to build power that way.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, he's a great athlete, but I think there's some things with the mental aspect, and I mean mental. I don't mean dumb guy and all that. I mean just how to be a pro. Come into work every day, and the way you get ready for games, and there's a lot. If they can eliminate the penalties, that'll be half the problems.
That'd be big.
But there's some things maturity-wise he's going to have to pick up.
How could the Mavs get a clean, fresh start after this incredible week plus now of complete chaos and organizational crisis? Bobby Carell is going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. I was saying earlier, a huge winning streak would do it, but that's out of the cards now. You could move on from Nico, or Nico could resign, and maybe the fans would be willing to give you another chance after that. Or you can open up your notebook and gossip and spill all the tea about Luka that you have, and maybe that would help the fans understand at least what you did a little bit more. And I think this is fascinating, though, as it went from bad to even worse last night with multiple fans kicked out. At the start of overtime, did you see some of those pictures from around the arena? It looked like it was half full.
Yeah, it was.
And I don't know how many of that was fans getting kicked out, but Grant Afseth said you could just focus on a section, and if you waited long enough, you would see somebody escorted out. I don't know what the number is of fans who were escorted out last night. A couple of them had a lot of video and social media that went along with it and painted sort of an ugly scene, the PR nightmare. I think if you're over there with the Mavs, I'd hate to have one of those gigs where you got to strategize how you roll out of this, because it seems like the owner and GM are digging in. They're like, oh, they don't get it. Well, get them out of here. If they want to talk bad about us, forget the fact that they paid $150, $200 to be in here, and they've been supporting us. They got to go. Kicked out a 12-year-old. You got Mark Cuban dropping F-bombs on fans.
Ridiculous.
What the hell did we witness? Time for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening coming up next here in the Nation.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial...
Sports has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Buddy, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Okay, it's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. We're about to get an audio update. Dak Prescott in an event today, and there's some audio of him updating on his health situation. He was so bad this season, QBR really under a passing grade. It was a 45 total QBR in those 8 games, and I don't want to believe that was a preview of the final chapter of his career. I think it was some offensive dysfunction that he had no control over. Certainly the left tackle was an adventure, and he was asked to do a lot against a very tough portion of the schedule compared to what Cooper Rush finished the season going 5-3 in. But before we get there, we'll have to tell you, segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is at a Children's Cancer Foundation event this afternoon, and John Machota was on the scene.
Yeah, my health is, for sure. My health is good. Doing a lot more. Getting there. I think I'm 12 weeks or so out of surgery now, so I'm really looking to amp it up here recently. Got all my confidence, and we'll be fine.
Can he be as good as he was in 2023, where it was an MVP type of season, 36 touchdowns, 9 picks, a total QBR of 73.4? Dak Prescott now going to be 32 years old, turning 32 in Oxnard, Brian. What do you think the outlook is for him?
Well, I worry now about the health. I worry about the mobility. I worry about maybe them staying status quo in some areas that might not help him. You know, are you willing to go out and get a receiver to play opposite Lamb? What's going to happen?
A receiver, a lineman, and a running back?
Yeah.
Can you do all that?
Yeah, can you do all that? And that's... I think when they hired this coach, they had Dak Prescott in mind. Because I don't think they wanted to put him through a new coordinator and a new offense and all that stuff. But I think that Schottenheimer has to tailor things in order to help him. And I mean help him with how he's able to move or the lack of mobility.
It's going to be really interesting.
Yeah.
Like you kind of look at it like a Jared Goff offense now.
Yeah, it's and that's, if you look at Detroit, what do they have?
Great line.
Great line.
2 runners.
They got 2 runners and they got receivers that make plays.
And a tight end.
And a tight end. Yeah. And so can you do enough, and will the Joneses or will the front office, will they approach the draft and free agency that way? That, hey, okay, we've spent money on Lamb, we've spent money on Dak. Flus, you're probably not going to be, you're probably not going to have all the guys you want, but we're going to try and find a way now to score here, get back to that. And Flus is going to have to figure out, maybe you get Parsons and maybe you get another defensive lineman.
I think the Cowboys pivot to how they did when Tony started getting hurt in his mid-30s, where you start loading up the offensive line. I think if the Cowboys team has to pick one or the other, you know that scoring will get you ratings. Scoring will make the game more entertaining, and it's going to make your franchise quarterback a lot more successful. So if I had to lean one way or the other with 100% of my assets this offseason, it would definitely be on offense.
I'm with you, and you got to improve the running game. I mean, Dak was even just, looks like Machota put out another video. He's asked about the new offense under the coaching staff, and the first thing he mentions is improve the running game.
Yeah.
So the easiest way to help your quarterback is be able to run the football, take the burden off of him, get the play action going. I do lean with you here that they'll probably go ahead and focus on that offense, but the defense, man, you got a lot of holes right now that you got to fill.
And that's what I worry about. That's why I don't think they're going to be as good. I'm talking about the team, because I don't think defensively they're going to be able to do enough. You'll make people mad if you tell them that they're going to. You'll make fans mad, a lot of fans mad, if you say, hey, the front office is just going to focus on the offense and not focus on the team. And they're going to say, well, damn, what did they always focus on Dak. They always focus on him. They drafted offensive linemen. But in reality, though, some of the guys they drafted just have not been good enough.
They've made a lot of defensive picks over the last 3 years.
Absolutely. But they will say, they will say that look at the offensive line. You
took 2 first rounders in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the one I do think of, for argument's sake, like, who's your best player right now?
Micah.
So why not build around your best player?
I like that. I don't mind that at all. But I think this year you saw enough from this offense. Again, Dak's total QBR in 8 games was 45.
Yeah.
And you saw in 2022 with Tyron Smith out of there, he led the league in picks, even though he only played 13 games.
Right.
2023, Tyron is healthy, and he has an MVP type of year. I don't know if you can leave it to chance unless you see 2025 as another rebuilding season.
Yeah.
Okay, how did the Cowboys score at drafting players? Blogging the Boys did a draft article about something else. I think it was a redraft article if you'd listen to Kuiper and McShay or Kuiper and somebody else. And that was interesting, but inside of it, they had a grade for the last 10 first-round picks. How are the Cowboys doing from 2014 to 2024? Okay. At this point, the Tyron and Travis and Zach picks are falling out, and now you have Taco Charlton and Byron Jones on your ledger over the last 10 years. Obviously, the Mozzie and the Tyler Guyton. I was surprised to see them still at 12th best in the NFL over the last 10 years, considering
that's just first-round picks, right?
That's just first-round picks. So
you're just hitting on your first, because you didn't hit on Taco. Yeah. So that'd be a big swing and a miss. And then Leighton Vander Esch's career's been cut short.
Yeah, you only got 1 Pro Bowl season out of Leighton Vander Esch. You only got 1 Pro Bowl season out of Byron Jones. He got really good there at the end, but they had him misdiagnosed. I would say no longer a good first-round drafting team or first-round drafting team. That's partially having to pick in the 20s a couple of times, but you have some pretty big misses through here. 1 at 19. I think the Cowboys have to be honest with how bad this is starting to look for them with how they are trying to pull this off as a draft and develop team. You could only do that if you were really elite. Like the Ravens are the best team in the NFL at getting first-round picks to play well.
Are they number 1 on that list?
They are. Yeah, they are.
Can you give me the top 5, please? Do you have the whole list? I'm sorry.
Man, I had it up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I found it. It's Baltimore 1.
Uh-huh.
The LA Chargers at 2. Cleveland at 3. Jacksonville at 4 and Detroit at 5.
And then I think you have the 2 New York teams back to back. So drafting well in the first round and nailing it, that's the other way to look at this, is no guarantee of success.
No guarantee.
Cleveland, San Diego, bad playoff teams. It's really only the Ravens that stand out in the top 10 as doing it as an elite organization that follows it up with success. So there's a couple of different takeaways from that, but I do think it is imperative here that the Cowboys get this one right, and we'll continue to count down. What are we looking at now? Just a couple of months away from the draft, about 10 weeks or so.
Was it 73 days? Is that what he said?
Yeah, 73 days.
73 days.
Got to be about 45 days right now from opening day in Major League Baseball. Pitchers and catchers reporting tomorrow. Coming up in just over an hour, we'll go around the bases and give you some of the top storylines around your Texas Rangers. Bobby Carella's talking Mavs with us coming up at 4 o'clock. It's time for Krusty's Corner, Brian. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, you know what? What Cowboy players have real value to them? I'm going to give you some I got next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on...
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Not Maidens?
No.
that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
and the fans' intoxicated and disruptive behavior with Bobby Carella coming up at 4 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation All-City Mavs. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, General.
Don't be intoxicated and disruptive, Brian. We'll have to usher you out.
At the Mavs game?
Just in general. It could. It's always lingering with you, to be honest.
What do you think the best chance I had to be getting ushered out?
Definitely spring training.
The spring training?
Yeah. Ooh. I think he broke at least 2 broadcast rules and maybe a city ordinance.
Yeah. You think I could get away with that again?
We're going to try.
At the end of the month?
I do. Like to see you try.
You know what? I really didn't care, Dawson. When you dropped me off there in front of them, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I went in there and found a grocery store that sells alcohol, and
as they do in Arizona.
They do in Arizona. And I didn't even think about getting in trouble.
I know. I could tell. I was like, wow, he's really going for it. I applauded it.
I just didn't even think about what the ramifications are.
It comes with age.
Yeah.
It's like
you just crash out when you get older, bro.
You're like, whatever.
I think
I don't care.
No, Lucius, I think you're right.
It is.
My 85-year-old dad, he'll say stuff, and I'm like looking at him like, what are you talking about?
What did you just say?
What'd you just say?
It's crashing out, man. I earned the right.
A lot of crashing out going on in my life. But yeah, like I said, I didn't even care. I just kept drinking and broadcasting.
It was an incredible feat of strength.
That was. I appreciate that. And then the dinner afterwards. Oh.
Baseball and booze, man. BB.
You think we could do that again?
Yeah.
The dinner? Do you think Eric?
Oh, yeah.
You think Eric and Hicks here want to sit by me? Or are they going to?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You think so?
I think we've effectively become good friends with them.
Yeah. It sounded like they didn't even know you were hammered.
Yeah. You pulled it off well. The only sign was a lot of talking.
Oh, God, I was talking way too much, Dawson.
Yeah.
I was interrupting you a couple of times.
Many times.
Yeah. We're saying, I'm making a good point, and I was just, Dawson, you know what you're talking about there.
I mean, you don't get a lot of opportunities to have dinner with Matt Hicks and Eric Nadel, so I was digging in and asking my questions and trying to hold my own, sharing some stories for, my 1 or 2 times a year where I attempt to get social like that, and you shut me down. It reminded me why I'm a hermit.
Attempt to get social.
I feel bad, Dawson. I'm sorry.
Oh,
You're
no.
good. I really do.
You're good.
Hey, Wolchuk, today on the draft show, did you like the trading back scenario that we talked about?
I'd love to move back a little bit. The problem is I do wonder.
Are you scared like me of the players up top of the board?
It's just who's going to be there. Is it a team gets scared of there's a run on defensive tackles and they want to make sure they get their guy?
Yeah.
I don't know who is the player that is the blinking light that's for sure a team's going to say, I need to move up to go get that guy.
That's what I'm saying. I worry about that when you get to 12, you're going to be maybe Dallas might be in a good spot because if teams have 10 to 15 first-round grades, maybe somebody's but how many, do you have 12? How many, 13 grades?
I think I had 13.
And you haven't done the quarterbacks yet?
I have not done. I watched Shador.
And you don't think there's a first-round quarterback, do you?
I have him second.
Yeah. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I just don't know if Dallas is going to be able to bail out of there and get value for that pick. Because I feel like that if I take Golden from Texas, the wide receiver, if I move back, it's going to be a really good pick.
I wonder if it's worth it, just even if, I mentioned the trade chart. Let's say you're not getting necessarily the value, when they went from 18 to 31.
Please don't tell me that. I got to get value for my pick. If I'm going to pick at 12, you got to give me value for my pick.
You get your fourth back?
I'm thinking.
Just moving back 4 spots, 5 spots.
But does it mean that much to you to get that fourth back? That you're just going to go ahead and bail?
If I think there's a cluster of guys that I like there and I don't have a big difference. Last year, I didn't love them bailing from Graham Barton.
Yeah, I know you didn't.
I thought Barton was clearly the guy to take there.
Yeah.
But they did. They moved back. They got Guyton, who hopefully still turns out to be good.
But they got BB.
And they got BB. So that salvaged it for me.
Yeah.
So if you move, maybe you're able to still get another third. Now you're working with a couple threes. There's a way here to me, I think it could make some sense, even if you're not necessarily hitting the trade value chart perfectly. But I wonder, are they going to have the option? I don't know. Maybe a quarterback slides.
We were talking about today, Dawson, that Genty might be gone before you even pick. We were talking about it on the show. Because what's happening is don't focus on the position that he plays. Focus on the player, focus on the person, focus on the character, focus on the health. He might be one of the cleanest players in a really muddy top of the round, of that first round. Does that make?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it based on the way you guys are talking about this draft class. There's just there isn't likely another. Oh, we got to do this unless McMillan falls.
Yeah, McMillan would be the
like
one.
a Mason Graham. Blessed you with his presence there at 12. And I get it. That's a Michigan D tackle, but you watch him. That's not like the other Michigan dudes you're drafting.
No, don't like I always say.
Don't scout the helmet, right?
Don't scout the helmet, but scout the player, and the player's really, really good.
Like you can get Abdul Carter with a gas mask situation. Can we pray for that?
That would be fascinating if something like that
Be a
happened
dream.
again.
And that's the edge from Penn State.
Yeah.
Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan. Ashton Dempsey, running back, Boise State. I had somebody text in and was like, you guys are losing listeners talking about this draft stuff, and you don't give me the position and the school. So I want to make sure we correct that for you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Listen to some of our other podcasts. We explain that.
We got
too.
you covered. Love the Star.
Love the Star. We got all these. All right.
Got some threats, too, by the way. Why they threat you like that?
We do, man.
I'm kind of used to it, but I don't eject them.
You guys lost a listener out of me.
Yeah. We try, and then they come back.
Oh, there you go again, doing it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you were listening.
Exactly.
You didn't actually leave.
The guy, I'm leaving, but I'm going to ask you a question about the draft.
These are empty threats.
All right. Dawson, I broke down, and I spent money on overtothecab.com.
Oh, what are you getting?
They have this, like, premium thing you could buy.
Is there a big difference?
That's weed. What's that?
Like in the premium content?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. And it's all numbers I don't understand, but I'm going to try and learn. You know me, I'm fascinated by how they use Pro Football Focus's grades on their players and stuff like that. So take that for what it is.
Okay.
Pro Football Focus at times.
No, there's
quality
great
work.
I love John Owning, and he works with them.
John's a great dude.
Sometimes
Those
you
other
got to
dudes
take the grades with a grain of salt.
Okay. But this is how Over the Cap uses their rating system and stuff. They have a thing that's fascinating to me. They have a thing called positional value of the player. Have you ever seen anything like this? Where like they tell you like, okay, Osa Odigizua, his positional value is $12.6 million.
Was that the average pass rushing defensive tackle contract?
Well, it's
or is it specific for him?
It's specific for the value. It's specific for him and how he's playing. So he is a player. His current APY is $1.2 million.
Yeah, it's been a score there for a third round pick to play like that.
Yeah. So his value to the Dallas Cowboys is $11.9 million, or was.
So he's playing like an $11 million player.
He's playing like, they're actually saying his overall value, he's playing like a $13.1 million player.
Wow.
Okay, let me ask you guys this.
But he's going to get more like 20 in the free agent market.
Okay, that's
There's two ways to look at that.
Am I saying this right? Is 13 the floor, and you okay with the floor on playing 13 million? Would you?
Well, I think 13 is like the dollar per production, right? Because they'll monetize everything like that, and they're like, well, if a guy's doing this much, then he's worth this,
right?
But they're so scarce on the free agent market. Then that position so hard to find.
Yeah.
At 13, I think I'm bringing him back. At 20 or maybe
you're
even
not
more,
you're not bringing him back.
What's
like
the
cutoff? Like 16?
I'll overpay for elite. I want the best guy at his position. And then I'm like, sure, $20 million.
I'm
not overpaying for good.
At $13 million, it sounds like a damn good deal. At $20 million, it doesn't sound like a good deal.
No.
Well, just what if you call the agent and you say 15 a year?
You trying to split it?
Yeah, we'll say we'll give you 4 for 60.
How you feel about that one, Dawson? 15 a year?
I'll think long and hard about that, but you have to look elsewhere. And Nick Bolton is one of the best linebackers in the game. If his number is 15 or Osa,
it's crazy because the game's won in the trenches, but this team needs linebacker help so bad. And this tackle draft, running back and defensive tackle are the two deepest position groups in this class. I mean, defensive tackle stretches to like darn near the 5th round so far for me. So I think I would rather spend that money on a linebacker, and then I'll draft a defensive tackle. Maybe I'll draft 2. Maybe I'll double dip there.
Can I give you Nick Bolton's numbers?
Yeah,
just
please do.
Yeah, okay. Nick Bolton's current APY is $1.4 million.
What a steal!
That's his
gotten.
average
What a
per
steal
year.
They've
Average
gotten
per year,
on him.
$1.4 million. His positional value is over $9 million.
Okay.
His value over the APY is $8 million. roughly.
Interesting. And they're projecting him to get $15 million a year.
Yeah. I think that seems like a lot.
That's a big jump from the 9.
Isn't that a big jump
to the 15?
So to me, what if you offered him
12?
What if you offered him the money you were going to pay Osa, that 13?
Yeah.
I wonder if that gets that done.
I don't know, man. It's hard to tell. I think that when you quantify like that with a number, sometimes it doesn't tell the whole story. I feel like Nick Bolton is a better player. Overall, his awareness. Osa's nice in there in the trenches. I think Bolton's the exact kind of guy you need in the middle of the defense to tie things together. But what I hear is there's about a 50% tax on free agency, and that's why the Cowboys have been so reluctant to swim in these waters. They don't want to pay other teams' guys this much. They want to pay their own guys that inflated value, and I think they're really limiting themselves.
All right, let me ask you this one, and because I was talking about linebackers, and this is our buddy. This is our buddy that we broadcast with this year.
Eric
Kendricks. Okay. Eric Kendricks' current. Okay, would you consider bringing him back? But this is where he's at. His current APY is right at $3 million.
Yeah, he's a cheap bring back.
He was not happy about that.
Yeah, his overvalue APY is $9 million. They're saying his positional value to the Cowboys was right at $12 million.
Ooh. Score. He played that well. Well, he
led the
did
team
get
in tackles.
takeaways. He led the team in tackles
like
as well.
every week too. Yeah, I mean he was another 100 tackle season.
I mean, if it's $15 million for Nick Bolton or $3 for Eric Kendricks, you might have to roll the dice. I feel like he's getting old, and a wall is there. A wall is coming very soon for him. I don't know if it's 5 more games or 15 more games or what, but he's aged.
Can I give you one more guy? And you tell me what you think here. Okay, Chauncey Golston. What do you think that Chauncey Golston, if you just had to guess what his positional value was?
$12.5 million.
I was going to say 8.
It's actually $9 million.
Wow.
Nice job, old Chuck.
Okay. He's making 1.2.
Gosh.
His over the value is 8.6. Any reason would you bring him back for $9 million a year?
I don't think so. No.
9's a lot.
He's a nice role-playing defensive lineman, but you have significant needs. I'd like to spend it more efficiently. I think they've done a really nice job finding defensive tackles and linebackers that are on the other side of 30 for significantly less.
Sure.
I'd be fishing in those waters and trying to find true star player difference makers with the money.
One more that I just caught my eye. One more real quick. This player, Jordan Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
His APY is 2.8.
Oh,
his
gosh.
overvalue is $5 million. They're saying that Jordan Lewis is a $7.8 million player.
Yeah, he's never really been compensated. It's funny. Him and Orlando Scandrick, I think, were highly effective corners that the free agent market never really appreciated.
Never embraced.
Yeah.
Smaller guys, but that's a tough player to find that can play the nickel at the level that he does. I mean, I've been 2 years ago, I was like, get rid of Jordan Lewis. I've got to. I mean, he was the defensive MVP in my opinion last year.
Yeah,
he was fantastic. I'd absolutely bring him back.
It sounds like that everyone that we talked about that we wouldn't consider bringing back for their number, but we'd spend the money on Nick Bolton.
Yeah, Nick Bolton we'd spend the money on, and
yeah,
I'd be looking at some of those Eagle pass rushers, Milton Williams and Josh Sweat, just because I'm weakening a rival. But I also think those are upgrades for you.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. We'll talk with Bobby Carella, Mavs reporter, All City Dallas, next here in the Gag Nation. Can I chat men's T clinic with you, though? Do you feel like your energy just is not...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes away from Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Bobby Carella, All-City Mavs, joining you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I've been so much better, gentlemen. I don't even know where to begin.
It's bizarre. It's unexplainable. I still feel like it's a bad dream, Bobby, and we'll get into all the extra stuff here in just a minute. What are your expectations with these injuries?
Witten was even listed as questionable and not out last night. Gives me at least a little hope that maybe he can play one of these last 2 games or maybe even both of them before the All-Star break. But, I mean, that was a nasty-looking ankle sprain. And at some point you got to ask, is it even worth it whenever a break is this close? Like, if any team ever has needed a week-long break, it is this year's Mavs. But for those other 2 guys, you know, Daniel Gafford is a big dude, and he collapsed to the floor grabbing his knee. That is not a good sign. They called it a sprain. Knee sprains can cost you several weeks, and if it's worse than a knee sprain, then we're talking months, not weeks. And Anthony Davis, you know, I mean, Shams provided the most optimistic outlook whenever he said that it could be 2 to 3 weeks or up to a month, if not longer. And the fact that we still have not heard results of an evaluation, more than 48 hours later from the injury is a little cause for concern too. I mean, I'm trying not to, go to a dark place right now, guys. Like this organization is not making it easy for me.
So are you thinking at this point the most likely is lottery team or play-in? What's your projection here for the final 30 games or so?
Yeah, I mean, optimistically, if those three guys are able to come back, relatively soon, meaning at some point in February, I think this team does have a playoff push in them, and certainly can be a play-in team, if not even a top 6 team. But that's the most optimistic outlook. And I mean, that's to say nothing of the fact that you now have Kyrie Irving routinely playing 40-plus minutes a game. Is he going to be able to make it to the finish line? He's already got what he describes as a bulging disc in his back. He's one bad fall away from it being all over for him. And last night he played 45 minutes in a game that they did not win. And that's just an incredible amount of stress and work to put on his body at this point. And one of their other best players, Klay Thompson, just celebrated his 35th birthday. So even if the guys that are healthy or the guys that are hurt can get healthy, there's no guaranteeing that the guys that are healthy right now are going to stay healthy. And so it's just, it's really hard to even think optimistically right now because of how dire this situation has suddenly become.
I was impressed with how fast you were able to just power through bulging disc in his back because I've heard the slip up there, and that will live on forever as Bobby Carella, All City Dallas, joins us here talking Mavs. Bobby, you used to be in-game doing the arena stuff every single night for the Mavs whenever they were at home. What was your take seeing fans being ejected last night for basically just mouthing "Fire Nico" and protesting their really displeasure to a trade that I think most Maverick fans are upset about?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear Mavs fans just want to be heard. They just want to be heard. They are very upset. They're very angry, and I think rightfully so, justifiably so, given not only what happened with this midnight trade of Luka on a weekend in the middle of the season for a guy that's 6 years older than him and has a more extensive injury history. But even if you put all of that aside, it's also been the organization's reaction to this. Nico Harrison laughing at the press conference, saying defense wins championships, and people from the organization discussing Luka's weight very specifically, and the owner not only saying that Shaq worked harder than Luka, but not even mentioning that Dirk Nowitzki works hard himself. There's just been these repeated instances of the organization, instead of trying to repair damage or mend the fence, just doing whatever they can seemingly to make it worse, and I'm trying to sympathize with the arena and with the franchise, at least on this one point. You want your games, you want your arenas and in your, the settings in which these games are played to be comfortable environments for family and for kids and all that stuff. So I get sports franchises doing this and arenas doing this, ejecting fans who are screaming and, maybe saying some stuff that they shouldn't be. But what I can't really understand is if somebody walks into the arena with tape over their Mavs logo, they have to take the tape off. Or if you're displaying a message that isn't vulgar or that isn't too overly disrespectful, you're having to get those signs confiscated, or you have to turn those shirts inside out. I think there's a line here that fans should be able to at least toe without getting in trouble for it. But it seems like right now, the Mavs are determined to have really a zero tolerance policy when it comes to this sort of thing. And I was at the fan protest on Saturday afternoon outside American Airlines Center, and it was a little vulgar. There were a lot of people that want, Nico Harrison to get into a different line of work and that want the Adelsons to explore the valuation of this team on the open market. But, all in all, it was pretty fine. There was no threats of violence. There was nothing too outrageous. There were people that were really, really, really fired up and angry, but, they got to vent their frustrations. And I thought that it was kind of the turning of a page until the next morning. Brad Townsend's reporting these quotes from Patrick Dumont. So it's just I think the best way to help fans get over this is to let them vent their frustrations, and then we can all kind of move on. It's not to actively make it worse by removing fans, by talking down on your current and former players, and just doing a bunch of stuff that makes people feel sick.
Hey, Bobby, like Zach said, you've been a long part of what the Mavericks have done, and over the years as far as the way they're covered. Had you ever seen Jason Kidd miss a media opportunity after a game?
No, I've never seen J. Kidd miss a press conference. And, the Mavs are the only team that I've ever covered at the NBA level, but I've never seen Rick Carlisle, whenever he was previously the head coach, miss one.
Yeah, he called me out on those when I went there.
And to my knowledge, I've never seen an opposing coach in Dallas miss one either.
Yeah.
And so my initial thought was something really bad must be happening, but Mark Stein, we had our show earlier today, and Mark Stein said on the show, like, it's just speculation on his part, and he admitted that, but he's like, I think J. Kidd is just tired of all of this.
Sure.
I think he's just tired and fed up, and he didn't feel like talking about it because this sucks. Everything sucks. The whole team is hurt. They had to put Max Christie on Domantas Sabonis last night. It's like, what do you want me to say? You know? And like, if even the coach is at his wit's end, with 2 months still left in the season, then man, that really just hammers home just how brutal 2025 has been to the Mavs so far.
We're talking Mavs with Bobby Carella here on The Fan. Now, Saturday, as this game was going on, how optimistic did it make you? How excited did you allow yourself to get over that brand of elite defensive basketball they were displaying for more than half the game against Houston?
Oh my God, it was awesome, wasn't it? It was awesome. Yeah. And, all of the noise and all of the anger and sadness and emotions and stuff, like that's completely understood. And I'm feeling a lot of that myself too right now. But to get to see that dude play basketball that way and the way that the rest of the team was too, I mean, it was a block party. It was ruthless. It was mean and nasty and dirty and physical. And it was just incredible until it got really bad, but that 2.5, 3 quarters of basketball, I mean, I can get behind that. I can believe in that. I can support that, especially against, a team like Houston that also wants to, be athletic and attack the basket and play in the open floor and maybe be a little physically intimidating with their big men down low. I mean, the Mavs were the bigger, badder team on the court. And, that was inspiring stuff to watch. And so I do get it. I see the vision. I understand the vision. But, I mean, the 2 guys that led the team in blocks that day might both miss the rest of the year. So it might be a really long time before we get to see that vision again. And it really drives home, how many doubts and how many reasonable doubts there were among the fan base as to why they even made that move in the first place. Like, sure, it's something to believe in, but if the only proof of concept we're going to get is 2.5 quarters on a Saturday matinee, then was the trade really worth it?
It's a great question. Was it worth it? I guess we'll have to find out. I did want to ask you, Bobby, from doing the show, obviously, with Mark Stein and then Tim Cato, guys that we've had on and are well respected. I think we kind of know how the Mavs felt about why they wanted to move on from Luka. Did you ever hear anything teammate related that they were fed up with some of the things that the team had to deal with Luka, whether it was showing up out of shape or focusing on his own medical side of things, or is some of the stuff that you hear coming out now that he's gone, did teammates feel any type of way towards him?
I really don't think so. I mean, let's be completely honest here. There are a lot of guys that have made a lot of money from playing with Luka. And so I don't think you're ever going to find Dorian Finney-Smith, for example, say a single bad thing about him, because Dorian has made a ton of cash from playing with him. And the same can be said for a lot of guys, And so Luka has their respect. And, I mean, the other thing, it's not just financial. Everyone has seen the pictures and the videos of Luka just getting his butt beaten throughout the playoffs last year. During player intros in the finals, he's wrapped up like a mummy, with ice packs everywhere. And yet he's still going out there and playing. And, that is this sort of mythical Mamba mentality that players talk about all the time, as it was the case with Kobe. Like, he's leaving it all out there. He is killing himself night in and night out to play. He's playing through injuries that most other guys would sit out for days or weeks or maybe even longer for. And he's going out and still leading the team in points and rebounds and assists and threes and steals and blocks and it's like, I don't know, even if sometimes he's not super locked in on defense, or even if he's complaining, getting texts and, it kind of makes things a little emotionally unstable at times on the floor. There's never any doubt that guy is going to do whatever it takes to play. And that alone is inspiring from a leader. I mean, that he is the leader of the team, emotionally and statistically. And like, if he's going to leave it all out there, then you better too. Otherwise they'll move on from you, but I guess Nico and Patrick Dumont saw it differently. I guess Luka playing hurt, was a consequence of his own hobbies and interests off court. It wasn't because he's tough. It's because he needs to take better care of himself. And, I guess all the players are wrong.
Bobby, you mentioned I asked you the question about Jason Kidd, and you said maybe, he just had enough, needed a night off from that. Does him and Nico have the type of relationship, though, where he would have told Jason that he was doing this and maybe they talked this thing through? Yeah, I'm from my own NFL experience, I've been around coaches and stuff. You kind of try and keep them on the same, be on the same page with them. Is this something that maybe that Jason Kidd agreed with Nico on, and that's why they made this deal?
Maybe, but, as it is, the only person in an NBA organization that is required to speak to the media every game and every practice is the coach.
Right.
GMs can duck, dip, dive, and dodge all they want. Even superstars don't have to talk every game or even ever if they don't want to.
Right.
But J Kidd, has been the face of the team, toward the media for a really long time now. So, it's possible that he agrees with Nico on that. It's possible that he went rogue and did it himself. He's got a history of kind of taking matters into his own hands as head coach and even as player before. So, I really don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I think what I can say is, J Kidd is doing a hell of a job despite all the injuries and the circus going on off the court and within his own organization of getting these guys ready to play and having them fight and battle and scratch and claw, every single night. But he's running out of bodies, and I get his exasperation. It's got to be impossible to put a game plan together. And so, I don't know to what degree he and Nico aligned on the trade. I don't know to what degree he was excited about getting Anthony Davis. Maybe he was, maybe he's not at all. But, I can certainly sympathize with the dude if he's like, this is a mess. None of it is my fault. None of it is under my control. And I don't feel like doing it. And if it means paying a $5,000 or $10,000 fine to save yourself 15 minutes of agony, then I get it. I guess we'll just see if it happens again.
It felt like just an alternate sports reality last night, Bobby, when the Mavs are in the final minutes against the Kings, and you've got Luka tipping off in L.A. in a Lakers jersey, which was just bizarre to see. And then Dirk is not at the AAC. He is in L.A. watching Luka as a Laker. How powerful of a message do you think that was, that Dirk went to support his buddy Luka?
Actions speak way louder than words. That's what I can say. Seeing him on TV was, you're right, it was otherworldly. It felt like not a dream. It felt like a nightmare. But, Dirk also used some words too. He tweeted yesterday, "I will always be a Mav for life, but," and that's the first time that Dirk has ever said but after something like that. It's always been Mav for life, Mavs forever, I bleed blue, like full stop, and I think, whether Dirk meant to do that or not, I don't think he's the most necessarily calculated, conniving poster. But I think that captures how a lot of fans feel right now. Like, a lot of fans love the Mavs, but there's that but after that. But I hate this trade, or I can't stand the GM, or but these owners aren't one of us, or I love the Mavs, but these aren't my Mavs. And that, I think that's such a powerful thing that Dirk did, whether he meant to or not. But that's the most succinct way of putting it, how people feel right now. And, if it were my choice, I would have been in LA too, watching that, because I want to see what Luka does with LeBron. I want to see what he does with the Lakers. And, the way this season is going, it seems like everybody in Dallas is going to have a lot of time to watch the Lakers while they're in the playoffs, and the Mavs are, hoping the ping pong balls bounce their way.
Hey, Bobby, real quick here, and I'm going to ask you probably a little tough question here, but do they have a problem with their medical staff there in Dallas with people, bringing people back from injuries? Are there some disconnects there? I know that's probably a tough question for you to answer.
Yeah, it's a tough question for me to answer. Obviously, they're never going to be too specific about it. There's obviously been a lot of turnover, on the training staff and the all of the strength and conditioning people. There's been a lot of new guys in there. However, I mean, they are all pros. And, you know, like the Gafford injury is just such a freak thing. A dude ran into his knee like at full speed, and TJ sprained his ankle, and Derek Lively landed on a guy's foot. And like, it's hard to tell how much of this is just being snake bitten versus, you know, maybe not being ready to play. I know that's a big conversation right now among fans is like, did the Mavs rush AD back? You know, we probably won't ever know the answer to that. Maybe a reporter will be able to get to the bottom of it, but I mean, it's certainly a possibility. But, you know, Deion Calhoun is the head trainer for the Mavs, and he's been part of the organization for a really long time, has worked with Team USA and, you know, really, really high-level guy at his job. And, you know, so I just hope the public perception isn't that it's a bunch of people in there that don't know what they're doing, trying to figure it out as they go. I really think a lot of this is just they are just extraordinarily unlucky. And, you know, unfortunately, they seem to be that team this year that is going to win probably 20 games fewer than they should just because they cannot catch a dang break.
Well, thank you, Bobby. Enjoy it best you can. At least they got Max Christie, huh? That's pretty cool.
Dude, he's so good.
Yeah.
He is so good.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man. Warriors tomorrow. If everybody chants fire Nico, would they kick everybody out?
Maybe. I see fans saying, like, let's go Nico. And, you know, so let's see what happens.
Appreciate you, man. There he goes. Bobby Carella, All City Mavs here with you in the G-Bag Nation.
I like that. Let's go, Nico.
Yeah.
Let's go, Nico, bro.
That'll work. Okay, top 10 at 4:20 time. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
National Guitar Day. What are the top 10 most popular musical instruments? Is there one that you've played or wish you had of? That's next in the nation.
I'll tell you the most popular way to get a new vehicle in DFW. It's D&M Leasing. It's so amazing, so much better than a purchase. You know, automotive companies now are doing 6 years, 7 years worth of financing and payments just to try to get you a payment low enough you don't.
It says low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Welcome back. It's time for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. 6 o'clock sound off in 90 minutes. We're about 15 minutes from a proper round trip where we'll go around the bases, give you some Ranger stuff, pitchers and catchers tomorrow. Here's the Woolly Bully, Zach, with an H.
Thank you very much. I'd encourage you guys to go back and listen to today's draft show. Already seeing Missouri Edge Johnny Walker Jr. He's popping off. Our buddy John Owning. He was listening to the show. He's like, dude, heard you talking about Johnny Walker Jr., Edge at a Mizzou. Went back, watched him. Holy crap, this dude's a sleeper. So sometimes we drop some decent nuggets on the draft show.
Sometimes.
A lot of the time, not so much. Just erase those from your memory. And
especially when Bobby's on.
Yeah, and today we didn't get Bobby on.
We didn't have Bobby on today. It was a better show.
We will have Love of the Star. Now, I always encourage you to listen to Love of the Star wherever you get your podcast, but this Saturday, 11 a.m., the new Hurtado Barbecue in Dallas off Hardwood Street. We're going to be hanging out there starting at 11 o'clock. Brian Broaddus, myself, and Eric Giafalo.
You know what? The boss came in and said, and I don't know if DJ's listening or not, DJ Pridemore, who
just saw him down the hall.
Maybe if he's listening, maybe
I think he's getting our buddy George Sedano set up.
Okay.
For doing his show
I
here.
need to get George on tomorrow, preview Mavs Warriors.
That'd be fun.
Live mic situation. Maybe have a mic ask
questions.
If fans ask some questions if you show up.
You're a Cowboy/draft fan. You're going to want to be there on Saturday, Hurtado Barbecue, the new location in Dallas off South Hardwood Street. It's going to be a blast.
I hope I can make it.
You better be there.
You're going to come for the tacos, aren't you?
Just come for the food, wave, and leave. That's fine.
I'll be out of town. Big soccer weekend.
Is this the Dallas Cup?
No, that's in March or April.
Is there a chance you're going to get tossed out of this tournament?
Nope, not coaching. Just dadding.
Oh, dadding.
Okay, so
I could still get kicked out.
You could.
I have been kicked out as a dad as well.
Feel free to use the line. Hey, sir.
They don't need your help.
They don't need your help. They're good enough.
They're plenty good without you.
Man, that really ticked off a basketball ref one night. I got to tell you about
sir
that.
first. You go,
Yeah,
sir.
They don't need your help.
Sir, they don't need your help. That's a good team over there.
You calling into question my credibility, young
yes,
man?
I am, sir.
877-881-1053. It's National Guitar Day. Have you ever played an instrument, and what is your favorite instrument? I did always want to play the drums as a kid. Never did. I did spend a year playing the cello. We had to choose like orchestra, band, or a choir in sixth grade. For whatever reason, I decided, I'll try out the cello for the year. Cello, there's a bass. I wasn't great. I made first chair one time, like a really slow song where I didn't have to like move the fingers a bunch. Otherwise, I was usually like third chair. You know, I was not gifted.
Did you ever fake like you were playing?
Oh, yeah. There was one really fast song that we had to play like by the end of the year. I faked my way through that thing big time.
Like you kind of were like,
I just couldn't get it down. Yeah, we did a concert.
And you're moving your hands.
Meanwhile, I'm not playing a damn thing. Like Bo's not even touching chord. I'm just like going through the motions. Yeah. And the conductor's like, great job. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm crushing it right now. Yeah, it was I knew I was not going to continue playing cello, but fun instrument.
When I was a kid, I don't know what movie I saw, but there was some guy in there playing the saxophone, and I was like, dude, I got to try this.
Yeah.
So, fourth grade or fifth grade band or whatever, they're like, play the clarinet first. So I did that for a year, and then we went to saxophone. I was so bad at it. I was just horrible.
It's tough.
And I would practice, and I would still be bad, and eventually I gave up before seventh grade started, maybe before sixth grade started. Yeah. And
did you have to go in, Gabby, what are you thinking about here? And did you have to like, oh, Mom, did you have to explain? Walk us through that explanation with the highly educated dad teacher, and then your mom, like, and now you're just bailing on like
I think I had to talk him into getting an instrument because, getting a saxophone's expensive.
Yeah.
Right? And so they weren't too disappointed at all that I was bailing on it. I think they knew that I had no talent at it. I think a good parent is going to steer you away from something you're not good at, not make you continue to do something you're horrible at.
Sure.
Played drumline in high school from the 806, developed the skill to play piano, guitar, cello, and fiddle.
Jeez.
But can't read music.
Wow.
So you just kind of like
Pretty cool.
memorize? Like, yeah, that's fantastic.
Isn't that Beatles style? Didn't John Lennon or something not be able to read music?
Brian?
One of those guys?
Lucius? Do we know?
Yes, I do. Saxophone. I can play most of the saxophones. I'm pretty good at it. I can read music, all that good stuff. I got tired of it because I had to walk home with a saxophone, book bag full of books, lunch pail, everything, a mile and a half. I just got sick of it.
Dude, that stinks.
I remember my high school teacher begging me not to quit. First chair a lot.
So you were good.
Yeah, I was pretty good at it, dog. I always wanted to play the trumpet, though.
Yeah,
those guys got off, in my opinion. Yeah. Being a saxophone, you're kind of like the rhythm of it, but not not the rhythm, but you're kind of like the background.
Yeah.
You're really important, but if you're not there, it doesn't,
People aren't going to notice.
Yeah, it's that horn, that trumpet, that's the one, man.
It is beautiful.
Oh my gosh. The horn jumps in on this Al Green song.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's what I loved about being in New Orleans. Like just jazz music all over.
Yeah,
It was beautiful.
Everybody's talented out there. All the street performers.
Unbelievable. Number 10 is the cello, most popular musical instrument. So cello does come in at 10.
It is pretty cool in New Orleans when you stumble across like a jam session of homeless people that are hammered, but they're all like super talented. They're killing it.
No doubt. Like
we some buckets.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was walking
Playing
back.
the spoons.
It was the Thursday night, I think, with Joseph Hoyt of All City Dallas.
And you were drunk, yeah.
Hammered. Yeah. And so like we're walking by, like they got the vendors out there, like the bar's not serving food, so we're pulling up and we're doing the vending, but there's like a freaking jazz concert going on along the street. It was incredible. I threw those guys a couple of dollars. It was amazing. 9 is the trumpet. Never played it, but the trumpet would be cool.
It's amazing.
And that's also pretty big to lug around.
Well, trumpet is all right.
Not as bad as the saxophone?
Nah, man. You can tuck that under your arm and move.
8 is the flute.
Yeah.
7 is the violin.
I like the flute. It's very difficult to play.
It looks really hard. There's a lot of buttons on there.
Flute.
A lot of buttons.
It's clarinet, didn't it have the buttons?
Bobby Humphreys.
The flute pick. Bobby Humphreys was the badass flute player. 7 is violin.
See, that's what I would like to play.
6 is the keyboard.
Oh.
It's like, what
Pretty
would
cool.
really, is that like keyboard and piano? Is there a massive
Ray
difference?
Manzarek from the Doors.
I think if you could do one, you can do the other.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
5 is drums.
Yeah.
Which I always thought would be
The
badass.
best. Yeah.
But expensive. Like a drum set is expensive.
Yeah, if you're a drummer, you might as well just be a hockey goalie. If you're playing hockey as a kid, like the goalie equipment's way expensive.
Right.
So if you're the drummer in the band, you got to load those things in and out. You can't just show up with your couple
You got to have a roadie already.
Yeah, you got to have somebody that can tune those things up for you. Yeah.
And you can't practice anywhere.
No.
Oh, so loud.
Yeah, so loud.
My gosh. 4 is the saxophone.
So important, though, that darn drummer.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
big
need you,
time.
bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 4 is the saxophone. It's the easiest wind instrument to start with, they say.
That's what I got. I can play most of them.
3 is the ukulele.
Ukulele?
Mm-hmm. Ukulele comes in at 3. Very accessible instrument, so that's why it's very popular.
Is that the tiny guitar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that big old guy used to sing
I'll
with
tell
it.
you what, the electric ukulele, like Led Zeppelin, had guys that they could play that little ukulele.
Oh, they were crushing the ukulele?
They were great.
2 is piano. My sister played piano.
See,
I never did it.
That's what I want to do. I always wanted to walk into a hotel lobby with a piano and just walk in and sit down and start playing. And people
just wow everybody.
Just people freaking out like, whoa, look at this. Rick Carlisle can play the piano.
Really?
Yeah, Rick Carlisle.
Oh, you sit down and you just crush it on the piano. All of a sudden, it's like, whoa.
Lucy, you've heard of Bruce Hornsby, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rick could play like Bruce Hornsby songs.
That's beautiful.
like he could just sit down and just start crushing.
Talented right there.
Yeah.
There's a guy that local Tom Thun plays for our Tom Thun while we're shopping.
See, that's what I'm saying. I just love to come in and sit down and just be able to play songs.
I was so happy that I didn't have the parents that forced the kids to do piano. Like they were like, oh my goodness, that piano again. This is horrible. They weren't having fun at all, I think you arrive at some point in adulthood, you can play the piano, and then it's rewarding, Or if you're really, really good at it, maybe as a teenager. Because that's you can sit down and do a piano. You're a one-man entertainment show.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if you can sing, it's over.
Yeah.
We got a lot of trombone chatter going on.
Lucius likes the skin flute. What?
Oh, come on.
See?
Come on,
That's
669.
That's kind of stuff we deal with here on the text.
Eric's texting in.
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop it.
Gotcha, bro.
Yeah.
Trying to pull us off sides here. Number one, though, most popular instrument on National Guitar Day is the guitar.
Yeah.
The winner for the list is the guitar. Tough instrument to start with. May take a while before you play your first songs, but it look, you can win a lot if you can sit down and play a guitar. That is an awesome party trick.
Lucius, have you ever seen Roy Clark play the guitar?
I don't think
the guy from like Hee Haw.
Yeah, no, he's the best.
Yeah.
He's the best.
Jimi Hendrix.
Yes.
Jimi Hendrix. I read a story. Jimi Hendrix. They asked him like, "What's it like being the best guitar player in the world?" He says, "I'm not the best guitar player. Roy Clark's the best guitar player."
100% said
and I
that.
went back and I started. Roy Clark from Hee Haw
Really?
can play the guitar. I mean, like it's incredible the stuff that he does with the guitar. I think he's.
Would he demonstrate that on the Hee Haw show regularly?
Oh
or
yeah,
is
he
just-
could. Oh no, he could play like it's that kind of that the banjo, the guitar. He could
Bluegrass style?
all those bluegrass stuff. But Hendrix said he was the best
Just
guitar
shredding.
player he'd ever seen. An electric. Him and Glenn Campbell actually did something together one time that was pretty on electric guitars. It was pretty crazy. Back and forth, dueling guitars.
Man, I got excited when you said that, bro. I need to sit down.
Yeah.
Ocean by John Butler. That's a really good guitar solo as well. It goes
Okay.
on for like 7 minutes.
I tell you what,
he crushes
I
it.
always like you could go back Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah.
with Jimmy
There is something
Page.
like fun about a guitar solo.
Yeah.
Those guys just start riffing. There's your top 10.
Thank you, old Chuck. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we have a proper round tripper. Let's go around the bases, pitchers and catchers reporting, and a couple of really interesting Ranger stories to get to next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, The Fan.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece at 11 a.m., we will talk with Texas baseball head coach Jim Schlossnagle. Plus, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
First, let's get you to advancedhair.com and get that hair back on your head, because for many of us, it's happening. The hair is thinning, the crown is disappearing, and the confidence potentially at an all-time low. But I bring you good news today. Advancedhair.com. This is an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. This is absolutely unprecedented stuff here. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair, and we've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions, and they can help you retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We do have an eye out for anything developing in the world of the Mavericks. Can we get an injury update on one of these guys? Jason Kidd, no post-game show for the first time last night. No media sessions as frustration's boiling over for a lot. But we are looking forward now to Texas Rangers baseball. Pitchers and catchers reporting tomorrow. You'll have opening day here about 6.5 weeks away. And right here, I have from the morning news, 5 Rangers with a little extra on the line at 2025 spring training. This is players with a little something to prove, a little something to show. Great intel on some Rangers players here. And we start with the guy who we still don't know if he can hit lefties, Evan Carter. Can he stay healthy? Can he hit lefties? What's your confidence level here on Evan Carter? A historic debut, and when and where he did it was nothing short of legendary, Wolchuk. Has he already peaked? What do you think about Evan Carter?
I don't know that he's already peaked, but my gosh, it's hard to have crotch-first confidence like I did this time last year when he's been dealing with the back.
Yeah.
Like backs, man, everybody handles those differently. I think DeMarcus Lawrence is really the one athlete that comes to mind where it's, he had back surgery and came back and was an absolute stud. I would assume backs tend to get worse. Now, Evan Carter is still super young. He's still been growing into his body. I know Mike's talked about that a lot. So I'm hopeful that is behind him because, I think he's still got the potential to be one of the best hitters in all of Major League Baseball, and I do think he'll be able to come around and figure out lefties. The problem is it was such a small sample size, and he was never right last year. So I do have pessimistic expectations, but overall, if you have a healthy Evan Carter, I think he's going to be a borderline all-star for you.
That would be incredible. Speaking of borderline all-stars, Adolis Garcia is number 2 on the list. And one of the interesting things I read in this piece about him is they removed a hitch in his swing early last season. He finally felt comfortable with it late, and maybe his production started ticking up late in the season as a result of that.
Yeah, and we saw that. I mean, that's the thing with Dolly is he's so darn streaky. Early in the season, he can carry an offense for you, and then he might go into a month-long slump. But the health there, seems like everybody was just battling nagging injuries, and hopefully now you actually got a full offseason. Last year, I think that was something that affected the team. That was a question we would ask all the guys. But going forth and having a full offseason, hopefully these guys are healthier and ready to rock.
I mean, you're used to up and down from Adolis Garcia. You accept it, but to not have that extended dominating stretch that he usually gives you really hurt. Cody Bradford, third guy on the list going into spring training with something extra proof. Can he be so good that he forces the Rangers to make room by sending either Gray to the bullpen or trading Tyler Mahle in a cost-cutting move, wrote Evan Grant? That could be interesting if you get prospects and bring it down so you could maybe use that space under the luxury tax threshold to address the bullpen.
I think John Gray has a very real chance of being your closer this year. I think that's something they are going to experiment with, and we'll find out more in a couple weeks when we get out there to surprise and what they're doing with John Gray. But I think you saw over the last 2 years with the Rangers, you can't have enough arms. I don't think I can afford to really move on from Tyler Mahle unless for whatever reason the compensation's like these are young prospects that I think are really going to contribute. I think you got to hold on to Tyler Mahle, but Bradford I think is your third best starter. I think he's right there behind DeGrom and Eovaldi, and Bradford's really your only lefty starter right now. So maybe that's something if you wanted to move Mahle, you're looking, can I add some more lefties to kind of balance out my righties that I have here with Rocker and Leiter, etc. But, man, this team has had so many injuries, and Eovaldi's probably going to end up on the IL at periods this year. I think you need to try and keep as many starting pitchers as possible.
Number 4 on the list is Jack Leiter, an even tougher road than Bradford. He would need a big jump. Hopefully we see that when we get to Surprise as far as, location, consistency there from Leiter.
Are you more excited about him or Rocker?
Rocker by far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it just because of how Rocker looks?
Hopeful,
That
Rocker stuff's better.
Well, and he had those 3 or 4 starts last year that were very promising. Elite type of stuff.
Leiter could also be a guy like you want him to be a starter, but could he end up sliding into like a long reliever role for you if you need to? If you just want to make sure all these guys are on the big league club.
Just remember that start that our guy Leiter had there in Detroit. It was like 30 degrees, and
that was a tough one.
He just looked so uncomfortable out there.
Maybe it's just incremental steps for him, and you need him to be 10% better at this in surprise, and then 10% better by the end of the year, and maybe he could be a solid number 3 or 4 starter for you. Jonah Heim failed. He became the worst offensive catcher in baseball with at least 400 plate appearances last year. So they brought in Higashioka to maybe take 50, 60 starts, maybe even split it right down the middle. If he doesn't have a big bounce back year, I think the idea of last year. So that was a big disappointment.
Yeah, I think the thing about it, though, when they won the series, what did he play like? It felt like he played like 2 months straight.
Yeah, they did not have another catcher to really platoon, and I think it was the wear and tear on his body. I think that's why you saw a big decline in his production.
I mean, he was amazing with his ability with the timely home run and ribbies and the defense that he was playing behind home plate. I really felt like they had one of the best catchers in the game, and hopefully he gets back to that. Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's do some football's finest. We do have an MVP talking about the Cowboys' new offensive coach in Ken Dorsey. Don't look over Canada, and we almost have a fight between 2 major league pitchers in New Orleans. That's next in the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for an edition of football's finest. Here's Zach Wolchuk.
All right, we do have some Dak Prescott quotes. Nick Harris, who was covering Dak, and I believe Troy Aikman was also talking. Dak on the biggest change he sees coming offensively under Brian Schottenheimer, quote, "We got to get to run the football, being a little more consistent on that." From there, looking at the numbers, I've always enjoyed play action pass. So just being able to get back to that, but to start with the run game, it will open up the rest of the offense. And if there is one thing, Brian Schottenheimer, and it goes back to his dad, old Marty Ball, play action game pretty darn strong with that offense. You add in what Clayton Adams is able to bring with running the football. I know Emmett, when we had him on Radio Row last week, he talked about Ashton Genty, and his concern was if the Cowboys drafted him, did they have a plan for him?
Yeah.
He's just going to get beat up back there. Well, it seems like now the moves to the Cowboys coaching staff that Schotty's been putting together, there is a commitment to run the football, and maybe they would have a plan to him. Now, I don't know if Genty's going to make it to you at 12, but there is going to be an emphasis on running the ball, and that should help out Dak Prescott, especially when we're not sure how mobile he's going to be. Maybe he's just not mobile at all. All of those things, you're kind of taking a page out of the Detroit Lions book. Play action, run the ball, build along that offensive line, certainly, but we'll see moving forward if this is able to help the offense. But I like what we're hearing here so far over Schotty and the staff he's putting together on offense.
Yeah, this is amazing, Wolchuk. I've been asking for this for years. You know, it's no slight on Dak. I just think any team knows it has to be balanced when you get to January, and it's sort of oscillated over the years how important it is. There's a bigger opportunity than ever if you can run the football well to manage to win a Super Bowl, you know? And I think you look at, even though Saquon Barkley didn't do much, why were they able to make the plays they were and get to 40 points? Because you made the opposing defense so worried about your running game.
Absolutely. They sold out on the run. Like, the stats don't always tell the whole story, right? Like, did Barkley go out there and run for 200 yards and got the MVP? No. But that was the emphasis for Steve Spagnuolo.
Their quarterback was enough running the ball.
And he was, right.
Yeah,
and part of the reason Jalen Hurts is able to run the ball is, well, guys are having to key on Barkley. And are the Eagles there without Barkley? I would say no. So certainly the return and the running back renaissance is on full display here, and the Cowboys are going to have an emphasis towards that. One other offensive mind they've brought onto the coaching staff is Ken Dorsey. So that's another piece to this coaching staff that Schotty's put together. We had heard at first that he was coming in, maybe interviewing for the offensive coordinator spot. That did go to Clayton Adams. So now Ken Dorsey and our friend Josina Anderson said she's told his role will be as an analyst. My understanding is that the former Bills-Browns offensive coordinator will be tasked with watching film and being a scheme generalist. Well, here's what Josh Allen said a couple years ago when Ken Dorsey got to Buffalo in 2022 and helped them have a top 10 offense.
I think when he got here 3 years ago, I think my career definitely changed in terms of how I viewed the game of football. Just having a guy in the quarterback room that played the game. It's the winningest college quarterback of all time, 38-2. He'll never let me forget that. He says it all the time. but just the way that he approaches the game, he's competitive. He's smart. He works his ass off, and I appreciate what he's done for me over the course of my career so far. And again, wherever the chips fall, that's where they fall, and we'll learn to live with it and deal with it and move on.
Dorsey's first 2 years in Buffalo, you saw Josh Allen improve drastically. Went from being talked of as like, could this be a bust, to end up being the top quarterback out of that draft class. That's really where you saw the jump in accuracy go for Josh Allen there. And they ranked second in both expected points added per play and offensive success rate. Obviously, things kind of fizzled out last year. They make the move from Ken Dorsey to Joe Brady after 10 games. But you have seen a history of success, specifically working with quarterbacks for Ken Dorsey. Cam Newton, he was with him during his MVP season, helped develop him, certainly helped mold Josh Allen. Dak, maybe he's a finished product now at year 10, but that's another voice that you have here on the coaching staff that's worked with other quarterbacks. And if he's not calling the plays, I love kind of the football IQ helping when it comes to watching film. So just added voices in the room that are different to give other perspectives that are new and fresh ideas that aren't just kind of the same old things we've been hearing from the Cowboys within that coaching staff offensively over the last several years. So all of this is trending in a positive so far this offseason. We'll see how it results on the football field, no question, but I do like what Brian Schottenheimer has been doing, building specifically the offensive staff.
Yeah, we finally have a chance to believe that it might come together. I think this is the first time since they named Kellen Moore offensive coordinator that I feel like there's a legitimate chance that the offense becomes modernized and gives the players a decided edge on game day. And Kellen Moore obviously didn't work out. He's now the coach with the New Orleans Saints. Won a Super Bowl, though, so he's obviously doing something right. But you remember what that was like, Brian, when Kellen Moore took over and the excitement around that, because there is a real harvestable edge if you can compile all of these details with an organized modern offense. And for the longest time, we just considered that Mike McCarthy felt like this was newfangled, unnecessary bells and whistles. That's the way they've treated it for 5 years.
Probably didn't want to learn.
Yeah.
Probably was just comfortable with, how he was coaching and the terminology and the preparation and the game planning. And, he probably became very, very comfortable with all that. And, I'm just going to say something here. These coaches are going to have to be really, really, really good. They might not have enough personnel. They might not. It might be. We'll see what happens with the draft. You go get a runner, do you get a receiver, do you get offensive lineman? What all can you add? But if they can't do enough, it's going to come down to how well they coach on the offensive line. How can you get Tyler Guyton playing at a better level? Can you get Steele to play at a level where the last 8 weeks of the season he was pretty good? Once they made the switch from Zach Martin, can you find a right guard? Is that going to be Hoffman? Who is going to be the right guard? These coaches, it might not be like in wins and losses. They might have to do so much to make up for some lack of talent that they're going to have this year, I believe.
In the 469, I hear all this. Y'all have a job to do, but I'm not buying bleep. I hope I'm wrong, but I bet we don't win 9 games next year. You could be very right.
I think there's a good possibility. To me, it's going to be really, really hard. These coaches sound outstanding on a lot of levels.
But the talent level on this roster has declined.
It has declined quite a bit, and especially if the guys that I was talking about that are playing at a $12 million level, a $9 million level, and a $7 million level. If those guys will go walking out the door, now where are you at?
Yeah, it's going to have to take a tremendous offseason like what you saw Filthy have last year. That defense was one of the worst in the NFL.
Absolutely.
What'd they do? They hit on signing a Zach Bond for cheap in free agency. He's an all-pro. They draft Quinyon Mitchell. Corners. They draft Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, and they changed the coordinator.
And they changed the coordinator. Yeah. And some of the young guys they had on the roster, like Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Josh Sweat, those guys really, Milton Williams, those dudes stepped up for him and played phenomenally well. Yeah. So they need organic growth with what they have on the roster now, but they've got to go ahead and win an offseason, which they haven't done here in the last 2 years.
I get the texter's lukewarm approach to this story, though, because until you have great players, the scheme doesn't really matter. You got to get off the ball fast. You got to get on your guy, and you got to beat your man.
You're absolutely right.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And the other thing is continuity, right? That's something that they stress. We want to have some type of continuity. I thought this was an interesting nugget. Jalen Hurts has never had the same play caller for his second year since his freshman year of college. Now that Kellen Moore's gone, he's going to have a new play caller again. So you go back all the way to his days at Bama, but since specifically he's been in the NFL, he had Doug Peterson, Nick Sirianni, and Shane Steichen, Brian Johnson, and then Kellen Moore. And then now what's he going to have? So I get the continuity stuff, in Dak, that's kind of what they've always stressed. But within your division, you've got a quarterback that I think a lot of us has argued is inferior to yours. And he's been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1 now, and he hasn't had that continuity with play calling.
No. You can have continuity. I'll take the best offensive line, 2 great receivers, the best running back, Dallas Goedert.
He's probably got the best offensive line coach in the league.
That's true.
I know Bill Callahan is one of our favorites, but with Jeff Southland and what he's done, the one thing you could keep changing play callers, as long as that offensive line coach stays the same, they have a huge advantage.
Yeah. We're not going to really pass until you make it easy for us. I think that's what they're committed to. And then if it breaks down, I'll just run for 70 yards this game. I mean, he really has it on easy mode. Congratulations to Howie Roseman for building one of the best teams you'll see in this salary cap era, period.
Absolutely.
This was Des Bryant, who jumped on with Infinity Sports, Maggie and Perloff. And this was just behind us on Radio Row. But Des was talking coaching. And this was his name drop of who he would like to be the head coach of the Cowboys.
When I listened to Romo, that was Romo in practice. That was him in the film room. He was a smart guy, very, very intelligent when it came to the game of football. I know you guys can see that when he, broadcasting the games. He calling out the plays. He's calling the protection. He know where the ball is going. That's a gift. I need to see him coaching. He should be the coach of the Dallas Cowboys, if anybody. At least the offensive coordinator.
Tony Romo should be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
Yep. At least the offensive coordinator. One of them. He's a smart guy.
I have to assume that Jerry disagrees or Tony wants nothing to do with it. You know, you have the 3 kids and the family life and everything like that. It's a ton of work.
A lot of work there. Yeah.
And I know, he's passionately into broadcasting there for a couple of years early in that career. I know, he's into the golf. That's just 60 hours a week to do it right.
Well, I mean, he's getting knocked for not putting in enough work right now as a broadcaster.
Yeah.
There's no way he's going to put in the time that it takes to be a good coach.
See, a guy like Jason Witten would, where I think Tony is the opposite of that. I think Tony does enjoy the golf and the family stuff more. I think Jason Witten is really all about ball. Not that he doesn't enjoy his family. He loves being around coaching his kids.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Whitten is one of those guys that coaches, it's a grind. I mean, it's a big grind. And, if you look at Romo, he's been off since the AFC Championship game. He's got nothing going on except playing at, Pebble Beach and getting ready for golf tournaments and stuff like that. So, yeah, he's not going to coach.
I think, wasn't Jeff Blasco with the Cowboys?
He was.
He was their assistant offensive line coach. He just got hired as the tight ends coach on Aaron Glenn's staff there with the Jets. And we had yesterday that the Jets had told Aaron Rodgers, like, dude, we're not bringing you back. A big reason for that, according to Diana Rossini, was you're not going to do Pat McAfee interviews anymore.
Yeah.
They had a conversation with him of, if you're going to stay here, here's how it's going to go. And he, I guess, pushed back and said, no, you're not going to tell me I can't do the Pat McAfee show every week. But to Diana's point, this seems like Aaron Glenn getting control back of the team. Whereas previously it was kind of Aaron Rodgers bringing in who he wanted to bring in, doing what he wanted to do. And this is now, we're starting fresh here in New York. Aaron Glenn is going to set the tone, and they'll part ways with Aaron Rodgers. Eric brought up yesterday, like the Steelers, I'd get on the phone and call about Rodgers. They're the current betting favorites to land him, according to DraftKings and PFF. So maybe Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, that can make some sense. I think we were actually talking Stafford.
Yeah.
Like if that's what Eric was saying. Like, but I thought about this last night. I don't know. Stafford's played indoors his entire career. And we had that stat going into the cold game, that snowy game against Philadelphia, where he was like 1-8 in his career in like sub 30 degrees. If he goes to Pittsburgh or New York with the Jets, like obviously he's going to be playing outdoors. Now you don't have the friendly indoor climate that you had in Detroit that you have with the Rams. Maybe that would factor into his decision a little bit. Rodgers, of course, knows about all the bad weather. That would make some sense there with Pittsburgh.
Going to have to get used to it, Brian. Do you think he could? I think he could.
Yeah, I think so.
Big hand guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he played pretty well in that playoff game, did Stafford.
Sure did.
I mean, played well enough to win.
Yeah.
I'm very interested if I'm Stafford and the Steelers. That's got to be the most attractive option out of the openings right now. We're ready to rock. I think going to New York has to have a tremendous amount of appeal as well. I just don't know what the better job is right now, Jets or Giants. At least you have a good defense with the Jets.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance you're going to have a new head coach and maybe a new general manager next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's very similar.
I wonder what happens.
Very similar to what you're doing here with the Cowboys.
Do they draft their quarterback? Do they get the guy they want? That's going to be fascinating in New York. DeAndre Hopkins is going to return for his 13th season. There was a report out, which was a fake report. There was ball sacking going on, that he was going to retire. He said, I don't know what you guys have heard, but I'm not done yet, on his social media. So DeAndre Hopkins, not sure where he'll be playing, if it'll be back in Kansas City or elsewhere, but he is not calling it quits just yet.
You hate to see it. Some guys know when it's over. Most can't let the game go. They have to be told to leave.
Yeah, nobody wants you.
That's what it's applying here for DeAndre, just as it was with Julio Jones a couple of years ago. Yeah. And hey, why not? If you can still get paid based on your name and your prior production, why not? Why not do it? I have nothing against him, because playing is so damn fun. And at some point, you're too old and washed up to do it. So get the most out of it while you can. But it's not a good look to see the greats get mortal.
You brought up Justin Fields maybe as a backup option for Dak in Dallas. Dan Graziano actually saying the Titans could be targeting a quarterback like Fields in free agency. So maybe if they don't take a quarterback number 1 overall, that'd be very interesting to me. We've heard the rumors from, 2 months ago that they love Cam Ward out of Miami. But maybe they decide to wait. Maybe they do take a Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter at the top of the draft.
I mean, that worse than Russell Wilson by a significant amount. I can't imagine looking my GM with a straight face and not firing his ass if he floated, we're going after Justin Fields to be our starter.
And then finally, it is a Toxic Tuesday. We've got a fight on bourbon that I saw that is making the rounds now on social media. It was Pat Mahomes Sr. and John Rocker, 2 former Major League Baseball stars, getting into it on Bourbon Street. And it looks like
John Rocker?
Yeah, John Rocker.
Oh, yeah.
And he is, looks like he's still roided out, right? So
Pat Mahomes Sr. and John Rocker.
Yep. And so Rocker looks like he's being friendly, steps out of the daiquiri shop. It's like, what's up, Pat? Wants to get, dap him up. And Mahomes Sr. just goes at him and starts mouthing off. And John's like, what the hell are you talking about? And then they got to be separated. And then Rocker throws his drink at him while Mahomes Sr.'s just smoking on a cigarette and just walks off. But, dude, Rocker, I would not have wanted to pick a fight with that dude. Not at all.
John Rocker's such a loser that if you're that baseball alumni and you see him out there, he's like, hey, what's up, dude? You're like, no, I don't mess with you at all, dude. No, please. Leave me alone, John.
He's roided out.
I'm surprised John would even go to New Orleans, to be honest with you.
Having a good time, it looked like, until he wasn't. And Mahomes Sr. luckily didn't find out the hard way.
With the hard R.
Mm-hmm.
All right, appreciate you, old Chuck.
It's John Rocker, baby. It's John Rocker. Trying to get his brand right.
John Rocker.
Yeah, his brand.
Get some
He's the Grand Wizard.
World commentary here from Johnny.
Thank you.
Thank you, old Chuck. Filling in for Eric Chia, follows Football Finest. Sends Chief some love on social media. He's living it up with the family. I think he's going to be out for the rest of the week.
Yeah, he's on with the morning guys.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, he'll be filling in on the morning show. So we don't have to deal with him for a week, I guess.
Okay, we got the Expressway coming up here. LA Live, Lucius Alexander at 5:40. Some Dak audio. How close to the Eagles are they? He answered that question. Tim McMahon, did AD return too early? And Dirk explains his decision to attend the Lakers game last night. That's coming up next here. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Are you ready to feel unstoppable in 2025? Men's T Clinic is here to optimize your total wellness, boosting energy, sharpening mental clarity, reducing fat, building muscle, and enhancing vitality. This isn't a shortcut or a Band-Aid. It's real, measured optimization customized for you. From hormones to movement, weight, and bedroom wellness, Men's T Clinic follows key biomarkers to track and enhance your results. 5 DFW locations, expert providers, 972-GO-MEN'S T, mensteclinic.com. Salute.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When it comes to your finances, you want to work with people you can trust. You know, the TexasHoney.com loan officer has an average of over 15 years of experience in the industry, and that's right here in DFW. Call TexasHoney.com for your home purchase, your home refinance, or your home equity loan. A company you can trust. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
1877 Cars for Kids. K.A.
Commercial free to the top every night at this time. The Expressway is presented by the On Time Expert. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today, carsforkids.org. What a week and a half now, I guess it is, since it all started crashing down. I said top of the show, the Mavs need something to create a clean start. Win streak has now been eliminated. Okay, we can't win enough to make people excited. You could fire Nico, or you could tell more about Luka's unprofessionalism. Maybe if you have something else. I don't know what else you could have, but if you want to unload the clip to a reporter and have a big tell-all piece that could maybe sway public opinion, people are willing to take the high road until their jobs are on the line, and then they will reconsider how much of the high road we want to take here. But I'll tell you this, when the dust settles on this story, and Patrick DeMont, Mavs governor, realizes what has happened here, what Nico has done, and he realizes how naive he's been about pretending like basketball is the same as any other business and you can say culture and hard work is what we're going to win on. He'll say, oh, crap, my fan base hates us. What can I do to get them back on our side? I think, I've talked about this a number of times over the years. A lot of times pro sports teams get it in their heads that the outside world is just noise. The fans are stupid. They don't know what we're going through. They don't know how the game works. They'll just show up when we win, right? So they take your loyalty for granted. And, they do things. And then when there's a big reaction, they just go right back into that thought pattern of, oh, those are haters. They'll be fine once we start winning again. They don't get it. And sure, a lot of times you have to have that kind of thick skin and toughness about the fans. But you see Jerry overestimate that a lot, like the ability to just put your head in the sand and say, oh, those fans are being crazy again. No, it's happening to the Cowboys, and now it's happening to the Mavs. Just absolutely tone deaf, finger off of the pulse. So I believe like Nico might have one more year, but I would not be surprised if they decide to, move on. Either he leaves or they move on from him at the end of this season, Brian, if they don't make the playoffs.
Can I ask you guys a question in the way of, how many do you think those Mavs fans are actual Dallas Cowboys fans? You know what I'm saying? Is there some carryover where, all right, like you're a Cowboy fan and now you're
fed up.
And now you're fed up with what the Cowboys are doing. And then so you gravitate towards the Mavs with, oh man, I feel like they're doing something over here.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden that happens. Are Mavs fans separate from Cowboys fans?
I think every Mavs fan is also a Cowboys fan.
Okay.
I think a lot of Cowboys fans are Mavs fans too.
So maybe this is just the fandom also saying,
yeah,
we've had enough. This was
hitting it at a
critical. This was the big tipping point.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, I said this on Saturday. I've never seen quite that type of response, even though we get it all the time with the calls and the Cowboys are number one, but I've never seen the fan base go to that length of like, we're protesting here for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this was a different type of like Mav, and it might have been like diehard Mav fans that are just like, I love the Mavs.
Yeah, I just wonder if you've got legitimate Mavs fans that are just like, they're not Cowboys fans, so now they're suffering through their bit of hell. With the way the front office.
But yeah, a lot of us are both, and it just adds to it really does. Just adds to the misery right now. I was
just curious if that's the way it is, man.
Yeah, how about this text from the 972? Dumont doesn't give an F about the fan base. He bought the team like normal people buy a box of sports cards. He's got enough money. I think there's something to that. Number one, not being from here at all, not understanding the attachment of the fan base, not being a pro sports owner up to this point. Like, there's a lot of blind spots for him. And then for whatever reason, and I think the most obvious example here is Mark Cuban in his early days. I mean, he was trading his balls off right and left, remaking the team around Dirk Nowitzki constantly. There was Antoine Walker and Antoine Jameson and Rafe LaFrance and Nick Van Exel. and Josh Howard, and it just went on and on and on and on. And finally, after about a decade of doing that, he kind of settled down and let the cake bake for a while. He gets Tyson Chandler, things fall back into place. Jason Kidd returns, Jason Terry, championship, right? But it wasn't until he gone on. Now the other example is the Brooklyn Nets, when the Russian energy billionaire bought them, and how badly he screwed that thing up, trading Damian Lillard for Gerald Wallace, bringing in Joe Johnson, and then a couple of years later trading for all of the Celtics' big three when they were like 3 years past their prime. He just screwed it up because in the early days of being an owner, it's too fun to trade. It's easy to be impatient and to get sold on visions of how we're going to make this thing better. And, I think he could have easily made a giant misstep there. And these guys aren't used to being told they're wrong. They're powerful billionaires, casino moguls.
Yeah.
So when you tell them you're wrong, they're not going to believe they're wrong. Why would I believe I'm wrong?
No.
Everything I touch turns to gold. Yeah. And now he's rejecting and resisting that at a time where, we really needed him to be, the Mark Cuban voice of reason. No, this is basketball. The most important and best players in the game are your ticket to championships. If you want to try to win it, you can try to sneak one out with gimmicks like we're going to be the best defensive team the league has ever seen. The Detroit Pistons did that one year in 2004, right? You can try to sneak one in, but if you want to be great over a sustained period of time, you need one of these guys. And I bet Nico knows that at his core, but I think somehow it got personal and weird, and they talked themselves into some fantasy that, guys with the character and work ethic of Shaq are what you really need here. Unbelievable.
Do you think Nico did this the way he did it because he didn't want anybody to talk him out of it?
Yeah, I think that's why he wanted to keep this so quiet, was he didn't want any of the fan backlash that he's getting now.
Not the fan, but maybe a Mark Cuban or somebody within the organization.
Well, it sounds like Cubes did, right? He found
After
out.
the fact?
No, right before it happened. Yeah. He tried to step. At least that's what some of the reports.
But they'd already had a verbal handshake on it.
Yeah, exactly.
It was something you couldn't back out of.
I just wonder if Nico kept it so quiet because he just did not want to be talked out of it.
Definitely. I mean, he had to have known that others weren't going to be happy with it.
And now they're making it worse with last night's decision. I think they need to come out here at some point between now and tomorrow night against the Warriors and say, hey, here's our updated code of conduct. As long as you don't cuss loudly, as long as you're not attacking players or members of the staff, you're good. Have your night. Have your week. We'll let this go on for the rest of the season. Do it until you're exhausted. But there's no doubt in my mind they made it significantly worse by now making it a contentious, and confrontational scene where you're essentially kind of taking away your fans' freedom to voice their opinion. In the way that with money that they're spending to still go to your games.
Right.
This just seems like very basic. So they're making it worse for themselves. Tim McMahon. With the report today, Anthony Davis was so determined to make a strong first impression, he came back from that ab injury perhaps a little bit early.
There you go.
Just more. Nothing can go right for this team right now. Unbelievable. We're standing by for an update on Gafford's knee. I bet we get that tomorrow at shoot-around. We need an update on P.J. Washington's ankle. I mean, this team without P.J. Washington on the floor last night looked absolutely lost. You couldn't go from Kyrie to a second player that was guaranteed to make a smart play with the ball. Watching Omax Prosper try to drive and kick was hilarious. It was really offensive malfeasance is what we saw last night. So you need P.J. Washington back. Obviously, Derek Lively and Anthony Davis maybe a little bit longer away. But if we could just get away with a hyperextension with Gafford and with treatment and some ibuprofen, maybe just a couple of games lost from him, and then P.J. Washington's ankle is absolutely massive. If those guys miss a couple 2-3 weeks, then I think you go under 500 and you don't make it back. Dirk Nowitzki's explanation for attending the Lakers game: I'll always be a Mav for life, but had to come support my guy 77, Luka, in the first game of his new chapter. I didn't know they were that close and tight. I thought it might be a generational difference, but for Dirk to go out there and sit with his family, I think showed a tremendous amount of support, and Luka appreciated it. I guess the question here is, can Dirk do anything to heal this? Could he make a speech in front of the fans tomorrow night at the AAC? I mean, do you have to tap into the German to try to find some sort of harmony here?
I don't think Dirk wants to do that.
I just let this thing ride now, Gavin. We're too far down the road. Just let like you said, try and find a way to allow the fans to voice their displeasure the way they want. Just sit there and take it and say, okay, this is eventually this could go away. It probably will never go away, but what you needed was Anthony. You needed him to just continue to keep playing.
Saturday's game to be the new reality.
Just all of a sudden, it's like, man, all right, we're a different looking team out here.
Yeah.
And now it's like everything that we've talked about with street clothes and injuries and stuff like that. But I think they're past the part of trying to make it right. I think they need to just let the fans have their moments, have their voice.
They're making it worse right now.
Just let it happen, take it, and then move on, and hopefully the things will smooth out for you a little bit later on. I'm not sure it ever will, but here we are.
An old buddy from the Mavs, used to work at the Mavs, said the Fire Nico Sell the Team truck right now is cruising around in Addison.
Yeah.
I mean, this story's just not going away.
Yeah.
And you're probably right. There's nothing Dirk or anybody else can do about
just
it.
be kicking people out for doing that stuff. Like if they're threatening or they're swearing, but for saying Fire Nico, chanting Fire Nico, wearing a shirt, you got to allow fans to do what fans want to do. You tell them not to, it's just going to make me want to do that even more.
Yeah.
Have a backbone, guys.
All right, how about we get this Dak cut in here? He was at the Children's Cancer Charity today. He made a speech.
Troy Aikman, huh?
Talked with reporters afterwards. How close are the Cowboys to the Eagles? Here we go.
That level. I mean, I feel like we compete with the Eagles and beat them for the most part when we played them. I don't want to say check the record when they're the guys holding the trophy right now. So credit to them. They've earned it and they deserved it by all means. But yeah, very close, especially even watch the NFC game, the NFC Championship. And those two teams that we battle against each and every year, a couple of times. And as I said, feel confident about we've gotten the better part each and every time. To see it in such a dominating fashion, credit to them. It's our turn and it's on us.
Yeah, I think roster-wise, what the Eagles were at the end of this year and how good they played in the playoffs, I think the Cowboys are a long way away from that, like however you measure that. But when you line the teams up, I feel like the Cowboys could beat the Eagles. There's something to be said for the familiarity and how Dak has had the Eagles number over the years. We'll have to see how many good players Philadelphia brings back and how many good the Cowboys can add. But right now, I would say the obstacle is like the Eagles are probably going to win 11 or 12 games next year, and the Cowboys are going to win 7 to 9.
Yeah, they had a better draft than you did last year, and and maybe the last couple of years. And it's Howie's way of maybe having that extra first round pick. The way they were able to draft the Georgia kids. The draft fell right a couple of times. Smith
sure did.
When you look at.
And 8 of their 22 starters were signed or traded for.
No question. And that's just good evaluation, and that's it's kicking the can. It's having your contracts in order and ready to go, and they've done a really nice job of that. I think there was a time in the preseason or before the season we'd have gone player for player on the roster and said, okay, Dallas here, Philly here. It just seems like to me though.
It's night and day.
It's a lot more. It's a lot deeper than what we could have done talking about this in June.
Yeah,
and it's not just because they won the Super Bowl.
Those rookies emerged.
Yeah, they're players like you're sitting there. You're wanting guys to take jumps. You want guys to take to get to the next level. You could say they had guys get to the next level.
You had Jalen Carter now in the conversation for best defensive tackle in the league.
Yeah.
You had Nolan Smith step up as an edge rusher.
See, as I'm saying, Nolan Smith was a guy that a lot of people talked about Philadelphia was going to pick like at 10, and all of a sudden
he went to 30.
30.
Yeah. Cowboys passed on him to take Mozzie.
Yeah, and so that's kind of where you're at right now.
You need Bond to leave. You need Sweat to leave. You need maybe Gardner Johnson to get old. You need Darius Slay to get old. Like, there are significant gaps here.
Yeah, the thing that's going to happen is they're going to replace Slay with, DeJean is going to step in, or they'll get somebody else. Gardner Johnson, there were a couple times in that Super Bowl when I was talking about how the sacks came down for the Eagles. couple times where Gardner Johnson was beat, you know, on the play. Slay was beat, and they just, because that front was so good, couldn't get the ball off.
Clayton Kershaw signs a deal with the Dodgers going back for an 18th season. FC Dallas swinging the free agent checkbook again. We've lost Luka, but what we have now is Luka Acosta. 2023 MLS MVP told Cincinnati at the end of the playoffs, I want out. No-showed training camp, $5 million transfer fee. The 30-year-old he's a one-man offense. 31 and 33 combined goals and assists the last 2 seasons. You put him with Peter Musa, who signed last winter for a club record $10 million transfer fee. It appears they have offense. I know they signed a center back yesterday as well. So salute to Clark Hunt. Dan Hunt.
Hunt. There you go, getting it done.
Getting the job done. I know out are Alan Velasco, Jesus Ferreira, and Paul Areola. Jude Bellingham, last-minute tally for Real Madrid. They beat Man City 3-2 in the first leg of the Champions League knockout phase today. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
It's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a talk.
Can't believe it.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
What are we doing, Mavs?
Everybody get high.
You could say one thing to Nico right now, what would you say?
Please leave the city. Please leave. Just go somewhere else. Just go, because look at what you did to us. You took our heart. The first rule in bread and circuses is not to take the bread from the people. Yeah. That's the whole thing. Luka's the bread, baby. Luka's the bread. And they took the bread from the circus. This is the fall of the Dallas Mavericks. This is it. It's over. 17-year season ticket holder. I'm done. Not renewing.
Yeah.
20-year fan. Not renewing. I live right next door.
Right there, sir.
Not renewing.
Right there, sir.
Gosh.
Tough times, bro. I don't understand what's going on. This is LA Live for Tuesday, February 11th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. And yeah, the Mavs just crashed out. They crashed on out, bro. Like, I don't understand how they're going to get mad at the fans. Nationally, the trade was talked about. Nationally, it confused people.
Yeah.
You got to expect the fans to be hurt the most. Nationally, it's just something to talk about. This is the home of the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
And you mad at the fans? Get over it.
Couple of drunk guys.
The gaslighting.
Yeah.
Wow.
You guys don't know what's good for you. We're going to make these moves to protect this environment here. We got a professional basketball operation going on. You guys can't be getting drunk and yelling, fire Nico.
Stop it.
What do you think this is?
Rude and disrespectful.
Putting people out. What did they say? Why they say they put people out? What was their reason? Distracting or something like that?
Code of conduct.
Code of conduct.
Fan code of conduct, which, by the way, Cubes violated with his get the bleep out of here.
I just watched that video, man.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah,
he told somebody to get out of there? He was yelling at a fan?
Shut the bleep up and sit the bleep down.
Yeah.
That's Cubes for you last night.
What was that person saying, I wonder?
I don't know.
Fire Nico. They were just chanting fire Nico.
Fire Nico.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you, Lucius.
The gaslighting, bro.
They should have let Cuban in after he was joking about Bill Gates about that trade, right?
Yeah.
A Microsoft trade. They didn't get offended by that. That's rude.
A good point, Wolchuk.
It's amazing. Mavs out here dodging accountability like my girl. No, you made me.
Well, if you hadn't said this.
If you didn't do that, the dominoes wouldn't have fell. You're headed for self-destruction, Mavericks. Come on, baby. Let's get it together.
Yeah.
They need that bar rescue guy. What's his name? Yeah, they need that bar rescue guy.
What is that dude's name?
They go in there and start pointing at stuff and yelling at him. Is this grease behind us? What is this?
Yeah, maybe get Nick Saban in here. I've never seen anything like this. John Tafford?
John Tafford. Man, I remember him telling one guy who was like, he was in debt with his bar, and he was just, he was not caring about his bar. He just liked it for girls.
Yeah.
And he looked at that dude one day. He said, "Hey, man, you're $200,000 in debt, and that's the shirt you decided to wear today?" I was like, "What kind of diss?"
Man, for the lifestyle.
He eat you up, bro. Can't believe it, Mavericks. Give it together, baby. Come on. Get it together, dog. This is crazy. We looking crazy right now. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter.
I really thought the momentum was going in the Mavs' favor because the fans were crashing out.
Yes.
You know, the fans were doing way too much when we last left you on Friday.
Yes.
But the pendulum swung big time last night.
Nasty, bro.
Yeah.
Nasty. And all I see is Jason Kidd's face during that press conference.
Just staring into the abyss.
Yeah. Looked like he was like reading a book for little kids at their elementary school and got some news.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like,
President Bush.
Bush looked like Bush. Okay. This is what we're doing.
Ooh, okay.
I wish he'd kick Nico's ass, to be honest with you. That would be a great development in the story. And quit. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Peace.
Knock over something too. Throw some wine.
Yeah.
I was always throwing some champagne and throw some wine on those reality TV
or maybe
shows.
some ketchup. Sorry, kid.
All right, there's a Cowboys fan that called into a Christian radio station in Nashville, Way FM. He had the wrong number, but he had a whole lot of passion.
I'm on the radio?
No, I'm recording you, but it's not live on the radio.
Oh, okay. I just want to make a comment about, all of this stuff y'all promoting about Ash and Jenny. I don't want to hear that no more.
Sure. Hey, I really appreciate your passion. I think you have the wrong number.
No, hold on, sweetheart.
Babe.
This is not passion. This is testosterone.
I don't think you called the right phone numbers, was what I was trying to say.
Okay, all right. So whatever phone they'll call in the fan I can talk to or whatever. See, that's the problem. It's too much passion in Dallas.
No,
y'all need testosterone on that field.
This is you called a Christian music radio station in Nashville, Tennessee. I think you have the wrong number.
Christian Nashville. Oh my God. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh my God, thank you. Oh my God.
Call you back on Wednesday.
Sorry. Yeah, my bad. Wrong day for this one. I got both of you guys saved. All right. Hey. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Let's stay in Nashville, where my man Kid Rock, he's toxic. Yes, he is toxic. You can love him or hate him, but he is toxic. That's been his brand. Bong chicka wong the bang buggy diggy bong diggy dang the up the boogie.
My name is Kid.
Yeah. I used to love it, bro.
Yeah, he was fun for a while.
Yeah, it was fun, dog. Yeah,
I liked his Run DMC era with the tracksuits and the breakdancing.
Yeah, and the little small guy on stage with him.
Yeah.
You tell him what it is, kid.
Yes.
Love that joint, bro.
Little Joe or something? Joe C. Joe C was his name.
R.I.P. Is he gone, right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. He's up there on the big stage in the sky now. Kid Rock crashed out at the Nashville bar. He was not feeling the crowd at John Bon Jovi's Nashville bar, by the way. So this is a nice bar. They were there to celebrate David Bryan's birthday. He's part of Bon Jovi.
Okay.
Kid Rock walked up on stage, started singing some, Credence. And he just wasn't feeling how, like, the crowd wasn't clapping on beat, or they just wasn't, I don't know. But listen to this kid.
Hey, stop. If you ain't gonna clap, we gonna sing. That's how it's gonna work. Don't get too fast. Now we can go out rolling. I was rolling.
Oh, yeah.
He gets the lyrics wrong. Might be faded. Hold on, all right, let me get to this part where he walks off the stage again, because he tried.
You know what? You ain't gonna clap, I'm going.
Walked off.
I mean, it did sound like there was only like 4 people clapping.
Yeah.
Sounded like there was more people at the Mavs protest.
If you're not gonna clap, then I'm gone.
We're not singing.
First, he had like a clapping coach up there. Clap on the beat. Here we go, guys. Still wasn't feeling
Not
it.
too fast.
Yeah.
It's just weird that he stopped doing his own songs and just he became a cover band, basically.
Yeah,
For
he
like-
did. Country cover songs.
Yeah.
From Alabama took off.
You got to know the words, too. I've seen a lot of Tang in Memphis, and I popped a lot of Tang in New Orleans. I don't think
I can Tina Turner, right?
Oh, yeah.
Roll on the river, right?
Yeah.
Ain't a lot of
Something
place in
nice
Memphis.
and slow. Hey, the Department of Government Efficiency. The Department of Government Efficiency. Who am I talking about here, fellas?
That's Elon Musk, right?
Elon Musk
Doge.
Group, yeah.
Elon
Doge.
Musk with Doge say they're going through and cutting the cost of our government. We're spending too much frivolous money out here, so they say. We shall
Trillions.
see. Say what?
Trillions, I think.
We do.
2 to 4 trillion is the target.
We are a country. We do spend a lot. You know,
On sushi.
That's what happens.
Yeah, we do.
And flights and pins.
Yeah, pins, flights. Yeah.
Just watch that military budget there, Elon. That's how your boy survives the game, okay? Just telling you right now. Yeah, he put this office together. A lot of these guys are coders, software engineers, hackers.
Uh-oh.
He's got some hackers, like that Angelina Jolie movie. He's got some hackers. They're aged 19 to 25, bunch of young, little young dudes up in here. One of them is a whiz kid. He's 19. He has his own businesses and everything. But he has a nickname that the media now has to say because